Upon awakening from slumber, Shen Nian discovered that he had acquired an infinite sign-in system. Simply by signing in, he could obtain rewards. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum beauty. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum physique. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 billion in funds. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a villa in Yunda Mountain Villa. Sign in successful. The individual, Shen Nian, expressed his helplessness, stating, I wish to rely on my own efforts, yet the system does not permit it. Chapter 1. Infinite Sign-In. Jinggang, Yonghe Garden. Within an ordinary rental apartment. Today is the weekend, and Shen Nian, having just graduated from university, has yet to rise from his slumber after a week of relentless job hunting. He had interviewed at over 10 companies, yet without exception, each one merely instructed him to await further notice, after which he received no further communication. During his university days, Shen Nian could never have imagined that such an experience of unemployment would one day befall him. Fortunately, he had accumulated a modest savings from his part-time job. Otherwise, he would surely struggle to pay this month's rent, while others without jobs post-graduation could rely on their families for support. Shen Nian's parents had tragically passed away in a car accident during his university years, leaving him with nothing. Ding! Infinite sign-in system activated successfully. Host binding in progress. Host binding successful. In his dreams, Shen Nian was abruptly jolted awake by two cold electronic notifications echoing in his mind, causing him to sit up in an instant. As a seasoned internet enthusiast, Shen Nian was no stranger to systems. Was this not the golden finger typically bestowed upon protagonists in novels? Could it be that the pressures he faced recently had led to auditory hallucinations? To confirm whether he was dreaming, he called out to the system while straining his ears to listen. System, are you there? Host, I am here. No sooner had he spoken than the system responded, yet the still drowsy Shen Nian found it hard to believe. Perhaps it was merely a dream within a dream. Thus, he struck his own waist with a fist. Ouch, damn it! Shen Nian immediately collapsed back onto his bed. Indeed, he was a real man, capable of inflicting pain upon himself. He clutched his waist, where a sharp ache prompted him to exclaim a phrase from traditional culture, confirming that he was not dreaming after all. After a moment's pause, he inquired, System, could you elaborate on your functions? Regaining his composure, he refused to let elation cloud his judgment. Having read numerous novels featuring systems, he knew that not all were perfect, and some imposed mandatory tasks that, if unmet, could lead to the host's demise. Surely, he would not be that unfortunate. Host, this system is an infinite sign-in system, with no restrictions in place. There are no tasks that the host must complete. Simply signing in will yield rewards. Each reward is legitimate, lawful, and compliant, ensuring that no troubles will befall you. Moreover, this system thoughtfully includes a storage space, which is also limitless. Sophisticated systems often employ the most straightforward and unrefined methods, and it is precisely this approach that resonates with Shen Nian. However, the sudden arrival of happiness leaves him feeling as though everything is unreal, prompting him to tentatively inquire further. System, is what you say truly genuine? There are absolutely no restrictions, and I need not do anything to sign in at will. There is no need for excessive words. The host shall know by attempting it. The system refrained from further elucidating to Shen Nian, instead encouraging him to personally experience it. One must rely on their own senses, for only through trial can one discern reality. Very well, let the signing commence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Nian found the logic compelling. Wouldn't the truth reveal itself through his own actions? He promptly issued a directive to the system. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 billion in funds. Just as the system's announcement concluded, a notification tone chimed from Shen Nian's phone. He picked it up, and upon glancing at the screen, his eyes nearly pressed against it in disbelief. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion. Fearing a misreading, he meticulously counted each digit with his finger, only to discover that indeed, 100 billion had been credited to his account. Ha 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 ha. The system is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. In that moment, Shen Nian could conjure no witty retort, his only outlet for the overwhelming emotions within him being a rapturous laugh directed skyward. Who claims that fortune does not fall from the heavens? Is this not a serendipitous encounter? System, can I sign in consecutively? After sufficient laughter, Shen Nian suddenly pondered whether repeated sign-ins might prove cumbersome. In gaming, he could perform 10 consecutive draws. Surely, signing in should allow for the same? The host may choose either a single sign-in or multiple sign-ins, with the specific number entirely at the host's discretion. It was said to be an unrestricted system, and if it could not accommodate such a trivial request, could it truly be deemed limitless? Then let me initiate a tenfold sign-in. Having received 100 billion in funds from his first sign-in, Shen Nian was eager to discover what treasures awaited him next, his countenance brimming with anticipation as he awaited the system's response. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum attractiveness. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired maximum driving skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved maximum physical prowess. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a seaside villa. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a TC office building. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have secured an entire financial street. As the system's notifications poured in one after another, a profound sense of comfort enveloped Shen Nian. Initially, he had intended to toil through life, but given the current circumstances, such aspirations seemed increasingly unattainable. The tenfold sign-in swiftly concluded, and the bounty Shen Nian amassed from this brief session would suffice for many to labor a lifetime. Ranging from automobiles to villas, industries, and the initial 100 billion cash flow, it could easily be said that many would struggle for several lifetimes to achieve such wealth. However, Shen Nian refrained from continuing to sign in. With a mere thought, a car key materialized in his hand. Any friends knowledgeable about automobiles would recognize it as the key to a Bugatti Chiron, an acquisition from his recent sign-in, currently parked in his building's lot. Perhaps he himself had not noticed, but at that moment, his appearance and aura were subtly transforming, a manifestation of the effects of his maximum attractiveness and physical prowess. Every young man harbors a dream of supercars, and Shen Nian was no exception. He resolved to experience the allure of this limited edition supercar, eager to test the extent of his newfound driving skills and ascertain just how exceptional they truly were. It is worth noting that since obtaining his driver's license, he had not once set foot in a vehicle. As it was summer, with the outside heat akin to a furnace, Shen Nian casually donned a pair of shorts and a tank top for his outing, even neglecting to lock the door, for in his abode, even a mouse would likely perish from hunger. Chapter 2. The unfathomable display of wealth downstairs. As Shen Nian descended, he was met with a throng of onlookers, all captivated by his Bugatti Chiron. It was hardly surprising, given that the residents of this community were predominantly from the lower echelons of society, rarely afforded the opportunity to admire such opulence up close. Who, after all, would drive a luxury vehicle like this while residing in such a modest neighborhood? Even the landlord did not call this place home. He noticed several elderly individuals joining the spectacle. Although they lacked automotive knowledge, the sheer number of people snapping photos and recording videos prompted them to follow suit, eagerly capturing the moment. Among the crowd, a few discerning women were already scanning the vicinity, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Chiron's owner. Establishing any connection with him could potentially save them decades of hardship. Initially, Shen Nian chose to ignore them, assuming they would disperse after a brief period of amusement. However, to his astonishment, half an hour passed, and not only did no one leave, but more curious spectators continued to arrive. Seeing that the crowd showed no signs of dwindling, Shen Nian grew impatient. He retrieved his car key and unlocked the vehicle, awakening the dormant beast within. The sudden roar of the engine startled many of the elderly onlookers, who cursed under their breath, yet continued their photographic frenzy, angling their phones as if to capture the very essence of the car. The remaining spectators stepped back from the car, glancing around, for the ignition signified the owner's presence. They were eager to witness the figure behind such an extraordinary machine, astonished to discover that even in this unremarkable neighborhood, a hidden magnate resided. While many had indeed spotted Shen Nian, they unconsciously overlooked him, aside from his handsome features. He bore no resemblance to the affluent, dressed instead in modest attire. Unbothered by their scrutiny, Shen Nian approached his vehicle. Others assumed he merely intended to take photos, paying little heed to his actions. Unexpectedly, he swung open the car door and, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, drove away, leaving behind a trail of awe in his wake. "Are you kidding me? A big shot was right beside me," exclaimed one observer, who had been standing next to Shen Nian moments before. Realization dawned, and he lamented the missed opportunity to acquire a contact number. Was that not my tenant Shen Nian? Didn't he just graduate from university? In the crowd, Shen Nian's landlord, upon recognizing him, questioned her own perception. In her recollection, Shen Nian was hardly a wealthy individual. He often delayed rent payments, sometimes by several days. "What? Wang Jie, you know him? Can you give me his contact information? I'd love to connect with him." "Yes. Yes. I also want to engage with him. I'm a college student too, and the university experience is fantastic. Wang Jie, please share your WeChat." "Xiao Wang. While I might not wish to know him, I'll inquire about his contact for my granddaughter. They are of similar age and should share common interests." Wang Jie's comments caught the attention of those around her, and in an instant, they surrounded her, each offering various reasons, all with the same objective, to obtain Shen Nian's contact information. "Unfortunately, I cannot provide that. You'll have to wait for him to return and ask him yourself." It wasn't that Wang Jie had principles. Rather, she possessed wisdom. Regardless of the circumstances, since Shen Nian could afford such a luxury car, he was not someone to offend lightly. Distributing his contact information carelessly could backfire, potentially incurring her wrath. Although not well-versed in automobiles, she recognized a Bugatti, a car of such caliber seldom rented. Thus, she speculated that the vehicle either belonged to Shen Nian or a family member, perhaps rented as a means to experience life outside their usual sphere. Yunwu Villa. Shen Nian drove to this locale, where he had recently secured a villa upon checking in. With a new residence at his disposal, he had no intention of returning to the dilapidated old neighborhood. After all, who wouldn't relish living in a grand villa? This community consisted solely of standalone villas, and Shen Nian had been rewarded with the largest and most expensive one, Villa Number 1. After parking the car in the garage, he turned and entered the grand hall. To describe it in a single word would be opulence. Upon entering, one felt as though they were stepping into a palace, gilded and resplendent. Every visible element bespoke craftsmanship. It was no wonder that the adage "expensive things have their worth" resonated. Shen Nian could now grasp its meaning. Indeed, since I have a new home system, let us initiate a tenfold sign-in." He reclined languidly on the sofa, awaiting the system's response. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level culinary skills." "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of child's whoopee cushions." "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained max-level basketball skills." "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a Phoenix brand bicycle." "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of suspenders." "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a double cashback card, valid for 24 hours, no limit, automatically effective for next purchase." Unlike the previous rewards, this time the offerings seemed rather peculiar. A mix of basketball skills and suspenders? However, the cashback card piqued Shen Nian's interest. Indeed, the system delivered nothing short of excellence, even in its rewards. While it was true that Shen Nian was no longer in want of money, who would mind having a bit more? 24 hours, where should I spend money wisely? In the past, he had focused on frugality, mastering the art of surviving a week on $50. Yet now, with an abundance of funds, he found himself unaccustomed to the notion of spending. Perhaps I could become a top donor in a live stream? After pondering, he concluded that the quickest way to burn through cash would indeed be in a live streaming room. Previously, he had seen news of a wealthy individual gifting a staggering amount during a live stream, though he remained skeptical of its veracity. After all, as an astute advisor once said, the rich return what they owe, while the common folk share their earnings. Yet Shen Nian had no such concerns. With the cashback card in hand, he would never incur a loss. Chapter 3. A generous gesture. In this era of myriad live streaming platforms, Shen Nian scoured his phone and ultimately decided on the immensely popular Douyin short video app. Whenever he ordered takeout, he would often browse Douyin for amusing clips to accompany his meal, though the appealing content creators held no significance for him. Previously, he had a novice account and followed numerous classmates and friends. To avoid discouraging them, Shen Nian opted to create a new Douyin account. Adopting a rather flamboyant username, a thought of freedom. To send gifts, one must first recharge their account, so Shen Nian casually topped his balance with 20 million. A sum ample enough to elevate his new account's gift level to the pinnacle of level 60. Beep. Host spends 20 million. Reward, 40 million. Just as the recharge was completed, the double rebate card was automatically activated, and without lifting a finger, he effortlessly earned 20 million. Truly, the allure of free gifts is irresistible. Having tasted the sweetness of fortune, Shen Nian no longer hesitated and casually entered a food live-streaming room, where the female host was voraciously devouring chicken legs. The chat was bustling with activity, and with over 3,000 viewers online, Shen Nian's new account went unnoticed, blending seamlessly into the sea of spectators. User, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X1 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X10 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X99 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X120 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X160 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X200 suddenly. The influx of 200 Carnival effects caused the live stream to lag significantly, resembling a PowerPoint presentation. The host's chicken leg nearly slipped from her grasp, and she was left dumbfounded. Who was this mysterious benefactor who, without uttering a single word, had bestowed 600,000? There were no prominent figures in her own live stream. User, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival in Big Eater Zhou's live stream. As she regained her composure, Douyin began broadcasting the event across the platform, attracting a wave of onlookers. And the popularity of the live stream surged. Those who had been present prior could hardly sit still. What kind of big shot is this? Just to watch someone eat a chicken leg, he rewards with 200 carnivals. Is he still here? I can eat chicken too, please reward me. Is the chicken being eaten up there genuine? I demand a live stream. I'm new here, what just happened? Once host Zhou collected herself, she clasped her hands in gratitude, ensuring to include the viewers in her thanks. Thank you to Brother Xiaoyao for the 200 carnivals. Everyone, please give Brother Xiaoyao some love. However, at that moment, observant viewers noticed that Shen Nian had already departed the live stream, having never uttered a single word in the public chat. His enigmatic presence elevated the prestige of his ID, Enian Xiaoyao, which was now firmly etched in the minds of the audience. Having spent 600,000, Shen Nian successfully leveled up to level 46. Upon entering the next live stream, a notification appeared on the public screen. After rewarding Zhou, he casually swiped to a singing live stream hosted by a novice talent named Dazed Fish. While her popularity was modest and her appearance average, her voice was quite pleasant. Welcome, Brother Enian Xiaoyao. Dazed Fish had seen the scrolling messages in the live stream and remembered Shen Nian's ID, as did the other viewers. Whoa, a big shot has arrived. Dazed Fish, use your voice to win over Brother Xiaoyao. Everyone, do you think Brother Xiaoyao will give again? Regardless, I'm following him. I'm ready to record this. User, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X1 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X30 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X99 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X140 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X186 user, Enian Xiaoyao, sent, Carnival, X200. Shen Nian paid no heed to the barrage of comments in the live stream, instead fervently tapping on his phone screen. After all, his rewards were given at random, and it mattered not to whom they were bestowed, effortlessly sending another 200 carnivals. Wow. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 200 carnivals. You're so generous. Thank you, big brother. The host, Dazed Fish, felt a flicker of hope as she noticed the viewers' comments, stunned that Shen Nian had indeed gifted her 200 carnivals. Everyone, please give Brother Xiaoyao some love. What song do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. Her talents were limited to singing, and any more sophisticated performances would have to be done offline if he desired them, as the live stream was evidently unsuitable for such displays. User, Enian Xiaoyao, sent carnivals in Dazed Fish's live stream. The same ID reappeared in the scrolling messages across various live streams, tantalizing other hosts who fervently prayed for Shen Nian's presence. The popularity of Dazed Fish surged as a new wave of curiosity seekers flooded in, but alas, Shen Nian had already departed, having said not a word. What is the deal with this Brother Xiaoyao? His generosity is astounding, yet he asks for nothing in return. It makes me want to start a live stream myself. In just a few minutes, he had already spent 2 million. I must follow in this big shot's footsteps and see if he will reward again. I'm going to. Let us go. Without a doubt, Shen Nian's audacious actions had successfully piqued the curiosity of the viewers, and his account was rapidly gaining followers. He merely smiled at the attention. In the past, he might have cared, but now it was all about enjoyment, embracing a carefree spirit. Over the next half hour, in every live stream he graced, regardless of gender or theme, his rewards consistently amounted to 200 carnivals, depleting his account of the 20 million he had initially possessed. In a short span, his new account soared to level 60, leaving those who followed him through various live streams bewildered. What kind of extravagant patron had they just begun to follow? Spending 20 million in under an hour. Chapter 4, The Wealthy Benefactor. However, Shen Nian did not cease his generous spree. He recharged his account with another 50 million. It wasn't that he wished to limit himself, but the recharge process was rather sluggish, so he decided to start with 50 million for now. Beep. Host has spent 50 million, rewarding 100 million. With the addition of previous rewards from check-ins, Shen Nian's account balance was nearing 200 million. Notably, the funds gained from system rewards could not be transferred without his consent, ensuring that no unauthorized withdrawals could occur, thus eliminating any concerns similar to those seen in banking mishaps. No rush. Let us order some takeout first. I'm hungry. Only now did Shen Nian realize he hadn't eaten. After achieving peak physical condition, he felt a noticeable increase in his resistance to hunger. While he had acquired supreme culinary skills from his check-in rewards, the villa lacked any ingredients, and as the saying goes, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Therefore, ordering takeout was the most pragmatic choice. However, this time Shen Nian sought to indulge, opting for fine dining instead of his usual fare of rice and noodles. He searched for the nearest Michelin-starred restaurant's contact number and called. Welcome to the Michelin 3-star restaurant. How may I assist you? The call was promptly answered by a melodious female voice. Yes, I'd like to place an order for delivery. Please note my address. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we do not offer delivery services, she interjected, interrupting him before he could finish his request. Yet, he bore no anger, as he understood this common knowledge. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that with enough wealth, even the most stubborn obstacles could be navigated. After all, a lack of delivery service was merely a matter of insufficient payment. Unbeknownst to him, the operator on the other end was quite perplexed, wondering how someone could be attempting to order takeout from a Michelin restaurant. However, out of courtesy, she refrained from hanging up, knowing that failing to do so could lead to complaints and potential deductions from her pay. I am aware that money is not an issue. Simply delivering the meal will suffice, and I can offer additional payment if necessary. He paid no heed to the thoughts of the operator on the other end of the line. His only awareness was the gnawing hunger that consumed him, leaving no room for further debate. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but the matter is not one of additional payment. Our restaurant does not provide delivery services. Perhaps you might consider visiting us directly? I can assist you in reserving a table. The operator, feeling beleaguered, reiterated the lack of delivery options. Yet she hesitated to suggest that Shen Nian seek another restaurant, opting instead for a more diplomatic phrasing. 1 million. Ask your manager if they will accept this order. Shen Nian spoke the most astonishing words with the calmest of tones, while a typical meal would never cost such a sum. The presence of a rebate card presented a unique opportunity to indulge both his cravings and his desire to impress. Why not seize the moment? The operator fell silent, her initial instinct being to dismiss Shen Nian as merely jesting, calling for amusement rather than genuine intent. She considered hanging up, but hesitated, fearing he might indeed wish to place $1 million order. I will give you 5 minutes to consult with your manager. Call me back afterward. By the way, my address is Villa Number 1, Yunwu Mountain. Shen Nian glanced at his phone, the call still active. He recognized that he had successfully impressed the operator. Yet to avoid being perceived as a prankster, he provided his address before ending the call. Yunwu Mountain, the finest villa community in Jingguang City, was home to individuals of considerable wealth. A mere million was certainly within reach. Mina, the operator, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. She was merely an employee, and if she were to miss out on $1 million order due to her own negligence, her job could very well be at stake. In the manager's office, Mina hurriedly knocked and entered, getting straight to the point. Manager, someone just called, claiming they want to spend $1 million on takeout. The manager scoffed, dismissing the notion with a chuckle, and began his lecture. Nana, we must be more astute. Firstly, our restaurant does not offer delivery services. Secondly, how many people in Jingguang can afford to spend $1 million on takeout? Those high rollers would contact me directly rather than call the restaurant. Clearly, this is someone trying to cause trouble. In the future, do not report such matters to me. I am quite busy. Though he claimed to be occupied, he was merely engaged in a game of spider solitaire on his computer at the simplest level. Oh, but he mentioned he resides at Villa Number 1, Yunwu Mountain. Mina, initially swayed by the manager's reasoning, suddenly recalled Shen Nian's address. Having navigated the business landscape of Jingguang for years, she was well aware of the prestige associated with that villa community. Yunwu Mountain? Wait, did you say he lives where? The manager, initially slow to grasp the situation, suddenly leapt from his leather chair, urgently seeking confirmation from Mina. Yes, manager. He specifically emphasized Villa Number 1 before hanging up, but he only granted us 5 minutes to decide. If we exceed that, he might take his business elsewhere. Seeing the manager's reaction, Mina understood the gravity of the situation. Thankfully, she had reported accurately. Otherwise, she would face severe consequences. What? Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and call him back. Remember, maintain a courteous demeanor. The manager glanced at the clock. Less than 2 minutes remained. urging Mina to return the call to Shen Nian while mentally noting that he had not received any updates regarding the sale of that villa. For someone of such stature, one must always comply with their demands. Rules, after all, are meant to be broken. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to personally return the call, believing it would convey sincerity and perhaps even expand his network. Ring, ring, ring. Within 5 minutes, Shen Nian's phone chimed, revealing the incoming call from the Michelin restaurant. With a sardonic smile, he accepted the call. Good day, sir. I am the manager of the Michelin restaurant. What would you like to order? I will take note of your preferences. The manager bypassed any inquiries regarding payment, diving directly into the ordering process. I would like to have one of everything on your signature menu, please. Money is no object. I only request speed. Consider the million as your delivery fee. As for the cost of the ingredients, Chapter 5, Childhood Sweethearts. I have but one stipulation. Do not grant me any discounts in any form. Whatever the price is, let it be. Simply utilize the finest ingredients available. Shen Nian made it clear he would not accept any form of concession. Very well, sir. Would you like to pair your meal with wine? The manager, though perplexed, felt a surge of joy. Merely the delivery fee would net him $1 million, all of which he could pocket, given that the restaurant officially did not offer delivery services. Thus, he had no intention of reporting it. As for Mina, a small gratuity would suffice. As an operator, she had no power to oppose her manager. Very well, let us have a bottle of Romanicani, preferably an older vintage. Do not concern yourself with the price. Shen Nian, having only ever tasted inexpensive domestic red wine at weddings, had a rather low opinion of it. While he had never sampled such fine wine, he understood its reputation and felt inclined to experience it, given the opportunity. Understood, sir. Is there anything else you wish to convey? The manager inquired patiently, recognizing Shen Nian as his most significant customer of the day. He was determined to provide exceptional service. Nothing further, just prepare my order. With food and drink secured, what more could one desire? Shen Nian was not so extravagant as to indulge excessively. He merely wished to savor items he had yet to experience. Understood, sir. The restaurant staff hastily prepared Shen Nian's order, while he himself remained proactive. With several tens of millions still unspent, he could not afford to be idle. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Shen Nian reopened Douyin, navigating to his profile. To his astonishment, despite having never posted any content, his account boasted 5 million followers, with the numbers seemingly on the rise. Equally increasing were the messages in his inbox, the majority of which were from women, many of whom appeared to be streamers, sending provocative messages. Do you need any accessories, big brother? I can perform any actions you desire, and I'm willing to learn what I don't know. Would you like to see the emperor's new clothes? I can dance for you, fully customizable. However, Shen Nian paid no mind to these messages. He had little fondness for public transportation. Uncertain of what the previous passengers might have left behind, he preferred a more personal touch. Next, please. Returning to the homepage, Shen Nian closed his eyes and randomly selected a live stream room, without even glancing at the host's appearance. Just as he was about to open the gift interface to shower her with gifts, he suddenly froze upon hearing the host's voice. Exiting the gift interface, he caught sight of the female host's face and displayed an expression of realization. This host was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Li Qinghan. They had grown up together, but due to certain circumstances, they hadn't been in contact for a year or two. Gazing at the familiar visage on the screen after 2 years apart, he noted that Li Qinghan had become even more beautiful. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, skin as smooth as jade, exquisite features, and enviable thick hair, complemented by a perfectly proportioned figure. Welcome, Yiyan Xiao Yao, to my live stream room. Welcome, Yiyan Xiao Yao. Li Qinghan had encountered this ID many times today. Almost every room she entered, the user would generously gift her, often bestowing 200 at a time. However, unlike other hosts, she did not welcome him with excitement or enthusiasm. She was not in need of money, and live streaming was merely a pastime to alleviate her boredom. Nonetheless, her viewers erupted in excitement, each one eagerly activating their phone's screen recording to capture this delightful moment. The big shot has arrived. The savvy ones have already started recording. Wow, host. You're so lucky to encounter Xiao Yao. This wave will surely bring in at least 600,000. Do you still need a little brother, big shot? I will be your most loyal follower. Isn't the host a bit more enthusiastic for Xiao Yao's arrival? This is a true big shot. User, Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X1 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X18 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X45 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X100 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X500 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X600 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X800 user. Yiyan Xiao Yao, sent, Carnival, X999 user. Yin Xiao Yao. Sent. Carnival. X1000 given that this was an old acquaintance. Shen Nian felt it inappropriate to gift merely 200 like everyone else, as it would be too demeaning. Thus, he opted for 1,000 carnivals, nearly breaking his phone screen with his fervent tapping. The myriad of carnival effects layered together caused the live stream room to lag dramatically, resembling a PowerPoint presentation. Even Li Qinghan herself was taken aback. Who was this Yin Xiao Yao? And why was he showering her with such extravagant gifts? 1,000 carnivals equated to 3 million. Even without joining a guild, she would still net around 900,000 in pure profit. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding the giver's ulterior motives. After a moment, she exclaimed, "What is going on? Could it be that a big shot has taken a liking to my host? Why else would he gift so much? Host, will we meet again? When we do, I hope you'll be happy. Everyone, did you record that? Please share, my phone has frozen. Xiao Yao, I'm going to start streaming too. Could you gift me a carnival? Just one will do." Li Qinghan waited a moment, noticing the user had made no requests on the public screen, and thus proceeded to thank him for the gifts as per the usual protocol. "Thank you, Yin Xiao Yao, for the 1,000 carnivals. Thank you, Yin Xiao Yao. Everyone, please help me follow." Simultaneously, she opened her other phone to visit Shen Nian's profile and sent him a private message. "Hello, Xiao Yao. Thank you for your appreciation and support, but this gift is too extravagant for me to accept. Please provide me with an account, and I will return the money to you. Thank you." She believed in the principle of not receiving unearned rewards. The fact that this person had inexplicably gifted her such a significant amount without saying a word left her puzzled. It was best to avoid entanglements. Chapter 6. Surprise or Not. On the sofa, Shen Nian read the private message from Li Qinghan and broke into a smile. This girl was still the same as before. However, he decided to tease her a little and did not reveal his identity right away. Instead, he sent her his WeChat account. Ding dong. Shortly after, a verification message pinged on his WeChat. He had previously changed his account, so Li Qinghan was unaware that this was Shen Nian's WeChat. "Hello, Xiao Yao. Should I message you directly on WeChat or via the app?" Once the friend verification was accepted, Li Qinghan wasted no time and got straight to the point. She had refrained from mentioning anything in the live stream to avoid stirring up public speculation and unwanted attention, which could be quite bothersome. "Let us use WeChat, then." Shen Nian promptly sent her his account number and name, curious to see her reaction. Xiao Yao, may I ask, is this your real name? Do you also go by Shen Nian?" Upon seeing that familiar name, Li Qinghan's first thought was of her childhood friend. However, after asking, she quickly dismissed it as a coincidence. After all, how could Shen Nian not recognize her? Could it be that I am indeed Shen Nian? At this point, Shen Nian decided to drop the pretense, directly typing out her name to confirm his identity. "What is going on? It's really you, Shen Nian." When Li Qinghan accurately typed out his name, she could no longer contain herself. After sending 2 messages, she abruptly closed the live stream and initiated a video call. "Hello? Surprised? Unexpected?" Once connected, Shen Nian greeted her with a smile and a wave. "You, Shen Nian. How dare you trick me? Are you feeling mischievous?" Remembering how he had often teased her in the past, Li Qinghan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Even after all this time, he hadn't changed a bit. Still playful as ever. However, she soon realized something was amiss and quickly inquired, "Wait, where did you get so much money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" She was well aware of Shen Nian's family background, and knowing that his parents had passed away, she wondered how a recent graduate could have such a fortune to spend on gifts. Her first reaction was to suspect he might be involved in something criminal. "What are you thinking? You know what kind of person I am. This is all my own hard-earned money, completely legal and above board. As for the details, I'll explain later. Besides, have you ever seen a criminal so ostentatious, showering gifts in a live stream? That's practically delivering oneself to the authorities." Such a long-lost concern warmed Shen Nian's heart. Even after a long separation, their relationship had not grown distant. It remained as it had been before. "Really? You're not lying to me?" After hearing Shen Nian's words, Li Qinghan felt a hint of reason in his argument, yet she still sensed something was off. Rest assured, more genuine than gold, 24K pure. "By the way, what have you been busy with lately? Still in the Magic City?" To reassure her, Shen Nian even raised his right hand, swearing an oath, then swiftly changed the topic, not wishing to delve further into the matter of the money, lest it become awkward. "Well, my father's company is here. Where else could I be if not in the Magic City? But there hasn't been much going on lately. I've had quite a bit of free time. How about you?" Li Qinghan, originally from Jinchang, had followed her father to the Magic City and had been gradually taking over his business in recent years. "I should be a tad more at ease than you. Having opened several companies, though they are all managed by others, I merely recline in bed each day, collecting my earnings. The assets acquired through Shen Nian's sign-ins are all operational. They have simply been transferred to his name. with his lazy demeanor. It's hard to believe he would occupy himself with work when he could simply enjoy life. Humph. Who knows if your notion of lounging around and earning money is legitimate? It might be some sort of shady transaction. Upon reuniting with an old friend, Li Qinghan appeared to be in high spirits, playfully teasing Shen Nian. Haha, that is not quite the case. By the way, how has Uncle Li been? It's been ages since I last saw him. At that moment, Shen Nian recalled her father, Li Chong, who had been quite kind to her in her childhood. However, since he moved to the magical city, their contact had dwindled. My father is far more comfortable than I am. His days consist of sipping tea, playing cards, or tending to his birds. He has essentially entered retirement, completely unconcerned with anything that isn't a major company issue. Li Qinghan sighed in resignation, lamenting her ill-fated lineage. It was perplexing that someone in the prime of life would choose to associate exclusively with the elderly. No worries. I'll swing by to see you when I have the time. Now that I've attained financial freedom, it's only natural to indulge in life as pleasures, especially in this legendary paradise of excess. I must experience it firsthand. All right, just let me know in advance when you come. By the way, I'll transfer your money back to you. Running a company requires cash flow. Having money doesn't mean you can squander it. I've noticed you've been quite generous with your tips today. Isn't that wasteful? You're giving away real money without gaining any benefit. Suddenly, she recalled Shen Nian's tipping during the live stream and felt compelled to remind him, fearing he might become reckless with his newfound wealth. No need for that. I have no intention of reclaiming the money I've tipped. If you're not interested, consider it a deposit with you when I run low on funds. I'll come asking for it. Shen Nian was well aware of Li Qinghan's nature. To persuade her to keep the money, he would need a reasonable justification. Very well, I'll hold on to it for you. Feel free to reach out whenever you need it. After a brief hesitation, she accepted Shen Nian's proposition and refrained from bringing up the refund again. Ding dong, ding dong. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell at Shen Nian's home rang. He surmised that the takeaway he had ordered had arrived and, while rising, informed Li Qinghan, "Let us pause for now. My takeout has arrived. I'll grab a bite, and we can chat later." "Okay, enjoy your meal. Bye." After stowing his phone in his pocket, Shen Nian opened the door to find a food truck stationed at his entrance, brimming with a variety of culinary delights, not just a small cart from a hotel. "Good day, sir. I am the manager of the Michelin restaurant. We spoke on the phone earlier. Here are your orders, and this is the bill for your review." A well-dressed man, sporting a side part and oversized glasses, stepped forward to greet him while handing over the bill. During their earlier conversation, the manager had inferred from Shen Nian's voice that he was quite young, yet he had not anticipated him to be this youthful. Instantly, he labeled Shen Nian as a wealthy heir, assuming this villa was purchased by his family. Surprisingly, Shen Nian didn't even glance at the bill, simply handing over his card with nonchalance, saying, "Just charge it. I'm in a hurry to eat." Seeing Shen Nian's straightforwardness, the manager cheerfully accepted his card and instructed others to assist in bringing Shen Nian's order inside, while he proceeded to process the payment. Ding. Host spent 352,000, rewarded 704,000. During the rebate card's activation period, no matter how much Shen Nian spent, rewards would be triggered, which was one reason he didn't bother checking the bill. "Here is your card back, and this is my business card. Should you wish to place another order in the future, you can contact me directly without calling the restaurant." The manager returned with his business card, pleased with the profit from today's order. He couldn't wait to discuss life's ideals with a few attractive young ladies, especially one as lavishly generous as Shen Nian. "Sure, I'll definitely do that next time." Shen Nian was not one to dwell on past grievances. Today was merely an indulgence. He would surely try another establishment next time, spreading the wealth around. "All right, we won't keep you any longer. Enjoy your meal. Goodbye." For the next half hour, Shen Nian savored a sumptuous feast, relishing every delicacy from the skies, the land, and the seas. I'm full and in good spirits. System, let us have 10 consecutive sign-ins. After patting his round belly, Shen Nian cheerfully rewarded himself with 10 attempts. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level swimming skills. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a prospective experience card, valid for 30 minutes. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 buildings in the Jiaqing community, total of 200 units. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Harbor Center Mall. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 49 shares in Shark live streaming. All highly practical rewards. The system had performed admirably. Reclining on the sofa, Shen Nian appeared to be dozing, though he was attentively listening to the system's feedback, which ultimately conveyed one message: no losses, only significant gains. Moreover, he had secured a shopping mall, perfect for purchasing some clothing. He wanted to avoid giving the impression that his car was rented. After satisfying his hunger, It was time to attend to some serious matters. With newfound wealth, the software aspect must keep pace. As for his previous rental, Shen Nian had already messaged the landlord, Sister Wang, to terminate the lease, for there was nothing of value inside worth keeping. 40 minutes later, at the Golden Harbor Center Mall, Shen Nian employed a chauffeur to drive his Bugatti Chiron. Although the alcohol posed no issue for him, he still adhered to the law, never drink and drive. Along the way, he attracted quite a bit of attention, with people snapping photos of the luxurious vehicle, even the chauffeur after exiting. Such a stunning car was irresistible to any man. Currently, only the mall's management was aware of the ownership change. Due to the short time frame, the tenants had yet to be informed. However, this worked in Shen Nian's favor, providing an opportunity to assess whether any unsatisfactory tenants were present, allowing him to remove them and prevent any detriment to his mall. He was there to shop, so he headed to the second floor. The first floor offered a hodgepodge of items, which didn't pique his interest at the moment. On the second floor, Shen Nian gazed around and found all the mainstream luxury brands had their outlets there. He took his time, not rushing into any stores. Instead, wandering at the entrance, keen to discern what made these brands stand out. With max-level looks and physique, Shen Nian's entire aura had transformed. Even in a tank top and shorts, he exuded an air of effortless charm, embodying a relaxed vibe, for in the eyes of many, appearance equates to justice. After perusing the shops, he observed that the majority of establishments on the second floor were rather vacant, with few patrons wandering within. Perhaps it was indicative of the fact that most individuals lacked the financial means to indulge. Even the most affordable garments would necessitate months of frugality. Consequently, the desire to purchase was considerably diminished. "Ah, is that not Shen Nian?" exclaimed a familiar female voice just as he was about to casually enter a store. Turning towards the source of the sound, Shen Nian beheld a pair of individuals, a man and a woman. The man was stout and muscular, with a large head and thick neck, a stranger to Shen Nian. The woman, however, adorned in ostentatious attire and heavy makeup, was an acquaintance from his past. They had once shared a romantic liaison, but Shen Nian had severed ties upon discovering that she had already been ensnared by another. "Yang Jiao? Out shopping with your father again. How many fathers is this now?" In the past, Shen Nian might have felt a surge of anger, but now, he regarded the pair as mere jesters. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? I am Jiao Jiao's husband." The man's discomfort was palpable upon first laying eyes on Shen Nian, for he felt woefully inadequate beside him, possessing wealth but lacking any other discernible advantage. Oblivious to the fact that even his financial status paled in comparison to Shen Nian's. "Ah, have you struck it rich now? My friend, if I am not mistaken. Your family must own a ranch, correct?" Shen Nian could not help but find humor in the man's brashness. As it was evident that Yang Jiao's proclivities had not changed, he envisioned a vast pasture stretching across her mind. Yang Jiao understood Shen Nian's insinuation, but to her husband, it sounded like an affront to her dignity, prompting him to launch into a tirade of mockery. "Jiao Jiao, I do not mean to speak ill of you, but we are people of stature. Do not lower yourself to greet every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Just look at what he is wearing. It is worth less than the earrings I gifted you. Engaging with such individuals only squanders your time and diminishes your worth." He gestured towards his expensive tie and showcased his Rolex, a maneuver clearly rehearsed countless times, as it was executed with effortless finesse. "Huh, you are killing me with laughter. Yes, you are wealthy, and your family possesses grand pastures." Shen Nian, observing their theatrical exchange, found himself amused. The rotund man reeked of a nouveau riche, one who had stumbled into sudden fortune, who, in the sweltering summer, donned a three-piece suit coupled with a conspicuous gold chain. Chapter 8, Calling for Help? "I can do that too." "Enough, Shen Nian. I once thought you would strive to improve after our separation, yet 2 years have passed, and you remain in this pitiful state. Thank goodness I chose not to stay with you. Who knows when I would have attained my current lifestyle." Although Shen Nian appeared more handsome than before, in this society, mere looks hold little value. None of the wealthy patrons Yang Jiao later encountered were particularly handsome. In her eyes, wealth was the only requisite. Once the lights were off, appearances mattered not. "Ah, I truly thank you. Only someone of your caliber would cherish such a public nuisance, treating it as a treasure. Well then, I have no time to squander with you." With that, he turned and strode into the nearby Armani store, leaving the duo with a striking silhouette. "Damn it. I, Wang Lao Heir, cannot abide anyone flaunting their superiority before me. Let us follow him, Jiao Jiao. I am eager to see what this pauper can purchase." Wang Lao Heir's temper flared. He had encountered someone encroaching upon his territory, and he could hardly contain his indignation as he tugged Yang Jiao into the store. "Calm down, darling. That waste of space, Shen Nian will surely find a corner to hide in once he enters. Haha." Yang Jiao teased, playfully nudging Wang Lao Heir's arm with her irresistible softness. igniting a desire within him that he struggled to suppress, wishing for a more private setting. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" It was evident that attractive individuals left a favorable first impression. Under ordinary circumstances, shop staff would often selectively ignore those dressed shabbily, assuming they were merely browsing without intention to buy, wasting precious time. However, upon Shen Nian's entrance, a young and beautiful sales associate approached him promptly. "I am here to purchase some clothing, and I believe bespoke services are available?" Shen Nian had prepared himself for indifference, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the attention. "Certainly. Sir, you may begin by selecting items here, and later, you can try them on. For bespoke services, we will take your measurements and note your preferences afterwards." Upon hearing that he sought customization, the associate, and Jing, thought to herself that she had just secured a valuable client. Typically, those who sought bespoke services became long-term patrons. "Very well, let us have a look then. Your name is Jing? A lovely name, indeed. Thank you for the compliment. My grandfather chose it for me." As they chatted amiably, Wang Laoer and Yang Jiao entered the store. Familiar with Wang Laoer as a frequent customer, the staff greeted him warmly, albeit with underlying disdain, as he was known to be a lecherous nouveau riche. "Welcome, Mr. Wang and Ms. Yang. What can I assist you with today?" A nearby associate approached with a smile, ensuring they felt welcomed. "Just browsing. Did a man enter here a moment ago? Where is he?" Wang Laoer scanned the vicinity. Failing to spot Shen Nian, "The gentleman has gone to try on some clothes." The staff, assuming the two were acquaintances, pointed the way, unaware that Wang Laoer was merely there to mock. "Ah, he really dares to try something on? Let us go see how he plans to pay for it, haha." In Yang Jiao's eyes, Shen Nian was merely a destitute fool, and the notion that he would attempt to try on clothes was laughable. As they ambled towards Shen Nian's vicinity, the staff began to sense the underlying tension among the trio. "This one, and that one too. Oh, and that one over there?" By the time they arrived, Shen Nian had already donned several pieces from the latest Armani collection, instructing Jing to gather everything that caught his eye as though he were shopping at a market. "Ha ha ha, Shen Nian, do you think this is a wholesale market? Do you really have the money for all those clothes?" Yang Jiao regarded him with the disdain reserved for a clown, simultaneously attempting to dissuade Jing from wasting her time. However, Jing remained unfazed, having caught a glimpse of the Bugatti key peeking from Shen Nian's pocket. A man capable of affording such luxury cars could hardly be deemed financially inadequate, unless, of course, one were to be foolish enough to think otherwise. "And Jing, can dogs enter here as well?" Shen Nian did not turn around, but continued selecting his garments, throwing out a remark that Jing understood was directed at Wang Laoer and Yang Jiao. However, she refrained from responding, mindful of her employment. "Who are you calling a dog, you punk?" Wang Laoer, indeed, grasped the situation, recognizing that Shen Nian was chastising him, as he often berated others as dogs himself. Regrettably, Shen Nian continued to ignore both of them, treating them as mere air, which infuriated him. "How dare you act so pretentiously? Fine. Let me call the store manager over and see how you maintain your facade." Being a regular patron, it was entirely reasonable for him to know the manager. With that thought, he dialed the store manager's number in front of the onlookers. "Manager Zhao, could you come over? I'm currently in the store and need to address a matter." "Certainly, Mr. Wang. I'll be there shortly." As the manager, it was his duty to respond to customer needs promptly, even though he was unaware of the specifics of the situation. "Wow, this dog can even summon people? Then I shall summon one too." Shen Nian had initially intended to rise above the petty squabbles of these two individuals, recognizing that they belonged to different worlds altogether. Engaging with them would only diminish his own stature. However, some people simply relish pushing boundaries, and when one is given an inch, they take a mile. Thus, he could not be blamed for his reaction. After rummaging through his outdated phone, he successfully dialed a number. "TCH, what a farce." Wang Laoer scoffed at Shen Nian's actions, thinking to himself, what could this loser possibly do? Would he call security? He remained steadfast, not moving an inch, as if afraid Shen Nian might flee. "This is Shen Nian. I'm on the second floor at the Armani store. Please come over." Chapter 9, The Blacklist. Upon connecting the call, Shen Nian uttered only this brief statement before hanging up and resuming his selection of garments, while Jing pondered who Shen Nian might summon. Before long, Manager Zhao arrived at the store and approached Wang Laoer and his companion, inquiring politely, "Mr. Wang, Ms. Yang, may I ask what issues you are experiencing? I am here to assist in any way I can." Shen Nian glanced back at Manager Zhao, who was impeccably dressed in Armani, resembling a successful character from a television drama, appearing to be about 35, with striking features and slick-back hair. "Look, that loser over there is a complete impoverished fool, who can't possibly afford anything from this store. I strongly suspect he is here to cause trouble, and I hope Manager Zhao will promptly expel him. Associating with such a person only tarnishes my reputation." Wang Laoer gestured disdainfully towards Shen Nian, and with only Jing present, it was clear whom he referred to. At that moment, Shen Nian was also clad in an entire outfit from Armani, and outwardly, Manager Zhao could discern no discrepancy. In fact, he sensed that Shen Nian possessed a more refined aura than Wang Lao air. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this may not be appropriate. That gentleman has not displayed any inappropriate behavior, and as the manager, I cannot simply expel a customer. Manager Zhao disregarded Wang Lao air's suggestion, knowing that such actions would adversely affect the store's reputation, an outcome he wished to avoid, especially with the quarterly assessments approaching. What do you mean? Is Manager Zhao doubting my husband's status? My husband has spent at least 100 to 200,000 here, and you can't even throw someone out? Before Shen Nian could speak, Yang Jiao could no longer contain herself, launching into a tirade about money. She was impulsive, acting without thought, and today, she was determined to witness Shen Nian's humiliation. So what? Can you handle this? If you can, I'll spend another 100 to 200,000 today. If not, I'll never return. Wang Laoer similarly declared his stance, doubting Manager Zhao would forsake a longtime patron for a mere impoverished fool. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and both he and Yang Jiao were of the same ilk, so it was only natural they would associate. Just as Manager Zhao was about to speak, he noticed a figure entering the store and promptly greeted them with unexpected enthusiasm. Manager Zhou, what brings you here? Typically, Manager Zhou would engage in pleasantries, but today he was preoccupied, merely nodding as he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. In the next moment, his gaze landed on Shen Nian, and he hastily approached him. This baffling interaction left Manager Zhao and Yang Jiao utterly confounded, as they had never encountered Manager Zhou and were unaware of his significance. Boss, in full view of everyone, Manager Zhou approached Shen Nian and bowed respectfully, addressing him as boss. Oh, you arrived quite swiftly. Shen Nian nodded in satisfaction. Manager Zhou was the overseer of the Jin Gang Center, with all store contracts under his jurisdiction. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Shen Nian, where did you find this actor? He is quite convincing, but you as a boss? You should take a look in the mirror and see what you truly are. Yang Jiao, with her narrow-minded perspective, remained stuck in her old perceptions of Shen Nian from 2 years prior. No matter what he did, it could not alter her view of him as a loser. Even with Manager Zhou present, she continued to mock him without restraint. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's attention immediately shifted to the two of them, surmising that Shen Nian had summoned him in response to their taunts. However, he refrained from taking any action without Shen Nian's directive, as it was clear that Shen Nian was in command. Meanwhile, Manager Zhao discreetly distanced himself from Wang Laoer and Yang Jiao, aware of the implications of Manager Zhou's respectful address of Shen Nian. He had dealt with Manager Zhou long enough to recognize his status. Someone who warranted such deference could only be the owner of the shopping center. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate for not heeding their suggestion to expel Shen Nian. Otherwise, he too might have faced dire consequences. In a matter of moments, Manager Zhao mentally cursed Wang Laoer and Yang Jiao as ancestors repeatedly. With a quick glance, he realized the need for damage control and approached Shen Nian, introducing himself with utmost respect. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Zhao Yukai, the manager of this store. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Wait, Manager Zhao, how did you end up associating with him? Are you still in business? Yang Jiao interjected, clearly displeased, bewildered by everyone's sudden allegiance to Shen Nian. Zhao Yukai, however, was unconcerned with their opinions. The priority now was to win Shen Nian's favor. He chose to selectively ignore their presence and steadfastly positioned himself beside Shen Nian. Manager Zhou, these two are attempting to have me expelled. What do you propose? Shen Nian turned to Manager Zhou, curious to see how he would handle the situation, considering it a test of sorts. If his response was unsatisfactory, it would be time for a managerial change. Boss, just observe. I will ensure your satisfaction. Manager Zhou recognized Shen Nian's intent to evaluate him and immediately began to take action. Security, come to the second floor of the Armani store. There are 2 individuals causing a disturbance. Remove them and ensure they are barred from re-entering. Manager Zhao, I believe you know these individuals, don't you? I kindly request that you share their information with me. This shopping mall shall immediately become inaccessible to both of them, including their immediate family members. No store is permitted to engage in transactions with them. Otherwise, they will be forcibly removed. Additionally, I require a copy of the surveillance footage from this location, which I will later hand over to my lawyer for litigation. This is no jest. The boss is observing, and if we do not handle this matter with utmost seriousness, one might find themselves in peril as well. Manager Zhou had not anticipated that Shen Nian would appear here so promptly. He was uncertain of the new boss's temperament and only hoped not to be implicated in this debacle. Who the hell are you? Chapter 10, Robbery? Wang Laoer could no longer contain his frustration at the banter between them. What exactly is this Manager Zhou doing? He strides in here, assuming authority as if he were someone of significance. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Zhao Yukai immediately interjected, eager to assert his presence before Shen Nian. Wang Lao heir is merely a trifling matter. Does he comprehend the weight of the owner of Gold Harbor Center? With such substantial financial backing, eliminating Wang Lao heir would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Naturally, he would not miss any opportunity to attach himself to a powerful ally. If he could connect with Shen Nian, who would still care about being a mere store manager? Manager Zhou. As the conversation unfolded, the mall's security guards swiftly arrived, each a towering figure of muscle, far superior to the elderly men found in residential complexes. Throw these two out. Manager Zhou glanced back at Shen Nian, and upon seeing him remain silent, inferred that his method of handling the situation was tacitly approved. He promptly pointed at Yang Jiao and her companion, declaring that their continued presence was merely a nuisance. Yes. Without hesitation, several security guards advanced, seizing the two individuals, one on each side, and escorting them toward the exit. What are you doing? Let go of me. I will file a complaint against you. You're hurting me. Release me. If you don't let go, I will call the police. Unfortunately, their struggles proved futile against such overwhelming strength, only amplifying their humiliation. Boss, what do you think of this resolution? Though he harbored suspicions, it was imperative to inquire. What if he was mistaken? That would be quite unfortunate. Proceed as you see fit. You handle this matter. You no longer have a role here. You may leave. These were merely two insignificant clowns. Shen Nian did not deem them worthy of concern. Having nearly completed his selections, he waved Zhou Hai away and led in Jing to the front desk to settle the bill. Mr. Shun, how can we let you pay on your first visit when such an incident has occurred? This will be on me. I sincerely apologize. After waiting so long, Zhao Yukai finally seized the opportunity. In a situation like this, anyone with a modicum of sense would likely choose to waive the bill, lest they jeopardize their future prospects of recognition. I still wish to customize. Does that also count as yours? Shen Nian was not inclined to be polite. He had stated his intention to customize upon arrival, though he was delayed by those two bothersome individuals. All right, no problem. This one is on me. Zhao Yukai was willing to part with some money, knowing this investment could yield substantial returns if successful. With that thought, the pain of expenditure lessened considerably. I appreciate your generosity. However, let us charge you the original price. Otherwise, the young lady would receive nothing for her efforts. Not to mention that he possessed a rebate card. He was not concerned about this small sum, and Jing had been diligently assisting. And it would be unfair to forego her earnings simply because of Zhao Youcai's words. This trivial discount was beneath Shen Nian's regard. Thank you, Mr. Shun. When Manager Zhou had visited earlier, and Jing had already suspected as much, it was indeed true that Shen Nian was the owner of this shopping mall. With his endorsement, her performance was assured. No wonder he could afford such luxury cars. This is what you deserve. There is no need for formality. 10 minutes later. Ding. The host has spent 845,000, rewarded 1,689,000. In the underground parking garage, after departing from the Armani store, Shen Nian continued to explore other floors, indulging in culinary delights and enjoying life until evening, when he prepared to leave. Possessing a top-tier physique, he had metabolized all the alcohol in his system and was capable of driving without concern, thus he opted not to call for a designated driver. Upon exiting the elevator, Shen Nian made his way directly to his vehicle, unaware that 4 or 5 individuals had already lain in wait around it. They had been lurking there since they spotted his luxury car during the day, hoping to earn some quick cash from him. Throughout the day, they had vented their frustration at Shen Nian, incredulous that a grown man could spend an entire day at a mall. Boss, here he comes. A scruffy-haired youth elbowed his companion with a pompadour, who was the leader of their group. It was evident to any observer that these were petty delinquents, their pockets scarcely able to summon 100 yuan. They typically resorted to petty theft for a meager income. Let us go. Uncertain of where they had acquired the idea, each of them donned a mask, encircling Shen Nian just as he was about to enter his car. What is the meaning of this? Shen Nian regarded the gaunt figures clad in masks before him, raising an eyebrow. Though uncertain of their intentions, he felt no trepidation. Not only was his physique unparalleled, but he could effortlessly dispatch these weaklings with a single punch. Moreover, he possessed the skills acquired from his 10 consecutive victories in combat. You finally returned. Quite the shopper, aren't you? If you wish to avoid suffering, hand over your money. The one with the pompadour stepped forward, poking Shen Nian's shoulder with his finger. Though it was merely a show of bravado, in all his time, he had never truly harmed anyone, at most delivering a few slaps. Robbery, is it? You've arrived too late. I've spent all my money after a day of shopping. Shen Nian shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands as if to say there was nothing he could do. Since he had some spare time, he figured a bit of amusement wouldn't he hurt. Boss, what should we do? He says he is out of money. Repeat that. I'm not deaf. The pompadour turned around and forcefully slapped his companion, nearly knocking off his mask. I don't have time for jokes. Hurry up and hand over your money. As he spoke, he produced a butterfly knife from seemingly nowhere, startling his companions. They typically targeted easy prey, hoping to snag a week's worth of cigarette and liquor money, but had never dealt with a blade. The pompadour's actions instilled fear in them. Oh, quite the arsenal you have. Why not show us everything you've got? A seasoned fighter could easily discern a novice from the grip of the knife. Shen Nian recognized that the pompadour was inexperienced, merely attempting to impress. If he so wished, he could disarm him in an instant. Perhaps influenced by watching too many movies lately, the pompadour was eager for a big score. And having finally spotted a wealthy lone target in Shen Nian, he was determined not to let him escape. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Chapter 11, Misunderstanding? Upon encountering Shen Nian, the man known as Airplane had displayed a blatant disregard for the butterfly knife in his possession. Perhaps a misalignment in his reasoning led him to thrust the blade directly at Shen Nian's abdomen. At such a close range, evasion was nearly impossible. A successful strike would surely spell disaster, if not death. Boss, have you lost your mind? Stop. What are you doing? This is madness. I can't take the responsibility if someone gets killed. The other 4 individuals, witnessing Airplane Head's reckless intent, immediately fled the scene, unwilling to share in the impending calamity. They vanished like smoke, leaving only Shen Nian and Airplane Head. Had they lingered just a moment longer, they would have noticed that Shen Nian had firmly grasped Airplane Head's knife-wielding hand, preventing the blade from reaching him at all. Seems your brotherly bond isn't as strong as you thought. They all scattered at the first sign of trouble, Shen Nian remarked, exerting pressure on Airplane Head's hand, causing him to yelp in pain. The knife clattered to the ground, slipping from his grip. Ouch, brother, I was wrong. Please, give me another chance. The pain seemed to rekindle some semblance of rationality in Airplane Head, who hastily began to plead for mercy, abandoning his previous bravado. Ah, so you recognize your folly? First, remove that mask. Shen Nian did not relent, crouching to retrieve the fallen knife. To his surprise, it was a dull blade, unsharpened. As Airplane Head removed his mask, his unremarkable visage was revealed. He was merely an ordinary young man, easily forgettable. Yet, it was likely that familiarity over time could lend him a unique character, after all. How else would the previous 4 have recognized him? Can I go now? My family is cooking soup at home. If I don't return soon, it will spoil. With Shen Nian still gripping his wrist, Airplane Head began to fabricate excuses, desperately wishing to avoid being incarcerated again. Though the prison provided meals and lodging, it offered no freedom. Now you wish to leave? I fear it won't be that simple. At that moment, Shen Nian held the knife in one hand while restraining Airplane Head's arm with the other. Coincidentally, a female police officer on her day off was descending the stairs to retrieve her vehicle, and she immediately witnessed the scene before her. However, as Shen Nian had his back turned to her, she remained unaware of his identity. Suddenly, he felt a sharp kick to his rear, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. What the hell? What just happened? As he turned around, a figure lunged at him, attempting to subdue him. Luckily, Shen Nian rolled away just in time, catching a glimpse of a tall woman with short hair, exuding an air of confidence, clearly someone who had undergone training. Why are you going crazy, miss? Why kick me? Are you all right? Unbeknownst to Shen Nian, the officer was ignoring him and focusing her attention on the bewildered Airplane Head, whom she perceived as the victim. No, I'm fine. Wait, what is going on here? Who is this crazy woman? Shen Nian, still recovering from the unexpected assault, felt the lingering pain in his backside. Naturally, he was quite displeased. Holding a knife in broad daylight and attempting robbery, and you still have the audacity to question me? Watch me take you back to the station today, the officer declared, preparing to take action once more. At that moment, Shen Nian realized she had mistaken him for the assailant. Goodness, how ironic. He was the actual victim in this scenario. Wait, hold on. Ask him. Go ahead. Ask him who the real robber is. Faced with the authoritative gaze of 4 individuals, Airplane Head dared not speak nor flee. Instead, lowering his gaze and fiddling nervously with his fingers. Not talking, are we? Allow me to clarify. From the sound of your voice, you must be a police officer, right? This guy just tried to ambush me with a group of thugs, intending to rob me. I subdued him while the others fled, and I was merely giving him a lesson. Yet here you come, kicking me without understanding the situation. Having served as a police officer for many years, she could discern lies through subtle expressions. Observing Airplane Head's guilty demeanor, she quickly realized her mistake. Yet, in such a chaotic moment, anyone might have misinterpreted the scene. Oh, my apologies. A misunderstanding, indeed. Let me make it up to you. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the female officer acknowledged her error and offered a sincere apology. First, take this guy back to the station. Just seeing him irritates me. Shen Nian had little appetite for a meal at that moment, especially since he had come down to eat earlier. Seeing Airplane had only heightened his frustration. He regretted not having dealt with him more decisively. No. Please, give me another chance. I know I was wrong. I don't want to go to jail. Airplane Head, still fidgeting with his fingers, began to plead desperately. He had considered fleeing, but uncertainty about his chances against these two deterred him. If caught, he would only face further punishment. I'll give you a grand opportunity. Now move aside. With that, Shen Nian ignored the police officer beside him, pushing Airplane Head aside. He retrieved his car keys from his pocket, started his vehicle, and smoothly drove away, leaving a trail of astonishment behind him. Upon realizing he was the owner of the luxury car, the officer became increasingly convinced of her earlier misunderstanding. Who would drive such an extravagant vehicle to commit robbery? What could possibly motivate such reckless behavior? What are you looking at? Will you walk away, or should I take action? Casting a glance at Airplane Head, the female officer remarked with irritation, I was supposed to be off duty today, and now I have to make an extra trip to the police station. Knowing his limitations, Airplane Head sighed and resigned himself to accompany her back to the station. At the empty bottle bar, after leaving the underground parking lot, Shen Nian drove straight to his destination, seeking to drown his misfortune in a drink. It must be said, this luxury car was indeed a boon, particularly a top-tier limited edition supercar. Before he even exited the vehicle, a number of flamboyantly dressed women began to approach him, clad in sheer stockings, short skirts, and high heels, oozing allure. Yet, alas, Shen Nian had come to drink, not to engage in frivolous pursuits. He stepped out of the car without even casting them a glance, making his way directly to the bar, leaving behind a strikingly handsome silhouette. Wow, so handsome. Chapter 12. I have the key. What about you? Indeed, he possessed an air of aloofness that made him seem unapproachable. I was referring to the car. What were you talking about? I was speaking of the man. Who mentioned the car? With Shen Nian's luxury car in attendance, it was undeniable that the other vehicles would pale in comparison that evening. While Gold Harbor boasted decent economic growth, it still fell short when compared to the likes of Beijing or Shanghai, resulting in a scarcity of luxury vehicles. The best one might encounter would be a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. At the bar, Shen Nian ordered a glass of whiskey. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about alcohol, nor did he have a penchant for drinking. It was merely a means to satisfy a fleeting craving. Just as he settled in, the alluring scent of perfume wafted over. A woman clad in a fitted A-line dress approached him. Her name was Lorian, a junior student who often frequented bars with the intent of finding affluent partners. She had noticed Shen Nian upon his arrival, his Armani attire and striking looks making him the ideal candidate she had been waiting for. Hey there, handsome. Are you here alone? Rowling took the initiative to strike up a conversation, seeking a point of entry. Otherwise, a direct approach might frighten him away. However, Shen Nian merely cast her a fleeting glance, offering no response, and even shifted slightly to the side, not for any particular reason, but simply because Rowling's perfume was overwhelmingly potent, far less pleasant than the fragrance of the attendants at the Armani store earlier that day. Hey, handsome. Would you be interested in playing a game together? Noticing his indifference, Rowling remained unfazed and leaned in closer, even inadvertently accentuating her alluring curves, revealing a deep and enticing cleavage. Not interested, Shen Nian thought. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? He had no inclination towards such a woman. He was not about to succumb to a moment of impulse that could lead to the acquisition of some dreadful ailment. His idyllic life had only just begun. Seeing her attempt to close the distance, he abruptly stood up and seamlessly blended into the crowd, vanishing from Rowling's sight. How infuriating. Who does she think she is? I'm not even remotely interested. Rowling was taken aback by the thoroughness of his rejection, her frustration boiling over as she pondered the absurdity of a man coming to a bar solely for the sake of drinking. The restroom. Shen Nian made a discreet escape here, wondering if all bars were alike. The path to the restroom was rife with couples engaged in intimate embraces. Whether they were genuinely in a relationship was beyond his concern. Darling, is that flashy sports car outside really yours? May I sit in the passenger seat? While he was preoccupied, a woman's voice unexpectedly emerged from a nearby stall, startling Shen Nian, who mused about the wild antics of the patrons in this bar. If you're referring to the Bugatti Chiron outside, then yes, it is indeed mine. As for sitting in the passenger seat, that depends on your performance. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice piped up from within the stall. Ironically, the self-proclaimed owner of the car had just revealed himself. Shen Nian couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the man's voice. Haha, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there only one Chiron parked outside? You should at least switch to a different car if you're going to show off. Haha, it was one thing to flaunt someone else's vehicle, but to be caught in the act? Such individuals deserved a reprimand. After finishing, he did not leave, but continued to taunt the stall. With a loud bang, the stall door swung open, and out stepped a portly middle-aged man accompanied by a seemingly dim-witted woman, hastily adjusting her clothing. remnants of an ambiguous substance still clinging to her lips. Who the hell are you? The man barked, shoving the woman aside and striding towards Shen Nian. Unfortunately, due to his shorter stature, he had to look up, already losing half the battle in terms of presence. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you had my permission to use my car to impress women. You claim that the Chiron outside is yours, yet here I am with the key. What about you? Shen Nian brandished his car key mockingly, his eyes brimming with derision. At his age, one would think he'd have outgrown such juvenile antics. Ah, so that's where my key went. You must have stolen it. The greasy man feigned a search of his pockets before outright accusing Shen Nian of theft. What? Darling, did he really steal your car key? The woman's eyes lit up with fury at the accusation, ready to pounce on Shen Nian in retaliation. If she could help her darling reclaim his key, perhaps she could secure a spot in the passenger seat after all. You two truly are a match made in heaven. A clueless fool and a shameless scoundrel, Shen Nian thought, slipping the car key back into his pocket. Thoroughly disgusted by the pair, he turned to leave, not wishing to engage further. Stop. Return my darling's car key. Initially, the greasy man had no intention of provoking Shen Nian further, well aware of the situation's absurdity. However, the foolish woman, caught up in the moment, insisted on detaining Shen Nian, mistakenly believing the car was truly theirs. Are you certain? My car is not so easily taken. Shen Nian pivoted to fixate his gaze on the greasy man. Despite his aversion to trouble, he was unafraid of confrontation, should the man persist in his foolishness. Shen Nian would not hesitate to teach him a lesson in humility. The greasy man felt a chill run down his spine under Shen Nian's unwavering stare. Though reluctant to admit it, he understood that someone capable of affording such a luxury vehicle was not someone he could afford to anger. He lowered his head, refraining from further comment, thus tacitly conceding that the car was not his. Seeing the man retreat, Shen Nian decided against lingering in the restroom. As the stench was rather overpowering, prolonged exposure would be unbearable. Darling, didn't you just claim that the flashy sports car outside was yours? Were you lying to me? And what about your earlier accusation that he stole your car key? The woman, now comprehending the situation, realized she had been duped. How embarrassing, especially since she had just been providing the man with her undivided attention. What do you expect? I was merely showing off. Who knew you would take me seriously? I could just as easily claim that the planes flying overhead belonged to me. Would you believe that? Having failed miserably at his pretense, the greasy man was already irritable, and the dim-witted woman's taunts only exacerbated his annoyance. After all, it was merely a game to him, and he had no intention of coddling her like a lovesick puppy. Chapter 13. The entire apartment building. Encountering two fools, Shen Nian lost any desire to continue drinking. After experiencing the chaos firsthand, he understood the truth behind the tales of bars being wild. Indeed, they were a veritable melting pot of characters. Outside, at this moment, a growing crowd had gathered around his car, snapping photos. Having experienced a similar situation earlier at the community entrance, Shen Nian felt no need to wait. He promptly retrieved his keys, unlocking and starting the vehicle. Virum. Although he had just consumed a drink, his exceptional constitution had metabolized the alcohol during his brief restroom visit. Even if confronted by law enforcement, he had no fear. The breathalyzer would yield no results. As he approached his car, he noticed the windshield was cluttered with notes. Without needing to read them, he could imagine they all contained contact information. It wasn't that women weren't proactive. It was simply that one needed to be wealthy enough. Regrettably, Shen Nian had no interest in these princesses. With a dismissive sweep of his hand, he discarded the notes into a nearby trash can before driving away from the bar. Seaside Villa. This was a property Shen Nian had acquired through a prior check-in, and tonight he intended to spend the night here. After all, it was his home, and he believed in sharing the wealth. System, grant me a 10-time check-in. In this new environment, he was eager to test the waters and see what fortune might await him. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level hacking skills. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level calligraphy skills. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 21 shares of Yida Group. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a luxury yacht. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Beretta 92F pistol, infinite bullets. With a mere thought, Shen Nian summoned a sleek, all-black handgun, measuring a total length of 217 millimeters and weighing a mere 0.96 kilograms when unloaded. It was equipped with 9mm parabellum cartridges, with an initial bullet velocity reaching a staggering 333.7 meters per second and an effective range of 50 meters, boasting remarkable precision. Originally designed with a dual-stack magazine capacity of 15 rounds, the system had ingeniously modified it to possess infinite ammunition. What a marvel! The system truly was impressive, managing to conjure such a fantastical item. Infinite bullets, indeed, Was this a proclamation that the times had changed? When it comes to firearms, I believe no man would ever refuse such a thing. As a child, I had unknowingly destroyed countless toy guns, yet in this nation, citizens are prohibited from bearing arms. Hence, this authentic piece was a first for Shen Nian. System, if I were to use this, would it be traced back to me? Despite the exhilaration bubbling within, Shen Nian's rationality prevailed. Ordinarily, he had no need for such an item, as money could resolve 90 of his issues. Rest assured, host, any rewards from the system will not bring about negative repercussions. You may utilize them freely. The system, being limitless, naturally deemed such trivial matters inconsequential. Otherwise, where would its credibility lie? All right, you are indeed impressive. Presently, within the confines of his villa, Shen Nian had no inclination to engage in aimless shooting. Instead, he promptly stored the weapon away, anticipating that it might serve him well during his next overseas venture. The following day, at the Jiaqing community, Shen Nian arrived to retrieve his vehicle. During a previous check-in, the system had rewarded him with 2 buildings in this area, totaling 200 units. Since he could hardly occupy them all, he decided to lease them out, thus generating a monthly rental income. Although he was not financially strained, a penny saved is a penny earned. Who would decline the opportunity to augment their wealth? Prior to his visit, he had researched that this was a newly launched upscale community, boasting a favorable location and likely to attract tenants. However, he had no intention of leasing personally. So Shen Nian drove directly to the sales office. The roar of his car-long engine immediately drew the attention of all sales personnel at the office. He parked right at the entrance, exited the vehicle, and opened the passenger door. Amidst the gazes of onlookers, he retrieved a box. "Stop gawking, someone come lend a hand." Shen Nian beckoned to the crowd of salespeople gathered at the entrance. One particularly quick-witted and attractive female salesperson rushed over. "Sir, I'm here to assist you." However, as she faced Shen Nian, one of her shirt buttons inadvertently came undone as she bent down, revealing a glimpse of pristine white beneath, granting Shen Nian a momentary feast for the eyes. Oh, how vexing. Once again, Fang Han has seized the opportunity. Indeed, it was always like this. She claimed all the lucrative prospects. It was a pity. One could only wonder what substantial deal this would turn out to be. Didn't anyone notice that this young man is quite handsome as well? It seems I found my leading man for tonight's dreams. Meanwhile, the other salespeople, having regained their senses, were filled with regret, just a moment too late, and Shen Nian had already been attended to. Given that Fang Han was their top salesperson, snatching resources from her was nearly impossible. In the reception area, Fang Han, cradling the box brought by Shen Nian, led him to his seat. After inviting him to sit, she poured him a cup of coffee before inquiring about his purpose. "Sir, are you here to view properties?" "No. This box contains property deeds for your community, 200 units in total. I intend to rent them out. Can you assist with that? If not, I shall seek a real estate agency." Shen Nian gestured toward the box on the floor, speaking nonchalantly. Yet, those few words struck Fang Han with profound astonishment. 200 units? So many. She stood up in a flurry, immediately rushing to inspect the box, realizing why she had caught a fleeting glimpse of red earlier. Shen Nian made no attempt to stop her, allowing her to examine the contents. If she could facilitate the arrangement, it would save him another trip, especially in the sweltering heat. Before long, Fang Han had extracted all the property deeds from the box, laying them out on the table, leaving everyone around in awe. Who on earth purchases hundreds of units at once? So can you manage this? After a prolonged silence without a definitive answer from Fang Han, Shen Nian grew impatient and pressed for a response. "Absolutely. We can certainly assist. Sir, please state any requirements you have regarding the rental." Overwhelmed with joy, Fang Han momentarily struggled to regain her composure. Realizing Shen Nian's growing displeasure, she promptly assured him that facilitating the lease would also earn her a commission. If this deal fell through, her reputation would be tarnished, and she would be the subject of ridicule. Chapter 14. Inspection of Properties. I have no particular demands. You may handle it as you see fit. As I am not in need of money, I simply wish to prevent these properties from languishing unused. Having someone manage them is far better than allowing them to gather dust. Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment while I draft a contract. Seizing the moment, Fang Han rushed to prepare the contract, eager to finalize the deal and secure her commission. Since they often assisted homeowners with leasing, it merely required minor adjustments to the existing contract template. Soon enough, Fang Han returned with a thick stack of printed contracts. "Sir, the contract is ready. Please review it and let me know if you have any questions." She presented the documents with both hands and then seated herself across from Shen Nian, the button on her shirt still undone, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional or a mere accident. Logically, for such a substantial transaction, one would expect a meticulous review. Some would even scrutinize every punctuation mark. However, Shen Nian merely skimmed through the contract twice before swiftly signing his name. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, as though rehearsed countless times, leaving Fong Han, seasoned and battle-hardened, utterly astonished. Who signs contracts like this? She mused. She had prepared herself to negotiate, as she too had to earn her commission. Yet, it seemed Shen Nian had not taken it seriously at all. All right. Here is my bank account number. Please deposit the rent into this account. Deduct your commission as necessary. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My contact information is on the document. Feel free to reach out if needed. Pushing the signed contract back to Fong Han, Shen Nian stood to leave. To him, as long as Fong Han possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would not act recklessly. Securing 200 units here made it all too easy to deal with her. Rather than overthinking, it was far more prudent for her to focus on helping him lease the properties and earn her commission. This contract feels rather hastily signed. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? Fong Han gazed at the contract in her hand, a sense of surrealism washing over her. She lightly bit her tongue, the sharp pain confirming the reality of the situation. TC Tower. This is one of the landmark buildings in Jingguang City, where the offices of virtually all prominent enterprises are located, and it is also one of Shen Nian's assets. After departing from the Jiaqing community, he drove directly here. After all, it is his own enterprise, and as the owner, it is imperative for him to conduct a site inspection. The news of the change in ownership has largely circulated, but they only know the name of the new owner and have yet to see him in person. Thus, Shen Nian was unsurprisingly stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment? External personnel must have a reservation to enter. The security guard, observing Shen Nian stepping out of a sports car and noting his youth, presumed he was likely a wealthy heir, hence his courteous demeanor. The reason for labeling him as an outsider was due to the building's restricted access. The guard had not seen Shen Nian possess an access card, and given that he had never encountered him before, he concluded that Shen Nian was indeed an outsider. All right, please wait while I make a call. Shen Nian was somewhat taken aback by this regulation, having never worked here before. He stepped aside and fiddled with his phone, locating a number and dialing it. The security guard remained silent, opting for the path of least resistance. If the call were to bring someone, then he could let Shen Nian in. After all, he was merely a security guard. What more could he do? I am Shen Nian, currently downstairs. Could you please come down to escort me? The call was quickly answered, and Shen Nian stated these few words before hanging up, placing his hands in his pockets and waiting silently without further communication with the guard. Before long, a short-haired professional woman in business attire hurriedly exited the building. The security guard immediately stood at attention. Good day, General Manager Qing. The newcomer was none other than Jia Shiqing, the building's general manager. Upon receiving Shen Nian's call, she rushed down, for he is her direct superior. Boss. Jia Shiqing merely nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly approaching Shen Nian with a respectful greeting. She was among the first to learn of the ownership change, and, although she had seen photographs, encountering the real person made her exclaim inwardly how youthful he appeared. Her words left the security guard flabbergasted. Did he just stop the building's owner? Would his job still be secure? Let us head up. It's rather warm down here. Shen Nian appraised Jia Shiqing from head to toe, fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessing long legs. Her attire suddenly made him understand why some people have a penchant for uniforms. It must be said, it was indeed quite alluring. Certainly, boss, after you. She slightly stepped aside, gesturing for Shen Nian to proceed, having navigated the workplace for so long. She knew better than to walk ahead of her employer. This is our building's owner. The entire structure belongs to him. Remember that, all right? Noting Shen Nian's indifference towards the security guard, Jia Shiqing merely offered a cautionary reminder as they passed. Cautious of overstepping her bounds until she grasped Shen Nian's temperament, she certainly did not wish to jeopardize her position. Rest assured, I will remember clearly. I guarantee it won't happen again. The security guard promptly saluted her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared his job was secure. Thankfully, he had maintained a courteous demeanor earlier. Otherwise, the situation could have unfolded quite differently. On the top floor, in the chairman's office, Jia Shiqing accompanied Shen Nian here with a demeanor steeped in caution. She was unsure of the purpose of his unexpected visit and was naturally concerned, fearing he might dismiss her. Finding another position with such favorable conditions would be no easy feat, boss. Would you like some tea? Thank you. Shen Nian surveyed the office's decor, which bore a rather antiquated style. He did not particularly favor it, surmising that the previous owner must have been of an older generation. Jia, when you have the opportunity, please redecorate this office for me. Remove all these unnecessary items and replace them with a more modern aesthetic. This current ambience feels quite oppressive, and I do not like it. Certainly, boss. Is there anything else you would like me to assist you with? Jia Shiqing's eyes lit up at his words. As long as Shen Nian required her assistance, the likelihood of her dismissal diminished significantly, and the weight on her chest finally eased. By the way, Have we renegotiated the contracts with the companies in our building? Given the change in ownership, the previous contracts are void. If they haven't been signed yet, we must expedite the process. We cannot allow them to take advantage. Shen Nian suddenly recalled that he had not received the rental payments for this property. If contracts had not been signed, would that mean they had been utilizing it for free? Such a loss was unacceptable to him. Indeed, boss. Most of the rental agreements for the companies downstairs are nearing expiration, and we do need to renegotiate. I have already started compiling the information. Should our rental fees follow the previous contracts or be adjusted anew? Traditionally, the former owner had entrusted such matters to Jia Shiqing. He simply collected money while she handled the details. Therefore, it had become her routine to gather this information each year as the time approached. What were the previous arrangements? Although he was aware that this building was quite valuable, he had never delved into the specifics of the rental fees. After all, he had been merely a fresh graduate prior to this. The rental prices vary by floor, boss. Our building consists of 100 floors, excluding our own 10 floors. We have 90 floors available for rent, starting at 20 million. The rental fees increase by 5 million for every 10 floors upwards, with higher floors commanding higher prices. This pricing structure was not established by Jia Shiqing, but was set by the previous owner. She merely executed it. Since Shen Nian sought clarification, she willingly provided it. 20 million as the starting price seems a bit low. Let us increase it a bit. Let's raise it by 10 million. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian decisively opted to raise the rental fees. If there were individuals willing to pay 20 million, surely 30 million would attract interest. He was unconvinced otherwise. Through Jia Shiqing's explanations, he gained a more profound understanding of the building he had acquired. Since these tenants viewed it as a symbol of status, they certainly wouldn't wish to vacate. If that were the case, why not extract a bit more profit? Certainly, boss. Should the increments for every 10 floors be adjusted? Jia Shiqing refrained from voicing any objections, ever mindful that she was merely an employee. Whatever the boss decreed was law. No need to argue, as that could lead to her dismissal. Let us retain the original increment of 5 million. Although Shen Nian was somewhat ruthless, he did not wish to be excessively harsh, leaving some room for negotiation. Taking too large a leap could lead to disastrous consequences, and he certainly did not wish to jeopardize his own building. Understood, boss. I will expedite the contract preparations. Jia Shiqing responded while mentally reflecting on her years in Jingguang City. She realized she had not encountered any prominent families named Shen. Thus, she pondered where this young and ambitious boss had emerged from. Well then, you may return to your duties. There's no need to concern yourself with me. Accustomed to solitude, Shen Nian felt somewhat unaccustomed to having a secretary nearby. With no further tasks to assign, he dismissed Jia Shiqing. Of course, boss. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Before long, the expansive office was left with only Shen Nian, who reclined in his genuine leather chair, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Once upon a time, he had imagined such a day, yet he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. It must be said, the sensation of being one's own boss was undeniably delightful, especially for someone like him, who had no financial constraints. He could indulge himself as he pleased. System, grant me a tenfold signing spree. Naturally, when in high spirits, one must reward oneself, not once, but 10 times. He had considered attempting 100-fold signing, yet feared his mind might implode with the incessant barrage of notifications. How maddening that would be. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level treasure appraisal skills. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Linkaboni Sion vehicle. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a Bluetooth speaker, unlimited battery. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have secured 8 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 loyalty cards. Write the name of the intended target within your line of sight, and they will be 100 loyal to you, with no decline. The preceding rewards were relatively standard, but the last one piqued Shen Nian's interest, loyalty cards. Now that was intriguing. With his myriad enterprises, he was not particularly adept at management. He typically entrusted such matters to others. One could never be too cautious. What if there were unsavory characters who might pocket the profits? With this item, such worries would be alleviated. He merely needed to assign his ventures to those who had been graced by his loyalty card. Truly, the system was remarkable, capable of conjuring up all manner of extraordinary items. Holding the small white card in his hand, Shen Nian could not help but marvel at the quality of the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. There had never been a disappointing item. System, what differences arise at 100 loyalty? He had never encountered such a thing before and was apprehensive about using it haphazardly. It was prudent to inquire first. Rest assured, host. 100 loyalty will compel the target to unconditionally obey any command you issue. Even if you were to demand their immediate demise, they would comply. The system truly operated on a basis of reality. Everything was maximized. What else could it be but absolute obedience? The notion of having any request fulfilled was undeniably exhilarating. Well, at that moment, Shen Nian's thoughts did indeed veer into a rather depraved territory. However, now was not the time for such musings. He should first find someone to test it on. Xiao Jia, come to my office. Grabbing the phone beside him, Shen Nian called for Jia Shiqing. Knowing well that she was currently managing the building, utilizing it on her was hardly a loss. Boss, what can I do for you? Shortly after, Jia Shiqing knocked on the office door, her expression tinged with confusion, having only just departed moments ago. How do you write your name again? I seem to have forgotten. Upon seeing her, Shen Nian's mischievous instincts surged forth. He took out the loyalty card awarded by the system and handed it to Jia Shiqing, instructing her to inscribe her name upon it, eager to witness the transformation that would ensue. Without a second thought, she took the pen and swiftly wrote her name on the loyalty card. Ding! Host has used the loyalty card. Jia Shiqing's loyalty has risen to 100. Just as Jia Shiqing finished writing her name, the system's notification echoed in Shen Nian's ears. Simultaneously, Jia Shiqing felt a fleeting sensation in her mind, as if a voice had compelled her to submit utterly to Shen Nian's every command. Boss, I'm done. Is there anything else you need from me? She returned the loyalty card, her tone markedly more respectful. Not for now. However, expedite the contracts over the next few days, as I have other tasks to assign you. Shen Nian was cautious. He wouldn't hand over all his enterprises to Jia Shiqing at once. Though he trusted her not to betray him, he also couldn't overburden her, lest she crumble under the weight. Understood, boss. I'll get right on the contracts. Jia Shiqing accepted her orders and left, leaving Shen Nian alone once more. Just as he prepared to indulge in some online shopping, a phone call interrupted him. Old Bai, what brings you to call me? He glanced at the contact labeled Ji Bai, his best friend from high school, with whom he had lost touch since graduation, their last conversation occurring 6 months prior. Onian, are you financially comfortable at the moment? Could you lend me some money? Ji Bai's hesitant voice came through the line. Given their prolonged silence, he felt awkward immediately asking for a loan. Borrow money? What has happened? Shen Nian was taken aback. He knew Ji Bai was not one to trouble others, especially for financial aid. If he were not genuinely in need, he would never have reached out. Oh, it's nothing major. I'm getting married. But the bride's family suddenly increased the dowry by 200,000 yuan, insisting I pay it or they want to let their daughter marry me. So, I was wondering if you could help me out. Ji Bai, having once been accepted into university, had chosen to drop out and work instead. Over the years, he had saved a little, but 200,000 was far too much for him to manage alone. What? An unexpected increase of 200,000. I say, old Bai, you can't be serious. Are you being scammed? Shen Nian had thought such matters only occurred in tales, yet here it was, unfolding right before him. Though he did not know the full story, the mere mention of a sudden demand was infuriating. Well, Tingting said this was a test from her parents. If I can't come up with 200,000, how can I promise her happiness? Ji Bai explained patiently, unaware that Shen Nian regarded him as a complete fool. Wait a moment. If they suddenly added 200,000, how much had you already offered? Recalling news stories he had seen, Shen Nian suspected this naive man had already paid part of the dowry, prompting the bride's family to ask for more upon seeing his willingness to comply. Not much. Just 150,000. Now I'm short this 200,000. Can you support a friend's momentous occasion? Ji Bai, sensing Shen Nian's concern, hoped he would not refuse. So, in total, you're looking at 350,000 for just the dowry, not counting anything else? Old Bai, let us lay our relationship on the table. Let us be frank here. What does your Tingting's family do? It sounds less like a wedding and more like a charitable donation. Shen Nian, knowing Ji Bai's family background, understood that his parents were simple country folk without any substantial means. Coming up with 350,000 would be an enormous burden for them. Onian, I understand your concerns, but I truly love Tingting. If this money can secure a lifetime with her, I'm willing to do it. Shen Nian spoke at length, yet regrettably. On the other end of the line, Ji Bai was utterly oblivious to her words, his mind solely occupied with the enigmatic Tingting. Very well. As if I hadn't said anything, how much do you still need? With her attempts at persuasion proving futile, Shen Nian lost the will to continue, realizing that reasoning with a stubborn fool was a fruitless endeavor. No matter what she said, Ji Bai remained deaf to her counsel. People can impart wisdom 100 times, but it is only through personal experience that one truly learns. I still need about 180,000, but that's negotiable. I will repay you. Ji Bai recalled that he had managed to gather 20,000 over the past few days. He He had never considered asking Shen Nian for the full 180,000, as borrowing 10,000 or 80,000 would suffice. All right, I'll go withdraw the money shortly, but since I've done you such a huge favor, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? It would be lovely to have Ting Ting join us. After all, we are getting married, so why not introduce me? Initially, he intended to transfer the money directly, but upon reflection, he thought it better to invite them both out, perhaps under the guise of his financial prowess. Jibai might gain insight into Ting Ting's true character. What? Are you saying you've covered this 180,000 for me? Jibai was doubtful, wondering if he had misheard. Had Shen Nian truly struck it rich in just half a year? Indeed, don't concern yourself with the details. Just hurry and make a reservation. I'll come over as soon as I withdraw the money. Shen Nian offered no further explanation, choosing to keep the matter of the system to himself, opting to claim he had started a business and made some money. All right. I'll head there now. Jibai nodded eagerly. Having received such a significant favor from Shen Nian, he certainly wanted to choose a decent restaurant to show his gratitude. He couldn't very well take them to a roadside eatery, could he? At 2:30 p.m., Shen Nian drove his luxurious Chiron to the Western restaurant at the address Jibai had provided. He was indifferent to the food itself. His true purpose for coming was to discern the nature of this Ting Ting, who had so enraptured Jibai. Regardless of where a supercar appears, it draws attention. And even before he exited the vehicle, a number of patrons had already begun snapping photos. Inside the restaurant, at a window-side table, sat Jibai and Ting Ting. Wow, what a stunning sports car! Ting Ting exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld Shen Nian's vehicle. Although she didn't recognize the model, its sleek design indicated that it was certainly not inexpensive. It is quite impressive, Jibai remarked, glancing at his own Santana car keys, envy etched across his features. Chapter 17. A friend's wife, not to be touched. This must be it, Shen Nian thought, glancing at the restaurant sign before picking up a handbag from the passenger seat, which contained the 180,000 yuan he had lent Jibai. With a sense of purpose, he opened the car door, ignoring the stares of onlookers. Shen Nian walked directly into the restaurant, scanning the room for Jibai's location. Being by the window made it relatively easy to spot them within seconds. Ting Ting's gaze had followed Shen Nian the moment he stepped out of the car, and as he approached, she began to concoct scenarios in her mind. He's here. This handsome, wealthy man is coming over. Could he be trying to flirt with me? Should I play it cool? Had I known I would encounter such a dashing fellow, I would have insisted this fool not come. It's distracting me from my game. Perhaps I should think of a way to send him away first. Then I can make my move. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Shen Nian arrived at their table and took a seat opposite Jibai, greeting him warmly. Old Bai, is that you and Nian? You've changed so much, Jibai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before recognizing that the person before him was indeed the awaited Shen Nian. The transformation was so dramatic that he had momentarily failed to recognize him. You two know each other? Ting Ting was bewildered, realizing this handsome man was not there for her, but for Jibai. Yet, how could this fool possibly know someone so affluent? Allow me to introduce, this is my good friend Shen Nian, and this is Ting Ting, my fiancée. Jibai introduced them, while Shen Nian discreetly assessed this so-called Ting Ting. With her angular face and perfectly sculpted nose, she exuded an air of superficiality. And even from across the table, he could catch a whiff of her overpowering perfume. In an instant, he formed his judgment. If all went as expected, Jibai was indeed a fool for taking on such a burden. Spending 350,000 to marry someone like her was hardly justifiable. Not to mention, the way Ting Ting's gaze clung to Jibai revealed her restless nature. Hello, Ting Ting greeted Shen Nian, extending her hand, which he politely reciprocated. However, in that fleeting moment, she playfully flicked her finger against his palm. What shall we order? I wasn't sure when you'd arrive, so I haven't placed an order yet. Jibai was preoccupied with the menu and failed to notice Ting Ting's subtle flirtation. He was genuinely pleased to reunite with his old friend, especially since Shen Nian had assisted him immensely. Keep an eye on things. I'm not picky about food. I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. Here, take this. Shen Nian handed the handbag to Jibai and then turned to head toward the restroom. Unaware that the moment he left, Ting Ting sprang to her feet. I'll go to the restroom too. With that, she hurried off in pursuit of Shen Nian, while Jibai, left at the table, assumed she was simply in a hurry. He discreetly opened the handbag zipper, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills. And his heart swelled with joy. His brother was indeed worth the investment. In the restroom, Shen Nian was genuinely there to relieve himself, but Ting Ting had other intentions. Glancing back, she noticed Jibai hadn't followed and boldly entered the men's restroom after Shen Nian. You've entered the wrong restroom. The ladies is over there. Upon seeing Ting Ting's reflection in the mirror, Shen Nian felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He had anticipated her following him, So he had already activated the recording on his phone. I know, but I'm here to find you. With Jibai absent, Ting Ting ceased her pretense, deliberately hiking her short skirt higher as she spoke. They were adults. This was no longer a subtle hint, but an overt one. I'm sorry, but we're not acquainted, and this is the men's restroom. If you have something to discuss, please do so outside. Shen Nian was already indifferent to her advances. Though he was a lifelong bachelor, he was not the type to lose composure at the sight of a woman. Oh, come on. Don't you want to explore the idea of a friend's wife? Especially in such a unique setting, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. And I can deliver whatever you desire. Such brazen and explicit words tumbled from Ting Ting's lips on their very first encounter, confirming Shen Nian's earlier suspicions. She was indeed not a woman of virtue. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment, and everything she said was being recorded. You are Jibai's fiancé. Yet you engage in such behavior behind his back. How can you face him, having decided to help his good friend escape this predicament? Shen Nian knew he needed more than just this evidence. With Jibai being such a spineless coward, it's a miracle I haven't criticized him for being poor. What difference does marriage make? Do you think he would dare to speak a word against me? Ting Ting's disdain for Jibai was palpable, viewing him merely as her backup, a pitiful admirer who aspired for status that he could never attain. From the looks of it, this isn't your first time engaging in such activities, is it? He had not anticipated that Ting Ting would confess so openly, which was indeed a rarity, especially considering that some individuals prefer to play both sides. However, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether they should take some action now. Did she really not want to give it a try? Ting Ting's private life was undoubtedly disreputable, but encountering a benefactor like Shen Nian was a first. Just the thought of her sent a shiver of excitement coursing through him. Never mind, I have no interest in public transport. With his goal achieved, Shen Nian no longer felt inclined to engage in idle chatter with her. He retrieved his phone and circumnavigated her, even in the restroom's less than pleasant atmosphere. The cheap perfume clung stubbornly to her. At the restaurant, Shen Nian returned first. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed his phone to Jibai, which displayed the earlier conversation with Ting Ting in the restroom. Old Bai, this Ting Ting is no good. As a friend, I don't want to see you get entangled with her. It's not too late to cut your losses. That 150,000 can be retrieved through a lawyer later. You could use that money for any business venture rather than marrying her. Jibai sat in silence, returning the phone to Shen Nian. He was aware that Ting Ting enjoyed her frivolities, but he had not expected her to be so audacious as to lose control even in front of someone like Shen Nian, whom she had just met. It was no wonder that during his previous calls, he had heard strange noises, but each time Ting Ting insisted she was merely exercising. In hindsight, it seemed she was likely engaged in activities with others. After a moment of contemplation, Jibai decisively chose to abandon the notion. He could accept Ting Ting's playful nature, but could not tolerate the uncertainty surrounding his own future should he marry her. Who could say if their children would even be his? It's best that you come to this realization. Seeing that he had finally absorbed his words, Shen Nian let out a sigh of relief. Fearing that this naive fool might choose to forgive her, then there would truly be no hope. Darling, I'm back. Shortly after, Ting Ting emerged from the restroom, blissfully unaware that Shen Nian had recorded their conversation and shared it with Jibai. Otherwise, she would have likely reacted immediately. Stop. I am officially informing you that we are done. Let us break up and return my 150,000 dowry. Thank you. Knowing the gravity of Ting Ting's misdeeds, Jibai now felt an intense aversion towards her. He didn't even want her to touch him. What do you mean? Jibai, do you think I'm being generous here? Repeat what you just said. Upon hearing Jibai's words, Ting Ting's expression darkened instantly, her voice rising in volume. I said we are done, breaking up, and return my money. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I will take legal action. When he had been infatuated with her, Jibai would endure her insults in silence, but now he stood firm. He was done being her lapdog. Did he say something to you? Glancing at Shen Nian, Ting Ting immediately realized that he must have informed Jibai of their earlier conversation. Otherwise, he would not be acting this way. Whether it's true or not, you know in your heart. I'm giving you one day. By noon tomorrow, transfer the money to my account. Otherwise, prepare for a lawsuit. At this moment, Jibai felt no desire to argue further. After all, a three-legged frog is hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. Why expend effort on this bus? Onion, you keep the money. Let's eat somewhere else. Having broken up with Ting Ting, the 180,000 was no longer needed, and he returned it to Shen Nian without hesitation. The sight of Ting Ting now made him nauseous, let alone staying to eat. No hurry. You keep the money for now. It might come in handy later. You can buy some supplements for your parents. I still have enough for now. For Shen Nian, 180,000 was not a significant sum, but in Jibai's household, it could serve a greater purpose and alleviate some of their financial burdens. Jibai was Shen Nian's close friend from high school. He often visited his home for meals, and his parents treated him kindly. So Shen Nian did not reclaim the money, viewing it as an investment. All right then, thank you, An. After a moment of hesitation, Jibai accepted the money. Meanwhile, Ting Ting, eyeing the wad of cash in the bag, began to formulate her own plans. However, with Shen Nian present, she refrained from making any moves. Once she returned home that night, she intended to employ some cunning tactics. She was determined to claim that money for herself. In pursuit of her ambitions, Ting Ting didn't even bother to say goodbye and left ahead of Shen Nian and Jibai. She needed to acquire some props, otherwise, it would be too late. That night, at Cloud and Mist Villa, Shen Nian had spent the afternoon in Jibai's company, indulging in food and entertainment until they parted ways for the evening, uncertain of when they would next meet. Suddenly, he turned on the television and was startled to hear the news. This afternoon at 2:30 p.m., Jinggang Bank was the scene of an armed robbery, with a total of 20 million yuan involved. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the police are currently in hot pursuit. Having not watched television in ages, Shen Nian was intrigued. It seemed bank robberies were still a reality. He had thought such events only occurred in films. The idea of an armed robbery piqued his interest. Let me see what kind of audacity these criminals possess. Recently, he had acquired top-level hacking skills and had yet to test them. So he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. He made his way to the guest room on the first floor, where each room in his villa was equipped with the finest computers. Once he touched the computer, he felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind. Skills related to hacking, defense, creating, and implanting viruses came to him effortlessly, as if he had always possessed them. His fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed. Within a minute, he successfully hacked into the bank's surveillance system. If he was to track them down, it would start with the video footage. Unfortunately, the footage revealed the 5 robbers fully armed, obscuring any useful details. Shen Nian was forced to change his approach. Since the bank's internal resources provided no valuable information, he decided to attack from the outside. With remarkable speed, he hacked into the Traffic Management Center's surveillance system and pulled up the route taken by the getaway vehicle. The robbers were driving a Jinbei van, powerful enough to haul heavy loads. It was entirely plausible they used it to transport stolen money. However, he soon lost track of their whereabouts again. Apart from the initial stretch of road, they had taken either back roads or areas without surveillance, rendering them invisible to the cameras. Most ordinary individuals would find themselves at a loss in such a situation, but Shen Nian, equipped with his unparalleled hacking skills, was not one to be thwarted by conventional means. If the usual routes were blocked, he would simply forge a new path. He reopened the internal surveillance footage from the bank, where the robbers had played several audio clips on a tape recorder. Although the sound had been processed and lacked its original quality, Shen Nian deftly tapped the keyboard for a brief moment and successfully restored the audio segments. He then immediately compared the restored sounds with the data in the VoicePrint database. Sure enough, a minute later, a photograph of a round-faced man with a scruffy beard and a hooked nose, bearing a scar at the left brow, appeared on his computer screen. Got it, Deng Wu. Is it? Then let's focus on you. Chapter 19. The case is closed. Since the 5 individuals constituted a gang, the other 4 must have had close ties to Deng Wu. By unraveling his network of acquaintances, it would be relatively straightforward to uncover the information about the remaining members. With names and photographs in hand, Deng Wu had no privacy left in front of Shen Nian. Shen Nian's fingers flew across the keyboard with such speed that they seemed to leave after images. Ding! As Shen Nian pressed the enter key, for photographs suddenly appeared on his computer screen. Just moments ago, he had accessed Deng Wu's call records and filtered out the most frequent contacts. He then hacked into Deng Wu's various social media accounts, ultimately succeeding in obtaining the information of the other 4 individuals. Deng Wu, Chen Bo, Zhou Shirley, Yin Xing. And you, Bo, it's you 5. Gazing at the photographs of the 5 men, Shen Nian shook his head slightly. They bore the most unremarkable and ordinary appearances. If it weren't for their towering statures, they would be utterly indistinguishable in a crowd. Now that he had located the information on these 5 individuals, tracking down their whereabouts would be even simpler. During the robbery, they had all worn masks, but they would surely have returned to their original appearances by now. Thus, Shen Nian temporarily commandeered the entire surveillance system of Jingguang City, searching for the faces of these 5 men throughout the city. True to his expectations, within just 2 minutes, their figures appeared on the surveillance footage. The robbers were located at number 78 Zhongshan Road. Shen Nian was only assisting the police in locating them. He had no intention of apprehending them himself, especially since they were armed. Though he too possessed a firearm, he believed that such professional matters should be left to the experts. To avoid complicating matters for himself, he even utilized several offshore servers as proxies, then composed an email to the Jingguang City Bureau, thoughtfully attaching the photographs of the suspects. After completing all of this, he rose and headed to the bathroom for a relaxing bath. If this still didn't lead to their capture, Shen Nian would truly be at a loss. After all, it was the city bureau. Surely they wouldn't be so inept, would they? Jingguang City Bureau. Director, we just received an anonymous email stating that the robbers are at No. 78, Zhongshan Road, along with their names and photographs. In the conference room, Director Chao Ju was addressing his subordinates when a female officer from the Criminal Investigation Division pushed open the door, reporting the situation before he could express his frustration. What? Quickly projected. Given that such a case occurred on their turf, compounded by the pressure from above, Chao Ju was already troubled. Upon hearing the female officer's words, his irritation dissipated, and he urged her to project the email for everyone to see. Yes, the female officer wasted no time connecting to the conference room's projector, displaying the contents of the email. The information was straightforward: location, names, and photographs, precisely what the Jingguang City Bureau needed at this moment. Xiao Tsong, what are you waiting for? Deploy the units. Ensure these individuals are apprehended tonight. At that moment, all Chao Ju wanted was to bring these 5 to justice. Looking at Xiao Tsong, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division still present in the room, he issued a firm command. Yes. After saluting, Xiao Tsong turned and left the conference room. These robbers were armed, so even in deployment, precautions needed to be taken. Have we traced the source of the email? After Xiao Tsong's departure, Chao Ju inquired as usual. To locate these individuals before the police could, the sender must either be a cohort or possess considerable technical expertise. Director, the sender used an offshore virtual address to forward it. We can't trace it. The female officer had attempted to trace the email as soon as it arrived. But with her limited skills, how could she hope to track down Shen Nian? Very well, continue monitoring. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Ju left one final remark before returning to his office, awaiting further developments. Number 78, Zhongshan Road. Fully armed, Xiao Tsong and his team of special police arrived at the location, which was an abandoned factory, overgrown with weeds and in a state of disrepair. Yet within, a faint glow flickered, appearing exceptionally bright against the night. Experienced, Xiao Tsong naturally assumed the role of the operations commander. The factory's limited space prompted him to devise a strategy for a simultaneous assault from all 4 sides to swiftly apprehend the suspects. Action. With the operational plan prepared, he commanded, and the officers behind him dispersed in all directions, ready to execute a flanking maneuver. Team 1 is in position. Team 2 is in position. Team 3 is in position. Team 4 is in position. Soon, all 4 squads had reached their designated points, promptly reporting back and awaiting Xiao Tsong's next order. The directive is to capture them alive. Let us go. With the command issued, a wave of armed police surged in from all 4 directions of the factory. The sudden turn of events left the 5 individuals, who had been enjoying hot pot, utterly stunned. Bang! Deng Wu was the first to react, sensing the imminent danger. He instinctively reached for his gun, but before he could draw it, a bullet struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, bleeding profusely. Don't move. Hands on your head. Get down. Get down. With Deng Wu as a cautionary example, the other 4 dared not make a move and complied with the officer's commands. After all, they were only 5 against dozens of guns. A single bullet for each could turn them into a sieve. Clank, clank, clank. One by one, silver handcuffs snapped onto their wrists, while the officers discovered 5 handguns on site. However, no cash from the robbery was found in the factory, indicating it had likely been moved elsewhere. Take them away. Xiao Tsong couldn't help but admire the mindset of these individuals. Having stolen such a significant sum, they were still leisurely enjoying hot pot, instead of planning their escape. Surprisingly, it did smell quite good at this late hour. Before departing, he ensured the scene was secured, as they would need to return the next day for a thorough search to avoid missing anything. Initially expecting a fierce confrontation, he was astonished by how smoothly things had transpired. For a moment, he couldn't help but doubt whether these individuals possessed the intellect to orchestrate a bank robbery. Jingguang City Bureau. Hearing the sirens outside, Chao Ju quickly exited his office. Observing the 5 individuals being escorted from the special police vehicle, he felt a wave of relief. Regardless of the outcome, his reputation was preserved. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule at the next provincial meeting. Chapter 20. Dongboan. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Shen Nian from his slumber. After enjoying a relaxing bath the night before, he had promptly turned in, sleeping soundly until dawn. Regarding the bank robbery that occurred yesterday, Shen Nian felt confident that as long as they did not falter, apprehending the culprits would be entirely feasible. And thus he paid it little mind thereafter. System, please grant me a 10-fold sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired night vision skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have secured the water mirror pavilion. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Cheesy Island. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Pagani Huayra. Shen Nian sprang out of bed with a sudden burst of energy, astonished by the increasingly lavish rewards from the system's sign-ins, encompassing a vast array of items. Regrettably, he had grown somewhat numb to the allure of cars and houses. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the night vision skill. After all, human eyesight is inherently limited. While visibility during the day is manageable, at night, in the absence of light, one might as well be blind. To test the efficacy of this newfound skill, Shen Nian descended into the basement of the villa. Naturally, the most effective way to assess night vision was in a pitch-black environment, and given that it was broad daylight outside, this basement was the darkest spot within the entire villa. Goodness, this is akin to having a cheat code. As he stood at the entrance of the basement, the night vision skill activated automatically. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he could see everything in the basement with astonishing clarity, more vividly than if the lights were turned on. Truly, the system is remarkable. This sensation is beyond description. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend its essence. Nevertheless, it does not detract from Shen Nian's admiration for the system, as such an ability is typically found in certain animals. Shanghai. With the landing of an airplane, Shen Nian successfully arrived at this legendary den of indulgence. Not long ago, during a conversation with Li Qinghan, he had mentioned that he would visit her when he found the time, and now he had come to fulfill that promise. Hello? Shen Nian? What is the matter? After exiting the airport, Shen Nian dialed Li Qinghan's number, realizing he had no idea of her location, having forgotten to inquire during their last conversation. Ahem, where are you? He asked. I'm currently at the airport in Shanghai. I intended to surprise you, but it seems I forgot to ask where your company is. What? You mean you're in Shanghai? Right now? You've arrived? Upon hearing Shen Nian's words, Li Qinghan's melodious voice rose several octaves, leaving Shen Nian momentarily uncertain whether she was astonished or delighted. Yes, I'm at the airport. Please send me your location, and I'll come over shortly. Shen Nian touched his nose, relieved that he had traveled light, bringing only his phone, as he reasoned that with his wealth, he could procure anything he needed. Yuanpeng Advertising Company, Limited, come over. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Qinghan divulged her location before hastily concluding the call, leaving Shen Nian somewhat perplexed. What is she up to? So flustered. And she is supposed to be a business owner. He shook his head in resignation, unaware that it was precisely his unexpected visit that had flustered Li Qinghan, who had dressed casually and foregone makeup for work that day. Although her natural beauty was undeniable, she certainly did not wish for Shen Nian to witness her unkempt appearance. System, summon my car. The Pagani Huayra, which he had obtained through sign-ins, remained in the system's space, and now that he had arrived in Shanghai, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. Ding. Extraction successful. The vehicle is parked in the parking lot directly ahead of you, and the keys are in your pocket. The system was remarkably considerate. Had it placed the car on the roadside, it could have startled passers-by and caused Shen Nian unnecessary trouble. However, a parking lot is expansive. Who would notice an additional car in one of the many spaces? Yuanpeng Advertising Company, Limited. This company was founded by Li Qinghan's father, Li Chong. As for the reasoning behind its name, he himself could not say, but it was now entirely managed by his daughter and had gained a modest reputation in Shanghai, yielding respectable annual profits. In the general manager's office, upon learning that Shen Nian was coming, Li Qinghan hung up the phone and began changing her attire. Her office contained a lounge, where she often kept a selection of clothing for unexpected circumstances, and today was no exception. Time was of the essence. The journey from the airport to her company would take merely half an hour, and she still needed to apply makeup. Thus, Li Qinghan quickly changed into a white dress and donned a blazer before returning to her desk to prepare herself. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after she finished her final touch, a series of knocks echoed at her office door. Assuming it was Shen Nian, she joyfully rushed to open it, for he was her childhood friend, and their bond was unmistakable. However, the moment she opened the door, her smile froze, for standing before her was the last person she wished to see, Dong Bowen, the heir of Tianqing Group. Mr. Dong, what brings you here? By sheer coincidence. Dong Bowen had encountered Li Qinghan during a flight while she was on a business trip, and he was instantly captivated by her beauty and figure. As a man well-versed in the art of seduction, he quickly discerned that she was still inexperienced. Thus began his long pursuit of her. Repeated rejections had only intensified Li Qinghan's aversion towards him, yet due to his family's considerable influence, she dared not offend him too gravely, for a mere word from him could jeopardize her career. Ah, it's nothing. I merely came to see you. What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Previously, whenever he visited, Li Qinghan was always attired in professional attire. Now, dressed in a casual dress and freshly made up, she radiated a pure charm that only further piqued Dong Bowen's interest. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment shortly and won't have time to chat with Mr. Dong. Li Qinghan wished to dismiss him quickly. She feared that if Shen Nian arrived and witnessed this encounter, it could lead to misunderstandings. Dingling, dingling. Just as she uttered her words, the sound of a ringing phone resonated within the office. Perhaps recalling something, Li Qinghan hastily turned and returned to her desk, picking up the phone. Hello? Ms. Li. There's a man at the door claiming to be Shen Nian, saying he is your friend. Should we let him in? The call was from the receptionist, who, upon noticing that Shen Nian was neither on the appointment list nor had a record, decided to inquire with Li Qinghan, given his amiable demeanor and handsome appearance. I see. Please have him wait downstairs. I'll be right down. Understood, Ms. Li. After hanging up, Li Qinghan realized that Dong Bowen had somehow entered her office, prompting her to speak coldly. Mr. Dong, I don't believe I invited you in. I must leave now, so please excuse yourself. Dong Bowen remained silent, merely casting a deep glance in her direction before casually discarding the magazine in his hand and rising to leave. However, a burgeoning curiosity about Li Qinghan's mysterious appointment began to stir within him. He was eager to ascertain who could possibly be more esteemed than himself. The esteemed heir of the Tiancheng Group. In the lobby on the first floor, Shen Nian nodded his gratitude to the receptionist before turning to a nearby seat, leisurely crossing his legs as he savored the view outside. Before long, the elevator door slid open, and Li Qinghan emerged in a flowing white dress, striding confidently from within. Yet, trailing closely behind her was none other than the uninvited Dong Bowen. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Shen Nian instinctively turned around and locked eyes with Li Qinghan. A radiant smile broke upon his face as he rose to approach her. It's been ages. You remain as stunning as ever. It seems this magical city has quite the rejuvenating effect. Perhaps I should also reside here for a while? Understanding Shen Nian's jest, Li Qinghan rolled her eyes and retorted with feigned irritation. Indeed, it has been a long time, and some people remain as reckless as ever. Observing the playful exchange between Li Qinghan and the young man, Dong Bowen felt a surge of displeasure, especially since Li Qinghan always wore a frosty demeanor when addressing him. Unable to suppress his irritation, he interrupted their conversation. Pray tell, which illustrious family does this gentleman hail from? Shen Nian had already taken note of Dong Bowen's presence, and, as another man, he could readily discern the latter's interest in Li Qinghan. With the realization that someone was attempting to undermine him, he was in no mood to feign civility. What? Is this place a registry for family lineage? Are there truly individuals who flaunt their family names with impunity? What business is it of yours where I come from? From Dong Bowen's demeanor, Shen Nian surmised he was likely a pampered scion, merely a man of means. While others might cower before such a lineage, Shen Nian was unperturbed. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Boldness suits you. I hope you maintain this bravado. The failure of his grandstanding only fueled Dong Bowen's ire, particularly in front of Li Qinghan, who had just requested an apology from Shen Nian. Young Master Dong, this is a friend of mine. His temperament can be quite fiery. I hope you can overlook it. Having mingled in this metropolis for some time, Li Qinghan was acutely aware of the strength of Dong Bowen's family, and given her uncertainty regarding Shen Nian's current standing, she hastily intervened to defuse the situation, wishing to avoid antagonizing such a formidable opponent. So it is merely a tasteless wastrel, hiding behind a woman's skirt. Very well. Considering Qinghan's regard for you, simply apologize to me, and I shall let this matter rest. With Li Qinghan personally interceding, Dong Bowen sensed an opportunity to showcase his magnanimity while simultaneously belittling Shen Nian. Apologize to you? From your earlier remarks, it appears you were threatening me. If that is the case, I shall first teach you a lesson. Shen Nian was not taken aback by Li Qinghan's intervention. He understood her intentions were noble. However, the current Shen Nian was no longer the ineffectual youth he once was. He needed no backing, for he himself was the capital, and thus, he boldly swung his fist at Dong Bowen. Bang! Shen Nian's fist struck Dong Bowen's face with formidable force. Possessing peak physical prowess and combat skills, he unleashed his attack with such swiftness that Dong Bowen was caught completely off guard, sent sprawling 2 meters back, crashing heavily to the floor. Did you think this was the end? In fact, it was merely the beginning. Seizing the moment while Dong Bowen was still dazed, Shen Nian lunged forward, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of punches, all the while muttering, "How dare you threaten me? How dare you flaunt your arrogance? How dare you try to undermine me?" Shen Nian's assault was so abrupt that Dong Bowen, still reeling from the initial blow, found himself thoroughly battered, his face swollen and bruised. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the security personnel at the entrance. However, upon entering and seeing Li Qinghan spectating, they were momentarily at a loss as to whether to intervene. Initially startled by Shen Nian's sudden outburst, Li Qinghan quickly recalled the Shen Nian of her memories. If he had the audacity to act thus, he must possess ample confidence. Noticing the security guard's bewilderment, she simply waved her hand, signaling them to stand down. Upon receiving their employer's cue, the guards exhaled in relief and departed the scene without a backward glance, having realized that the one being pummeled was, in fact, Dong Bowen. They could hardly believe their eyes, marveling at the unexpected strength displayed by Shen Nian. Several minutes later, Shen Nian finally dismounted from Dong Bowen, who had lost consciousness, whether from the beating or sheer humiliation. Nevertheless, Shen Nian had shown restraint. Though Dong Bowen now resembled a swollen mess, at least his life remained intact. What bad luck to encounter such a nuisance upon my arrival. Let us find another place to converse. As he spoke, he accepted the wet wipes that Li Qinghan offered. Noticing the blood staining his knuckles, none of it his own, of course. You truly remain unchanged, she remarked, a bemused smile gracing her lips. Chapter 22. Censorship. Li Qinghan regarded Shen Nian with a mixture of amusement and admiration, fully supportive of his actions. Had it not been for her apprehensions regarding Dong Bowen's family influence, she might have confronted him long ago. Shen Nian had avenged her indignations. I should call an ambulance for him. I wouldn't want him to perish here. Before departing, she made sure to request medical assistance for Dong Bowen, understanding that as the host, she bore some responsibility for the incident, though she held no animosity toward Shen Nian. Let us go, my car is right outside. The receptionist stood in stunned silence, recognizing Dong Bowen, who had frequented the establishment. Yet this was her first encounter with Shen Nian. Just moments ago, he had appeared so refined and amiable, yet in the blink of an eye, he had violently subdued Dong Bowen. What was even more astonishing was that her boss had merely observed the unfolding drama without intervening. As she watched their departing figures, she felt a profound realization. The world of adults was indeed exceedingly intricate. At the entrance, Li Qinghan's eyes widened at the sight of the Pagani Huayra. Is this your car? Did you bring a vehicle to the metropolis? Had it transported? It's quite inconvenient without one, Shen Nian replied with a casual smile, graciously opening the car door for her, seamlessly reverting to his previous charming demeanor. On the road, Li Qinghan inquired, what exactly was that man's background? He seemed to have been a thorn in your side for quite some time, hasn't he? With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Qinghan's flawless visage. Regardless of the circumstances, having taken action, he felt compelled to manage the aftermath. Otherwise, it was evident that Li Qinghan would inevitably be drawn into the turmoil. His name was Dong Bowen, the scion of the Tianqing Group, a corporate giant renowned throughout the metropolis. Thus, despite my irritation towards him, I dared not provoke him lightly. And here he was, arriving with a bruised visage. This feud was irrevocably established. What were your plans moving forward? The deed was done, and dwelling on it was futile. After briefly outlining Dong Bowen's situation, Li Qinghan began to inquire about Shen Nian's thoughts. What is the market value of Tianqing Group? With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the steering wheel, Shen Nian posed this question. In a world where wealth often dictated power, if Tianqing Group was indeed so formidable, could he not simply outspend them? Having signed numerous contracts, his account was already overflowing with assets exceeding $1 trillion. And with the ability to sign indefinitely, his wealth was inexhaustible. Market value? If memory serves, it should be just over $1 trillion. Why do you ask? Li Qinghan regarded Shen Nian, puzzled by his nonchalant demeanor, sensing a shift in his character. Previously somewhat insecure, he now radiated an aura of extraordinary confidence, evoking the image of a mountain unwavering in the face of calamity. No worries, I shall handle matters concerning Tianqing Group. For now, we must attend to our meal. However, I am unfamiliar with this area, so do recommend a place. The First People's Hospital of Magic City. Dong Yuan gazed at his son, unconscious and still battered, lying on the hospital bed, his expression darkening with palpable distress. Upon his arrival, he could scarcely believe this was Dong Bowen until the nurse presented his identification. The woman beside him had long since succumbed to tears, lamenting her son's condition, a child she could scarcely bear to chastise, now reduced to such a state. Darling, our son has been so grievously harmed. You must find that villain and make him pay. Song Yuanqing's tear-streaked visage turned beseechingly towards Dong Yuan, her first bout of weeping since their marriage underscoring Dong Bowen's significance in her heart. Fear not, I shall indeed do so, Dong Yuan consoled her, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back, whispering softly in her ear. Observing his son's state, he realized that Dong Bowen would not awaken anytime soon, and thus instructed Song Yuanqing to remain by their son's side, while he departed the room to speak with the paramedics and gather information. After some time, upon learning that his son had been brought to the hospital by Yuanpeng Advertising Company, he immediately dialed his secretary. Yuanpeng Advertising Company, I require all their information. Understood, Chairman. I will look into it at once. The secretary promptly set to work, aware that while Li Qinghan's family business held a modest reputation in Magic City, it was trivial compared to the massive Tianqing Group. Certainly, they would not concern themselves with such a small advertising firm. The secretary's efficiency proved remarkable within minutes. She had compiled a comprehensive dossier and sent it to Dong Yuan's phone. Knowing his son well, he recognized that Li Qinghan was likely entangled in this affair. First, ensure that this Yuanpeng advertising is blacklisted. I do not wish to see their presence in Magic City any longer. After reviewing the information, Dong Yuan issued another directive to his secretary. With Tianqing Group's dominance in the commercial realm of Magic City, eliminating a company was child's play. They needed only convey their intentions, and those eager to align with Tianqing would take action on their behalf. Understood, Chairman. As the secretary, she understood the boundaries of inquiry. In such matters, her duty was to execute his wishes without question, for sometimes, knowing too much could be detrimental. After briefing his secretary, Dong Yuan climbed into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and departed the hospital, intent on reviewing surveillance footage at Yuanpeng Advertising, as the assailant remained unidentified. At the hot pot restaurant, Shen Nian had whimsically suggested hot pot, leaving Li Qinghan exasperated. Did he not notice her white dress? Yet, she accompanied him nonetheless, requesting an apron from the waiter. As they reveled in their meal, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was her assistant, she set her chopsticks down and answered. Hello? President Li, there's trouble. The chairman of Tianqing Group has arrived, claiming he wants to review the surveillance. Chapter 23, A Shift in Perspectives. The assistant, overwhelmed by the presence of such a high-profile individual as Dong Yuan, stumbled over her words. She had only just learned of Dong Bowen's assault and was uncertain of how to manage the situation, resorting to a phone call for guidance. Review the surveillance? No matter. Let him check as he pleases. If he inquires, simply say you know nothing and disregard the rest. In stark contrast to her assistant's panic, Li Qinghan maintained her composure throughout, even taking a moment to retrieve the hot pot ingredients, mindful that overcooked items would lose their appeal. All right. I will update you should anything arise. The assistant hesitated momentarily, but then realized her role was to follow her employer's lead. Clearly, Li Qinghan had her reasons. At the hot pot restaurant, Li Qinghan confronted Shen Nian. Did you really tamper with my company's surveillance footage? Is that reliable? Earlier, while in the car, Shen Nian had anticipated this possibility, prompting a detour to an internet cafe before arriving at the restaurant. Before her very eyes, he had hacked into her company's surveillance system, skillfully replacing today's footage of him assaulting Dong Bowen with footage from a week prior. However, mere content replacement was insufficient. Given that Dong Bowen wore different attire, Shen Nian had thoughtfully altered the clothing in the footage as well. While this may sound complex, it was a trivial task for someone of Shen Nian's exceptional hacking prowess. Now, at the pinnacle of his computer skills, he could achieve feats that appeared impossible to others. Altering a simple surveillance video was child's play. Rest assured, before Dong Bowen regains consciousness, they will find no discrepancies. However, I estimate he may remain unconscious for about 3 days, which should afford me ample time to deal with Tianqing Group. His motivation for this action was not cowardice, but rather a strategic move to buy himself some time. If the footage remained intact, he risked immediate detention, a fate he wished to avoid. He surmised that Dong Bowen would be incapacitated for several days, allowing him to navigate the complexities of confronting Tianqing Group without immediate repercussions. When did you acquire such skills? If I recall correctly, you weren't a computer major, were you? A girl's intuition is often keen, and the more time she spent with Shen Nian, the more she sensed he had transformed significantly. This piqued her curiosity about the changes he had undergone during their time apart. In my leisure moments, I find myself engrossed in videos, as you know. I have a penchant for tinkering with various odds and ends, and through this playful endeavor, I have acquired some skills. Regarding the matter of the system, Shen Nian has no intention of confiding in anyone. This secret shall remain buried deep within, to be carried to the grave, not even to be shared with childhood friend Li Qinghan. By the way, have you booked a hotel? Would you like to stay at my place? My father hasn't seen you in quite a while. She did not delve further into this topic, for some reason. The sight of Shen Nian's composed and self-assured demeanor reassured Li Qinghan, prompting her to change the subject. Today? Well, perhaps not. It's been such a long time since I've seen Uncle Li, and I've come empty-handed, which feels rather inappropriate. Let's do it tomorrow. I shall personally pay a visit. When they were young, Li Chang treated Shen Nian exceptionally well, and after so many years apart, it would be remiss to visit without a gift. Regardless of their familiarity, one must uphold decorum, as he is, after all, a senior. All right then, I shall inform my father. Li Qinghan conceded, recognizing the validity of this sentiment. Besides, this fellow hardly appeared to be in financial distress, so he would certainly not find himself sleeping on the streets. Meanwhile, at Yuanpeng Advertising Company, Dong Yuan was intensely focused on the computer screen before him. which repeatedly displayed surveillance footage, revealing only Dong Bowen entering and exiting the company. The timestamp on the footage indicated today, and even the attire worn by Dong Bowen matched that of the present day. Everything aligned. Except for the absence of the moment he was brutally assaulted. Dong Yuan realized that someone had tampered with the evidence, and it was highly probable that this individual was the one who had attacked his son. After a long moment, he rose to leave. Although he had not uncovered any useful leads here, Dong Bowen had seen the assailant, and once he regained consciousness, the truth would be revealed. At this moment, the assistant finally understood why her boss had allowed the chairman of Tianqing Group to casually inspect the surveillance footage. He had evidently prepared for this. It left her feeling unnecessarily anxious, yet she had to admit, the video editing was exceptionally skillful. Even she, being in the know, could detect no flaws. As evening fell, Shen Nian drove Li Qinghan to her doorstep but did not accompany her inside. His purpose for today was merely to familiarize himself with the route. He would make a proper visit tomorrow, allowing him to prepare some items in the meantime. Li Qinghan, unable to sway him, acquiesced, waving goodbye before re-entering her home. Upon stepping inside, she discovered Li Chong waiting for her in the living room. "Dad, what brings you home so early today? Not playing cards?" Since handing over the company to her, Li Chong had either been playing cards or tending to his birds, never returning at this hour. Today seemed quite unusual. "Who was the person that brought you back? Why didn't they come in for a while?" He retorted with a question, unable to ignore the roar of the supercar. Li Chong was convinced it was yet another wealthy heir pursuing his precious daughter. "That was Shen Nian from Jingguang. Do you remember him? I did invite him in, but he insisted on coming empty-handed today, saying it was inappropriate, so he will come by tomorrow instead." Li Qinghan casually set her bag down and sank into the sofa, pouring herself a glass of water before recounting the encounter. "Shen Nian, are you telling me that the scoundrel who just dropped you off is doing so well now?" Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Chong's mind conjured images of Shen Nian from his childhood. It had been many years since he left Jingguang, and he had not seen Shen Nian since. If they were to cross paths on the street now, he might not even recognize him. "I'm not entirely sure. He must be involved in some business venture, as he seems quite affluent. I recently contacted him, and he mentioned he would like to see us. I thought he was jesting, but he actually came." Li Qinghan was equally perplexed about Shen Nian, but her recent experiences, including the generous tips during a live stream and today's encounter, left her with no choice but to describe him as wealthy. Chapter 24, Zhulong Hall. "Then I must prepare a few delectable dishes for tomorrow. It has been years since we last met, and I intend to indulge this young man with a few drinks." Haha. Upon hearing that Shen Nian would be visiting the next day, Li Chong felt a wave of delight. Since stepping down from his position, his days had grown rather idle, and knowing that Shen Nian, whom he had once cradled as a child, had now grown up to be a successful individual, brought him great satisfaction. However, his expression soon darkened as he shifted to a more serious topic, which was the very reason for his early return. "Has anything happened at the company today?" Li Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the reason behind her father's early return. He must have caught wind of some troubling news. "Indeed, something has occurred." After a brief hesitation, she recounted the incidents involving Dong Bowen's harassment of her and Shen Nian's retaliation, leaving Li Chong visibly enraged. "Humph. At least this young man has a conscience. It seems my affection for him during his childhood was not in vain." Li Chong was well aware of Dong Bowen's notorious reputation, a spoiled scion who relied on his family's wealth to bully others in the bustling metropolis. Were it not for Dong Yuan's backing, he would likely have met a grim fate long ago. Thus, upon learning of his harassment towards his daughter, Li Chong was understandably irate. No one desires to see their prized cabbage pursued by a wild boar. When he learned that Shen Nian had promptly put Dong Bowen in the hospital, he felt no resentment. Rather, he praised Shen Nian for his actions. The Tianqing Group is a formidable entity, but they need not maintain a foothold in this city. They could always relocate elsewhere. At least they had taken a stand against a bully. "Dad," Shen Nian assured me that he would handle matters concerning the Tianqing Group, urging us not to worry. "From what I know of him, he is not one to boast idly. He likely has a plan in place." Li Qinghan conveyed Shen Nian's earlier assurances to her father, eager to hear Li Chong's perspective. "Alas, it is not as simple as you think. The reason why Tianqing Group has become a titan in the business world is not solely due to its substantial financial resources. The forces behind it are intricate and encompass both legitimate and illicit realms. Shen Nian's attack on their heir has irrevocably offended Tianqing Group, and regardless of the reasons, be it for pride or otherwise, they will not let this matter rest, nor will they spare us. You were wondering why I returned home so early today? It is because the Tianqing Group has already begun to stifle our company. While I was playing cards, I received several messages from friends, prompting my return to wait for you. When Li Chong first arrived in the metropolis, he had heard of Tianqing Group's renown. At that time, it was still a company valued at less than 100 billion. And now, only a few years later, it had surged to become a conglomerate worth over $1 trillion, dominating the business landscape. Who would believe it had no protection? Li Qinghan had only been aware of Tianqing Group's wealth, but was oblivious to its underlying power. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she quickly retrieved her phone and relayed her father's concerns to Shen Nian. Yulong Water Pavilion. This was a 5-star hotel Shen Nian had casually booked on his phone. It would serve as a sufficient temporary refuge. The price of 300,000 per night was hardly a concern for him. Interesting. They dabble in both legitimate and illicit activities, are they? It seems they are quite a formidable opponent. He reclined on the sofa, perusing the messages sent by Li Qinghan on his phone, a playful smile gracing his lips. Now, this is intriguing. He then set his phone aside, ready to indulge himself. System, grant me a 10-fold sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the underground organization of Magic City, the Jiulong Hall. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Villa Number 1 at Shirley-Ju. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 death replacement talismans. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum firearm shooting skills. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Dawn Technology Company Limited. As if anticipating the challenges that lay ahead for Shen Nian, the rewards bestowed by the system were remarkably practical. Shen Nian grinned widely, unable to contain his delight on the sofa. With a thought, a golden talisman materialized in his hand, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols drawn in a haphazard manner with vermilion ink. Yet at its center, a large character for replacement was boldly displayed. This talisman, obtained from his recent sign-in, was aptly named the Death Replacement Talisman, and as its name suggests, it serves to take your place in death. Each talisman is single-use, requiring only to be carried on one's person. Upon receiving a fatal blow, it activates automatically. In essence, possessing this talisman equates to having 5 lives. Truly a rare treasure. After toying with it for a moment, Shen Nian stowed it away, leaping off the sofa. For he had other matters to attend to that evening. He rummaged through his phone for a while, then promptly dialed a short number, speaking in an even tone. Send someone to pick me up. I am at Yuquanchuti. After hanging up, he exited his room and took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. Before long, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared at the hotel entrance, from which emerged a burly man with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, his neck adorned with faint tattoos. The man approached Shen Nian directly, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "Boss." This man was none other than Xue Hu, the former leader of the underground organization Jiulong Hall. However, on the streets, he was affectionately referred to as Brother Hu. Under the system's influence, Shen Nian had already assumed the mantle of the new leader, and he had diligently ensured that the loyalty of the entire Jiulong Hall was at its peak. After all, as an underground force, a lack of loyalty could easily lead to treachery and betrayal, a perilous situation indeed. Let's go. Shen Nian appraised Xue Hu from head to toe. Indeed, as a figure of authority in the underworld, Xue Hu exuded an invisible aura of intimidation simply by standing there, evident by the way others in the hotel kept their distance. With the boss's command issued, Xue Hu wasted no time, sprinting outside to open the car door for Shen Nian. Only after he had settled in did Xue Hu enter the vehicle, and they departed the hotel together. How many brothers do we currently have? What is our strength in Magic City? Shen Nian intended to inspect Jiulong Hall first, as these were matters the system had not elucidated. Hadn't Li Qinghan mentioned that the Tianqing Group had connections to the underworld? It was time to see whose influence was more formidable. Boss, without exaggeration, our Jiulong Hall holds the second position in Magic City. No other underground organization dares to claim the first. Xue Hu spoke with fervor, pride swelling as he recounted the achievements he had single-handedly built. Now all under Shen Nian's command. Does the Tianqing Group have any connections with us? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. If there were connections, things could get interesting. If not, they would have even less to fear. I don't believe so. I haven't had any dealings with them. And my brothers haven't either. If they had, I would have been informed. Xue Hu pondered, then shook his head. He wasn't particularly fond of dealing with those in the business world. They were often deceitful and scheming, making interactions tiresome. Shen Nian nodded slightly, refraining from further discussion, turning his gaze to the night scenery outside, lost in thought, while Xue Hu, perceptively, remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the Houting Club. Xue Hu guided Shen Nian to this venue, which appeared to be a recreational establishment, yet in reality, it served as the headquarters of Jiulong Hall, where Xue Hu typically managed internal affairs. The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the club's entrance. The new security guard, though inexperienced, recognized the boss's car immediately and rushed to open the door. However, it was Shen Nian who exited first, followed closely by Xuehu. "Boss, please." The two security guards, witnessing Xuehu's respectful demeanor towards this unfamiliar young man, felt as though they had imbibed counterfeit liquor and were hallucinating. Though they were not affiliated with Zhulong Hall, they had certainly heard of Brother Hu's reputation. The scene before them was surreal. The formidable brother who was displaying a level of deference? Surely, they had exhausted themselves yesterday and needed to recuperate. Unfazed by the guards' bewildered stares, Xuehu dutifully led Shen Nian inside, navigating through the club's interior until they reached the innermost depths of the third floor. "Boss." This was where Xuehu had previously conducted his business, and upon his arrival, several bodyguards stationed at the entrance bowed in greeting, collectively addressing Shen Nian, though a keen observer would notice their reverence was directed at him. Thanks to the system's influence, the entire Zhulong Hall was now aware of Shen Nian's new role as the leader. Though they were uncertain of how this transpired, they understood their duty was to follow orders without question. Shen Nian nodded. Having observed the establishment throughout their journey, it appeared quite normal. He signaled to Xuehu, who promptly understood and stepped forward to unlock the door, as the key still rested in his possession. Inside the office, though termed as such, it resembled a spacious living room. Upon entering, Shen Nian's gaze fell upon an entire suite of golden silk Nanmu furniture. Everything from the desk to the coffee table, chairs, and cabinets was crafted from this exquisite wood. On the wall behind the desk hung a framed calligraphy reading De Yi Long Tong, demonstrating Xuehu's confidence in his enterprise. "Boss, please have a seat. I recently received a batch of exquisite Taiping Monkey King tea. Allow me to brew you a pot." Despite Xuehu's imposing stature, he was not the sort to be intellectually simplistic. He maintained proper etiquette, inviting Shen Nian to take a seat before preparing the tea, which he rarely indulged in himself. "Huzi, I need to ask you something. Speak candidly. Do any of Zhulong Hall's enterprises involve flesh trade or flower business?" Given Zhulong Hall's underground status, Shen Nian deemed it necessary to clarify these matters, for if anything went awry, he could find himself ensnared in a predicament. "Boss, the tea." Xuehu first poured a cup of tea for Shen Nian before beginning to address his inquiry. The gray industry encompasses a plethora of activities, including usury, debt collection, gambling, and money laundering, among others. The activities you mentioned, such as pimping and the flower business, are also present. As he spoke, he pondered that the reason the Zhulong Hall has become an underground organization is precisely because they engage in businesses that cannot see the light of day. To put it bluntly, how many of those large conglomerates truly built their fortunes from the ground up, step by step? Most have simply laundered their wealth after having amassed it. "Tiger, do not involve yourself in pimping or the drug trade any longer. I give you 1 day to collect all the drugs within the hall, and then enlist a few clever brothers to deliver these drugs separately to the Tianqing Group's corporate building and the Dong family. I will provide you with technical support. The surveillance will not capture you. Moreover, let me reiterate, from now on, no one is permitted to touch drugs of any kind, and should anyone dare to do so, I will personally ensure they are incarcerated." After hearing Xuehu's words, Shen Nian felt a shudder. Was the system truly reliable? The earlier part was manageable, if exposed. One could simply spend some money to have a few underlings take the fall. However, the latter part, if something went awry, would lead to a catastrophic outcome. Initially, he had intended for Xuehu to destroy the drugs outright, but then he contemplated, why not make use of them and set a trap for the Tianqing Group? If it were exposed that both their corporate building and residence contained drugs, it would undoubtedly generate significant negative repercussions, wouldn't it? Even if it were later proven to be a setup, it would still serve to tarnish their reputation, wouldn't it? Not to mention, this would surely lead to a decline in their stock. However, boss, if we abandon this line of business, our income will be drastically reduced. The drug trade, while high risk, also yields high returns, and it can be said that more than half of Zhulong Hall's profits stem from it. The sudden cessation of this venture was something Xuehu was reluctant to accept. "What? Do you have objections? I am the hall master now. Everything here is at my discretion, and I have made myself abundantly clear. From now on, whoever dares to touch this will face my personal wrath. Do you wish to test that?" Shen Nian, feeling cold at that moment, thought of money as merely a resource. He was not lacking in funds. Previously, he had no involvement and was unaware of the situation, so it was not his concern. However, now that Zhulong Hall was intertwined with him, matters had to be conducted according to his rules. "I dare not." Xuehu recognized his error. Upon seeing the resolute gaze from the other party, he understood that if he continued to oppose, his fate would be dire. Thus, he conceded, accepting that earning less was preferable. He had already encountered the consequences of a misstep once before and had no desire to experience it again. Chapter 26, Grasping with Both Hands. Yes, remember this. This message must reach every individual. I do not wish to see such substances within the hall in the future. Money is not the issue. Once we bring down the Tianqing group, Jiulong Hall can seamlessly launder its reputation and rise again, at which point we will naturally have an inexhaustible supply of wealth. A boss who cannot envision a grand future is not a good boss. Shen Nian understood that Shui was an ambitious man. If there were a chance to launder their reputation, it was likely that no underground organization would refuse such an opportunity. After all, the main road is far easier to traverse than a narrow bridge, is it not? He knew he would not linger in the Magic City for long. So it was imperative to eliminate the Tianqing group. Otherwise, upon his departure, Li Qinghan and others would inevitably be implicated, wouldn't they? Yes, boss. It was only at this moment that Shui who comprehended why Shen Nian had inquired about the Tianqing group while in the car. It was due to a conflict with their leader. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. I merely came to check in. Soon, I will arrange for a few brothers to guard this location to ensure the safety of those inside. Now, take me to Shirley residence. Prepare for tomorrow and call me when ready. I will give the orders. The night was deep, and having recently acquired a new villa, Shen Nian naturally wanted to inspect it. 30,000 was merely a trifling sum, after all. Simultaneously, to prevent Tianqing from taking preemptive action and venting their frustrations on Li Qinghan and her daughter, he provided Shui with their address, instructing him to station people there. Better safe than sorry. Understood, boss. I will take you there first, and then make arrangements immediately. Shui found Shen Nian's earlier remarks quite reasonable. He had long desired to launder his reputation. However, such endeavors required substantial capital and a pivotal opportunity. If the Tianqing group could serve as a springboard, the likelihood of success would be greatly increased. This was his first encounter with Shen Nian, yet he found it challenging to discern the latter's intentions, unsure of what lay beneath the surface. Nevertheless, since the other was the current hall master, he resolved to follow orders. If it proved unfeasible, he would simply abandon the thought. Shirley residence. This was an upscale villa community in the Magic City, comprising standalone villas. In terms of value, it likely ranked among the top 3 in the city, housing only the affluent and elite. Naturally, the security at such a community was exceptionally stringent. Every vehicle belonging to the residence was registered, and Shui's Rolls-Royce Phantom was predictably halted at the entrance. Good evening, sir. I sincerely apologize, but we have regulations that prohibit non-resident vehicles from entering. A tall security guard approached the car, offering a respectful salute, then spoke courteously. Although the vehicle before him was undoubtedly luxurious, indicating wealth, he could only adhere to the rules. I am a resident here. If you cannot enter, surely I can? As he spoke, Shen Nian opened the car door, feigning to retrieve something from his pocket. But in truth, he extracted the property deed from the system space. After opening it, he presented it to the security guard. He was not angered, recognizing that a well-maintained community was indeed a safer place, ensuring that not just anyone could gain entry. Moreover, Shen Nian understood that the guard was merely doing his job. There was no reason to make things difficult for him. Hello, Mr. Shen. As a resident, you are certainly permitted to enter. Please wait a moment. I will have a colleague drive you over, as your villa is a bit distant from here. Upon realizing that Shen Nian was the owner of Villa Number 1, the guard nearly lost his composure. Good heavens! He had inadvertently blocked the most prominent resident at the gate. It was widely known that Villa Number 1 was the largest and most expensive, with construction costs reaching 15 billion and a staggering market price of 30 billion, far exceeding any other villa in the area. Even the second-ranking villa was worth less than 15 billion. Although the Magic City was a haven for the wealthy, not everyone was willing to invest such a fortune in a single property, considering it nearly a futile investment. Even if property values appreciated, how much could they truly rise? What kind of house could increase by tens of billions? Thus, Villa Number 1 had remained unsold for an extended period, and the guard did not anticipate that the youthful figure before him was its owner, leaving him envious. Well, I appreciate your assistance. With a car at his disposal, Shen Nian was disinclined to walk. After nodding to the guard, he turned back to Shui, who had yet to leave, casually waving his hand to indicate that he could depart. Goodbye, boss. As Shui lowered the car window to bid Shen Nian farewell, he drove away. Knowing he still had tasks to complete, he needed to select a few reliable brothers to assist, and regarding the drug issue, although Shen Nian had granted him a day, he intended to collect all the drugs that very night. They were indeed in the business of transactions, but they refrained from partaking in drugs themselves, fully aware of the dangers they posed. Once addiction set in, the suffering was unbearable, akin to being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants. After a brief moment, Shen Nian arrived in front of his opulent villa, resembling a grand palace, aboard the security patrol vehicle. Satisfied, he nodded and then retrieved his keys to unlock the door and enter. Although the villa had not been sold, the property management had arranged daily cleaning, ensuring it was impeccably maintained and ready for immediate occupancy. Had this been shortly after acquiring the system, he might have excitedly explored every nook and cranny. But now Shen Nian had matured considerably. He understood that possessions such as houses and cars would continue to flow into his life. Thus, there was little cause for exuberance. It was merely a place for rest. After enjoying a shower in the master bedroom upstairs, Shen Nian approached his computer desk. Indeed, he was preparing to infiltrate the chairman of Tianqing Group's computer to uncover any incriminating evidence. With both drugs and dirt in hand, he doubted such a figure could remain unscathed. As for any underworld forces, with Jiulong Hall backing him, who in the Magic City would dare to provoke him? With swift, deft fingers dancing across the keyboard, Shen Nian executed this intrusion with ease. Although Dong Yuan had upgraded his computer security, it was still insufficient against Shen Nian's expertise. In less than a minute, he had effortlessly breached Dong Yuan's system, remotely commandeering it and diligently sifting through various folders. It was evident that something was amiss. If the computer contained nothing of significance, there would have been no need for enhanced security. As expected, after meticulously filtering through the data, he finally stumbled upon a trove of information concealed within an unremarkable folder. Chapter 27, Two Choices. I knew these individuals had few clean hands. At that moment, Shen Nian discovered evidence of bribery, embezzlement, and even murder among the shareholders of Tianqing Group on Dong Yuan's computer. Should this information be disclosed, not only would the Tianqing Group face collapse, but numerous officials would also face dire consequences. After copying the incriminating evidence, Shen Nian promptly deleted the original files from Dong Yuan's computer, thereby rendering him incapable of controlling the other shareholders. Tianqing Group was not solely under Dong Yuan's ownership. Including him, there were 10 shareholders in total, with Dong Yuan holding the largest stake at 42, which justified his position as chairman. Furthermore, he possessed damning evidence against the other 9, granting him absolute authority within the group. His office was specially modified, accessible only to him, making it impossible for anyone else to approach his computer. Yet, unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with Shen Nian. There was no need to visit the company. A mere flick of his fingers allowed him to breach the computer's defenses. After completing this task, Shen Nian used Dong Yuan's account to summon the other 9 directors for a meeting the following morning. Naturally, this notification was masked from Dong Yuan himself to avoid detection. With everything meticulously arranged, Shen Nian felt drowsy, shutting down the computer before rolling into bed and drifting off to sleep. A night devoid of events. The next morning, Shen Nian, unusually awake early, prepared for an important day ahead. He requested Shuehu to bring him a complete outfit. As for his car, it had already been stored within the system's space the day prior. Huzi, was there any unusual activity at the location I had you monitor yesterday? One could not help but admire Shuehu's attentiveness. He arrived early, anticipating that Shen Nian had not had breakfast, so he thoughtfully brought along a meal. The security personnel, having seen Shuehu the previous day, promptly allowed him entry upon recognizing he was delivering items for Shen Nian. As he ate, Shen Nian inquired about Li Qinghan's family situation, feeling quite pleased with Shuehu as a subordinate. Everything is normal. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I arranged 3 teams to rotate surveillance throughout the day, and I will be notified immediately of any developments. Having once held a leadership position, Shuehu instinctively understood what needed to be done without needing specific instructions from Shen Nian. Moreover, he had selected capable individuals from Jiulong Hall to lead the teams, ensuring that rival forces would likely steer clear. Good work. Have you eaten? If not, sit down and join me for breakfast, then accompany me to meet a few individuals. Shen Nian's appetite was modest, and Shuehu had prepared an abundance of food, which was far too much for one person. Adhering to the principle of avoiding waste, he invited Shuehu to eat with him. Thank you, boss. After their brief interaction the previous day, Shuehu had begun to grasp his superior's straightforward nature, forthright and unpretentious. So he accepted the invitation without hesitation and sat down to enjoy breakfast. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at Tingyu Pavilion. After satisfying their hunger, Shuehu drove according to Shen Nian's instructions, having booked a private room after sending messages to the other 9 shareholders of Tianqing Group the day before. Inside the room, 9 middle-aged men awaited in silence, each lost in thought. Currently, Dong Yuan handled all matters concerning Tianqing Group, while they merely received dividends annually, unaware of the purpose behind the gathering. With a creak, the door opened, drawing the attention of all present. In an instant, their gazes fixed on the entrance, but alas, the newcomers were not Dong Yuan, but rather a young man accompanied by a burly figure. Everyone is here? Good, let us get down to business. Upon entering, Shen Nian motioned for Shuehu to close the door behind them. Shuehu promptly approached the table, pulling out the chair at the head, while Shen Nian took his seat, unperturbed by the other's scrutiny. Have you two mistaken the venue? This is not a place for your antics. One of the older men, a balding gentleman named Shang Dajiang, remarked with a frown. He was the largest shareholder among the 9. I understand that many of you may be puzzled, so allow me to clarify. I am the one who summoned you here, not Dong Yuan. Before we discuss the matter at hand, I would like to show you something. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Shui Hu, who promptly retrieved several documents from his briefcase and distributed them to the shareholders. Initially, the men regarded the documents with disdain, but as they perused the contents, their expressions shifted dramatically, unable to fathom how Shen Nian had acquired such information. It seems you are quite pleased with what I have prepared. Therefore, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. The purpose of today's gathering is to present you with a choice. The first option is that I offer each of you 10 million to transfer your shares of Tianqing Group to me, ensuring that we remain out of each other's affairs. The second option is that I send you to prison. I trust that you, more than anyone, understand that once this information is made public, none of you will escape unscathed. Given your current ages, the likelihood of surviving imprisonment is virtually non-existent. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, and let me add this. I alone possess this information. The version held by Dong Yuan has already been dealt with. This is a conflict between him and me, and I hope that you will not involve yourselves. You have 5 minutes to deliberate. If I require all your shares, and should even one of you dissent, I'm afraid you will all share the same fate. Shen Nian laid out his terms in one breath, knowing that the combined shares of these individuals amounted to a staggering 55. Should he acquire these, he could effectively usurp Dong Yuan's power. 10 million. Are the youth perhaps a tad too avaricious? Do you comprehend the worth of our shares collectively? After heeding Shen Nian's words, Shang Dajiang was the first to rise in rebuttal. They were all titans of the business realm, accustomed to cordiality. How could they now be intimidated by a mere youth? Is it too much to ask? Very well, then, let it be 1 million. You may refuse, but I assure you, by tomorrow at the latest, you shall find yourselves behind bars. Should you doubt, feel free to test it. Even without these shares, Shen Nian could topple Tianqing Group. It would merely require a bit more time. Unfazed by Shang Dajiang's inquiries, he boldly haggled. Enough. Just as Shang Dajiang was about to continue, another gentleman, bespectacled with golden rims and exuding an air of cultured refinement, intervened. This man, known as Eugene, held shares second only to Shang Dajiang's. Chapter 28. The deal is made. Let us proceed. Eugene rose and cast a penetrating glance at Shen Nian. Over the years, through the group's dividends, they had amassed considerable wealth and established families. He naturally wished to avoid the fate of laboring in a sewing factory. 1 million is insufficient. Let us settle at 10 million. At this price, I can relinquish my shares, but I demand cash. Furthermore, you must ensure that this information is destroyed afterward. Agreed. Shen Nian readily acquiesced to the request. 10 million was merely a trifling sum for him to transfer at any time, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements, as retaining such documents was of no use. Old you, are you truly acquiescing so easily? This is folly. Shang Dajiang was taken aback by Eugene's willingness to transfer his shares and began to persuade him. I have grown weary over the years. Consider it a financial offering to avert disaster. Do you truly wish to spend time in prison? His words held weight. At their age, considering the deeds they had committed, did he believe they could emerge unscathed? Eugene shook his head slightly. Each individual present bore at least one life on their conscience, and with the implications of bribery and various other charges, should they be incarcerated, it would either be life imprisonment or worse. He now yearned for a tranquil life. As the adage goes, beginnings are always the hardest. With his leading example, the other shareholders pondered for a moment before also agreeing to Shen Nian's conditions, 10 million for the shares. Only Shang Dajiang remained uncommitted. Shang Dajiang, what say you? I have made my position clear. Unless everyone consents, I can still ensure your incarceration. Shen Nian turned to Shang Dajiang. Not just him, but the others awaited his response. Yet the seconds ticked by without a word from him. It seems you find it difficult to decide. No matter, allow me to present something that may clarify your choice. With a wave of his hand, Shuehu immediately offered his phone, displaying a video where a woman and her 2 children were bound and trapped in a dark, damp basement. Wife. Xiao Tian. Xiao Yu. You bastards, you have taken my wife and children. Upon recognizing the figures in the video, Shang Dajiang sprang to his feet, intent on confronting Shen Nian. However, he was no match for Shuehu. With a swift slap, Shuehu sent him spinning, bringing him to his senses. His family was in the adversary's grasp. Prudence was now essential. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I guarantee your wife and children will return home safely. However, if anyone dares to defy me, I cannot assure where they might end up. So, will you sell or not? Sensing the agitation among the others, Shen Nian nonchalantly waved his hand. Prior to this encounter, he had instructed Shuehu to have their families captured. While one might say that misfortune should not befall loved ones, such threats are often the most effective. Shang Dajiang, what are you waiting for? Have you not heard that our wives and children have been taken? What use is your meager wealth now? Indeed, For heaven's sake, agree already. Make your choice swiftly. I swear, if you utter a single no, I will ensure your demise. They were all acutely aware that the safety of their families was their Achilles heel. At this moment, without Shen Nian needing to utter a word, they instinctively began to urge him, having realized that this young man was no trifling foe. They merely wished to escape this perilous situation and return to their loved ones. I agree. Shang Dajiang articulated each word with deliberation, holding the largest share. His potential losses were equally significant, yet he understood that should he refuse Shen Nian's demands, not only would they suffer, but their families would be imperiled as well. Had you agreed sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Shen Nian had prepared the contract in advance, indicating that he had anticipated their capitulation. After all, in the world of commerce, the essence is profit, and when personal interests are at stake, they are more resolute than ever. At this juncture, the 9 individuals present had nothing left to say. After receiving the share transfer documents from Shuehu, they signed without even glancing at them. They would accept the money Shen Nian was willing to offer, should he choose not to. They would simply consider it a charitable donation. Before long, all 9 had completed signing their transfer documents. Shen Nian, however, was not without honor. He duly compensated them, transferring 10 million to each, knowing that eventually, he would recuperate those funds from Dong Yuan. Very well, the transaction is complete. In half an hour, your families will return home safely. Lastly, I request your presence at the Tianqing Group shareholder meeting tomorrow. After leaving this remark, Shen Nian rose first to depart the private room, with Shuehu following closely behind. He also instructed his subordinates to release the captives. Huzi, you need not accompany me further. Tonight, gather a few astute brothers and follow my orders to deliver the collected narcotics to the Dong family. Yesterday, he had promised to visit Li Chong, and he could not afford to renege. Now, having secured a substantial stake in Tianqing Group, Shen Nian had changed his plans. His aim was to tarnish the Dong family's reputation, ensuring that he could assume control over Tianqing Group without difficulty. Understood, boss. You may use this vehicle. I will take a taxi back. Shuehu nodded vigorously, now fully committed to following Shen Nian's every directive, for a subordinate must possess the awareness of his role. No need for that. Go on your way. Shen Nian waved him off casually. Then, with a thought, he retrieved his Pagani Huayra but did not set off immediately. Instead, he browsed through his system's inventory for an appropriate gift. Each time he checked in, he received random rewards. Thus, he had amassed a plethora of items in his system space, including antiques, artworks, teas, and spirits. Ding dong, ding dong. Today, Li Chong had risen early to purchase groceries, bustling about the kitchen, eagerly awaiting Shen Nian's arrival. Upon hearing the doorbell, he knew without a doubt it was him. Wiping his hands on his apron, he went to open the door. Uncle Li, long time no see. As soon as the door opened, Shen Nian greeted him warmly. Once a person reaches a certain age, their appearance tends to remain relatively unchanged. Thus, he recognized Li Chong immediately. Young Shen, come in. You've grown into quite the handsome fellow. At this moment, Shen Nian was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, and with his system-enhanced physique and striking appearance. Even the most popular young heartthrobs would pale in comparison to him. Tap, tap, tap. Perhaps alerted by the commotion downstairs, the sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Chapter 29, Lavish Gifts. Shen Nian turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, and it was none other than Li Qinghan. Today being the weekend, she was dressed more casually in a simple white t-shirt paired with a moderately length pleated skirt, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Finally, you're here. My dad has been up since early morning, bustling about in the kitchen. Li Qinghan had intended to lend a hand, but her culinary skills were, shall we say, merely edible. They were cooked, but hardly delectable. Usually, it was her father who cooked, rarely allowing her into the kitchen. I knew Uncle Li would still be the same, always taking care of me. He chuckled heartily. This time, I brought you a little gift. I hope you like it. With that, he placed 2 large tote bags on the coffee table, ready to retrieve their contents. Given their familiarity, Shen Nian felt no need for formalities. When did you become so polite? Just come by without bringing gifts. Would I ever turn you away? Li Chong, though feigning nonchalance, couldn't he help but steal glances at the bags, his eyes betraying his true feelings. And what about me? Li Qinghan, hearing Shen Nian refer to you all, naturally included herself in the curiosity, eager to see what Shen Nian would gift her. I know Uncle Li enjoys a drink from time to time, so I brought you 2 bottles of wine. One is Handi Matai, and the other is a 35-year-old Lai Matai. To me, these are merely decorative items. But here with Uncle Li, they can truly shine. As he spoke, Shen Nian pulled out 2 bottles from the bags, one of which had yellowed packaging, clearly indicating its age. Yet these 2 bottles held a staggering value of 20 million. It was nearly the price of his Pagani. What? Handi Matai. You also have Lai Matai. Upon hearing the names, Li Chong felt a sudden rush of realization and sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. The former had only 10 bottles produced, and the latter was nearly a collector's item. He cautiously lifted the Han Di Mutai from the coffee table, scrutinizing it as if fearing a misstep would send it crashing to the ground, a mistake he would regret for a lifetime. Li Chong was a connoisseur of fine wines, typically indulging in bottles ranging from 1,000 to a maximum of 10,000 yuan. The idea of wine worth millions was unfathomable, even if he had the means. Finding such treasures was a challenge. These were priceless artifacts. Dad, is this wine really that expensive? You're acting like it's just 2 bottles. Li Qinghan, who did not drink, was puzzled by her father's fervent reaction. What are you saying? Daughter, you must not underestimate these 2 bottles. If auctioned, they could easily fetch 20 million, if not more. After examining the Han Di Matai, Li Chong turned his attention to the yellowed Lai Matai, marveling at the fact that he could even see and touch such a rare treasure, a smile unwavering on his face. 20 million. I had thought of 100,000, but I never imagined it would be in the millions. Li Qinghan's eyes widened in astonishment, her father's excitement only intensifying the atmosphere. The only one remaining composed was Shen Nian, who had acquired these items through the system without spending a dime. Kid, I appreciate your sentiment, but this wine is too extravagant. You should take it back. Just being able to admire it is more than enough for me. After a long pause, Li Chong reluctantly set down the Lai Matai. Aware that Shen Nian must have spent a fortune to obtain these items, he ultimately declined the offer. Just 2 bottles. Uncle Li needn't worry about it. I also have a piece of cursive calligraphy that I believe you will enjoy. Typically, individuals of Li Chong's age or those retired often have an interest in antiques and artworks, and Shen Nian felt that Li Chong would be no exception. Moreover, he had done his homework before arriving. The piece of calligraphy in his possession had previously fetched over 300 million at auction. Recently, it had been awarded to him by the system, making it the perfect gift for Li Chong. This is the Ping and Tai? Li Chong carefully unfurled the calligraphy on the table, recognizing it at once as a work of the sage of calligraphy. Since Uncle Li recognizes it, I won't need to elaborate, Shen Nian laughed. Now this is for Qinghan. I thought you wouldn't be interested in such things, so I prepared this for you. Recognizing the discerning eye of his audience, Shen Nian opted not to elaborate further, turning instead to retrieve a gift box for Li Qinghan, encouraging her to open it. What could this be, shrouded in mystery? She murmured, but her hands moved quickly, anticipating that Shen Nian's offerings would be no less impressive than those for her father. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Upon opening the gift box, she was greeted by a stunning jade bead necklace, featuring 27 round beads of exquisite old pit jade, each with a silky texture, vibrant yet subtle in color, and a natural ruby at the connection point. What woman does not adore jewelry? Especially one that had previously sold for an astronomical price of 180 million. It must be quite expensive, right? Li Qinghan, having a basic understanding of jade, recognized its quality and quantity, realizing that Shen Nian had indeed been exceedingly generous. She finally grasped the excitement her father had felt earlier. As long as you like it, let us not discuss the price. Shen Nian chuckled, for all these items were acquired through the system, legal and above board. The monetary value others had paid was irrelevant to him. Thank you, Shen Nian. I absolutely love it. Had it been anything else, Li Qinghan might have hesitated to accept. But this necklace was something she cherished, and seeing Shen Nian's carefree demeanor, she felt perfectly justified in accepting it, her heart brimming with joy. Ha ha ha, kiddo. You've really outdone yourself today. With wine, calligraphy, and this jade necklace, it's about time for you to relax a bit. Uncle must whip up some good dishes for you. Let us enjoy a drink together. Typically, Li Chong would refuse such extravagant gifts from others. But Shen Nian was someone he had watched grow up. Their bond was different. With that, he excused himself to the kitchen, determined to treat Shen Nian to a splendid meal. Chapter 30. Were you not looking for me? A short while later, at the dining table, Shen Nian had initially intended for Li Chong to sample the 2 bottles of wine, but Li Chong adamantly refused, claiming that drinking such fine wine would be a disgrace. Instead, he brought out 2 bottles of Kong D red wine worth about 100,000. Truth be told, he had little interest in wine, and he would suffice. Since the gifts were for Li Chong, how he chose to handle them was his prerogative, and Shen Nian had no intention of interfering. Uncle Li, allow me to toast you. Haha, cheers. Let us drink. After several rounds of toasting and drinking, Shen Nian contemplated for a moment before deciding to address the 2 individuals present. He set down his wine glass and began, Uncle Li, Qinghan, I advise you both to remain at home for the next few days and refrain from going to the company for the time being. I am already handling matters with Tiancheng Group, but the Dong family is lurking with ill intentions, and I fear they may resort to desperate measures if pressed. I will arrange for someone to guard the entrance of our home, so as long as you stay indoors, you need not worry about safety. It won't be long. I should be able to resolve everything within a couple of days. A cornered rabbit will bite, and having perused Dong Yuan's computer, I know he is no fool. If he feels cornered, he may resort to actions that could harm both of you. Young man, how confident are you in this endeavor? If it seems too precarious, we can leave now. There is no need to engage in a reckless confrontation. I recognize that you are doing well, but I do not wish to see you squander your hard-earned foundations. Li Chong had initially intended to convey this to Shen Nian, but in his moment of joy, it slipped his mind. Now, upon Shen Nian's initiative to mention it, he urged him earnestly. Indeed, Shen Nian, if you lack sufficient assurance, we should withdraw. If necessary, we could return to Jinhai. After all, you have established a company there, haven't you? Since learning about the complex dynamics within Tiancheng Group, Li Qinghan had been inclined to advise Shen Nian against direct confrontation. It is said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And Shen Nian is but one person. She and her father could offer no substantial aid. The items Shen Nian provided yesterday alone far exceeded their entire family's assets. It matters not. I have my plans in mind. You will understand in due course. The following day at 8 o'clock, Shen Nian awoke in his villa. He had spent the previous evening at Li Qinghan's home, but after indulging in alcohol, he eventually called Shui to drive him back. Today, he was to visit Tiancheng Group. He had already briefed several former shareholders the previous night, instructing them to attend the shareholder meeting punctually. Thus, before retiring for the night, he had convened this meeting in the name of the 9 shareholders. Though Dong Yuan typically called the shots at Tiancheng Group, the combined shares of the 9 shareholders surpassed his own. Moreover, Dong Yuan was unaware that the shares had been acquired by Lu Li, making it all the more advantageous to initiate proceedings under their names. At 9 o'clock, within the conference room of Tiancheng Group, Dong Yuan pushed open the door punctually. Recently, there had been no significant developments within the group, and he was puzzled by the sudden assembly of a shareholder meeting. His mood had been sour, as they had yet to locate the individual who had attacked his son, Dong Bowen, and thus he bore no amiable expression for the gathering. Inside the conference room, the 9 members of Shang Dajiang took their seats, yet a young man occupied the head chair. Upon witnessing this, Dong Yuan's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly demanded, "Which department do you belong to? Do you not recognize this place? Is this seat meant for you? Get out now." Unfazed by Dong Yuan's loud rebuke, Shen Nian merely idly scratched his ear and flicked a piece of earwax towards him, before speaking with a bemused expression. "I heard you've been searching for me, so I decided to come over. If I'm not mistaken, your son hasn't awakened yet, has he?" At this, Dong Yuan quickly realized that this young man was the one who had assaulted his son. However, instead of reacting immediately, he hesitated, sensing something was amiss. It was illogical for someone to confront him directly when they could easily hide away. "Humph, you injure my son and don't flee? What brings you to my company? Are you not afraid of being apprehended?" The other 9 individuals in the conference room had come merely to fill seats. But upon learning that Dong Yuan's son had been assaulted, they felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, yesterday, Shen Nian had taken their families hostage. And now hearing about Dong Yuan's son brought them a certain comfort. Enough with the pleasantries. Dong Yuan, I hereby formally announce that your position as chairman of Tiancheng Group is revoked, and from this day forth, I will officially take over the group. In truth, Shen Nian need not have gone through such elaborate means. A simple announcement would suffice. However, such a course of action would not serve to irk Dong Yuan sufficiently. Hence he summoned him there in person for this declaration, knowing that to strike at one's heart is to truly wound. Ha ha ha, where did this naive fool come from? You must still be dreaming, to think you could revoke my position. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say such things? Initially startled, Dong Yuan soon erupted into laughter. He held 42 of Tiancheng Group's shares, and unless all 9 shareholders united to sanction him, it was improbable that he could be ousted. Unfortunately for him, he held leverage over them, making such a scenario impossible. Is that so? Then why not ask them if they agree? It was time for the 9 to play their part. Having transferred their shares the day before, they were now poised to support Shen Nian in this theatrical performance. No sooner had he spoken than voices began to echo in agreement. I agree to revoke Dong Yuan's position. I concur. Seconded. Passed. Aye. Within the span of a minute, Shen Nian's proposal was unanimously approved. Dong Yuan stood dumbfounded. When had these individuals become so compliant? Have you forgotten something? Dare you openly oppose me? In the past, such a threat from me would have caused you to cower. Yet yesterday Shen Nian had already claimed the leverage Dong Yuan held. Thus, his threats had lost their potency. Consequently, the shareholders disregarded him, treating his words as mere wind, offering no response. Oh, I forgot to mention, the documents on your computer have been cleared. Moreover, yesterday they transferred their shares entirely to me, so now, I hold the reins of Tiancheng Group. As he observed Dong Yuan, who believed he had secured victory, Shen Nian laid bare the truth, his words piercing like daggers into Dong Yuan's heart. What? Impossible. That's absolutely unthinkable. How could you access my computer? This must be a scheme you all devised to undermine me for your own profit, right? Dong Yuan vehemently rejected Shen Nian's claims, even beginning to suspect that Shang Dajiang and his associates had orchestrated this entire setup. Chapter 31. One should not be too greedy. You truly overestimate your importance. Do you think I have the luxury of idleness? Here, take a good look. Shen Nian casually tossed a copy of the share transfer document towards Dong Yuan. The original remained securely in his possession. Even if Dong Yuan tore the copy, it would ultimately prove futile. Do you think this secures your position? Even if you have acquired their shares, what of it? The group is filled with my people. Do you believe they would heed your commands? Having perused the share transfer document in his hands, Dong Yuan regained his composure. Even if Shen Nian became the chairman, as long as he remained within the group, he could still undermine him. Every significant position within the company was filled with his appointees, unless Shen Nian dismissed them all, which would inflict severe losses on the group and halt many projects. Dong Yuan was confident he would not take such drastic action. That does make sense. In that case, why not transfer your shares to me? I can hold them alone, and you need not concern yourself with the group's future affairs. Shen Nian rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table. Currently, Tianqing Group's shares amounted to a mere 3, and if he were to acquire Dong Yuan's holdings, he would possess a staggering 97 stake. At that point, Tianqing Group would be entirely under his dominion. Have you not awakened this morning? Transfer your shares to me? Are you delusional, or am I? I have yet to settle accounts regarding my son, and you dare to covet my shares? Truly a fool's dream. Dong Yuan regarded Shen Nian with a look of incredulity, as lingering animosities remained between them. Only a madman would contemplate relinquishing his shares under such circumstances. Circumstances are malleable. How can one know without attempting? As the time approached, he cautioned, "Be ready to answer the call." Shen Nian glanced at the wall clock, flashing a devilish smile, and sure enough, as he spoke, Dong Yuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a video call from his wife. At this moment, the 9 individuals present exchanged knowing glances, having experienced a similar ordeal just yesterday. Luckily, Shen Nian had kept his word and spared their wives and children. Otherwise, they would not have been present today. Dong Yuan's heart sank with an ominous thought, and without further deliberation, he pressed the answer button. They say that what one fears often comes to pass. Once the video connected, the image revealed Song Yuanqing bound and gagged, flanked by 2 men adorned with headgear. Was this your doing? Despicable scoundrel. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Release my wife. What worth is troubling a woman? Given Shen Nian's prior words, Dong Yuan sprang to his feet, his emotions surging as he bellowed. Song Yuanqing has been by my side since my youth, unwavering in her loyalty, and I love her dearly. Your actions have undoubtedly struck a nerve. Remain calm, remain calm. Your wife is still quite safe. What did I say? Circumstances are malleable. If you transfer your shares to me, I will release her unharmed. Not a hair on her head will be harmed. Of course, I am quite accommodating. You may refuse if you wish, but the fate of your wife and your worthless son remains uncertain. You have 3 minutes to contemplate. Song Yuanqing had been at the hospital caring for their son, granting opportunities to Shuehu and others. Otherwise, breaching the Dong residence to abduct 2 individuals would pose significant challenges and might attract police attention. While such tactics may lack decorum, they had proven effective time and again. Moreover, as adversaries, there was no need for leniency. Shen Nian was certain that had their roles been reversed, Dong Yuan would have acted similarly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time slipped away, and Dong Yuan trembled, not from fear, but from the effort to contain his righteous fury. He yearned to charge at Shen Nian and deliver a sound thrashing, yet with his wife and child in the opponent's grasp, he dared not act impulsively. He clenched his fists, even feeling his nails dig into his flesh, and sweat beaded upon his brow. Time's up. Will you grant me the shares or not? This opportunity is singular. Think carefully before you respond. Shen Nian was a man of principles. 3 minutes meant 3 minutes. He had been timing it, and now urged Dong Yuan for his final decision. I agree, but you must release her first. In the conflict between family and career, Dong Yuan hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing the former. While he could endure the loss of his son, parting with Song Yuanqing was a far greater sorrow. Clarify your position. You are in no place to make demands. Shen Nian dismissed Dong Yuan's proposal, simultaneously retrieving a new share transfer document from the table and placing it before him. You had best keep your word. Otherwise, I will not spare you. And how much will I receive? With his lifeline firmly in Shen Nian's grasp, Dong Yuan could only utter a verbal threat. Yet, since a transfer was inevitable, he needed to inquire about the financial aspect. TSK, 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 you still seek money? Are 2 lives not sufficient? One must not be overly greedy. It is fortunate I am not demanding payment from you. Upon hearing this, the 9 present felt a sense of equilibrium. Without comparison, there could be no harm. It appeared Shen Nian had treated them relatively well, at least offering each 1 million. Unlike Dong Yuan, who provided nothing. This was primarily because they had no grievances with Shen Nian, whereas Dong Yuan's son had betrayed him. The sins of the father inevitably fell upon him. This is utterly intolerable. Dong Yuan had anticipated Shen Nian would negotiate for a meager price in exchange for his shares. Yet he had not expected that the other party harbored no intention of offering money at all. Do you have objections? Fine, sign if you wish. If not, so be it. The more Dong Yuan reacted, the more nonchalant Shen Nian appeared, feigning to reclaim the transfer document, only for Dong Yuan to suppress him. Sign. I will sign. His grip on the pen was so tight it nearly broke. Yet, gazing at Song Yuanqing on the video, Dong Yuan capitulated. He could not bear to lose his devoted wife after so many years. Money could be earned again, but a person lost was truly lost. Ultimately, he paid no heed to the document's contents and hastily scrawled his name, followed by a thumbprint, as such things were readily available in the conference room. Chapter 32. Come with us. Release her. Shortly thereafter, Dong Yuan slammed the signed share transfer document on the table before Shen Nian, demanding once more for her release. At that moment, the group was no longer tied to the company in any way. Free her. Shen Nian, satisfied, tucked away the transfer document. Meanwhile, the video call with Dong Yuan remained active, and those on the other end naturally heard Shen Nian's command. Following his instruction, they immediately untied Song Yuanqing and then severed the video connection, escorting her back to the hospital. Very well, today's meeting shall conclude here. From this point forward, Tianqing Group has no further ties with you all. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. His objective accomplished. Shen Nian saw no reason to linger within the Tianqing Group building. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The Dong family awaited him next. This bold maneuver had undoubtedly cast Dong Yuan into the ranks of his adversaries, yet he harbored no regrets, for his contingency plans were nearing completion. Humph! Dong Yuan snorted disdainfully, turning to exit the conference room. However, he did not depart. Instead, he made his way to the chairman's office, eager to ascertain whether Shen Nian's claims held any truth. Recognition successful. Identity confirmed. His office was equipped with a biometric recognition system. Apart from him, no one else could gain entry. Once inside, he swiftly approached his desk and powered on his computer. Upon booting up, Dong Yuan navigated with familiarity to an inconspicuous folder, only to find it utterly empty, meaning Shen Nian had indeed breached his computer. Cursed Shen Nian. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist down heavily on the desk, causing the monitor to rattle precariously. I must hurry back. In his fury, he remembered his wife had yet to return, prompting Dong Yuan to hastily rise and leave, taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage, racing off to the hospital. After departing from Tianqing Group, Shen Nian made his way directly back to his residence, having only arrived in the bustling metropolis a few days prior. He had already subdued the legendary titan of the business world, an achievement that would likely boggle the minds of many if disclosed. Huzi, have you prepared the white powder for distribution as instructed? In this matter, Jiulong Hall had played an instrumental role without their assistance. Shen Nian's conquest of Tianqing Group would have been far from effortless, requiring a significant investment of both time and capital. Rest assured, boss, everything is in order. Shuehu, who was well acquainted with the underworld, was more adept at framing others than Shen Nian himself. At that moment, Jiulong Hall's operatives had already placed substantial amounts of white powder at the Dong residence. Excellent. Now we just need to complete the final step. To show mercy to one's adversary is to be cruel to oneself. This is a mistake Shen Nian would never make. To preempt any retaliation from Dong Yuan, he utilized his hacking skills to transfer all funds from his accounts, leaving no stone unturned, not even sparing those of his wife and son. With wealth being a powerful ally, the absence of funds would hinder Dong Yuan's ability to mount any form of retaliation, let alone meet the most basic requirements for survival. Impressive boss, Shuehu observed as Shen Nian deftly transferred billions of funds, a pace of profit that dwarfed his previous dealings in narcotics. It was no wonder Shen Nian claimed that money was no object, just a trivial trick. Now, unless there is anything else, you may return. Remember to have the brothers make several anonymous calls tonight to lead the police to the Dong residence. Such matters were not one Shen Nian would personally oversee. It was more than fitting to delegate them to Shuehu. Nevertheless, he was not one to be stingy and promptly transferred 500 million to his account. After all, it was Dong Yuan's money, and spending it was devoid of any remorse. Yes, thank you, boss. I assure you the task will be completed. This was 500 million. Shen Nian had so casually transferred it to himself. Such a sum had never before graced his account in a single transaction. Although the organization did profit, it was always subject to division among members. Yet, this 500 million was unequivocally his own. Night fell over the Dong residence. After witnessing Song Yuanqing return unharmed earlier in the day, Dong Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly bringing both her and their child back home. With the company lost, he could not bear to lose his family as well. Over the years, Tianqing Group had amassed considerable wealth, and being the largest shareholder, he reaped the most substantial dividends. With such financial security, he believed he would be free from worry for a lifetime. Unfortunately, Shen Nian's methods were so sophisticated that he remained oblivious to the fact that his funds had already been siphoned away. Beep, beep, beep. After the day's tumult, Dong Yuan and his wife felt utterly drained, retiring early to bed, only to be roused by the distant wail of police sirens drawing closer. What on earth is happening? Song Yuanqing, bleary-eyed, sat up and turned to her husband. Why would the police be here at this hour? I'm not sure. I'll go take a look. You stay in the room and don't come out. Sensing something amiss, he resolved to investigate alone, believing it would be easier to handle any unexpected situations that arose. Be careful. Song Yuanqing initially intended to accompany him, but abandoned the thought upon seeing his resolute expression. After many years of marriage, she understood Dong Yuan's nature well. In the hall, the police had already entered by the time Dong Yuan descended. The butler opened the door, and the officer speaking was Feng Yan, the captain of the anti-drug squad from the Metropolitan Police. Mr. Dong, we received a tip-off that large quantities of white powder are concealed here. According to regulations, we must conduct an immediate search of your residence. We appreciate your understanding in this matter. White powder? Impossible. Why would I, a man of wealth, ever engage with such things? Dong Yuan exploded at Feng Yan's accusations. He had once been the chairman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Money was something he had in abundance. So why would he take such a risk? There are regulations in place. Regardless of the circumstances, if we receive a report, we must investigate. That is our duty. Regulations or not, you captain, we have a discovery. Before Dong Yuan could finish, a police officer rushed over, holding an evidence bag containing a packet of white powder. Feng Yan donned gloves, opened the bag, and confirmed that the contents were indeed narcotics. Instantly, his gaze towards Dong Yuan shifted. Mr. Dong, how do you intend to explain this? You will need to accompany us to the station. With a command, officers moved in swiftly to place silver handcuffs on Dong Yuan. Ordinarily, they would hesitate to offend someone of his stature without concrete evidence, but the current circumstances left no room for leniency. What is the meaning of this? This is a setup. It must be a frame-up. How could there be white powder in my home? Upon seeing the packet of drugs, Dong Yuan was momentarily stunned. It was only as the cold metal of the cuffs encircled his wrist that he snapped back to reality, struggling in vain against the officers as they escorted him to the police vehicle. Stop. What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting him? What crime has my husband committed? Hearing the commotion downstairs, Song Yuanqing emerged from her room, still clad in her nightgown, only to see Dong Yuan being forced into a police car, her heart racing with panic. Mrs. Dong, we are merely following protocol. Since you are here, you will also need to accompany us to the station. Given the discovery of narcotics, it was only logical that all members of the Dong household would be taken for questioning. Dong Yuan was merely the beginning. Even the butler who had opened the door for them would not escape scrutiny. Continue your search. Inspect every corner of the villa, ensuring that nothing is overlooked. Feng Yan instructed, leaving no room for doubt as he, along with the bewildered Song Yuanqing, was taken into custody. Meanwhile, at Shirliju, Shui, who was on the line with Shen Nian, reporting, "Boss, the task has been completed. The Dong family has been taken by the police." To better monitor the situation, he had found a vantage point and was observing with binoculars. All right, unless there's anything else, you may return to rest. Shen Nian was aware that this would not pose significant trouble for Dong Yuan. The police would soon ascertain the truth behind the allegations of framing. His primary aim was to utilize the authorities to appropriately and legally dispose of Jiulong Hall's narcotics. Although he could destroy them himself, the quantity was too vast, and there was a risk of leaving behind traces that could lead the police back to him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was reluctant to engage with officialdom at that moment. Understood, boss. I'll head back. Such matters could have been delegated to subordinates, but having just received 500 million from Shen Nian, Shuehu felt it prudent to oversee the situation personally. The following day, at Dayan Technology Company, Limited, a company with a mere registered capital of 200,000, which held little renown in the metropolis, had now become one of Shen Nian's assets. Though small in scale, it was precisely this aspect that Shen Nian found appealing. In his possession lies 97 of the shares of Tianqing Group, yet he has no intention of lingering in the bustling metropolis. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise within the group, Shen Nian would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Thus, he resolved to transfer the shares to this small company. With Dawn Technology holding Tianqing Group, he would refrain from interfering in the latter's development, focusing solely on the former. In this manner, Even if issues were to arise in the future, his losses would remain manageable. After all, in the realm of business, no one can assure perpetual profitability. As times change, even towering corporations have crumbled, making it prudent to leave oneself a safety net. In the general manager's office, Shen Nian had come primarily to collect the company's seal. The share transfer documents had already been printed prior to his arrival, and with a swift signing, fingerprinting, and stamping, the task was completed. After finalizing these matters, he departed, driving towards the Li residence. Ding dong. Due to his prior notice, Li Chang and his daughter had been at home these past few days. As the door swung open, it was Li Qinghan, clad in a nightgown, who greeted him. "What brings you here?" she queried, having withheld from reaching out to him these past couple of days, fearing she might intrude upon his affairs. Now, upon seeing Shen Nian's unexpected arrival, she was momentarily perplexed but nonetheless stepped aside to let him in. "Come, have a seat. Where's Uncle Li?" Shen Nian inquired, glancing around the room and noticing Li Chang's absence, which piqued his curiosity. "You wouldn't let him go out, so he's on the rooftop soaking up the sun," she explained. After days of confinement, Li Chang was eager to enjoy the pleasant weather and had ascended to the rooftop to bask in the sunlight. "There's no need for concern. I've resolved the matters concerning Tianqing Group. Starting today, you both can resume your normal activities. I came to discuss this with you," he stated. Taking the glass of water Li Qinghan offered him and, after a sip, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Huh, was it delayed? So quickly? Does that mean everything is fine now?" Li Qinghan assumed that Shen Nian meant he had reached a settlement, unaware that he had become the owner of Tianqing Group. Nevertheless, she was quite taken aback by his efficiency. "Indeed, I have acquired Tianqing Group. It now falls under my ownership. However, I plan to return to Jingguang in a few days, so I wish to entrust the management of the group to you. What do you think?" In Jingguang, he was merely a figurehead, let alone in this distant metropolis, making Li Qinghan the most suitable candidate for the task. "I must have misheard. Did you just say you acquired Tianqing Group?" The impact of his revelation was so profound that Li Qinghan instinctively reached out to touch Shen Nian's forehead, checking for fever, unable to fathom how he could utter such a thing. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, take a look." While speaking, he pulled up several photos of the share transfer documents on his phone, having anticipated her disbelief. "My heavens, how on earth did you manage that? How much did it cost?" With tangible proof before her, she was now convinced of Shen Nian's claims. Yet, her curiosity about how he accomplished such a feat remained. Considering it was a colossal conglomerate, that is of little consequence. I intend for you to manage the group on my behalf. Apart from you, I have no other acquaintances in this city, and I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting it to anyone else. As for your previous company, you can either merge it with Tianqing Group or dissolve it entirely. I will still provide you with a salary. Think it over?" Observing her wavering resolve, Shen Nian reiterated his proposal, his demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous uncle coaxing a child. "Manage Tianqing Group for you? Are you jesting? It's such a vast enterprise. Do you not fear I might ruin it?" Li Qinghan did not have a background in business management. Her studies had been in foreign languages, and her previous experience was limited to her family's modest company, where she had the liberty to experiment and seek her father's guidance. However, managing a billion-dollar conglomerate like Tianqing Group was an entirely different matter, and she harbored doubts about her capabilities. "That is not a problem. As long as you don't drive it to bankruptcy, there is no need to feel pressured. You will hold the position of general manager, and I will entrust all company affairs to you." Shen Nian had already achieved financial independence, no longer placing great importance on wealth. Nevertheless, now that Tianqing Group was under his name, it required management, and who would object to having a bit more money? "Are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Li Qinghan found herself increasingly perplexed by Shen Nian. This man exuded an air of mystery, far removed from the Shen Nian she once knew. "Indeed, I am serious. As for the salary, feel free to set it as you wish." Given their relationship, Shen Nian found it difficult to broach the subject of salary himself. Offering too little would seem inappropriate, while offering too much might lead her to decline, so he decided to leave the matter in her hands. "Let us forego the salary. The necklace you gifted me last time is worth enough to cover a long time of work for you. Plus, I'm not in need of money at the moment." After Shen Nian returned home that day, Li Qinghan had searched for information on the jade necklace, and, upon discovering its value, gained a clearer understanding of Shen Nian's affluence. If he were to set a salary, it would likely be in the billions. "Well, that settles it. I'll consider your agreement confirmed. You can head to the company tomorrow, and I'll ensure your information is entered beforehand." Seeing that Li Qinghan had ceased to refuse, Shen Nian chuckled. If she had truly been unwilling to accept, he wouldn't have pressed the issue, merely wasting a loyalty card and hiring an elite to assist in the management. As the saying goes, one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. Such an opportunity should naturally be extended to those close to him. Moreover, the Li family was Shen Nian's only friends in this city, making it an appropriate choice to entrust them with the task. All right, when are you returning to Jingguang? Now that she had acquiesced to Shen Nian, Li Qinghan no longer dwelt on the matter, believing that as long as she did not act recklessly, there should be no significant issues. Thus, she shifted the topic of conversation. There's no rush to return to Jingguang. I'll wait until I wake up. By the way, save this number. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact him, and he will assist you. Shen Nian retrieved Shui Hu's number from his phone. Setting aside everything else, the efficiency of his work was commendable, especially since Li Qinghan, being a young woman, might encounter unwanted attention. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please tell Uncle Li that I'll come to see him again when I have time. After handing Li Qinghan the number he had written down, Shen Nian stood to depart, intending to say a quick farewell to Shui Hu as well. Leaving so soon? Aren't you staying for a meal? Li Qinghan had assumed he would linger for dinner, as Shen Nian had frequently visited her home for meals in their childhood, making it a familiar routine. No, I have matters to attend to shortly. I must take my leave. Shen Nian gently shook his head. In truth, he had no pressing matters. He simply wished to avoid any inconvenience. If Li Chang were to discover the situation with Tianqing Group, he would likely insist on drinking with him. At the city bureau, following extensive investigations by the police, Dong Yuan and his associates were swiftly exonerated and released. As for the white powder confiscated from the Dong residence, it had been handled by the authorities just as Shen Nian had anticipated. This marks the first time Dong Yuan has spent the night at the police station. However, during his time there, he has come to a realization. It is highly likely that Shen Nian is responsible for this incident. So far, he has only had conflicts with him. And apart from Shen, Dong Yuan cannot fathom anyone else who might be involved. Casting a glance back at the police station, he recalls that he arrived in a police vehicle and, due to the haste of their departure, he brought nothing with him. Consequently, there is no car waiting to take them home. They must resort to hailing a taxi from the roadside. Before long, under his guidance, the taxi arrives directly at the entrance of the Dong family villa. After disembarking, Dong Yuan instructs the driver to wait a moment while he retrieves his wallet. The driver, seeing the opulence of the villa, assumes they will not abscond without paying, and thus remains silent, patiently waiting in the vehicle. It is evident that the group had encountered some trouble at the police station. In the grand foyer, upon entering, Dong Yuan finds Song Yuanqing, who had returned earlier, already extracting some cash from her purse to settle the fare at the door. The couple has never quibbled over finances. It matters not who pays. My dear, this must surely be the work of the individual who previously kidnapped me and threatened our son. During the video call, when Dong Yuan signed the transfer documents. Although Song Yuanqing did not see Shen Nian's face, she knew of his existence. If all goes as expected, it is likely him. Now that the group has fallen under his control, challenging him will be significantly more arduous than before. Fortunately, they still possess billions in capital, ensuring their current lifestyle remains unaffected. The mere thought of Shen Nian ignites a fury within Dong Yuan, and the root cause of all this turmoil is his own son. While he harbors a desire for vengeance against Shen Nian, the latter's ability to abduct Song Yuanqing so stealthily indicates that he is no ordinary adversary, instilling a sense of caution in Dong Yuan. Do as you wish. I will always support you. Song Yuanqing leaned closer to Dong Yuan, taking his large hand in hers. She has stood by him through thick and thin, and some sentiments need not be articulated. A single glance suffices. Dong Yuan remained silent, tightening his grip on her hand. He then reached for the laptop on the table, intending to check their account's specific assets to better plan for the future. After logging into his bank account with practiced ease, he was greeted by the alarming sight of his previously substantial balance reduced to a disheartening 000 yuan. Initially, he did not think much of it, assuming the balance was too high and needed time to load. However, after 2 minutes of refreshing, the balance still reads 000 yuan, and panic began to set in. Wife, have you recently accessed any funds from my account? His money had always resided in that account, accessible only to him and Song Yuanqing. No, I've only used the money you provided. I haven't touched your account. Why? Chapter 35, The Dark Web Bounty. At this moment, Song Yuanqing emerged from the kitchen. Having spent the entire night at the police station without food, she was eager to wash up and enjoy some fruit. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Oh no, quickly check if your funds are still in your account. Hearing this, a terrible premonition washed over Dong Yuan. He recalled Shen Nian, who had managed to infiltrate his office computer without detection. Transferring money from his account would likely not pose a challenge for someone like him. I'll check. Noticing Dong Yuan's distress, Song Yuanqing hastily set down the fruit platter and approached the computer, deftly logging into her bank account. To her dismay, her account, which had previously held over 10 billion, now displayed the same disheartening 000 yuan. How is this possible? It was there just yesterday. At this moment, Even Song Yuanqing felt a wave of panic. The collapse of an adult often begins with financial ruin. Previously, she had felt secure, confident that they could maintain their affluent lifestyle regardless. However, with their accounts stripped bare, even if there was some cash at home, how long could that sustain them? Perhaps not even 10 days or 2 weeks. Damn Shen Nian. This must be his doing. The occurrence of one misfortune might be deemed an accident, twice a coincidence. But with this being the third instance, Dong Yuan's resentment toward Shen Nian had reached its zenith. What shall we do now? Should we report this to the police, darling? With the sudden loss of billions, Song Yuanqing's first instinct was to alert the authorities, given the enormity of the sum involved and the apparent computer expertise of the perpetrator. Reporting to the police would be futile. We possess no evidence to implicate him. Yet, my intuition tells me he is undoubtedly involved in this matter. We can only rely on ourselves to recover our losses. Dong Yuan shook his head slightly, not out of distrust in the police, but because he knew that without evidence, a report would yield no results. It was better to take matters into his own hands. Fortuitously, the only thing Shen Nian had absconded with was their bank funds. Other assets remained untouched. Dong Yuan still had significant gold reserves in the bank, along with some cash and collectibles at home. Coupled with their vehicles and properties, they could still convert these into considerable liquidity. 3 days later, at this point, Shen Nian had returned to Jingang, while Dong Yuan had liquidated some vehicles and collectibles, raising over 100 million. In the study of the Dong household, Dong Yuan, now oblivious to the presence of Li Qinghan and her father, was focused solely on Shen Nian. He sat before his computer, hesitating for a moment before ultimately accessing a clandestine website, the dark web. This site serves as a platform for bounty tasks, populated by all manner of nefarious individuals, primarily outlaws willing to undertake any task for the right price. To post a bounty on this site, one must first pay a reward. The higher the reward, the quicker the task is accepted, and the site's administrators monitor the progress in real time, publicly disclosing any failures. However, to safeguard the website's reputation, all information regarding the bounty issuer is encrypted, ensuring they remain unscathed, which explains the site's popularity. Dong Yuan had stumbled upon this website a few years prior, but had never posted a task until now. This first bounty he was preparing to assign was intended for Shen Nian. Target, Shen Nian. Task requirements: capture alive, restrict mobility, and deliver to a designated location without attracting the attention of outsiders or law enforcement. Task reward: 30 million. After detailing his task on the page, Dong Yuan promptly paid the 30 million reward. He understood the principle of keeping wealth discreet, thus disguising the task as a routine missing person inquiry. This amount should suffice. Additionally, he attached a photograph of Shen Nian to the task. For the unsavory characters frequenting the dark web, a single image sufficed. They could gather any other necessary information themselves. As for the specified location mentioned in the task, it was an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of Modu. Given that Shen Nian had taken such a substantial sum from him, Dong Yuan intended to extract the whereabouts of that money, necessitating an isolated venue for interrogation. Task posted successfully. After the bounty was settled, the reward task was officially released, granting a period of 3 days for its completion. Should anyone accept the task and fail to meet the deadline, the bounty would be renewed. Only those who accomplished and submitted the task within the stipulated time frame would be eligible for the reward. Shen Nian, this is all you're doing. In fact, 2 days prior, Dong Yuan had contacted an underground organization in Modu, seeking their assistance in capturing Shen Nian. However, the information he received ultimately indicated that Shen Nian had already departed from Modu. Left with no other recourse, he resorted to the dark web. After all, there are clear territorial divisions within underground organizations. Individuals from Modu would not venture into Jinhang for trouble, as this is an unspoken rule. They would not jeopardize their standing for such a meager sum. 10 minutes later, task has been accepted. When he refreshed the page again, the status of the task had changed. Someone had taken the order. However, he could not see the specifics of the person who accepted the order. Only the site administrators had that privilege. At this point, Dong Yuan chose not to linger further, opting instead to await the outcome over the next 3 days. Once Shen Nian fell into his hands, he had 100 ways to pry information from him, without a worry about not retrieving his money. Notably, just 2 days ago, Dong Bowen had regained consciousness. Upon learning of his family's bankruptcy, he fainted from shock. Perhaps having been raised in luxury, accustomed to a life of ease, the sudden need for frugality was a heavy blow, especially after discovering that his supercar had been sold off by Dong Yuan. In Jinhang, at Villa No. 1 of Yunwu Mountain Villa, Shen Nian was blissfully unaware that a bounty had been placed on his head. At that moment, he was comfortably seated on his sofa, engrossed in watching videos of a live stream featuring a dancer. After all, it is said that admiring beauty can prolong one's life. He wasn't particularly enamored with the idea of watching beautiful women. Rather, he sought to accumulate a few extra years for himself. Such a refreshingly unpretentious character. Interestingly, since the failure of his rebate card, Shen Nian had not tipped any streamers, yet his follower count continued to rise slowly. The absence of Brother Da in the realm did not erase his legend. After all, he possessed a max-level account that drew attention in any streaming room. Chapter 36, The Billion-Dollar Bounty. As the night wore on, Shen Nian had finished his nightly routine and climbed into bed, slipping into a peaceful slumber. Ever since achieving financial independence, the quality of his sleep had soared. He no longer suffered from insomnia or nightmares. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared outside the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. Skillfully using tools, he unlocked the window and effortlessly slipped inside, moving with such grace that the patrolling security guards remained oblivious to his presence. After a quick search of the first floor revealed no sign of Shen Nian, the intruder hurried toward the master bedroom on the second floor. Upon arriving at the door, he produced a piece of wire from his pocket. High-end thieves often employ the simplest methods to unlock doors. It is said that a master once managed to unlock an entire neighborhood's locks with just a single wire, becoming a legend in the locksmithing world. Click. Under the control of the intruder, the door lock emitted a faint sound, one that, under normal circumstances, a deep sleeper would not hear. Yet, Shen Nian, attuned to his surroundings due to enhancements from the system, opened his eyes instantly. With the villa currently housing only him, it was evident that someone had entered. To avoid alarming the intruder, Shen Nian remained still, feigning sleep. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a sliver of his eyes open, allowing him to observe discreetly. Once assured that the coast was clear, the intruder stealthily entered the bedroom. But instead of attacking immediately, he pulled out a photograph of Shen Nian from his pocket to compare features. This intruder was none other than the one who accepted Dong Yuan's bounty task on the dark web. Coincidentally, he had been active in Jinhang recently and had hurried over after a quick computer search. It was you. After comparing facial features, the intruder confirmed that the individual before him was indeed his target. He mused to himself that tasks involving live captures were relatively rare on the dark web. Most of the jobs he had taken involved silencing witnesses. To claim the bounty, he knew he had to adhere strictly to the task requirements and would not act independently to eliminate Shen Nian. His bag contained only drugs and similar items. The designated location for the task was in Modu, and to transport the target smoothly, it was best to incapacitate him. Just as he prepared to make his move, a dark gun barrel suddenly appeared before him, appearing even colder under the moonlight. Shen Nian's reflexes were so swift that even at such close range, the intruder had no time to react. In truth, the moment the intruder began picking the lock, Shen Nian had already retrieved the infinite bullet handgun from his system space, which he had won in a previous draw. Speak. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? As he spoke, Shen Nian deftly kicked the intruder's weapon from his grasp. Faced with the gun, the intruder dared not make a move. It is said that a gun is faster at 7 paces, but within 7 paces, it is both accurate and swift. Given the current distance, there was no room for error. I don't know. I simply accepted a bounty task to capture you. Only the administrators know who issued it. The dark web served merely as a platform for tasks, and those who undertook the assignments operated independently. Although the intruder did not understand why Shen Nian possessed a gun, at that moment, his only desire was to survive. He was in his 20s and did not wish to die in such a disgraceful manner. Accepting a task? Where did you take it? What is your name? Speak everything you know, and perhaps I may spare your life. After hearing the intruder's words, Shen Nian began to calculate. Throughout his time in the field, he had hardly offended anyone, with the Dong family in Modu being the first. He suspected that this was likely the doing of Dong Yuan. My name is Vulture. As for the task, I took it on the dark web. Someone has offered 30 million to bring you to an abandoned chemical factory in Modu. The task initiator and the acceptor cannot see each other's information. Only the site administrators have access to that. Upon completion of the task, the bounty would be distributed by the administrators. That's all I know. Vulture was candid, as matters such as these were common knowledge on the dark web. For some reason, upon seeing Shen Nian's calm demeanor, he felt he might have been deceived. Deceived by the task initiator, Dong Yuan, having executed numerous tasks. He had a keen sense of character and believed Shen Nian was far from the type who could be subdued for 30 million. The dark web? What is the URL? Holding the gun for an extended period was tiring, so Shen Nian simply retrieved 2 bathrobe belts from the wardrobe and swiftly bound Vulture in a 5-point restraint. With max-level combat skills at his disposal, he was well-versed in human anatomy and knew precisely how to tie the knots for maximum effectiveness. Vulture stood no chance of escaping. Under the eaves, one must bow one's head. Without a moment's hesitation, the Vulture divulged the dark web's URL to Shen Nian. Initially, he believed the other party was merely curious, Yet the subsequent actions of Shen Nian nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. With a flurry of keystrokes, Shen Nian deftly navigated the keyboard, breaching the administrator's backend of the dark web. Here, he could access the intricate details of all tasks, including the identities of both the initiators and the recipients. Indeed, it was you. After conducting a thorough search, a bounty task featuring his own likeness appeared on Shen Nian's screen, accompanied by information regarding Dong Yuan and the Vulture, thus corroborating Shen Nian's initial suspicions. How is this possible? You have actually infiltrated the back end of the dark web. The Vulture appeared as if he had seen a ghost. After all, this website was constructed and maintained by a multitude of top-tier figures, and the notion of breaching it was utterly fantastical. Yet here it was, unfolding right before his eyes. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Enjoy the thrill of placing a bounty on yourself, will you? Ignoring the Vulture's incredulous exclamations, Shen Nian continued to type, swiftly altering the task's content. Target: the Dong family of Magic City. Task requirements: eliminate all members of the Dong family within 3 generations. This cannot be completed all at once. One must be handled each day. For each individual dealt with, a corresponding bounty can be claimed. This task has no time limit, continuing until all members are dealt with or the bounties are exhausted. Bounty: 100 million for each individual, totaling 1 billion. Task successfully published. After pressing enter, the modified bounty task was once again made public. With his bounty directly siphoned from the dark web's coffers, using others' funds for one's own purposes is indeed the true path to success. Chapter 37. Modification Failure. The Vulture, bound and helpless, was utterly dumbfounded by Shen Nian's series of operations. Infiltrating the dark web was one thing, but he never anticipated that Shen Nian could directly modify tasks. And even more outrageous was the fact that the bounty was funded by the dark web itself. Brother, may I inquire if you are in need of a subordinate? The task the Vulture had accepted had been altered by Shen Nian, thus he would receive no bounty. After witnessing the other's prowess, he abandoned any thoughts of opposing Shen Nian and instead conceived a new idea. Why toil away on a task for meager rewards? Just moments ago, Shen Nian had brazenly appropriated 1 billion from the dark web right in front of him. Such a magnate. While the relationship had not yet soured completely, it was wise to seize the opportunity to attach oneself to him. A subordinate? I am no gang leader. Why would I require a subordinate? Besides, you seem of little use to me. Shen Nian had perused the Vulture's profile. This individual was a ruthless opportunist, willing to resort to any means for money. Moreover, he had initially contemplated taking action against Shen Nian. Regardless of the motivation, anyone harboring animosity towards him would not be spared unless they possessed substantial value. Although he still had a few loyalty cards at his disposal, it was evident he had no intention of wasting them on a reckless character like the Vulture. Who knows when he might meet his end? Please, brother, I can assist you with errands, handle all the dirty work. Truly, you must trust me. Keeping me around will undoubtedly be advantageous. After being rebuffed, the Vulture did not lose his temper. Instead, he persisted in his persuasion, clearly determined to follow Shen Nian. No need, we are not of the same ilk. I have already notified the police. They will arrive shortly. Were it an underground organization like the Nine Dragons Hall, Shen Nian might have considered it, but a lone wolf like the Vulture was entirely unnecessary. He could perform tasks that Shen Nian could just as easily accomplish himself. Keeping him around served no purpose. Was he merely to be a freeloader? No. Brother, I was wrong. Grant me a chance. I cannot be captured. If I am imprisoned, it would surely be a death sentence. Brother, please, give me a chance. You see, I have not harmed you since my arrival, and I have divulged all the information I possess. Spare me, brother. By the way, I have money. I can pay to save my life. You can have all the funds in my account. Just let me go. Upon hearing that Shen Nian had contacted the police, the Vulture immediately panicked. He could perish in the line of duty, but he absolutely could not be sentenced to death in such a cowardly manner. For the sake of survival, he was willing to risk everything. Wealth was but a superficial concern. Living to see another day was paramount. Do I appear to be in need of money? Since you accepted this task, you must bear the corresponding risks. Why should you reap all the benefits? We are adults. You must take responsibility for your actions. Shen Nian understood that had it been an ordinary person in his position, they would likely have already been dispatched. With that, he retrieved a roll of strong tape from his drawer and sealed the Vulture's mouth, leaving only his nostrils unobstructed for breathing, so as not to suffocate him. Before long, a police car screeched to a halt, and arriving was none other than Captain Xiaozong of the criminal police team. Ordinarily, such matters would be handled by regular officers. But when Shen Nian reported apprehending a professional assassin, it had attracted Xiaozong's attention. At this moment, he was unaware that the recent bank heist had been facilitated by information provided by Shen Nian. This was their first encounter. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Xiao Zong, captain of the Municipal Criminal Police. At the entrance, Shen Nian opened the door for the vulture, and Xiao Zong promptly displayed his badge, his gaze locking onto the vulture. He claimed his name was Vulture, but as for his true identity, that was for you to investigate. Observing the vulture tightly bound, Xiao Zong's expression grew peculiar as he cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nian. Was this truly a professional assassin? What kind of assassin would allow themselves to be tied up like this? Very well, Mr. Shen. I trust you have not sustained any injuries? Would you like me to escort you to the hospital for a checkup? After scrutinizing Shen Nian and finding no visible injuries, Xiao Zong still felt compelled to inquire out of courtesy. Meanwhile, his colleagues had already escorted the vulture into the vehicle. It was needless to say that a legal reckoning awaited him. No need, I am fine. Shen Nian shook his head slightly, with a firearm in hand. How could he possibly be injured? After completing a brief record with Xiao Zong, the latter drove back to the municipal bureau. Abroad, on an uncharted island. This island, surrounded by the sea, appeared to be a deserted land at first glance, yet in truth, it served as the headquarters of the dark web. Shen Nian's forceful intrusion and task modification had undoubtedly alarmed the site's administrators. Initially, those administrators attempted to restore the tasks to their original state. However, they soon discovered that Shen Nian had locked his modified task, rendering it immutable by anyone but him. Reluctantly, the administrators had no choice but to relay this issue to their headquarters, located on this very island. Within the island, it had been transformed into an enormous base, equipped with all manner of facilities. Residing here were not only the 5 prominent figures who constructed the dark web, but also the armed forces they had nurtured. In the conference room, the 5 leaders occupied the 5 positions around a round table, each using code names: Dark 1, Dark 2, and Dark 5. What are your thoughts on this matter? Dark 1 inquired, leaning languidly against his chair while observing the bounty task displayed on the screen, showing no signs of anger. Find him and eliminate him. He is merely a clown. Dark 3 scoffed disdainfully, acknowledging that he could understand the incompetence of the management personnel, given their limited capabilities. However, the 5 of them were the pinnacle of expertise in computing. With their combined efforts, what could possibly elude them? Agreed. Dark 4 chimed in, noting that in all the years since the establishment of the dark web, such an event had never occurred. To him, it was a blatant provocation. Dark 2 and Dark 5 remained silent, yet their lack of dissent implied tacit agreement. With a consensus reached, the 5 ceased their bickering. To mitigate their losses, they decided to work collaboratively rather than divide tasks, for every passing minute could herald the arrival of new assignments. Modification failed. Modification failed. Modification failed. After half an hour, the 5 were left bewildered. During that brief span, they had attempted various methods, yet the only outcome remained the 4 words: modification failed. What on earth was this inscrutable entity that proved so challenging to manipulate? The one with the worst temperament, Dark 3, slammed his fist heavily on the keyboard, not anticipating that his area of expertise would be so ruthlessly suppressed by another. Chapter 38. Base Self-Destruction. This individual, Shen Nian, is undoubtedly a master. His skills likely surpass ours. From his demeanor, it appears that his modifications are fueled by a vendetta against the Dong family. Such a talent might be worth negotiating with. Perhaps we could recruit him. What do you all think? After a moment of contemplation, Dark 2, who had remained silent, articulated his assessment and suggestion. Since they could not overpower him in the short term, why not join forces instead? I concur. Surprisingly, Dark 5 was the first to voice his support. He exchanged a glance with Dark 2, saying little more. I second this. I support this. Dark 1 and Dark 4 promptly echoed the sentiment, their eyes collectively turning towards Dark 3, whose countenance was shadowed with discontent, awaiting his response. Your agreement renders my opinion inconsequential, so be it. Reluctantly, Dark 3 acknowledged the inevitable, conceding to the wishes of the other 4 to welcome Shen Nian into their ranks. Although they struggled with the issue at hand in the dark web, acquiring Shen Nian's contact information was a straightforward endeavor. As the leader among them, Dark 1 directly dialed his phone using a virtual encrypted number. The reason for this encryption was that Shen Nian had yet to formally join them, and they could not risk exposing their stronghold so easily. This virtual number's location constantly shifted to prevent Shen Nian from tracing them back. Hello? Who is this? Not long after, a youthful, languid voice came through the line. Given the time difference, Shen Nian had only just awakened. Mr. Shen Nian, I presume? I am one of the founders of the dark web. We are aware of your intrusion into our site, and we hold your computing skills in high regard. The purpose of my call is to extend an invitation for you to join us. Dark 1, straightforward and forthright, conveyed his intentions directly, as he was not one to mince words. Founder of the dark web? So, you mean to say that I hacked your site and embezzled your funds? And rather than being incensed, You admire my talent? Shen Nian, who had been drowsy moments before, found himself amused by Dark One's words. A mere shadowy website seeking to recruit him into their ranks? Surely, they were living in a fantasy. Indeed, we have a pressing need for your skills. If you agree to join us, we are open to any conditions you may propose. Dark One was determined to entice Shen Nian, making significant concessions. Yet, from a long-term perspective, this was merely an investment. If Shen Nian agreed, the ultimate beneficiaries would be themselves. Any conditions? What if I demand 90% of the dark web's profits? Would you acquiesce? Since he had no intention of joining, he decided to toy with them for a while. After all, idleness could be tedious. 90%? Are you out of your mind? You dare to make such demands after we graciously invited you? You really have some nerve. Given that Dark One used a computer to make the call, the other four could hear the entire exchange. Upon hearing Shen Nian's outrageous condition, the hot-tempered Dark Three erupted in fury, showing no regard for decorum. Oh, is this where you become unhinged? Shen Nian, however, remained unfazed. While Dark One's counter-surveillance techniques were impressive, they paled in comparison to Shen Nian's masterful hacking skills. While the five conversed, he had already pinpointed Dark One's location through his computer. Quickly, he asked, locking onto our position. Cut the call. Dark 3 was about to unleash further insults when Dark 2 suddenly reacted with urgency, having heard the sound of Shen Nian's fingers dancing across the keyboard. Unfortunately, it was too late. I've located you. Just as Dark 1 ended the call, Shen Nian successfully infiltrated their base's network. Warning, warning, warning. In an instant, the base's alarm system blared, a signal of an intrusion. The five were visibly panicked, utterly unprepared for Shen Nian's swift actions. Their conversation had lasted less than a minute, and they had employed a real-time changing virtual IP, yet it had proven ineffective against Shen Nian. What now? It appears that negotiations have failed, and our location is compromised. We have to retreat. Preserving our lives is paramount. Dark 4 insisted, unwilling to remain a target. Let us withdraw. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild the base. Dark 5, typically reserved, spoke more than usual, indicating the gravity of the situation. Damn it. If I ever catch this Shen Nian, he will pay dearly for this. Dark 3 regretted his earlier words, realizing that they were now forced to relocate. His animosity toward Shen Nian reaching new heights. Apologies, but I believe you may not have that opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Nian's visage appeared on the conference room screen. At that moment, he had complete control over the base's network. Projecting his image was as effortless as sipping water. He had even overheard every word they had exchanged moments prior. Shen Nian, what do you intend to do? For reasons unknown, Dark 3 found himself harboring an inexplicable aversion towards Shen Nian, despite the latter having done nothing to him. Perhaps this was the unfortunate fate of being too exceptional? The others wore grim expressions, not sharing Dark 3's unrestrained fury, but rather contemplating the implications of Shen Nian's ominous declaration that they had no opportunities left. Did this mean the base had been sealed off? I have no ulterior motives. I know that after I declined your invitation, you would certainly seek retribution, so I have opted to take the initiative. Shen Nian continued, the deeds you have committed over the years may only be forgiven by God, and my mission is to escort you to meet him. With that, Shen Nian severed the connection, and an ominous voice echoed through the base's intercom, sending chills down everyone's spine. Base self-destruction sequence initiated. The base will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, run. We must head to the emergency exit. It leads directly to the sea. After a brief moment of stupor, Annie let out a loud cry, swiftly becoming the first to flee the conference room. 10 seconds were ample time for him to reach the safety passage, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. The others also quickened their pace, almost arriving simultaneously. However, aspirations were grand, yet reality proved unforgiving. The exit had long been obstructed by several forklifts controlled by Shen Nian, rendering escape impossible within the allotted time. Damn it! As the countdown reached its conclusion, the entire base erupted with a deafening roar, and in the next instant, a series of explosions commenced. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of detonations reverberated, and the base, or rather, the entire island, was obliterated in an instant, sinking into the depths of the sea. As for an E and the others inside the base, they were thrown in disarray, scattered like leaves in a storm. Their armed personnel meeting a similar fate. At Yunwu Villa, Shen Nian rose from his desk, stretching lazily. He felt no guilt for dealing with an E and his ilk. Individuals of their ilk bore countless lives on their conscience. Surely, this could be considered an act of divine justice? In a splendid mood, he proceeded to execute a tenfold check-in with the system. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level medical skills. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Ducati V4 SP2 version. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained proficiency in world languages. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have secured 90 million in funds. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a full set of nano battle armor, which turns invisible upon wearing and automatically defends when attacked. The preceding rewards were rather standard, something Shen Nian had grown accustomed to. However, he found the last item, the nano battle armor, particularly intriguing. Upon thinking of it, he was instantly reminded of the seamless transformation of Iron Man in movies. With a mere thought, he retrieved the suit from the system space, and in the next moment, a sleek black square box appeared in his palm. Click. Pressing the button on the box with his thumb, a crisp voice echoed, and instantly, the box responded. It began to envelop his body at a visible speed, centered around his palm. In the blink of an eye, within merely a second or two, Shen Nian found himself entirely encased in the nano battle armor. Previously, he could effortlessly take on 10 opponents. Now, clad in the armor, he felt capable of defeating 100. This armor was comprehensive, maximizing the wearer's attributes. The greater the base, the more significant the enhancement. Time to test it. Under Shen Nian's deliberate control, the armor remained visible, resembling a transformer, while simultaneously providing protection against fire, bullets, and water. With this armor, coupled with the death-replacing talisman he had previously acquired, Shen Nian could confidently claim he was invincible. In the backyard, he approached a massive observation stone crafted from granite, intending to test the power bestowed upon him by the armor. Positioning himself firmly, he slowly raised his right hand into a fist and, with a mighty shout, struck the heavy stone. With his fists now cradled against his chest, he gazed at the unyielding stone, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Could this armor truly be so weak that it couldn't even shatter a rock? Suddenly, as he prepared to inquire with the system, the observation stone began to quiver, and in an instant, it was adorned with myriad cracks. Boom. Sure enough, the next moment, the once towering stone shattered into countless fragments. The results were quite impressive. Shen Nian examined his fist, and with a thought, the armor became completely invisible, even its weight dissipating. To an outsider, he appeared unchanged, satisfied with the armor's power. Knowing it could shatter granite, he mused that a punch delivered to a human would likely be fatal. Night fell. Having secured a brand new Ducati V4 through his previous check-in, the system thoughtfully provided all necessary documentation, even gifting him a motorcycle license. With max-level driving skills, Shen Nian was adept at maneuvering two-wheeled, three-wheeled, four-wheeled, and even unicycles with finesse. Donning a stylish riding outfit and a professional helmet, he revved the engine, transforming into a streak of red light as he vanished from the villa garage. Roaring through the outskirts, he sought a superior riding experience, knowing the city could not suffice. Although nighttime traffic was sparse, the abundance of traffic lights posed a hindrance. Just as he would accelerate, he would soon need to decelerate at a red light. Thus, he rode out to the countryside. This area typically saw minimal vehicular traffic, and even pedestrians kept to the sidewalks, ensuring no interruptions to his ride. At 40 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour, Shen Nian's speed escalated. Though his motorcycle could reach a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour on a racetrack, he was no reckless street racer, preferring to maintain a controllable pace to avoid unforeseen circumstances. After 2 laps in the countryside, just as he prepared to depart, an unexpected flash of white lightning zipped past him, undoubtedly exceeding 120 miles per hour. Judging by the silhouette of the rider, it appeared to be a female motorcyclist. Oh wow! Observing the bike that sped away, Shen Nian immediately accelerated in pursuit. The area was sparsely populated with motorcycle enthusiasts, and female riders were even rarer. Seizing the chance to meet one was an opportunity not to be missed. Buzzing. It seemed the white lightning had sensed his approach. Accelerating further in an attempt to shake him off, the sound of the engine shifting dramatically. However, Shen Nian was no slouch. Under his masterful control, the full potential of the Ducati was unleashed. Their speeds began to converge, and he estimated that within mere seconds, he would catch up. To his surprise, the motorcycle ahead suddenly died, its speed plummeting before gradually coming to a halt by the roadside. Fortunately, Shen Nian's exceptional riding skills allowed him to deftly apply the throttle and brake, halting just behind the female rider. At that moment, he saw that she was riding a Kawasaki H2, albeit adorned in a striking electric white hue with green accents. Nice bike, impressive riding skills. I'm Shen Nian. And you? He removed his helmet, resting it against his hip, extending his right hand, and ran. The female rider appraised Shen Nian, noting the clarity in his gaze. Devoid of any malevolence, she too removed her helmet, revealing a stunning visage that could bring even fish to shame. Oh my, it's you? Upon discerning the visage of the person before him, Shen Nian could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his expression a tapestry of surprise. The reason for his reaction was none other than the breathtaking woman who identified herself as an Ran, a luminary in the entertainment industry. Initially, upon hearing her name, he had not ventured down that path of thought, for in a nation with such a vast population, it is quite common to encounter namesakes. Was it truly so astonishing? And Ran, aware that Shen Nian had recognized her, could not suppress a smile, exuding an aura devoid of celebrity pretense. Indeed, it was a delightful revelation that he was also a motorcycle enthusiast, and even more unexpected was their encounter in the outskirts of Jingang. Shen Nian, who was not an avid follower of celebrity culture, had only come to know of and Ran through videos he had stumbled upon. Now, confronted with the real person, he did not exhibit the typical excitement displayed by others. Instead, he engaged in conversation with a calmness akin to that of old friends. Could it be possible that I am, in fact, a local of Jingang? Having navigated the complexities of the entertainment realm for so long, and Ran had developed a certain distaste for most men, as their intentions were often driven by superficial allure. However, with this meeting of Shen Nian, she felt no such aversion. Rather, she found herself at ease, unencumbered by the need to maintain a facade, allowing her true self to shine through. Indeed, it appears that the feng shui of Jingang is quite remarkable, producing both handsome men and beautiful women, though perhaps one should ride more cautiously in the future. For the road conditions here leave much to be desired. Safety must come first. After jestingly reminding and Ran of her earlier speed, which had exceeded his own, Shen Nian expressed his concerns. While her skills were commendable, one must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances that could arise from the roadside, as a moment's hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Having formed a connection, Shen Nian did not wish for the next video he encountered featuring and Ran to be one detailing her demise. Alright, truth be told, I haven't ridden in quite some time. Today, I happen to have some free time, so I took the opportunity to breathe in the fresh air. Who knows when I shall ride again? And Ran replied with a slight nod, acutely aware that she was at a pivotal moment in her career. With little time to spare, after tonight, she would once again be enveloped in her work. Well then, the hour grows late. I must take my leave. Until our paths cross again. With that, and without waiting for a response, Shen Nian donned his helmet, mounted his motorcycle, and vanished into the night under an Ran's watchful gaze. Shen Nian, now that is an intriguing individual, and Ran murmured to herself as she observed the direction in which he had departed, before starting her own motorcycle and heading towards her residence. Albeit this time at a modest speed of 40 miles per hour. The night passed in silence. The following morning, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, gently rousing Shen Nian from slumber. Having achieved his nutritional goals the previous day, he proceeded to wash up before retreating back into the realm of dreams. As for his unexpected encounter with Ran, it had already slipped from his mind. Throughout one's lifetime, one encounters countless individuals. It is impractical to hold every single one in one's heart, for as long as fate has not run its course, they are bound to cross paths once more. Ding ding ding. At precisely 9 o'clock, as Shen Nian descended from his bed, his phone rang from the bedside table. Zhou, is there something amiss? The call was from the manager of the Jingang Central Mall, with whom Shen Nian had not been in contact for quite some time, leaving him curious about the purpose of this early morning call. Boss, good morning. The mall is currently seeking an image spokesperson, and I wanted to solicit your opinion. Do you have any artists in mind that I could approach for a discussion? The role of a spokesperson, in essence, is to advertise the mall and attract foot traffic, albeit with a corresponding fee for their services. Given that expenditure was inevitable, Zhou felt it prudent to inquire about his boss's preferences, for perhaps there was an artist that piqued his interest. An image spokesperson, you say? Well, I do have someone in mind. And Ran, you know, that rising star in the entertainment industry. You can directly approach her for collaboration. Money is not an issue. Should she inquire, simply inform her that I recommended her. Since Ran had mentioned being a local of Jingang, Shen Nian decided to extend a favor. After all, her popularity was undeniable, and money spent is merely a matter of allocation. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it. Zhou sighed with relief upon hearing this, thankful that he had reached out for clarification. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently sought out someone contrary to his boss's wishes. Keep me updated once you have results. With that, Shen Nian ended the call, confident that having assured there were no financial constraints, if Zhou could not manage this, it might be time for a managerial change. In the Magic City, at the Dong family residence, days had passed since Dong Yuan had posted a bounty on the dark web, and due to his IP being blocked by Shen Nian, he could no longer access the dark web, let alone monitor the progress or outcomes of his task. The past few days had been uneventful, as he kept a vigilant eye on the news, hoping to catch wind of Shen Nian's demise, yet to no avail. However, trusting in the dark web, he decided to bide his time. Just as he settled into his study and prepared to power on his computer, his phone rang unexpectedly. Wife? The caller was Song Yuanqing. Since learning that Shen Nian had departed the Magic City, they had not remained cooped up at home. Though they were still recovering from their earlier fright, currently residing in the hospital. Darling, hurry to the hospital. Our son has been murdered. Indeed. While the 5 major figures of the dark web had been obliterated by Shen Nian, the bounty he had issued was still very much active. It was evident that someone had taken the task and targeted Dong Bowen, for a bounty of 100 million would tempt anyone. What? I'm on my way. Dong Yuan sprang from his chair, instinctively recalling Shen Nian's face. Could it be that he was behind this? At the First People's Hospital of the Magic City, in the morgue, upon receiving the call, Dong Yuan rushed over, only to find he had arrived too late to see his son one last time. Initially, he had assumed that the term murdered meant his son had sustained injuries, but was still alive. However, upon viewing the body on the morgue table, he realized that Dong Bowen had been brutally slain, his throat slit with a sharp instrument, his eyes wide open in a final, haunting gaze. At that moment, he was alone in the morgue. Song Yuanqing, unable to bear the agony of losing a child, had fainted, and Dong Yuan had arranged for 2 nurses to tend to her. Shen Nian, you better pray that this incident is not connected to you. Indeed. Dong Yuan was furious. Despite Dong Bowen's reckless and dissolute nature, he was still his son. With him being murdered, how could any father not be enraged? Little did he know, Dong Bowen was merely the beginning, and soon the Dong family would face a cataclysm. Chapter 41, 17 Billion Bounty. 3 days later. Magic City Police Department. Conference room. At this moment, all personnel from the 1st and 2nd criminal investigation teams were present. Sitting at the head of the table was Director Wang Yi, though his countenance was far from pleasant. Ladies and gentlemen, this case represents the most heinous criminal incident our department has ever encountered since its inception. A total of 16 lives have been extinguished. Investigations revealed that all the deceased were relatives of the Dong family spanning 3 generations, indicating that this was a meticulously targeted massacre. Furthermore, evidence from the crime scene suggested that these 16 individuals were not killed by a single assailant. Thus, it implied that there could be multiple perpetrators at large. In contemporary times, this matter has incited widespread panic among the populace. Thus, we must apprehend the perpetrator in the shortest possible time frame and bring them to justice. Indeed, over the past 3 days, the city has witnessed a series of homicides, all involving relatives of the Dong family, with even Dong Yuan himself failing to escape the grim fate that befell his wife and child. Although the municipal police have made concerted efforts to contain the information, there is no wall impervious to whispers. The massacre of the entire Dong family ultimately came to light, plunging the city into a state of alarm, particularly among the affluent. Wang Yi's statements during the meeting were resolute and resonant, fueled more by indignation than anything else. For such a large-scale act of violence had never before transpired in the metropolis. Having only taken office for a mere 2 years, the occurrence of such an incident posed a significant threat to his future aspirations within the force. Failure to solve the case promptly could severely hinder his career progression. The expressions of the criminal detectives seated on either side were grave, as they had failed to uncover any useful clues despite their exhaustive efforts over the past few days. The task of solving the case seemed increasingly daunting. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, for donning this uniform entailed a commitment to persevere through all adversities, no matter how arduous. After concluding the meeting, Captain Chen Huai of the Criminal Investigation Unit brought his team to the business premises, intending to inquire about Dong Yuan's situation. With the demise of the Dong family, the only source of information left was likely to be his former partners. Although others had previously sought information, he wished to try his luck, as unexpected insights might emerge. In the lobby, Shang Dazhong was not taken aback by the police's arrival. He had seen the news reports about the Dong family's annihilation on television. The moment he encountered the news, the image of Shen Nian flashed in his mind. He had noted the discord between Shen Nian and Dong Yuan during their meeting, yet he had not followed up, only to realize how ruthless Shen Nian had been in eliminating so many people. Mr. Shang, I have a query. As Tianqing Group is currently on the rise, why did you and the other 8 shareholders, including Dong Yuan, transfer your shares? Prior to coming, Chen Huai had reviewed the relevant materials. Since Shen Nian had not publicly disclosed any information regarding Tianqing Group, many were unaware of the developments, and the police had only discovered these details post-investigation. I'm weary, and of an age where my earnings suffice to ensure comfort for myself and my descendants. I no longer wish to be burdened by corporate affairs. I simply desire to enjoy life. Hence the sale. It's a standard transaction. Is there an issue with that? With Dong Yuan's precedent set, Shang Dazhong was not foolish enough to implicate Shen Nian, who knew if the Shang family would be next. Certainly, but isn't the transaction price rather low? I examined your bank accounts, and on the same day and time, all 9 of you received a transfer of 10 million. This sum hardly seems sufficient to acquire your shares. Given the systemic interference, Chen Huai had no intention of confronting Shen Nian. He merely found the situation peculiar. Logically speaking, anyone in their right mind would not part with their assets at such a price. Regarding that, when we initially invested, we contributed a significant amount, and our profits have multiplied beyond measure over the years. We're merely recouping our investment, which is quite reasonable, isn't it? Moreover, transactions hinge on mutual consent. If I'm in a good mood, I would gladly sell for even a single dollar. Furthermore, why should my property be subject to market valuation, since all transactions were legitimate? Shang Dajiang had little to fear. Although his remarks were somewhat suspect, Chen Huai could not find fault with them, as it was indeed his prerogative to manage his assets as he saw fit. Very well, I shall not impede your time further, Mr. Shang. Thank you for your cooperation. Unable to extract any useful information, Chen Huai decided not to linger, offering a brief farewell to Shang Dajiang before departing. The latter stood by the door, watching Chen Huai's retreating figure, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Similar exchanges unfolded in the homes of other former shareholders of Tianqing Group. Yet they uniformly shouldered the blame themselves, omitting any mention of Shen Nian. After all, with so many lives lost in the Dong family, the prospect of implicating Shen Nian was fraught with peril. Regardless of the absence of direct evidence, they were loath to wade into such murky waters, opting instead for the prudent path of detachment. As the day wore on, the police remained at an impasse, their predicament exacerbated by the unfortunate reality that the deceased and their families had perished, leaving no one to voice grievances at the precinct. Had there been outcry, the situation would undoubtedly have escalated further. In Jinggang, Shen Nian sat before his computer in the bedroom, accessing the management page for the bounty tasks on the dark web. 17 individuals had submitted claims, successfully claiming a staggering sum of 1.7 billion. The city's police had recorded 16 individuals, implying that one body remained undiscovered. Now, the entire dark web lay under Shen Nian's dominion, with substantial funds pouring into his account daily, which he accepted without hesitation. Existence equates to legitimacy, and he refrained from meddling in such affairs. Nonetheless, as a citizen of Huaxia, Shen Nian felt a sense of responsibility, declaring the entire region a no-go zone. Anyone daring to issue bounties on Huaxia nationals would face retaliatory bounty hunting, a relentless cycle until one party was vanquished. Of course, the Dong family's demise was a consequence of their own folly, having initiated the bounty against Shen Nian without regard for martial ethics. As for the founders of the dark web who had previously met their demise at Shen Nian's hands, their accounts had also been compromised, with every last coin extracted, leaving not a single cent behind. Chapter 42. What are you to me? Meanwhile, at the Yuhai Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment in Jinggang, Zhou Hai had successfully arranged a meeting with Ran to discuss her potential as a brand ambassador, following several days of effort under Shen Nian's directive. Inside the private room, Shen Nian had entrusted Zhou Hai with full authority over this matter, so he arrived solo with the pertinent documents. And Ran entered alongside her manager. Wang Xia. Ms. Wang, please take a seat. I am Zhou Hai, the manager of the Jinggang Central Mall, and we spoke on the phone previously. Upon their arrival, Zhou Hai promptly rose to greet them and offered a concise self-introduction. Hello, Manager Zhou. And Ran removed her sunglasses in response. Having taken precautions to avoid recognition with her complete disguise comprising a mask, sunglasses, and hat, her manager, Wang Xia, remained silent, merely offering a curt nod, and the two settled into their seats. Zhou Hai, sensing Wang Xia's rudeness, narrowed his eyes slightly, while he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts. His impression of her had already diminished significantly. Would you prefer to dine first or discuss the collaboration? Uncertain of his employer's relationship with Ran, Zhou Hai maintained a courteous demeanor, ensuring no grounds for complaint. Let us address the collaboration first. Miss N's schedule is tight, and she has another engagement soon, so we don't have the luxury of a leisurely meal. Before the principal could speak, Wang Xia hastily made a choice on her behalf. However, Zhou Hai paid her no heed, instead turning his gaze towards Ran, awaiting her decision. Let us first discuss the matter of collaboration. Ran harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Wang Xia. Alas, it was a company arrangement that she could not alter. Years ago, when she was new to the industry and rather naive, she had unwittingly signed a 5-year contract. To terminate it prematurely would require her to pay a penalty, and she had yet to earn such a sum. Thus, she was compelled to endure Wang Xia's presence wherever she went. What baffled Ran was how someone of Wang Xia's caliber could thrive in the entertainment circle. Was she truly unafraid of offending others? Very well. We shall heed Miss N's insights. As I mentioned over the phone, our shopping mall is currently seeking a brand ambassador, and Miss N's image and temperament align perfectly with our vision. Therefore, We are considering a long-term collaboration. Here is the contract for your review. As he spoke, Zhou Hai produced a contract from his briefcase, yet it conspicuously lacked any mention of the endorsement fee. And Ran immediately noticed this glaring omission and pointed it out. Manager Zhou, why is the endorsement fee left blank? Was there a printing error? Upon hearing this, Wang Xia snatched the contract from Ran's hands and upon inspection, confirmed that it was indeed blank. Having already been slighted by Zhou Hai's disregard, she was further incensed. Consequently, she slammed the contract onto the table and began her tirade. Manager Zhou, is this the sincerity with which your mall approaches negotiations? You can't even get something as crucial as the contract correct. Are you unaware that our time is exceptionally valuable? We rearranged our schedules to be here today, even canceling an engagement, which has cost us dearly. Wang, please try to remain calm. This is not a printing error. We intentionally left it blank to be filled in upon signing. As Wang Xia continued her incessant chatter, Zhou Hai interjected, directing his words not just to her, but primarily to Ran. I see. Then may I inquire what endorsement fee Manager Zhou is contemplating in the duration of the contract? After Zhou Hai's explanation, Ran felt enlightened. With the contract now in Wang Xia's possession, she turned to ask her question. Previously, we signed for 1 year, but for Missin, we aim for a long-term partnership. As for the fee, you may propose a reasonable amount. He did not provide a direct figure, but rather returned the question to Ran. As Shen Nian had previously instructed that money was not a concern. Rather than grapple with the numbers himself, he preferred to let them decide, though he would still verify any exorbitant offers with Shen Nian. Upon hearing this, Ran was taken aback. Is this how negotiations are conducted? Meanwhile, Wang Xia, gleeful, seized the opportunity to make an outrageous demand. 200 million a year. Wang Xia, that's excessive. What stature do I hold? I am not yet at that level. Ran quickly refuted Wang Xia's claim. She was merely a rising star, somewhat known, but far from being a household name. What do you know? This price is entirely reasonable. Besides, wasn't he who asked us to propose a figure? Are we to assume he merely spoke in jest, unable to follow through? Her expression was one of exasperation, as she could not fathom why they wouldn't take advantage of such an opportunity. What is your expected figure, Missin? Feel free to state it candidly. Zhou Hai disregarded Wang Xia's remarks, treating them as mere noise, and inquired of Ran with a polite smile. Hey, didn't I just say 200 million a year? I am her manager. I will handle these negotiations without needing your input. Wang Xia, increasingly frustrated by being ignored, resorted to a more disrespectful tone, dismissing Zhou Hai's authority. Wang Xia, what do you think you are doing? You cannot simply shout here. It is Miss and we are engaging, not you. Your rudeness is quite unbecoming. Zhou Hai, initially unwilling to engage, found that his forbearance had only emboldened Wang Xia's audacity. After their exchange, he discerned that Ran and Wang Xia's relationship was strained, prompting him to respond more assertively. What? You dare insult me? Just wait. Ran, we shall not sign this contract. Wang Xia, taken aback by Zhou Hai's assertiveness, attempted to leave, as if she were the one leading the negotiation. Yet, upon taking a few steps, she turned back to find Ran still seated, unmoved. Manager Zhou, I have a question that has been troubling me. Why have you chosen me, and why such terms that clearly favor me? If I recall correctly, this is our first collaboration. As the saying goes, no free lunch exists. It is either a boon or a deception, and Ran had been pondering this since her arrival. Zhou Hai's demeanor was excessively courteous, and although she had gained some recognition, it did not warrant such preferential treatment. This is the directive from our boss. I am merely executing my duties. Zhou Hai offered no concealment regarding the matter, opting instead to provide her with a straightforward answer. Your boss? Who is that? Do I know them? Ran's mind raced. It seemed there was more to this than met the eye. She had suspected that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and it appeared to be yet another case of individuals seeking to gain favor through financial means. Thus she lost interest in the project. Our boss is named Shen Nian, and he instructed me to approach you for this contract. He also made it clear that finances would not pose an issue. Missin may propose her desired fee. Zhou Hai, upon hearing this, regarded Ran with an odd expression, realizing she had no prior acquaintance with his superior. Why then? Did the boss extend such seemingly inequitable terms? Shen Nian? Is he the one? Manager Zhou, could you possibly call him? I would like to have a word. Upon hearing Shen Nian's name again, Ran recalled the young man she had encountered in the countryside, who she had not initially regarded with much interest. To discover he was the owner of the Golden Harbor Center Mall was quite a revelation. Certainly. Missin, please hold on a moment. He would not refuse such a simple request, intending to update Shen Nian on the situation and perhaps receive further instructions. Meanwhile, Wang Xia, observing the camaraderie between the two, found herself in an awkward predicament, unable to leave or remain comfortably. As Ran's manager, she had no real authority over her actions, and currently, Ran had no intention of departing. Wang Xia could hardly drag her away, could she? Boss, I have successfully arranged a meeting with Miss N. She wishes to speak with you. Are you available? Just as Wang Xia hesitated on whether to sit back down, Zhou Hai's call had already connected. Without wasting words, he succinctly reported the situation to Shen Nian, then conveyed Rand's request. Sure, you can pass the phone to her. Shen Nian promptly responded from the other end of the line, currently engaged in a game of PUBG at the villa, clearly having time to take a call. He casually drove to a nearby house, took refuge, and began to focus on the phone conversation. Hello? Shortly after, a familiar and melodious female voice emerged from the phone. It was Rand, though she was still uncertain if this was the same Shen Nian she had encountered that day. Miss N, long time no see. Haha, did you expect that it would be me looking for you? Upon hearing Shen Nian's voice, Rand's anxious heart finally settled. A woman's intuition is often quite accurate. During their brief encounter in the countryside, despite its brevity, she discerned that Shen Nian was not the typical scion of wealth. It hasn't been that long. We only met a few days ago. However, I truly did not expect the owner of this business to be you. Since you are the boss, do you have time to join me for a meal? Last time, Shen Nian had abruptly left after a brief chat, and now that there was a potential collaboration, Rand thought it prudent to invite him over for a proper introduction. A meal? Of course. How could I refuse an invitation from such a lovely lady? Where are you currently? I'll head over shortly, Shen Nian replied, but in truth, while he spoke, he had been oblivious to the activity on his computer screen. When he finally regained focus, he realized he had been ambushed by a sneaky player, resulting in an untimely demise and leaving all his splendid gear for another. At the Yuhua Grand Hotel, in room 1, Rand smiled with satisfaction at the respect shown to her, then handed the phone back to a bewildered Zhou Hai. He was now utterly confused by the relationship between Rand and Shen Nian. They seemed not very familiar, yet she could call him over with such ease. While Zhou Hai himself found it challenging to meet Shen Nian. Rand, I must remind you, as an artist, you should maintain a proper distance from the opposite sex. If you're photographed inappropriately, it could jeopardize your career. Wang Xia, having returned to Rand's side, whispered this warning after overhearing the call. In the entertainment industry, especially for female artists, scandals can have enduring repercussions. Don't worry, I'm well aware, and we are merely friends. It's not as complicated as you think. Rand offered a vague dismissal of Wang Xia's concerns. Zhou Hai, understanding the situation, refrained from interjecting, as a competent manager would never discuss their client in any context. Before long, the door of the private room swung open, capturing the attention of the three. It was Shen Nian, dressed casually, who had traveled a bit of distance from his home to the hotel. Boss. Zhou Hai immediately approached Shen Nian, greeting him respectfully. Upon standing before him, Zhou Hai noticed that Shen Nian's aura had intensified since their last meeting. Shen Nian, good to see you again. This is my manager, Wang Xia. Rand rose from her seat and introduced Wang Xia as she approached him. Please, have a seat. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Hai, have you ordered yet? If not, please bring the menu. Shen Nian smiled lightly, inviting everyone to sit down. As he had come alone, Zhou Hai naturally became the errand runner. However, Zhou Hai was more than willing to take on this role, as it indicated to him that he was still of value in Shen Nian's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called upon. Understood, boss. I'll go right away. After leaving that remark, he swiftly exited the room, leaving Shen Nian and the two women behind. Wang Xia had been scrutinizing Shen Nian since his arrival. I say, dear lady, if you have questions, feel free to ask directly. Your incessant staring makes me wonder if there is something unsightly on my face. Shen Nian, sensing her judgmental gaze, immediately pierced through her rudeness, acknowledging her sharp, critical nature. Ahem, well then, since you are the boss, surely you have the authority to decide? Manager Zhou mentioned we could set our own price. Our offer stands at 200 million a year. What do you say? With Zhou Hai absent, Wang Xia cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment and reiterated their offer, testing Shen Nian's limits in hopes of a favorable outcome. Unless I'm mistaken, this must be your offer, not Rand's, correct? Frankly, I could indeed accommodate a 200 million endorsement fee, but we are hiring her, not you. Therefore, I wish to hear her own decision. Shen Nian held a favorable impression of Rand, intending to give her an opportunity. However, if she were to demand an exorbitant sum of tens of billions, he would not hesitate to decline. He was wealthy, but certainly not a naive fool. Rand, hearing this familiar sentiment, couldn't he help but reflect. It was evident that they were indeed from the same company. As Zhou Hai had previously conveyed similar words to Wang Xia. Then let us settle on 10 million. Given my current popularity, this price is just right. Neither side will suffer a loss. What do you think? With Shen Nian's gaze fixed on her, Rand took a moment to consider before stating her final offer. Logically, there was room for negotiation, but being a fellow resident of Jinggang, she wished to contribute to her hometown, even if it meant merely bringing in some attention. What? Are you out of your mind? 10 million? So low. Before Shen Nian could respond, Wang Xia immediately erupted in fury, standing up. In her view, even if Rand didn't T-quote 200 million, surely it should be at least 100 million, if not several tens of millions. She was incredulous that Rand would present such a bottom-of-the-barrel offer, nearly driving her to exasperation. How could she not take advantage of such a significant opportunity? Sister Xia, 10 million is already substantial. One must have principles. I am not one to be insatiably greedy. Besides, Shen Nian mentioned he seeks my opinion. So perhaps you should take a step back. And Ran, already dissatisfied with Wang Xia, found her lack of respect for her decisions infuriating and had no desire to engage further, implicitly suggesting she should retreat. 10 million? Is that your final decision? No room for negotiation? Shen Nian regarded her with a playful expression, surprised by her offer, realizing that not all artists lack boundaries. Wang Xia, continuously rebuffed, left the private room in frustration, returning to their living quarters upstairs, abandoning her meal. She truly could not comprehend Ran's mindset. Wasn't he entering the entertainment industry primarily for profit? Then what if I told you, initially, I considered doing it for free. However, having signed with the company now, should it be free of charge? Upon returning, Wang Xia would undoubtedly lodge a complaint. With this sum of money, at the very least, I can maintain a semblance of peace. Anren gently shook her head. Now that Wang Xia had departed, she felt compelled to reveal her true feelings to Shen Nian. As the old saying goes, in the world, one often finds oneself bound. Not a significant issue. Your so-called agent appears utterly unreliable. I've watched your films and can attest to your prowess. Have you ever contemplated switching careers? There might be better opportunities awaiting you. Shen Nian, who diligently scrolled through short videos to prolong his existence, had previously encountered Anren's clips. The data algorithms would naturally continue to suggest her content, and he understood her earlier sentiments. After all, as a worker, one must eventually return to report. It's not that simple. Breaking the contract incurs a penalty fee, and I cannot afford such an amount. Thus, I shall work diligently, striving for an early release to embrace my authentic self. In the private room, only the two of them remained, and cherishing this rare opportunity to confide, Anren began to pour out her grievances. The entertainment industry is fraught with treachery, and the bittersweet trials are known only to her. Gold will shine wherever it is placed. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you. In that case, let us proceed to sign the contract. Shen Nian retrieved the agreement that Zhou Hai had prepared, reviewed it thoroughly, and, finding no discrepancies, handed it to Anren. Without hesitation, she inscribed her name, officially becoming the face of the Golden Harbor Center Mall. As for the endorsement fee, it was set at 10 million per year, and should neither party propose a termination within 3 working days upon expiration, the contract would automatically renew for another year. Nightfall, Yunwu Mountain Villa. Shen Nian, holding a glass of red wine, savored the moonlight from the balcony. He had engaged in an extensive conversation with Anren earlier, and before parting, they exchanged WeChat contacts. In high spirits, he decided to reward himself. System, let us initiate a 10-fold check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an infinite power Blue Knight speaker. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a scratch-off lottery ticket. Prize varies. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a maximum level rock climbing skill. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 90 shares in Bika Entertainment Company. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Airbus H225 Super Puma helicopter. Listening to the incessant system notifications, Shen Nian felt a sense of bewilderment. The range of rewards was becoming ever more extravagant. Items like the Bluetooth speaker seemed trivial, destined to gather dust within the system's space. However, the 90 stake in Bika Entertainment piqued his interest, if memory served. This company was currently one of the most formidable in the entertainment industry, boasting a plethora of artists under its banner. Intriguingly, it appeared the system intended for him to navigate the murky waters of the entertainment realm. With a 90 stake in Bika Entertainment, Shen Nian transformed into a significant player within the industry, endowed with even greater resources. After downing his glass of wine, he turned and retreated to his bedroom. Climbing into bed, the company's headquarters was not located in Golden Harbor but in Lincheng, a considerable distance away, as it was a billion-dollar public company. As the largest shareholder, Shen Nian planned to visit the next day for an inspection. Chapter 45, Modest Fame, Impressive Presence. 2 days later, Lincheng Airport. Although Shen Nian was present, he had not arrived via commercial flight, but rather by his newly acquired Airbus H225 helicopter, with the system having thoughtfully provided him with a dedicated pilot. Upon disembarking, the pilot complied with Shen Nian's instructions, steering the helicopter back to Yunwu Mountain Villa in Golden Harbor, as he had no notion of when he would return. Leaving it at the airport was simply a waste of public resources. Having forgotten to bring a vehicle, Shen Nian hailed a taxi at the roadside, prioritizing the need for a place to stay. "Driver, take me to the best hotel here." Without waiting for the driver to inquire, he promptly provided his choice. After all, money was no object, and he intended to choose the finest accommodation. "Very well, if we're talking about the best hotel in Linqing, that would undoubtedly be the Emperor Hung Grand Hotel. It's about a 30-minute drive from the airport," the driver replied, fastening his seatbelt as they set off. After a brief moment of contemplation, the taxi driver reminded Shen Nian and then drove him away from Linqing Airport towards the Emperor Hung Grand Hotel. This hotel was one of the landmark buildings in Linqing, albeit only a 5-star establishment, as there were merely 5 7-star hotels throughout the entirety of Huaxia. 30 minutes later, the taxi came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. After paying the fare, Shen Nian approached the front desk, presenting his identification and bank card, stating, "I would like to book a presidential suite for a month." The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, a presidential suite? You wish to book it for a month without even inquiring about the price?" Regaining her composure, she scrutinized the imposing figure of Shen Nian and deemed it necessary to elaborate. "Sir, our presidential suite costs 360,000 per night. For a month. That amounts to over 10 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Over 10 million could purchase a decent apartment in Linqing. Staying at a hotel for such an amount would generally be considered imprudent. However, for Shen Nian, whose financial resources were abundant, it was of no consequence. "Just swipe the card." Nodding slightly, Shen Nian thought, 10 million is but a trifling sum. I could acquire that with a mere check-in. And the daily earnings from the dark web far exceed that amount. "Very well, sir." Seeing that he was entirely unfazed, the front desk attendant complied. But she also informed the hotel manager, recognizing that a client of such stature warranted special attention. "Greetings, sir. Thank you for choosing our hotel. I am Fan Tong, the manager here. Should you encounter any issues during your stay, please do not hesitate to call for me." Shortly thereafter, a slightly rotund, well-dressed middle-aged man with a side-part hairstyle appeared before Shen Nian, exuding an air of utmost respect as he offered Shen Nian his documents with both hands. Shen Nian appraised Fan Tong, his gaze drawn to a prominent black mole on the bridge of his nose. Yet out of politeness, he refrained from commenting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Mr. Shen, please follow me. I shall escort you to the presidential suite." Having navigated the industry for countless years, Fan Tong had long since shed the habit of judging by appearances. Despite Shen Nian's youth, anyone willing to spend over 10 million on hotel accommodation could hardly be considered ordinary. Thus, he maintained an unwaveringly respectful demeanor, eager to ingratiate himself with the potential benefactor. Even if no unexpected rewards materialized, the commission from this transaction would still be substantial, and he was more than willing. Once they departed, the front desk attendant could hardly contain her excitement. Though many patrons booked presidential suites, they were typically older gentlemen or middle-aged men. Individuals like Shen Nian, the epitome of a young and affluent man, were exceedingly rare. Surely, many young women must have fantasized about encountering their Prince Charming. She perceived Shen Nian as her own white horse prince, and with him staying for an entire month, the potential for fate to intervene was tantalizingly close. In truth, it was not merely his wealth that captivated her, but also his allure. However, she had refrained from expressing her desires while he was present. "I must seize this opportunity over the course of the month." After a moment's hesitation, the receptionist ultimately resolved to take action. Even if she could not secure the affections of Shen Nian, she would at least procure a sum of money from him, allowing her to escape this place. At the crossroads, Shen Nian, after resting at the hotel for a while, instructed Fan Tong to arrange a vehicle for him. Without delay, Fan Tong provided a Bentley Continental, complete with a dedicated driver, though Shen Nian declined the latter. He preferred to drive himself, relishing the sensation of holding the steering wheel. At that moment, he was en route to Baika Entertainment, deliberately avoiding rush hour, as one would expect minimal traffic. However, he found himself ensnared in a jam. What on earth were the cars ahead doing? Beep, 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 honk, honk, honk. Trapped in the middle of the road, Shen Nian felt quite uncomfortable, as the vehicles behind him incessantly honked, creating a cacophony of noise. Reluctantly, he closed the convertible roof, which provided a modicum of peace. To discern the cause of the obstruction, he retrieved his phone and commenced a flurry of taps on the screen. His device had been modified for such purposes, capable of functioning as a makeshift computer. In an instant, the surveillance footage materialized on his screen. Indeed, he had hacked into a nearby camera. The footage revealed some sort of activity ahead, which had resulted in the closure of that stretch of road. However, there had been no prior notification of the blockade, indicating it was an unauthorized closure. Perhaps due to the camera's poor positioning, the view was limited, prompting Shen Nian to disable another camera in a different direction, finally granting him the complete picture. It turned out there was an artist performing ahead. Shen Nian was momentarily speechless. Why would one perform on the roadside instead of a designated venue? Moreover, he did not recognize the man in the footage, although not particularly famous. The spectacle was quite grand. In a tit-for-tat move, if they blocked his path, he could certainly impede their career. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? As a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, silencing an artist would be as effortless as drinking water. Furthermore, individuals of such questionable judgment would merely squander resources if retained by the company. Ah, quite the clever name, Zheng Dianqian. How unfortunate. It seems he might not earn much. Shen Nian swiftly uncovered information about the obstructing artist, coincidentally discovering that he was a recently signed talent at his own company. Chapter 46, Demanding Compensation. I am Shen Nian. There is a newcomer in the company named Zheng Dianqian, correct? From today onwards, I want him put on ice. On the other end of the line was Fong Ting, the assistant assigned to him by the system. After all, Shen Nian was the chairman of Bika Entertainment. He couldn't possibly attend to every matter himself. Understood, boss. I will take care of it right away. Fong Ting did not inquire about the reasoning behind the request. As a secretary, her sole responsibility was to execute her boss's wishes. Surely, there was a rationale behind his decision. The reason Shen Nian opted for a hiatus rather than outright cancellation was that by putting Zheng Dianqian on ice, he would not receive the company's support, thereby failing to generate income and making it impossible for him to terminate his contract. After 2 years, who would still remember him? By then, even if he were to sever ties, it would have no significant impact on the company. If an outright cancellation were announced, it might even bring negative repercussions. Fong Ting was remarkably efficient in her duties. In no time, the road ahead began to return to normal. With the chairman's direct intervention, Zheng Dianqian's performance was abruptly halted. Confused, Zheng Dianqian was bewildered, still trying to grasp the situation when his manager, Sister Zhang, ushered him into the car, whisking him away from the scene. In the car, he turned to his manager, Sister Zhang. What is happening? Why are we leaving so suddenly? Zheng Dianqian was perplexed. It wasn't time yet. And returning now would render all prior preparations futile. It's nothing. It's the company's decision. I just received the notification. We should head back, Sister Zhang replied, having just been informed by Fong Ting. She was stunned. While Fong Ting was merely a secretary, she was someone close to the chairman. Uncertain of what Zheng Dianqian had done to attract such attention, Sister Zhang refrained from divulging the truth when questioned. All right. Seeing that his manager was as clueless as he was, Zheng Dianqian ceased to ponder and began fiddling with his phone, oblivious to the fact that this would be his final performance. Observing the gradually clearing traffic, Shen Nian nodded in satisfaction before accelerating away from the crossroads, swiftly directing his course toward the headquarters of Bika Entertainment. At the Bika Entertainment Company, it wasn't long before Shen Nian arrived in the underground parking lot of the corporate building. After casually parking his vehicle, he sauntered into the lobby on the first floor. The security guard did not impede him, as the lobby was open to the public, though access to the upper floors required a keycard, preventing outsiders from entering. I'm on the first floor, please come down. Shen Nian, lacking an access card, dialed Fong Ting's number once more, requesting that she descend to escort him upstairs and assist with obtaining a keycard. Understood, boss. I'm on my way. In the office, Fong Ting hurriedly dashed to the elevator, mentally grumbling about the lack of prior notice. Some preparation would have been appreciated. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. After all, Fong Ting had only seen Shen Nian's photograph and heard his voice. She was uncertain of his temperament and preferred to avoid making any blunders in the absence of a clear understanding of his character. In the lobby, Shen Nian settled into a nearby lounge area while, at that moment, a young man, unremarkable in appearance yet dressed in high-end fashion, entered alongside a well-proportioned influencer. Ignoring the gazes of those around them, they proceeded directly to the elevator, seemingly preparing to ascend. Suddenly, with a chime, the elevator doors opened. In the very next instant, a figure clad in yellow burst forth from within. The proximity and speed were too great. The woman could not react in time, resulting in a collision that sent her sprawling, revealing her undergarments to the surrounding spectators. The men present were taken aback. Who would have expected such an unexpected sight while waiting for an elevator? They discreetly stole glances until they realized that the one responsible for the mishap was a delivery boy. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I truly apologize. The delivery boy, guilt-ridden, assisted the woman up from the floor, his mouth incessantly uttering apologies. He had been rushing to complete a delivery and had not anticipated such a collision. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Why on earth are you running so fast? That hurts. My bracelet. As the woman rose, she instinctively cursed, only to discover that her jade bracelet had shattered, causing her greater distress than the collision itself. Enraged, she lunged forward, seizing the delivery boy by his collar to prevent his escape. You owe me for that bracelet. It was a gift from Li Xiao. The Li Xiao she referenced was the young man who had entered with her, whose full name was Li Shan. He was the former heir of Baika Entertainment, though he was unaware that the ownership had since changed hands. How much does that cost? The delivery boy, merely a part-time college student, had intended to earn some extra cash over the weekend, but now, it seemed he would be at a loss. 50,000. While out shopping, she instantly set her sights on a stunning bracelet. For Li Shun, the monetary aspect was trivial. To persuade him to purchase it, the woman promised to let him experience the pleasures of an automatic perpetual motion machine that evening. Li Shun, being a man of carnal desires, could hardly refuse such an enticing offer. He waved his hand grandly and bought the bracelet for her. Alas, after just a few days of wearing it, it was shattered by someone. What? 50,000. Upon hearing this sum, the delivery boy's vision darkened, and he fainted. For he could not possibly afford such an amount, let alone 50,000. Even 1,000 would be a challenge. Slap. Witnessing the delivery boy's fainting spell, the woman delivered a sharp slap, jolting him awake and demanding that he compensate her immediately. As for Li Shun, he merely observed from the sidelines, disinterested in intervening. That's sufficient. I will cover the bracelet's cost, he declared. Noticing the unmistakable foolishness reflected in the other's eyes, Shen Nian recognized him as a part-time university student, likely from the only university in the area, Jingang University. It was reasonable for a senior like him to look after a junior, especially since 50,000 was inconsequential to him, but could easily crush a college student. I demand a full payment, not a penny less. When Shen Nian approached, the invisible pressure he exuded made the three present feel uneasy, yet the woman stubbornly voiced her demands. Ding! Just then, the elevator door swung open once more. Tap, tap, tap. A tall, slender young woman clad in professional attire emerged from the elevator, her long hair neatly tied back, and her features strikingly beautiful. This was Fong Ting. In an industry where appearances reigned supreme, it was no surprise that someone in her position as the chairman's secretary possessed such allure. Undeniably, if she desired to enter the entertainment realm, she could do so effortlessly. However, she had little interest in becoming a star. Upon seeing Fong Ting, Li Shun immediately perked up. He had long harbored feelings for her, but refrained from acting on them due to her status as his father's secretary. Secretary Fong. What a coincidence. He stepped forward, blocking her path, nonchalantly running his fingers through his hair, mistakenly believing himself to be quite dashing, though he appeared rather pretentious and greasy instead. Ah, long time no see, Fong Ting replied with a cool demeanor, then bypassed him to approach Shen Nian, ready to address her boss. However, upon noticing Shen Nian subtly shake his head, she quickly altered her greeting. Mr. Shun, I apologize for keeping you waiting. She was aware he was there to inspect the company and preferred not to reveal himself prematurely. After all, how could the higher-ups conduct surprise visits if they were anticipated? The element of surprise often yields the best results. Please hold on. I need to wrap up matters here. The bracelet's cost had yet to be settled, and if she left now, it was likely the delivery boy would faint again. Fong Ting did not press further. She simply stood silently by his side, awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, Li Shun, witnessing Fong Ting's compliance with this unfamiliar man while he received no attention, felt a surge of resentment towards Shen Nian. Give me your account number. I will transfer the funds to you. Shen Nian approached the woman to request her card number, but just as she was about to respond, Li Shun interjected. Wait. He stepped forward to stand before Shen Nian, though his stature was inferior, forcing him to look up at the latter. She misremembered. I bought that bracelet for 500,000. If you want compensation, it shall be 500,000. What? 500,000? Didn't you just say 50,000? The delivery boy collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. If it had been 50,000, perhaps he could have negotiated, but 500,000 was beyond his means. Though the woman found this puzzling, she did not oppose Li Shun. Instead, she feigned realization, clapping her hands and saying, Oh, I remember now. Indeed. It was young Master Li who spent 500,000 on it. The 5,000 was for a necklace. How could I mix that up? Observing the two of them in their orchestrated deception, Shen Nian grasped their intent to swindle him. However, he remained unperturbed. It is easy to invite a deity, but challenging to send one away. If they aim to deceive him, they should be prepared for the consequences. 500,000 it is. Provide me with your account number. Noticing the carefree demeanor of Shen Nian, Li Shun felt as though his efforts were futile, akin to striking cotton. Nevertheless, to save face, he refrained from raising the stakes further and instructed the woman to provide her account details. All right, the transfer is complete. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Shen Nian casually stated as he swiftly transferred the 500,000, then departed with Fong Ting. Ascending the elevator, Li Shun remained behind for a moment before storming off in anger, determined to investigate Shen Nian's background. Despite his frivolous nature, he was not foolish. Anyone who could have Fong Ting personally attend to them was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Until he ascertained the latter's identity, he would not act rashly. Had he returned home, he could have easily inquired with his father, for the shares Shen Nian currently held were primarily from Li Jingye, with the remaining 10% scattered among various investors. In the chairman's office, guided by Fong Ting, Shen Nian entered and reclined lazily on the sofa, beginning to inquire about Li Shun's details. As he had not known him prior. Who was that man earlier? Fong Ting realized he was referring to Li Shun and promptly shared all the information she possessed, though she found it odd that Shen Nian seemed unfamiliar with the company. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is incomprehensible to ordinary folks. Purchasing a company without knowledge of its workings is a bold move. Ah, he's the son of the former chairman. No wonder he carries himself like an entitled heir. But he swindled me out of 500,000, and I must retrieve it from his father. Shen Nian was not easily duped. Had the price been reasonable, 3 to 5,000, he would have acquiesced. But 500,000 was a blatant trap. With his expertise in appraisal, he knew that bracelet was worth at most 10 to 20,000. Now that he understood the other party's identity, he felt more at ease. Such publicly listed entertainment companies often had skeletons in their closets. Conveniently, there was a computer in the office. It seemed he would soon resume his old habits. As Fong Ting looked on in confusion, Shen Nian approached the desk. The computer, previously used by Li Jingye, had a password, yet to him. It was child's play to bypass. After a few moments, he successfully accessed all accounts under Li Jingye's name. The speed at which money is amassed in the entertainment industry is undeniably astonishing. Shen Nian conducted a preliminary assessment, estimating that Li Jingye's total assets likely exceed 100 billion, and this figure pertains solely to liquid funds, excluding other ventures. The principle of familial debt is reciprocal. If your son has swindled me out of 500,000, is it unreasonable for me to reclaim 500 million from you? He maintained a semblance of integrity, opting not to transfer all of the funds outright, but rather multiplying it by a modest factor. After extracting the money from Li Jingye's account, Shen Nian promptly funneled these funds into an account on the dark web. Following numerous transactions, the money was thoroughly laundered. The rationale behind this elaborate maneuver was that only funds rewarded by the system would remain untraceable, while the money he acquired independently still required cleansing. Chapter 48. Have you taken explosives? The funds he had cycled through would subsequently enter his account through legitimate means, sparing him any repercussions. Once these actions were completed, Shen Nian thoughtfully sent a message via an external site to Li Jingye, informing him that the 500 million was a payment on behalf of his son. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, in the Grand Hall, upon receiving the shares that had been awarded to Shen Nian by the system, Li Jingye had effectively ceased operations at home. Upon reading the text message from Shen Nian, he immediately dashed back to his room. Unlike Shen Nian, who effortlessly accrued wealth through daily sign-ins, every cent in Li Jingye's account was hard-earned, and the sudden loss of 500 million was enough to induce panic. In his bedroom, Li Jingye skillfully logged into his bank account on his computer, and as expected, the balance had plummeted by 500 million, vanishing without a trace. Outrageous. Enraged, he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing an unfortunate cup to crash to the floor, fulfilling its fate. The more he pondered the injustice, the more infuriated he became. Retreating only led to further losses. Li Jingye seized his phone and directly called the bank president, for such substantial deposits were under the president's purview. Mr. Li, good afternoon. The bank president was oblivious to the turmoil, assuming Li Jingye was merely conducting some business. Little did he know, he was about to be bombarded with a barrage of vitriol. How dare you? My money is deposited in your bank, yet 500 million has been pilfered. And you remain ignorant. Is your banking system merely decorative? What use do I have for you? Refund my money. Had the sum been merely 5 million or even 50 million, Li Jingye might not have reacted so vehemently, but 500 million was indeed overwhelming. And the ability of someone to silently abscond with such a fortune implied they could abscond with all his funds. His trust in the banking system evaporated in an instant, and he contemplated withdrawing all his cash. Once converted to physical currency, it would be impervious to online theft. What? Impossible. Our system is the latest upgrade. Any intrusion will trigger an immediate alarm. There is no irregular activity in your account, the bank president stammered, utterly bewildered. He found it hard to believe that anyone could bypass the bank's surveillance. Yet equally, he recognized that if no such incident had occurred, Li Jingye would not be calling him in a fit of rage. That is your concern. I no longer trust your system. I demand to withdraw all my funds immediately. I am notifying you in advance. You have 48 hours to prepare. If I do not see my money by then, I will file a lawsuit. With that, Li Jingye hung up, denying the president any chance of persuasion. Instead, he called Li Shun. Dad, what is going on? Li Shun, residing in his villa since reaching adulthood, was perplexed by his father's call. He hadn't received a call from Li Jingye in 3 years. Humph. What do you mean? What is going on? I ask you, have you been causing trouble again? Li Jingye, already on edge, found Li Shun's words infuriating. He bypassed pleasantries and asked pointedly, have you taken explosives or something? What have I done? What trouble have I caused? I don't even know what you're talking about. I knew you were calling for no good reason. Li Shun, already irritated, snapped back, his temper flaring. Shut your mouth. If you hadn't caused trouble, how could someone transfer 500 million from my account? They even sent me a message saying it was for your expenses, you ungrateful wretch. Get back here at once. Otherwise, I'll freeze all your cards, and let us see how you survive without money. With the conversation escalating to this point, Li Jingye, realizing Li Shun would not concede, unleashed his trump card. As Li Shun's father, he could easily freeze his accounts. 500 million. Impossible. I haven't done anything recently. How could I spend so much? Upon hearing the staggering amount, Li Shun was taken aback. He wasn't involved in any investments or extravagant expenditures. So where could such a vast sum have gone? Yet, as he pondered, the image of Shen Nian flickered in his mind. While he had only swindled Shen Nian out of 500,000, the disparity with 500 million was indeed considerable. I'll be back shortly, sensing something amiss. He hastily ended the call, quickly heading to his garage to start his Lamborghini Reventon, racing towards the Li estate. Moments later, Li Shun parked his car haphazardly outside his home and pushed open the door, finding Li Jingye already waiting in the grand hall. Dad, what is the situation with the 500 million? Please clarify. He plopped onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water, and immediately cut to the chase, contemplating whether this incident had any connection to Shen Nian. First, tell me what you've been up to lately. Have you had any conflicts or transactions? Li Jingye, unhurried, fixed his calm gaze on Li Shun, knowing his son's tendencies all too well. A father's intuition was seldom wrong. Merely observing Li Shun's demeanor would reveal whether he was being truthful. Not at all. I've just been in the capital, returned yesterday. If there was any transaction, it was merely someone at the company who broke my friend's belongings, and I had them compensate a bit. Li Shun meticulously recounted his recent activities, and indeed, he had not been in any conflicts. However, he eventually divulged the incident regarding the bracelet. 500,000. For a bracelet? What was that person's name? Upon hearing this, Li Jingye seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Although 500,000 and 500 million were worlds apart, they both commenced with the number 5. Perhaps there was a connection? Shen Nian, he called Shen Nian. I have no idea where he sprang from, but I intended to investigate him after returning. Having initiated his inquiry upon returning, he mused that had Li Jingye not summoned him, he would likely have already unearthed some leads. Who? What did you say his name was? Chapter 49, The Gamester Father. Upon hearing Shen Nian's name, Li Jingye gasped and rose to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, good heavens. His mind raced with thoughts. Isn't that the fellow who acquired his own company? I never imagined he would come to Lin City. Upon witnessing his father's fervent excitement, Li Shun found himself momentarily perplexed. After all, it was merely a name. Was it not? Could it be that the individual held some significant influence? His name is Shen Nian, a youth who appears even younger than I. So what is all this fuss about? This remark inadvertently dispelled the last shred of doubt in Li Jingye's mind. The name and appearance aligned perfectly, indicating that it was indeed not a case of sharing a name. Consequently, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and turned his gaze toward Li Shun. You must not provoke Shen Nian again. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Do you understand? This matter is non-negotiable. At this juncture, Li Jingye was nearly certain that the 500 million he had lost was due to Shen Nian's machinations. The individual managed to secure the support of all the company as shareholders overnight, hinting at the immense power he wielded. Since there were no deep-seated enmities between them, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing such a formidable adversary. The money could simply be considered a cost of averting disaster. Understanding his son well, he surmised that Li Shun must have provoked Shen Nian, for otherwise, the latter would not have come directly to him. Thus, he issued a stern warning. Why? He is merely a brash young man with some wealth. Are there really individuals in Lin City that we cannot afford to offend? Has my father lost his senses? Due to the incident involving Fong Ting, Li Shun had silently harbored resentment towards Shen Nian. Now, faced with a sudden warning, he was in no mood to listen. He was no longer a child. Brash young man, I believe you are the one being reckless. At your age, all you do is squander time on frivolities, never once helping me shoulder any responsibilities. Besides indulging in debauchery, what else do you know? Do you not realize that the very Shen Nian you look down upon has, in the span of a single night, acquired 90% of Bike Entertainment's shares? He is now the bona fide chairman of the company and the ultimate decision-maker. With such formidable financial backing, you dare to label him a brash youth? What does that make you? A mere wastrel living off the remnants of your family's fortune? How old are you? 25. Can't you exhibit a modicum of maturity? If your mother were still alive, do you think she would find your current state acceptable? Li Jingye had not intended to speak so harshly, but as the saying goes, a father's failure to teach is the fault of the son. Every parent harbors dreams for their children to succeed, and deep down, he still held hope for Li Shun. He would inevitably grow old one day, and he did not wish to face that time with Li Shun remaining as he was. If that were the case, he would have no face to meet his late wife. What? The company has been acquired? How is that possible? Father, do you not still possess shares? Why sell them? Upon learning the truth, Li Shun nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, but he quickly realized something was amiss. While it was understandable for others to buy shares, why would his father sell his own? After all, he was the founder. They offered terms that were impossible to refuse. In any case, you must not provoke him again. Bika Entertainment is no longer our concern. This acquisition was a reward bestowed upon Shen Nian by the system, and Li Jingye could not articulate why he had sold the shares. He only knew he could not refuse. With matters at this stage, he did not wish to delve further, reiterating his warning once more. Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Shun rose, feeling disheartened as he made his way to the door. Reflecting on Fong Ting's demeanor towards Shen Nian in the company lobby, combined with his father's words, everything suddenly made sense. Bika Entertainment Company, chairman's office. Unbeknownst to Shen Nian, who was blissfully unaware of the events surrounding the Li family, he was currently indulging in a massage service provided by Fong Ting. It is often said that whether there are pressing matters or not, it is entirely reasonable to have a secretary give you a massage, right? Having spent the afternoon at the company, Shen Nian had meandered through the floors and was overall quite satisfied, at least not witnessing any overt displays of arrogance or bullying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a series of vibrations interrupted the tranquility of the office. Shen Nian looked toward the source of the sound, which ultimately settled on Fong Ting's skirt. As her phone began to ring, "Go ahead and answer it. It's no trouble." Typically, personal calls are not taken during work hours, but rules are often rigid while people are flexible. Moreover, since Shen Nian was the boss, he had the final say in all matters. To shield himself from overhearing Fong Ting's conversation, he even donned headphones. "Thank you, boss." Fong Ting expressed her gratitude before pulling out her phone to discover that the caller was her father. She felt a pang of confusion, as she had explicitly instructed that no calls should be made during work hours unless absolutely necessary. Hastily, she moved to the office window and pressed the answer button, only to hear a man's voice on the other end. "Xiao Ting, it's your father." Shut up. I have no father like you. Stay away from my mother, or I will call the police." The man's words were abruptly cut off by Fong Ting's cold interruption. She held no affection for the man claiming to be her father. Since her middle school years, he had been entrenched in various gambling dens. While their family was not rich, they at least had a stable life until Gao Jin succumbed to his gambling addiction, leading to a complete upheaval of their existence. Not only did he lose the family's wealth, but he also racked up a significant amount of debt and eventually vanished. Fong Ting had originally been named Gao Ting, but upon reaching adulthood, she immediately changed her surname to follow her mother's. For years, she and her mother had been repaying Gao Jin's debts, finally clearing them just last year. Throughout this ordeal, Gao Jin had never once reached out to them, and Fong Ting was utterly disillusioned by him. Yet, as soon as they settled their debts, this man resurfaced. However, he did not seek Fong Ting, but rather her mother, Fong Rong, desperately trying to extract money from her, even resorting to begging on his knees. Fong Rong, being inherently kind-hearted, eventually relented after witnessing Gao Jin's desperate behavior, but only on the condition that he accompany her to finalize their divorce, thereby severing all ties between them. Yet, Gao Jin was not one to easily acquiesce. After receiving the money, he promptly vanished without a trace. Fong Ting had repeatedly cautioned her mother to keep a tight grip on her finances and to disregard Gao Jin. "Who are you trying to scare? Even if you deny it, legally, I will always be your father. The police won't be able to help you. Besides, it was your mother who sought me out." Chapter 50. Tiger, it's time to work. She wants a divorce? I agreed. But you must give me a sum of money, around 200,000. Once the money is in hand, I'll handle the paperwork with your mother. And from that point on, you will never see me again. Gao Jin had initially intended to have a civil conversation, but after being provoked by Fong Ting, he dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table. He was calling to demand money. As for his claim that Fong Rong had sought him out, that was purely a fabrication. He had come to demand money on his own accord. 200,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? Do you think I can print money? Where's my mother? Give the phone back to her. I'll tell you, you can forget about getting a single penny from me. Fong Ting, though aware that Gao Jin was after money, was astonished that he had the audacity to demand 200,000. Not to mention that she didn't have such an amount. Even if she did, she wouldn't part with it. That was outright extortion. Well, I don't care. Whenever I see that money, then we'll talk about the paperwork. But I currently have some debts. If I come looking for you later, don't blame me. Gao Zhan wore a demeanor akin to that of a pig unconcerned by boiling water. Based on his understanding of Feng Rong, he was certain she would eventually part with some money, perhaps not the full amount he desired, but without a doubt, a substantial sum. Having uttered these words, he hastily ended the call before Fong Ting could respond, leaving her in a state of exasperation, wishing fervently to confront him in person and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Unfortunately, it was working hours, and with Shen Nian present, she could only take deep breaths to recalibrate her emotions, striving to keep them separate from her professional duties. Do you require assistance? Although Shen Nian wore headphones, he could discern through Fong Ting's body language and facial expressions that she was grappling with something infuriating. Thank you, boss, but it's unnecessary to trouble yourself. This is a family matter, and I can manage it on my own. Fong Ting gently shook her head. Family grievances should not be aired publicly, and she had never confided in anyone about her familial issues. After all, having a father like that would surely be a source of embarrassment. Nonsense, you are my secretary. If there are external disturbances, it is inevitable that your focus on work will wane, potentially leading to losses for the company, an outcome I wish to avoid. Speak freely. Perhaps I can assist you. Shen Nian believed that most of life's troubles stemmed from money, power, and relationships. While he could not help with the latter, he was more than capable of addressing the first two, particularly the financial aspect. As Fong Ting's superior, he could not turn a blind eye to her troubles, especially after she had just provided him a massage. Well, if you insist, seeing the earnestness in Shen Nian's expression, Fong Ting hesitated for a moment before divulging her family situation and recounting Gao Zhan's recent phone call in detail. Utterly shameless. He has brought disgrace upon all men. You must not give him a single penny. A gambler's words are never to be trusted. Even Shen Nian, known for his good temper, felt a wave of displeasure towards Gao Zhan, a man he had never met. Were he present, Shen Nian would undoubtedly treat him to a meal of 7 wolves. You're free to leave now. Go spend time with your mother. I will handle this matter and ensure he dares not trouble you and your mother again. When evil begets evil, one must not let such scum escape unscathed. Having encountered such a wretch, Shen Nian was determined to take action. It's nothing, boss. I can manage it myself. There's no need to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting shook her head vigorously and gestured with her hands. Not truly wishing for Shen Nian's help, she was merely content to have someone to confide in. Moreover, given Gao Zhan's dubious character, she feared that involving Shen Nian would only embroil him in trouble, jeopardizing her job. No matter, you should return home. There's nothing here for you to do. But I am the boss, and I call the shots here. If I tell you to go home, you will go home. No more arguments. Very well. Thank you, boss. Goodbye. Ultimately, Fong Ting acquiesced to Shen Nian's directive, leaving the office, and soon he found himself alone. Clicking away on his computer, Shen Nian successfully located Gao Zhan's whereabouts and implanted a virus into the latter's phone, enabling real-time monitoring of his location. After completing these tasks, he scrolled through his contacts and dialed a number he hadn't called in a long while. Boss, have you come to the Magic City? The voice on the other end belonged to Shuehu. Since his return from the Magic City, they had not spoken, and receiving Shen Nian's call now excited him immensely. Huzi, it's time for action. Bring a few brothers and come to Linsheng. I'll be waiting for you. With his newfound status, Shen Nian recognized that certain matters necessitated the expertise of individuals like Shuehu, which was why he had not disbanded the Jilong Hall. Got it. Boss, I'll buy a plane ticket right away. Without asking any questions, Shuehu hung up and quickly rallied 10 brothers to secure the next available flight to Linsheng. That evening, at the Di Hung Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite, following Shen Nian's instructions, Shuehu and his 10 brothers arrived, awaiting further direction. Huzi, hand me your phone. Sitting at the computer, Shen Nian reached out for Shuehu's device, which he promptly unlocked and handed over. Knowing his boss had something in mind, given what he had witnessed in the Magic City, using the location from your phone, find this man. Give him a good beating. But don't kill him, leave him breathing. Bring him to me later tonight. Shen Nian shared Gao Zhan's location on Shuehu's phone, sending a photo of him via WeChat, succinctly outlining the task. Were it not for the necessity of keeping him alive for divorce proceedings, Shen Nian would have simply instructed Shuehu to eliminate him. However, for such scum, killing him outright would be too lenient. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Although it was a straightforward assignment, the fact that the boss had summoned him from the Magic City indicated his standing in Shen Nian's eyes, which pleased Shuehu greatly. Go now. I'll transfer 300,000 to you shortly. Each brother will receive 20,000, and you'll take home 100,000 as a reward for your hard work. To motivate them, Shen Nian knew that financial incentives were the most effective means of ensuring their dedication, especially since the 10 had not previously interacted with him. Watching their faces light up with joy, Shuehu mused that they were still too young. After all, he had once walked away with 500 million. Chapter 51. Divorce or Xinjiang. Noticing that Shen Nian had no further instructions, Shuehu departed the hotel with his 10 men. Using the real-time location updates to commence their search for Gao Zhen. They had successfully located countless individuals before, although this was not the Magic City. Shen Nian's assistance made it even more effective than their previous experiences there. Shengyuan Community, a dilapidated old neighborhood in Linqing, was precisely the sort of place where an inner dweller like Gao Zhen, who lived by gambling, could afford to reside. A roof overhead was all he required, and given the area's convenient access, should creditors come knocking, a quick escape would be feasible. Moreover, the monthly rent was a mere 500 yuan. What more could one ask for? As night fell, the sparsely populated community drew little attention to Shuehu and his men, who soon found themselves standing before Gao Zhen's door. Lao Lu, open the door. As soon as Shuehu finished speaking, one of the younger brothers, slender and bespectacled, stepped forward, retrieving a piece of wire from his satchel. This was Lao Lu, known for his unimpressive fighting skills but unparalleled lock-picking abilities within Jiulong Hall. Confident that he could unlock the old-fashioned door locks commonly found in Qingyuan Community with just a wire, he was ready to demonstrate his expertise. With specialized skills, Shuehu trusted Lao Lu's abilities, stepping back to provide him the space needed. Click. In mere seconds, the lock emitted a satisfying click, and it was no exaggeration to say that Lao Lu could unlock an entire neighborhood single-handedly. Creak. After carefully coiling the wire, Lao Lu slowly pushed open the door to the room. It was a spacious studio, and upon entering, one found the bedroom where Gao Zhen was sleeping soundly, blissfully unaware of the arrival of Shuehu and his companions. Act now. Once everyone had entered, Shuehu commanded, and in an instant, 9 individuals surged forward, swiftly tossing aside the blanket covering Gao Zhen. Confirming that it was indeed him lying there, they immediately commenced a brutal assault of punches and kicks. The only 2 who refrained from joining the fray were Shuehu, disinterested, and Lao Lu, unable to participate. The sounds of fists striking flesh and anguished cries filled the air in a relentless cacophony. In truth, Gao Zhen had already been jolted awake by the first blow. But the sheer number of assailants left him with no opportunity to retaliate. He could only endure the barrage. Fortunately, due to Shen Nian's instruction to spare his life, the group tempered their blows, targeting non-lethal areas, yet the pain was still excruciating. If this had occurred in a more upscale neighborhood, the sounds of distress would have certainly drawn the attention of neighbors. Alas, Gao Zhen was surrounded by empty apartments. Even if he screamed until his throat was raw, no one would notice. Half an hour later, thud. Observing that the time was ripe, the 9 individuals ceased their assault and unceremoniously tossed the battered Gao Zhen from the bed, kneeling before Shuehu. It is noteworthy that, as they had to report back later, Shuehu had specifically instructed them not to strike his face. Otherwise, if Gao Zhen's features were swollen and unrecognizable when Shen Nian came to see him, it would all have been for naught. Cough, spit. After rising from the floor, Gao Zhen expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Upon recognizing the faces of his assailants, he was utterly bewildered. He had not provoked them at all. How could they have attacked him so viciously? Brothers, from which faction do you hail? I am not in debt to the gambling house. Initially, he presumed they were enforcers sent by the casino to collect a debt, but upon further reflection, he realized that he had not even the funds to gamble recently. How could he owe anything? You have indeed not offended us. But this is an order from our boss. When we meet, we must give you a taste of punishment first. Now, rise and come with us. Although Shuehu was uncertain of what Gao Zhen had done to incur the wrath of their leader, he knew from his understanding of Shen Nian that Gao Zhen must have committed some egregious act. Otherwise, why would they be here? With that said, he turned and departed, leaving Gao Zhen in a state of confusion as he was hoisted up by 2 of the younger men and dragged outside. As for resistance, after suffering such a brutal beating, he had no strength left to fight back. Moments later, knock, knock, knock. The group arrived at the door to Shen Nian's room and rapped on it, the hour now approaching the latter part of the night, aligning perfectly with Shen Nian's requirements. Creak. Inside, Shen Nian, disinclined to rise, simply used a remote control to open the door. A room costing over 300,000 a night certainly warranted a remote-operated entrance. Wouldn't you agree? Boss, Wei brought him. Shuehu gestured, and his companions pushed Gao Zhen forward. Earlier, in the car, they had bound his hands with shoelaces to prevent any mischief. Upon hearing the voice, Gao Zhen turned and was astonished to discover that the boss referred to by Shuehu and the others was a remarkably young man. However, from his years of experience, he could tell that the individual exuded an air of affluence, unmistakably a scion of a wealthy family. Old Deng, you have quite the audacity. Demanding 200,000 for a divorce. Are you not afraid of having a life to take, but no life to spend? Shen Nian regarded the well-dressed Gao Zhen with a cold smirk. He could have easily disposed of Gao Zhan, but doing so would transform Fong Rong's divorce into a widowhood. While both scenarios effectively freed her from Gao Zhan, the latter sounded far worse. Is it Fong Ting who sent you? Upon hearing the mention of a divorce and the sum of 200,000, Gao Zhan quickly grasped that this matter must pertain to Fong Ting. However, he could not fathom why Shen Nian would aid her. You now face two choices. Either comply and finalize the divorce tomorrow, disappearing entirely from their lives, or I will personally seal you in a barrel, fill it with cement, and sink you in the river. Choose wisely. Shen Nian offered no further explanations, straightforwardly laying out his terms. When dealing with someone like Gao Zhan, he felt no guilt in employing any means necessary. Not everyone possessed a conscience. I choose the first option. Do not drown me. I do not wish to die. Barely finishing his statement, Gao Zhan hastily made his choice, fearing that a delayed response would seal his fate. Money may be valuable, but one must have life to spend it. If he were to be drowned, he would truly become a water ghost. Very well, but there is another matter. Over the years, Fong Ting and her daughter have repaid your debts. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? They owe you nothing. Earlier, having nothing better to do, Shen Nian had checked the records and discovered that Fong Ting and her daughter had repaid debts amounting to over 100,000. They could have enjoyed a better life had it not been for this scoundrel before him. Chapter 52. Open the door, it's me, Daddy. Big brother, I have no money. I only sought Fong Ting for help out of desperation. If I had even a little cash on me, I would never have approached her. If it were merely a matter of processing the divorce, Gao Zhan could have accepted it. After all, he had no feelings left for Fong Rong and her daughter. His priority was to preserve his own life. However, upon hearing that he would also need to compensate them, he panicked. As a gambler, he valued money above all. Money equated to life. Naturally, he was loath to part with it. In truth, he was not entirely broke. Like a wily rabbit, he had hidden some funds elsewhere, which were reserved for emergencies. Stop spinning tales with me. Do you think I am unaware of your secrets? Shall I mark every location where you stash your cash? With Shen Nian's capabilities, uncovering such information was far from a challenge. Gao Zhan had stashed away nearly 80,000. However, this wretch was a thoroughgoing gambling addict who had squandered all his other funds. No need for that. Can I keep a little for myself? Upon hearing this, Gao Zhan realized his secret stash had been exposed, yet he still sought to negotiate, hoping to lessen the financial burden. Do you think this is a marketplace? Bargaining. Are we? Here's my ultimatum. By noon tomorrow, if you have not finalized the divorce and provided the payment, prepare to be submerged in the river. You may also attempt to flee, but let me warn you, if you fail to escape, your legs will surely pay the price. Shen Nian issued his final ultimatum without further ado. With his hacking skills, he could track Gao Zhan no matter where he fled, leaving the latter unconcerned about his escape. Fine. I will definitely comply. May I leave now? Having spent years mingling in various gambling houses, Gao Zhan understood that Shen Nian spoke the truth. Losing limbs in underground casinos was all too common. He had no desire to become such a pitiful sight, so he nodded in agreement to the demands laid before him. Though Shen Nian appeared youthful, he exuded an intense aura of pressure, one that surpassed even that of the underground casino bosses Gao Zhan had encountered. Thus, he was eager to depart, especially surrounded by so many imposing figures. The absence of security left him feeling utterly vulnerable. Remember my words, your time is limited. The next day, as the first light of dawn graced the horizon, a mother and daughter remained ensconced in slumber, only to be abruptly roused by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Confused, Fong Ting was the first to rise and answer. Upon flinging the door open, she was met with the sight of Gao Zhan, whose presence instantly chilled her demeanor, prompting her to slam the door shut with a resounding thud. Yet Gao Zhan, undeterred by the rejection, continued his fervent knocking. After all, Shen Nian had made it abundantly clear the previous day, if matters were not resolved by noon, he would plunge into the river. Could he afford to remain calm? In truth, after returning home last night, Gao Zhan had contemplated fleeing, having successfully eluded many a gambling den over the years. However, he soon realized that escaping from someone capable of locating him with such stealth was no simple task. After a long night of contemplation, he ultimately surrendered, deciding that preserving his life was paramount. After all, there were countless gambling establishments in the world. Shouting, please open the door. I'm here to see your mother, not to ask for money. I even brought some cash with me. Just let me in. At that moment, Fong Rong emerged from her room, fully dressed. Upon discovering that it was Gao Zhan at the door, her expression soured, recalling how he had stolen her mobile phone just the day before. Mom, ignore him. Out of 10 things he says, 12 are lies. How could he possibly bring us money? Unless the sun rises in the west. Perhaps fearing her mother's soft heart would compel her to open the door. Fong Ting reiterated her warning. Gao Zhan had long since lost any credibility in her eyes. Open the door, please. I'm telling the truth. I've brought money. Gao Zhan's desperation was palpable. Having mustered the courage to bring his life savings, he found himself unable to enter, his anxiety mounting with each passing second. Upon hearing his plea, Fang Rong felt a flicker of curiosity. Had Gao Zhan truly lost his mind? His demeanor and speech were utterly unlike his usual self. Intrigued, she glanced through the peephole and was astonished to see several bundles of cash in his hands. Look, daughter, he really did bring money. Impossible. A weasel doesn't wish a chicken well. He must have ulterior motives. She refrained from approaching the door, for Fang Ting knew her mother would not deceive her. Yet she could not believe that Gao Zhan had suddenly turned benevolent. How could someone who had demanded 200,000 from her the previous day change overnight? Are we not allowed to sleep in peace? This is unbearable. Gao Zhan's incessant knocking and shouting had roused the neighbors, disrupting their morning tranquility. Reluctantly, Fang Rong opened the door, allowing him entry. In the living room, the trio sat in silence, the mother and daughter observing Gao Zhan with skepticism. Eager to discern his intentions, I'm here today for 3 main reasons. First, here is your phone, which I borrowed yesterday. It is now returned to its rightful owner. As he spoke, Gao Zhan produced Fang Rong's phone from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. He was brazen, reframing his theft as a mere loan. Secondly, I have 90,000 yuan for you both. I know you've suffered over the years, and this is my way of expressing my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. With that, he laid the stacks of cash on the table, his heart aching at the loss, but feeling it necessary to appease the situation. And thirdly, Fang Rong, I understand you wish to divorce. I am willing to accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. They likely haven't opened yet, but I can wait. Though it was barely past 6, and the office would not open until 8. Gao Zhan preferred to take precautions to avoid any unforeseen delays. Have you visited the hospital? You must have some ailment. The mother and daughter regarded Gao Zhan with blank expressions, their disbelief unwavering. They found it hard to believe that he could experience a sudden change of heart overnight. Fang Ting was unaware that Shen Nian had already approached Gao Zhan, and she could only assume he had lost his senses or was plotting something sinister. No, I'm serious. I have left the money right here, and now we should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, regardless of your beliefs. Can there be any forgery in this process? At that moment, Gao Zhan grasped the weight of their distrust. But he dared not disclose that Shen Nian had instructed him to act this way, as he had yet to ascertain the nature of Shen Nian's relationship with them. Then give us a compelling reason we cannot refuse. Fang Ting maintained her skepticism, her stance resolute. The hardships endured by the mother and daughter were known only to them, and she had become wary of deception. Please, just trust me once. If you don't, I'll end my life tonight. Seeing that his words held no sway, Gao Zhan resorted to a dramatic declaration. He had never before made such a statement lightly. What do you mean? The mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his claim of impending doom. I cannot divulge the specifics, but you must accept the money and accompany me to complete the paperwork, after which I will vanish from your lives and cease to be a bother. Though he refrained from mentioning Shen Nian's involvement, Gao Zhan understood the gravity of his situation. He had no desire to provoke her wrath. I recall someone once demanding 200,000 from me. Now that you're in trouble, you've begun to fear? The tides have turned. The power now lies with us, Fang Ting thought, her mind racing with speculation that this ordeal might indeed be connected to her new boss, Shen Nian. I was merely jesting. Don't take it seriously. Desperate to cling to life, Gao Zhan lowered himself to the ground, his dignity rendered worthless in the face of survival. However, Fang Ting paid him no heed, and instead pulled out her phone to send a message to Shen Nian. Good morning, boss. I have something to confirm. Did you seek out Gao Zhan yesterday? He is currently at my home, behaving quite strangely. After a brief pause, she deemed it late enough to message without disturbing him. Yes, you may accept the money he brought. I have warned him, and he understands the consequences of misbehavior. A minute later, she received Shen Nian's reply, and it dawned on her why Gao Zhan had undergone such a transformation. It was indeed her boss who had intervened. Upon returning home the previous evening, Fang Ting had not harbored high hopes regarding Shen Nian, as wealthy individuals often exhibited similar traits. What they professed and what they practiced rarely aligned. To her astonishment, Shen Nian's efficiency was remarkable, yielding incredibly favorable results, which piqued her curiosity about this enigmatic boss. Nevertheless, she promptly responded to Shen Nian. Thank you very much, boss. You have truly been a tremendous help to our family. It's merely a trifling matter. There's no need for gratitude. When it comes to dealing with such petty individuals, Shen Nian possesses considerable experience. It suffices to seize their vulnerabilities. After replying to this message, he returned to slumber, having merely awakened for a moment to relieve himself. Gazing at Gao Zhan across the table, Fang Ting's eyes brimmed with derision. His earlier words had sounded so sincere, as if he had undergone a moral awakening. But in truth, he was simply a coward. Mom, I have discerned the situation. I will accompany you to the bank shortly to deposit this money, and we might as well handle the divorce paperwork at the same time. Now that it was confirmed that this was not a scheme devised by Gao Zhan, Fang Ting felt no reservations. Although 90,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, it could certainly improve their living conditions, allowing them to move to a more favorable environment. Are you truly certain about this? It was not that Fang Rong doubted her daughter, but after being deceived multiple times, she had become somewhat cautious. She feared that accepting this sum might invite greater trouble. Trust me, I will explain the details to you shortly. All right, Bika Entertainment Company. Unlike before, Fang Ting entered the company today with a smile that radiated from the heart. For the matter with Gao Zhan had been resolved, and they would no longer have any ties to that man. This brought her a feeling of clarity, as the shadow that had loomed over her family finally dissipated. In the chairman's office, upon entering, she discovered that Shen Nian was not present. However, Fang Ting was accustomed to this. After all, he was the chairman, and the entire company belonged to him. He could come and go as he pleased. Yet, she underestimated Shen Nian. He was a well-known figure in Jin Gang, and unless there was a pressing matter, he rarely made appearances at the company. Thus, Fang Ting waited in the office for an entire day. As the workday drew to a close and Shen Nian still had not appeared, she reluctantly pulled out her phone to call him. Boss, may I inquire if you are available this evening? The call was quickly answered. Without any small talk, she greeted him before directly getting to the point. This evening? Is there something you need? Shen Nian was engaged in a game of Honor of Kings, on the verge of achieving a pinnacle when her call interrupted him, causing him to be eliminated by a turret. Thankfully, he maintained his composure. Had it been someone else, they would likely have erupted in frustration. You have assisted our family significantly, and my mother wishes to invite you to dinner at our home. Would that be agreeable? Earlier, on the way to the bank, she had recounted Shen Nian's generous assistance to Fang Rong, who immediately expressed a desire to invite him for a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Without his involvement, Gao Zhan would not have capitulated so easily. Fang Ting had initially intended to extend the invitation in person, as it would appear more sincere. But she had not anticipated that Shen Nian would not be at the office today. Dinner? That's unnecessary. It's really not a big deal. No need for such formality. After a brief hesitation, Shen Nian declined her offer. His assistance to Fang Ting had merely been a matter of convenience. Coupled with his disdain for Gao Zhan's despicable nature, he did not seek anything in return. Come on, boss. If you have the time, please drop by, or my mom will surely keep nagging me. It was somewhat surprising that Fang Ting expressed herself in such a somewhat coaxing manner. Fortunately, her looks and voice were quite appealing. Otherwise, Shen Nian might have been inclined to respond with irritation. Very well, wait for me at the office. I shall be there shortly. They say that a woman who can act coy has the best fortune. Shen Nian was indeed susceptible to this charm. He was merely reluctant to make the trip, not that he was averse to meeting people. Since she had made the request, he decided to comply. Thank you, boss. No rush, drive safely. With Shen Nian agreeing to her invitation, Fang Ting's face lit up with joy. With still some time left before the end of the workday, and since they were not in a hurry to return home for dinner, she felt compelled to remind him to drive cautiously. After concluding her call with Shen Nian, she promptly dialed Fang Rong to relay the good news, allowing them to prepare the meal in advance so that they could get straight to it upon returning. After a while, at the company's entrance, Shen Nian drove the Bentley Continental provided by the hotel. He had no desire for anything else, for at least this month. It would serve as his exclusive transportation. He was indifferent to cars, primarily using them for commuting, so he had no inclination to purchase a new one. This would suffice. Upon his arrival, Fang Ting was already waiting for him downstairs, having tidied her belongings. Although she hadn't mentioned it, as a secretary, how could she allow her boss to wait for her? She certainly had some awareness. Boss, you're so quick. The remark, innocent in intent, was taken differently by Shen Nian, who cast a bemused glance at Fang Ting. How could this young lady speak so boldly? I can endure quite well. Thank you very much. Get in the car. However, he understood that she was referring to the speed of his arrival and did not delve deeper into the topic. With a slight nod, he opened the passenger door for her. Thank you, boss. Perhaps it was the youthfulness of both. But Fang Ting felt much more at ease in Shen Nian's company compared to the oppressive atmosphere she endured while with Li Jingye. First, accompany me to the mall. I need to purchase a few items. Shen Nian did not head straight to her home. Although this dinner was prepared by Fang Rong as a token of gratitude, it would be quite impolite to arrive empty-handed. One must uphold the traditional virtues of Huaxia. Before coming, he had selected a few items from the system space, but they seemed more suited for a gentleman, so he opted to buy something directly from the mall instead. Boss, you're not planning to buy a gift, are you? If so, that's really unnecessary. Just your presence is enough. It was no wonder that women are so perceptive. Upon hearing they were going to the mall, Fang Ting immediately considered this possibility and promptly began to dissuade him. She certainly did not want Shen Nian to incur any unnecessary expenses. That would be quite awkward. One must draw the line. Dinner is one thing, but arriving empty-handed would be somewhat impolite. After all, I am your boss. There is no reason for me to take advantage of your hospitality. If I see something I like, I shall simply take it. We are not lacking in funds. His account balance was more than sufficient to purchase the entire mall, let alone a few gifts. How much could that possibly cost? What? There's also my share. Fong Ting was taken aback. She had assumed she was merely tagging along to offer her opinions, not realizing she would benefit from such generosity. This was certainly an unexpected delight. Why else would I bring you along? I am unfamiliar with the preferences of women. You must assist me in selecting items. Otherwise, if I were to give something inappropriate, it would be a waste. In Shen Nian's eyes, Fong Ting was merely a useful tool, being Fong Rong's daughter. It was far better to have her choose than to rely on his own judgment. Then thank you, boss. You are truly kind. With no choice but to graciously accept. Fong Ting felt a mix of gratitude and amusement, sending him a virtual good deed card, which earned her a bemused look from Shen Nian, who silently criticized her sharp choice of words. Yida Plaza. It was conveniently located on the way to Fong Ting's home. So Shen Nian decided against heading elsewhere and simply stopped by. Interestingly, he was also a shareholder in Yida Group, holding 21 of the shares, although he had never interacted with anyone within the group. On the second floor of the mall, the establishment primarily specializes in beauty and skincare products, as well as exquisite jewelry. However, Shen Nian is not particularly knowledgeable about these items, so he allows Fong Ting to select what she likes, providing her with a bank card to make her purchases without hesitation. He then discreetly excuses himself, making his way to the restroom. Hey buddy, are you financially comfortable lately? Could you lend me 3,000 yuan? I promise to repay you when my salary comes in next month. As Shen Nian squats down, he overhears a man in the adjacent stall engaged in a phone conversation. Although the voice is not loud, the proximity makes it impossible for him not to hear. I'm out shopping with my goddess, and she has set her sights on a handbag, but I don't have enough cash on hand. I've been trying to arrange this outing for ages, so please help me out. I'll treat you to skewers later. Initially, Shen Nian doesn't find anything peculiar, but the man's subsequent actions leave him astonished. After ending the call, the man proceeds to contact several others, all with the same request for financial assistance. In just a short span, he has borrowed tens of thousands. Wow, it seems I've stumbled upon a sycophant. Shen Nian muses, keen to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Who would have thought that even while attending to nature's call, he could indulge in such gossip? Today's visit has proven worthwhile. Darling, wait for me in the store. I'll be there shortly to settle the bill. The man's tone becomes notably more assertive as he communicates with his goddess. To Shen Nian's ears, he sounds like a mere blade of grass awaiting the scythe. Yet, everyone has their own way of living. Shen Nian finds amusement in the situation and refrains from interfering. Having experienced the lengths to which women can be assertive once endowed with wealth, he understands that the circumstances are beyond what this man can comprehend. A few minutes later, in the LV boutique, Shen Nian, having emptied his mind, reunites with Fong Ting. However, he is drawn to a familiar voice nearby. He recognizes it instantly as the sycophant from the restroom. Following the sound, he discovers that the man's appearance is as unremarkable as his voice, so ordinary that one could easily overlook him in a crowd. Boss, what are you looking at? Fong Ting follows Shen Nian's gaze and notices a couple engaged in conversation, finding nothing unusual. While the woman possesses a modicum of beauty, she pales in comparison to Fong Ting, who exudes confidence in her natural allure, free from any artificial enhancements. Nothing much, just browsing. Have you found anything that piques your interest? Shen Nian glances meaningfully at the woman before shifting the topic. To him, the sycophant stands little chance today, especially as he spots the woman sipping a cup of hot milk tea. In the sweltering summer heat, what girl would choose hot tea unless under special circumstances? The intent behind her choice is unmistakable. The items here are exorbitantly priced. Perhaps we should consider another store. While Fong Ting undoubtedly has her eye on some items, she recognizes the importance of self-awareness. Their relationship is strictly professional. They are merely colleagues. And it would feel inappropriate for her to splurge on luxury goods using Shen Nian's money. She intended to enter the store initially, but Shen Nian's brisk pace left her little choice but to wander while waiting for his return. It's no big deal. Do I look like someone who would fret over a few coins? Besides, consider this my gift to you. If it seems too meager, how can I present myself with dignity? As your boss, you should think of my reputation. At this, Shen Nian rolls his eyes at Fong Ting. Realizing that during his brief absence, she hadn't accomplished anything productive. To ensure she performs her duties more effectively, he reframes his argument, making it sound reasonable from his perspective. Well, that does make sense. How about we take another look? Fong Ting, momentarily stumped for a rebuttal, ultimately decides to heed her boss's wishes. Let us start with bags. The boutique is divided into several sections, with the nearest being the handbag area, featuring an array of totes, crossbody bags, and backpacks in various sizes. Shen Nian's shopping style is straightforward. If Fong Ting's gaze lingers on an item for 3 seconds, he instructs the nearby sales associate to wrap it up. True men never glance at the price. In mere minutes, the sales associate's arms are laden with an assortment of bags. Although her situation appears cumbersome, a smile adorns her face. After all, this is Gucci. The combined value of these bags alone could amount to millions, and with Shen Nian dressed in an Armani suit, radiating an air of affluence, it is clear he is a wealthy patron. That's enough. We can't take any more. Fong Ting, having never witnessed such extravagance, is taken aback. Despite Shen Nian's instruction to disregard prices, she is not blind and notices the escalating total. As he reaches for yet another bag, she quickly interjects to halt him. This isn't her first attempt to dissuade him, but Shen Nian's enthusiasm for spending proves relentless. With no other recourse, she resorts to physically clinging to his arm to prevent him from reaching for more. All right, if we have enough bags, let us explore other items such as perfumes and jewelry. Of course, esteemed guests, please follow me. Before Fong Ting can speak, the eager sales associate, keen on maximizing her commission, quickly steps forward. Having observed the dynamics, she recognizes that while Fong Ting's desire to purchase is subdued, the authority lies with Shen Nian. If she caters to him well, today could yield substantial profits. As they venture towards the perfume section, Fong Ting silently sighs, contemplating that having such a wealthy employer might not be entirely advantageous. She realizes she cannot deter him, and ultimately, she follows suit, bracing herself for an explanation to her mother later that evening, asserting that she is merely a secretary. 2.5 hours later, after perusing the luxury stores on the second floor, the pair, laden with bags, arrive at the underground parking lot. Fong Ting feels a sense of relief that Shen Nian drives a 4-seater vehicle. With ample space in the back seat and trunk, they can store their purchases comfortably. Had he driven a sports car, they would have had no place to stow their bounty. After enduring Shen Nian's lavish spending spree, Fong Ting has grown somewhat numb. In just 2.5 hours, he has expended over 3 million yuan, enough to purchase several of the very cars parked before them. Boss, while I know you're not short on cash, isn't this a bit excessive? Gazing at the stuffed Bentley Continental, she is left in a state of bemusement. As another employer, Li Jingye had never lavished such extravagant expenditures on her. Yet, she feels a swell of gratitude for this experience. Well, it has been quite a while since I last visited a shopping mall, and I couldn't resist the temptation. However, it is not a significant issue. If you find these items of no use, feel free to gift them to someone else. Ultimately, it's entirely up to you to decide. Truth be told, he had not initially intended to purchase so many items. The sheer thrill of indulgence was simply exhilarating. If it weren't for Fong Ting mentioning that it was getting late, he might have continued his spree. Let us go. My mother has already said that dinner will be ready soon. If we head back now, the timing will be just perfect. Although Fong Ting is not materialistic, one cannot deny that with over 30 million spent by Shen Nian, anyone would likely struggle to resist such temptation. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is substantial wealth exchanged for tangible goods. Having grown up devoid of paternal affection, she now finds herself experiencing a sense of being cherished in Shen Nian's presence. Unbeknownst to her, an infatuation for this youthful, affluent, and strikingly handsome boss has begun to blossom within her heart. Matters of the heart are often enigmatic. Sometimes, an unintentional gesture can linger in one's mind for years. Once the feeling strikes, nothing else seems to matter. Buckle up. I'm unfamiliar with the route to Lincheng, so you must guide me. Shen Nian, however, was not overly concerned. He now approached his endeavors with a carefree attitude, for he possessed ample resources to support his whims, free from the burdens that plague others. After years of diligent toil, having attained wealth, why not savor the pleasures of life? Rest assured, this road is one I traverse daily. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. What? Wasn't it agreed that I would buy you a bag and you would accompany me tonight? Why are you suddenly saying you want to go home? As soon as Fong Ting finished speaking, Shen Nian was about to start the vehicle when a sudden roar from the adjacent parking space captured their attention. Isn't that the sycophant we encountered earlier? I knew this would be the outcome. Shen Nian turned towards the sound, spotting the same couple from the mall seated in a BMW 330, surprised they were still out. Hearing the man's words confirmed his earlier suspicion. The woman was merely there to exploit, shamelessly seeking to indulge while on her period, yet still shopping for bags, clearly treating him as an ATM. Sycophant. What is wrong with him? Fong Ting was bewildered, unaware of the man's attempts to borrow money in the restroom, but she sensed that Shen Nian had some insight, as he would not have made such a definitive statement otherwise. I had briefly stepped out to use the restroom, and the man was right next to me. I overheard him making several calls to borrow money, all to buy a bag for that woman in the passenger seat. When I emerged, I found her sipping on a hot beverage. In this weather, unless one is experiencing a menstrual cycle, who would drink something hot? After spending tens of thousands, with nothing to show for it, would he not be considered a sycophant? Moreover, he would face a significant debt next month. No wonder they say a sycophant ends up with nothing. Shen Nian relayed his observations and deductions to Fong Ting, leaving her stunned. Although she had heard similar stories before, witnessing such a scenario firsthand was unexpected. I considered you a good friend, yet you harbored ulterior motives. I clearly misjudged you. Smack. Just as they exchanged information, movement occurred within the car again. During this relatively quiet time in the parking lot, the words of the woman in the passenger seat reached their ears perfectly. This isn't over yet, she declared before exiting the vehicle with a loud bang of the door, her demeanor suggesting genuine anger. Notably, she still carried the bag gifted by the man. Perhaps that was her primary objective for the night? If she had not taken that bag, her efforts would have been in vain. The man in the car, watching her storm away, crumbled in despair, slumping over the steering wheel. He had anticipated a delightful evening with the goddess, only to find himself with nothing to show for his efforts. How pitiful. Can this not be considered a form of fraud? Fong Ting remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man. Yet she held no affection for the woman who toyed with others' emotions. It probably is, but it is their choice. Let us not interfere. Let us go. There is no use in imparting wisdom when experience teaches far more effectively. He was not inclined to meddle. A sycophant must either awaken to reality or be drained and discarded. After their brief spectacle, Shen Nian started the vehicle, taking Fong Ting away from Yida Plaza. At Shuizhu Yuan, following Fong Ting's directions, Shen Nian finally arrived at an ordinary residential complex, quite a distance from the bike entertainment company. It seems Fong Ting must rise quite early for work each day. The boss has arrived. My home is on the second floor. This is our rented apartment. After alighting from the vehicle, they retrieved their numerous belongings, dividing the burden between them. Fong Ting led the way while Shen Nian quietly surveyed the surroundings, lost in thought. Ding dong. With her hands laden, upon reaching the door, she had to lean against it to ring the doorbell with her shoulder. Naturally, Fong Rong was the first to answer the door. Mom, we're back. This is my company's chairman and my boss, Shen Nian, Mr. Shun. As soon as the door opened, Fong Ting eagerly introduced Shen Nian, even addressing him formally. While speaking, she stepped aside, inviting Shen Nian to enter. Hello, I'm Shen Nian. It's a pleasure to meet you. I brought a small gift as a token of my appreciation. Fong Rong, now in her 40s, was nearly 2 decades older than Shen Nian, so his calling her auntie was entirely appropriate. Upon seeing her, he instantly recognized that Fong Ting had indeed taken after her mother. Their resemblance was striking, and were it not for the subtle signs of age on Fong Rong's face, distinguishing them would have been a challenge. Mr. Shun, please come in. Oh dear, you really shouldn't have brought a gift. It's quite unnecessary. You have already done so much for our family. As she was still unfamiliar with Shen Nian, Fong Rong addressed him as Mr. Shun and even used you to show respect, considering his position as chairman, despite his youth. While saying this, she instinctively reached for the items in Shen Nian's hands. Refusing them would be a slight, and such a blunder was beneath her. No need to be so formal. Just call me Shen Nian or Xiao Shun. We are in a private setting, so let us not adhere to corporate formalities. Being addressed so formally by an elder made Shen Nian feel as though his lifespan was being shortened. How many beauties would he need to encounter to make up for that? Once inside, he promptly corrected Fong Rong. That's simply one to do. Mom, you should listen to the boss. Before she could respond, Fong Ting interjected. Although she had not spent much time with Shen Nian, she understood that whatever he said was final. He was not one for pretense. All right then, Andy will call you Xiao Shan. You both sit for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Seeing both of them insist, Fong Rong relented, pouring a cup of tea for Shen Nian before heading back to the kitchen. Just as an odd noise pierced the air. Click, 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 click. What is that sound? A few individuals turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, ultimately fixing their eyes upon the bathroom. Before they could approach to investigate, the unmistakable sound of rushing water erupted from within. This was disastrous. Surely, the pipe must have burst again. The mother and daughter duo hurried towards the bathroom. They had encountered this predicament before. Shortly after moving in, they had experienced a similar catastrophe when a pipe had exploded, and though it had been repaired, they hadn't anticipated it would fail again at such an inopportune moment. Shut off the valve. Quickly. The valve is broken too. As Shen Nian watched the water gushing from the bathroom, he swiftly lifted everything from the floor onto the table, then joined the fray. You two should step outside. Leave this to me. Upon entering, Shen Nian observed that both women had already been drenched by the water spraying from the pipe. The already cramped bathroom became even less accommodating with 3 people inside, making it difficult for him to maneuver. No, you mustn't do this, Shun. You're our guest. It's unacceptable for you to help with the plumbing. Fang Rong immediately rejected Shen Nian's offer. After all, he was a visitor, and it was improper to impose such a task upon him. If he got soaked and dirty, he could easily catch a cold. However, the pipe showed no sign of relenting, and the water continued to flow, already soaking much of the living room. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the entire house was inundated. And both women were too preoccupied to contact the property management. Let me handle it. Otherwise, the house will be flooded. He had acquired a maximum level repair skill during his check-in, so fixing a pipe should be manageable. Noticing that the two women showed no intention of leaving, Shen Nian reiterated his stance. To expedite matters, he gently pushed them both out, leaving himself alone in the bathroom. Quickly, call the property management and have them turn off the water. Back in the living room, the mother and daughter quickly grabbed their phones to contact the property management. But no one answered, which infuriated them. When it came time to collect management fees, they were always eager and attentive, yet in times of need, they were nowhere to be found. Mom, keep trying to call. I'll head over to the property management office. With urgency in the air, Fang Ting decided to split their efforts. However, before departing, she hurriedly retrieved a jacket from her room to throw on, as her clothes were wet. And it would be inappropriate to go without something to cover up. In the bathroom, Shen Nian crouched down to inspect the situation. Discovering that the water supply pipe had ruptured and the valve was stripped, rendering it ineffective. Moreover, he lacked any proper tools for repairs. After rummaging through a drawer, he managed to find a roll of clear tape. Although it wasn't waterproof, it was the best option available at the moment. He tore off a piece of tape and forcefully applied it to the pipe, wrapping it around repeatedly. Utilizing the dexterity he had honed during his years of singlehood, he gradually reduced the flow of water, though it remained precarious and could burst again at any moment. As he wrapped the tape, he couldn't avoid getting splashed, and soon his shirt was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his skin and creating a rather enticing sight. Merely wrapping the tape felt insufficient. So he scanned the area and stood up to retrieve a cloth from the wall, wrapping it around the ruptured pipe before reinforcing it with more tape. At the very least, this would hold until the evening. Once he completed this task, he stood up and twisted the water out of his shirt before exiting the bathroom. All done. I've temporarily reinforced it. It should hold for a while, but this is merely a stopgap measure. To fix it properly, professional tools are necessary. He casually tousled his damp hair and addressed the anxious Fang Rong, who, upon seeing Shen Nian in this state, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. I'm so sorry, Shen Nian. We invited you over for dinner, and now this has happened. Look at your clothes. Please wait. I'll fetch you a towel. With no male clothing available for Shen Nian to change into, Fang Rong hurried to retrieve a clean bathrobe and towel for him, knowing that even in summer, exposure to cold water could lead to illness. I'm furious. At that moment, Fang Ting returned from her visit to the property management, clearly agitated. However, upon seeing Shen Nian, she involuntarily gulped, secretly admiring his physique. Huh, the water has stopped. Did you fix it, boss? Upon entering, Fang Ting noticed the silence in the bathroom and, combined with Shen Nian's emergence, assumed the issue had been resolved. Temporarily. It may recur later. What did the property management say? Shen Nian nodded slightly, having sensed that this community was rather dubious from the moment he arrived. There were no security cameras around, and the entrance lacked a guard, meaning anyone could wander in and out freely. The property management said their maintenance staff has already gone home for the day. Tomorrow is the weekend, so no one will be available until next Monday. I asked them to turn off the water, but they claimed they couldn't. Fang Ting seethed, expressing her frustration. So, they only care about collecting fees and do nothing else? It's baffling how this property management company hasn't gone under yet. As they discussed, Fang Rong emerged with the bathrobe and towel. Since the problem had been resolved, it was only fitting to ensure Shen Nian didn't remain in wet clothes. Washing and drying them now would allow him to wear them later. Shen Nian, here's a clean bathrobe, brand new and never worn before. Your clothes are soaked. Please change. We wouldn't want you catching a cold. Once you're changed, we can eat. Fang Rong had also changed into a fresh outfit, mindful of her appearance as a senior in the presence of her junior. Thank you, Auntie. Shen Nian accepted without hesitation. A bathrobe was akin to sleepwear, and as long as he tied it securely, it would suffice far better than remaining in his wet clothes. At that moment, he realized he ought to prepare a few sets of clothes in his storage space for any future emergencies. Stop staring. You should go change too. Fang Rong noticed her daughter sneaking glances at Shen Nian's physique, which evoked a mix of amusement and exasperation. She playfully poked Fang Ting's shoulder, urging her to go change clothes, a quintessential maternal instinct. Meanwhile, she returned to the kitchen, where her dishes were warming, some nearing completion and requiring only the final touches to be served. Before long, at the dining table, Shen Nian found himself seated in the place of honor, wearing clothing that was slightly ill-fitting. As a guest, and given that both women were present, it was customary for him to occupy the primary seat. After futilely attempting to decline the honor, he resigned himself to sitting down. That night, after a delightful meal, the atmosphere was filled with joy. One must admit, Fang Rong's culinary skills were quite commendable. While perhaps not on par with those of professional chefs, her dishes emanated a comforting homeliness that made them incredibly appetizing. Shen Nian had not savored such a meal in a long time. Thus he indulged in 3 bowls of rice. After lingering for a while post-repast, he finally rose to bid farewell. Clad only in a bathrobe, he initially intended to discard his clothes downstairs, but Fang Ting insisted on taking them to the laundry. Given her resolute demeanor, Shen Nian acquiesced. At the Diheng Hotel, in the presidential suite, it was nearly midnight upon his return. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to reward himself, for he had transitioned to a new city, possibly to uncover some delightful treasures. Let us initiate a 10-fold sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained max-level singing skills. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired building 1 of the coastal garden, a total of 200 units. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a future intelligence card, which allows you to inquire about all occurrences related to a specific person or object in the upcoming week. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a 24K pure gold nail clipper. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have garnered 50 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, a mercenary organization composed of overseas veterans. The system truly never fails to impress. With his eyes closed, he listened to the continuous feedback from the system, marveling at the increasingly extravagant rewards. Previously, he received gifts related to underground forces, and now, a mercenary group had come into play. One might think Shen Nian was some sort of terrorist leader. However, upon reflection, should he venture abroad in the future, such a group could serve as a means of protection. After all, he possessed nano-armor, but those around him did not. As for the 200 units, he decided to entrust their management to Fang Ting, for he did not intend to linger here long. Golden Harbor was his true base. Besides, the environment around her residence was subpar. Shen Nian was quite considerate of those in his circle. Upon returning, he pondered this matter. Fang Ting lived far away, and the security in her neighborhood was lacking, which could lead to issues over time. Since he had this resource at hand, it was only prudent to offer assistance. After all, it was better to keep the benefits within familiar circles. Engaging a real estate agent would incur costs. So delegating the task to Fang Ting would save him some money. Spend wisely where necessary. Come to the Diheng Hotel tomorrow morning. I have something for you. Having made up his mind, he summoned the 200 property titles and laid them out regally on the tea table, then sent Fang Ting a message. Tomorrow was the weekend, and the company was closed, so Shen Nian instructed her to come directly to the hotel, as some discussions were better conducted face-to-face than over the phone. All right, boss. Can I come before 10? During her off hours, Fang Ting was quite the night owl, so upon receiving the message, she promptly replied. Knowing that Shen Nian had been residing in a hotel for the past few days, finding nothing unusual about it, women's intuition is often remarkably accurate. She did not perceive Shen Nian as someone who indulged in underhanded dealings. Not yet, at least. Tom would tell. Sure, just come to the presidential suite and mention my name at the front desk. After giving these instructions, Shen Nian returned to his room, rolled into bed, and drifted into slumber, perhaps truly fatigued, for he hadn't even glanced at any ladies today. The following morning, while still ensconced in dreams, he was roused by a series of knocks on the door. Rubbing his eyes and checking his phone, he realized it was already 9:30 a.m. Assuming it was Fang Ting, he swung out of bed to answer the door. Good morning, boss. Haha. Upon entering, Fang Ting greeted him warmly. Yet the sight that greeted her was Shen Nian, disheveled and bleary-eyed, a stark contrast to his usual domineering CEO persona. It is indeed early. Please make yourself comfortable while I freshen up. Shen Nian was not overly concerned with his appearance. Life was about comfort, after all. Society is quite pragmatic. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, even the most tattered attire can be perceived as a new trend. All right, boss, don't mind me. You go ahead. Having become accustomed to addressing him as boss, regardless of whether it was work hours or not, Fang Ting began to explore her surroundings as soon as he left. This was her first time inside a presidential suite. During her previous encounters with Li Zhongye, she had never been permitted entry, always delivering documents at the door and departing promptly. Curiosity was natural when faced with the unfamiliar. After a while, Shen Nian returned to the living room, and seeing him, Fang Ting dutifully settled back onto the sofa. Last night, after her mother had opened the gifts from Shen Nian, she had been interrogated for quite some time. Her mother had been keen to know the nature of their relationship, considering the value of the gifts. Who among ordinary friends could be so generous? Fortunately, after much insistence from Fang Ting, Her mother had ultimately chosen to trust her daughter. Here, this box of items is for you. He pushed a box of property titles towards Fong Ting, encouraging her to unwrap it. What is this? Let me see. Are these property titles? So many. Fong Ting exclaimed in astonishment as she peeled back the tape on the box, revealing the neatly stacked titles inside. Goodness, how many units are there? But why would he give her such things? Not too many, just 200 units. Shen Nian replied nonchalantly. This community is called Binjiang Garden. I checked, and it's a high-end neighborhood. Please help me rent them out, and you and your mother can choose any unit you fancy to live in, free of charge. The security and overall environment of your current residence don't seem satisfactory, and lingering there could lead to issues. This community is also quite close to the company, making your commute more convenient. If you lack time, your mother can assist in managing the rental. It's only fair to pay her a normal salary, as I would incur costs hiring someone else, right? Shen Nian anticipated that his properties would only increase over time, just like his finances. He didn't place much weight on them. As long as he could help his friends, it was a matter of utilizing resources effectively. This is too much. Boss, I can help you rent them out, but living there is really unnecessary. You've already done so much for us. Fong Ting's voice grew softer, feeling the weight of the favors owed. They were not particularly close, and having received so much from Shen Nian, the thought of taking more was overwhelming. She had never considered taking advantage of him. While her spirit remained unyielded, she would certainly repay him when the opportunity arose, though such sentiments need not be voiced. There is no need for such formality. As long as you manage the company well, that suffices. I can't possibly occupy 200 units myself, so feel free to choose one you like. Consider it an early bonus. These properties were rewards from the system. Shen Nian had not expended a single dime. Thus, he never contemplated repayment. His actions were driven purely by impulse. Well, if you insist. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Having reached this point, with refusal futile, Fong Ting reluctantly accepted, rising to express her gratitude with a slight bow. It's the weekend, so you should have enough time to move. Now, if there is nothing else, you can head back. Shen Nian summoned Fong Ting merely to hand over the property deeds to her. With the task now accomplished, he promptly issued a dismissal. Moving houses was a matter easily resolved by hiring any moving company, and he preferred not to meddle in the commotion. All right, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, boss. After placing the property deeds back into the cardboard box and sealing it, she felt invigorated despite the box's weight, as it contained a set of deeds that would soon belong to her. After exchanging a farewell with Shen Nian, she turned and departed. Moments later, at Binhai Garden, Fong Ting arrived with a box of property deeds. Although the deeds would be of no use to anyone else if stolen, she opted to keep them here to prevent the loss of any single document. Earlier, Shen Nian had mentioned that she could freely choose one unit to reside in without charge. All the layouts were identical, and the building was equipped with an elevator. After surveying the options, she ultimately selected a unit on the 6th floor, not for any particular distinction, but simply because she favored the number. Additionally, the 6th floor was not exceedingly high. In the event of an elevator malfunction, ascending a few flights of stairs would not be too taxing. The entire building consisted of new apartments, and the interiors had been cleaned. Fong Ting placed all the property deeds in the master bedroom's cabinet before leaving the community, bubbling with anticipation to share the news with Fong Rong. For many years, they had lived in rented accommodations, often encountering unreasonable landlords who disregarded their feelings and showed up unannounced to evict them. Over the years, mother and daughter had faced such situations multiple times, and now they were on the brink of owning their own home. Surely anyone would feel joy at this prospect. Of course, Fong Ting was well aware that all of this was made possible by Shen Nian, and she felt a profound gratitude toward him. After all, such a benevolent employer was rare, at least in her professional journey. At Jiahua Century, Villa number 17, Li Shun had purchased a house in a villa district after moving out of the Li family residence. At this moment, he had just concluded a pleasurable encounter with his companion and was now in a contemplative state, seated alone on the living room sofa. Since returning from the Li residence, he had been gathering information about Shen Nian. Although Li Jingye had warned him not to provoke Shen Nian, it was evident that he had heard the advice but failed to internalize it. In truth, Li Shun was not particularly fond of Fong Ting. He was merely enticed by the thrill of conquest. Being a man who often thought with his lower instincts, he had even fantasized about Fong Ting during his earlier escapades. He glanced at the time, and as predicted, the doorbell rang a moment later. A smirk played on his lips as he rose to open the door, revealing a man with a suitcase, dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, with slicked-back hair. "Cousin, you've finally returned." The visitor was Li Fei, the son of Li Shun's uncle. Due to a strained relationship with his father, he had spent most of his time studying abroad and rarely returned home. Among the Li family, he shared the closest bond with Li Shun. Thus, upon his return, Li Fei had come directly to Li Shun's villa instead of going home, part of Li Shun's plan, as he sought to draw Li Fei into his schemes to attract Shen Nian's attention. It has been a long time, cousin. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fei had fallen into Li Shun's trap. He approached warmly, giving Li Shun a friendly embrace. It had been 3 years since his last visit home. But even while abroad, he had kept in regular contact with Li Shun, maintaining their relationship as strong as ever. Come inside. No need to linger at the door. Let me take your suitcase. Li Shun was not foolish enough to act too hastily. He welcomed Li Fei in with casual warmth. Just as they entered, Li Shun's companion descended the stairs, unaware of the guestess' arrival. She was dressed rather casually in a white shirt, her lower half obscured, revealing only her slender, fair legs. Who is this? Li Fei discreetly appraised the scene, turning to Li Shun for clarification, his inquiry implying whether she was Li Shun's girlfriend. Yes, just a companion, nothing to worry about. Li Shun noted Li Fei's surreptitious gaze. Men understood men, and they had shared childhood secrets. Li Shun was well aware of Li Fei's character. While generally amiable, his greatest flaw was his lasciviousness, only drawn to women of exceptional beauty and physique. The companion had been procured at a considerable cost specifically for Li Fei, although Li Shun had sampled her services first, unwilling to be the one left at a disadvantage. I see. I was beginning to wonder when you would settle down with a girlfriend. Upon hearing the term companion, Li Fei realized this was a woman for hire, and he no longer concealed his predatory gaze, as if intent on undressing her with his eyes. Cousin, after your journey, you should rest. There's no rush. She'll be here for the next few days for your enjoyment. Observing Li Fei's demeanor, Li Shun recognized that his plan was proceeding smoothly. However, he refrained from granting Li Fei immediate gratification. After all, he had just indulged himself and felt it only fair to allow Li Fei a moment to recuperate. By the way, is your uncle at home or at the office? Since he is back, we should go visit him together. With Li Fei staying for the next few days, Li Shun was in no hurry. It was best to attend to more pressing matters during daylight. He was unaware that the company had changed hands, still believing Li Jingye to be the chairman of Baica Entertainment. Alas, you may find this hard to believe, but the company has been acquired. My father is no longer the chairman. He spends his days at home sipping tea and admiring flowers. With a sigh, Li Shun recounted the entire story to Li Fei, though he deliberately withheld certain details about Shen Nian. What? Such a thing has happened? Then our family's shares are gone too. Li Fei's father, Li Zhengji, had once been a shareholder of Baica Entertainment, yet he did not hold an active position in the company, merely collecting dividends annually without involving himself in other matters. Hearing that their shares had been acquired by an unknown newcomer, Li Fei was incensed. Years prior, he had suggested to his father that he transfer the shares to him. But Li Zhengji had declined, fearing his son's inexperience would lead to exploitation and loss. Now, having not even laid hands on the shares, they were already snatched away. It's as if something that was rightfully ours has been taken by an interloper. Li Fei fumed, his expression darkening. Indeed, everything belonging to our families is gone. But it seems there are still 10 of the scattered shares held by other shareholders. If we could acquire them, it could still yield a decent income each year. Though the notion sounded simple, the shareholders were not foolish. Why would they part with a guaranteed profit? Such lucrative assets were unlikely to be sold unless through unscrupulous means. Forget it. The legitimate channels cannot procure it. Do not underestimate others' intelligence. Baica Entertainment is currently in a phase of rising profitability. Only a fool would divest their shares at such a time. Wait, they intend to sell? As soon as he finished that thought, Li Fei realized that something was amiss. Why would these major shareholders choose to liquidate their holdings when even other investors could see the potential? Are they in financial distress? Clearly, that is not the case. I am at a loss regarding that. I asked my father, but he merely stated that he could not refuse the terms presented to him. As for what those terms entail, who knows? Li Shun was not lying. He had indeed inquired about the reason from Li Zhengye, and the answer was simply that he was unable to decline. This is the brilliance of the system. Effortlessly pulling off a heist without any initial investment. Let us head to your house first. Li Jingye, the former chairman, is likely to have more insight. And perhaps I can extract some information during my visit, especially since it has been 3 years since we last met. Initially, Li Fei had no intention of returning home, but given the recent developments, he must stop by after meeting with Li Jingye. After all, without those shares, the family's primary source of income would vanish. And as the sole heir, he naturally has to show concern. I'll drive. Cousin, please wait for me at the entrance. All right. Diheng Hotel. Li Shun had long since dismissed Shen Nian from his thoughts. He was now engrossed in examining the future intelligence card he had acquired yesterday. This type of item, capable of foretelling the future, piqued his interest immensely. System, I wish to utilize this future intelligence card to uncover special events pertaining to myself. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to focus the inquiry on himself. as there was nothing else demanding his attention. Perhaps it would provide him with some amusement? Beep. Usage successful. Retrieving all special events occurring within the next 7 days for the host. Event 1. The host will acquire 539,820,000 in funds within 7 days. Event 2. The host will gain 3 new companies within 7 days. Event 3. The host will experience a car accident at 11 o'clock 3 days from now, caused by an individual named Li Fei. However, the host will remain unscathed due to the protection of the nano battle armor. Event 4. The host will lose his virginity at 9:30 in the evening 5 days from now. Gazing at the Azure technological interface before him, Shen Nian fell into deep thought. While he could accept the first 2 events, the latter 2 seemed rather absurd. Who is this Li Fei? I do not recall knowing him at all. Why does it have to involve a car accident right off the bat? Is this a plot to bring about my demise? However, it is of little concern, as he possesses the nano battle armor. Such occurrences cannot harm him. Nevertheless, the matter of losing my virginity warrants some clarification regarding the partner involved. System, is that all there is? Those are the only special events for the host within the next 7 days. The system's response quelled Shen Nian's doubts. He understood that the system would not deceive him, for everything he currently possessed was bestowed by it. Without the system, he would still be an unemployed fresh graduate scouring for work, wouldn't he? Could you elaborate on the latter 2 events? This summary is far too vague. Not possible. The intelligence card has already expired, and the host did not specify a need for complete information from the outset. Shen Nian was left speechless. He could not pinpoint the moment when the system had grown cheeky. It seems this object could indeed provide more detailed information, but since he did not request it, the system merely offered a concise summary. If you want to provide it, then I shall investigate myself. With a disdainful huff, he approached his computer desk. The Li family from Linqing immediately came to his mind, particularly Li Jingya's family, as they were the only ones with whom he had conflicts. With a clear direction, he proceeded swiftly, his fingers flying across the keyboard, leaving a blur in their wake. His diligence bore fruit as he soon discovered Li Fei's profile. Is it really you? Studying abroad for years, and you come back only to run me over? Viewing the personal profile on his screen, Shen Nian promptly copied the photo and sent it to Shui Hu and the others, instructing them to apprehend the individual before he could return to Modu. Regardless of the reasons behind the attack, anyone daring to make a move against him would not be spared, had he not possessed the nano battle armor. A collision with Li Fei would likely leave him severely injured, if not worse. At this moment, Li Fei had yet to contemplate retaliation against Shen Nian, but alas, the latter's possession of the system meant that such thoughts were destined to be nipped in the bud. Chapter 61. I hear you are searching for me? Night. During the day, Li Fei had met with his uncle Li Zhengye and his father Li Zhengji, yet regrettably, he could glean no useful information from either. His belongings were still at Li Shun's villa, and naturally, he would spend the night there. At this moment, Li Fei was sound asleep. Beside him lay the female companion he had encountered earlier that day. Not long ago, the two had engaged in a vigorous solo endeavor. Although the companion was quite skilled, Li Fei's experience proved to be paramount. After a series of exchanges utilizing various tools, she ultimately succumbed to his prowess. And only when both were utterly exhausted did they cease their activities. As for Li Shun, he had decided not to return today. Possessing the foresight to avoid the sounds of their struggle, he did not wish to intervene in case the younger one impulsively attempted to mediate, which would only complicate matters. Little did he know, this very decision allowed him to evade a calamity. Upon receiving Shen Nian's orders, Shui Hu and his crew began preparations. His phone held not only Li Fei's photograph, but also the location provided by Shen Nian. Locating Li Fei was not a daunting task. However, such an operation was more suited for the cover of night. While Shui Hu himself had no qualms about acting in broad daylight, he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble for Shen Nian. They had already taken positions outside Li Shun's villa, and after ensuring all lights within were extinguished, they waited an additional half-hour before commencing their operation. Ordinarily, Shui Hu and his men would not have been able to enter, given the extensive surveillance. However, their leader was Shen Nian. He hacked into the community's entire monitoring system, even forcing the security personnel in the monitoring room to watch a certain genre of film. Old Six, it's your turn. As the time approached, Shui Hu signaled Old Six to step forward and unlock the door. In the face of overwhelming strength, the locks of Li Shun's residence seemed as flimsy as paper, yielding to Old Six's deft touch in mere moments. Prior to joining the Julong Hall, Old Six had been renowned as a master locksmith in Jiangnan. Regardless of how new the device, given a little time, he could open anything within the realm of locks. What had transpired afterward remained a mystery. He chose to depart Jiangnan and venture alone into Modu, eventually encountering Shui Hu, who recognized his talent and welcomed him into Julong Hall. Click! The crisp sound of the lock opening resonated, and the group brazenly entered the villa, commencing their search for Li Fei. During their search, they uncovered numerous valuable items within the residence, including paintings and ceramics. However, the Jiulong Hall members were not mere brigands seizing whatever they encountered. Their mission was to fulfill Shen Nian's orders, and with Shuehu present, any thought of pilfering would be met with disapproval. Brother Hu, we found the target in the second-floor guest room. Before long, a brawny man with a buzz cut approached Shuehu swiftly. Although he was physically robust, his mind was still agile. Upon spotting Li Fei, he refrained from rash actions and opted instead to report back. Well done, brothers, let us go and bind this fellow. With a dismissive flick, Shuehu extinguished his cigarette and, accompanied by a few remaining comrades, charged aggressively towards the second-floor guest room, where Li Fei was located. Upon entering, they were greeted by a disarray of clothing strewn about, alongside crumpled tissues, the air still thick with lingering odors. Get to work. All present were men, and it was clear to them what was afoot. However, Shuehu was not inclined to waste time. He issued orders directly. As soon as he spoke, one of his subordinates darted forward, yanking the covers aside, while the others hurriedly covered their mouths or restrained their legs, swiftly binding Li Fei with ropes. His female companion was treated equally, both of them shockingly unclothed. Li Fei was bound bare, while the woman was ensnared along with the air-conditioning blanket. A faint semblance of humanity remaining. Woo woo woo. At this point, Li Fei realized the visitors bore ill intentions. With his mouth gagged by a sock from the floor, he could only emit muffled sounds, unable to articulate a word. His companion fared no better. She soon fainted. Not from fear, but from the overpowering stench of the socks stuffed in her mouth, which overwhelmed her senses and rendered her unconscious. Be quiet. If you keep howling, I'll cut off your third leg. Perhaps annoyed by Li Fei's noise, one of the lackeys, Ku Chi, kicked him to the ground and casually picked up a pair of scissors from the nightstand, gesturing with it ominously. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a chill in his lower regions and promptly settled down, no longer daring to move, lying obediently on the floor, bound as he was. Take them away. In the outskirts, at an abandoned chemical factory, Shuehu and his men drove Li Fei and his companion to this desolate location. Their leader, Shen Nian, had been waiting there for quite some time. The site had been derelict for years, making it an ideal spot for them to handle certain matters. Inside, deep within the premises, Shen Nian had somehow procured a stool and sat there, crossing his legs, awaiting Shuehu's arrival. His right hand rhythmically drummed on his knee. It is said that those skilled in their craft possess great courage, armed with a gun that held infinite bullets and clad in nano armor. He felt no trepidation in such a sinister place. Boss, we've brought the person. Shuehu stepped forward, kicking the bound Li Fei at Shen Nian's feet, then stood aside, awaiting further instructions. Why did you bring back a woman as well? Shen Nian's gaze shifted from Li Fei to the woman beside him after lingering on him for a moment. He had only instructed to capture Li Fei. Boss, this woman was already in Li Fei's bed, so she saw our faces, which is why we brought her along. What should we do? As he spoke, Shuehu made a slicing motion across his throat, a common practice in their line of work. Let us discuss that later. First, remove what's in his mouth. After listening to Shuehu's explanation, Shen Nian did not press further, instead redirecting his attention to Li Fei, looking at the naked man before him. He let out a cold snort. Humph, so you are Li Fei? I've heard you've been looking for me. From the moment Li Fei entered, he had been sizing up Shen Nian. Having never seen him before, he was unaware that this was the very person he had sought to learn about during the day. Thus, upon hearing Shen Nian's words, his mind went blank. He struggled to recall any memory of Shen Nian, eventually weakly inquiring, sir, I believe there must be some mistake. I don't know you at all. I just arrived from abroad today, not knowing Shen Nian's name. Li Fei had to refer to him as sir, as the man exuded an air of affluence. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shen Nian. You should recognize me now, right? The future intel card had indicated that a car accident would occur 3 days later, prompting Shen Nian to remember that Li Fei likely did not know him yet, and so he revealed his name. What? You are Shen Nian? The one who acquired Bika Entertainment? When Li Shun introduced Shen Nian earlier, he only mentioned his name, deliberately withholding the rest of the information. Trusting Li Shun, Li Fei had not suspected anything. Given the urgency of the situation, he had expected Shen Nian to be a man of his father's age, only to discover he appeared younger than himself. At this moment, the realization struck Li Fei, and his mental state began to unravel. He could not fathom how Shen Nian could possibly know about him when he had barely begun to act, having only just returned to the country. It appears you are aware. Who's he? Leave a few men here to watch him. In a couple of days, I will arrange for someone to come and take him away. Initially, Shen Nian had considered instructing Shuehu to dispose of Li Fei's body, but he reconsidered, feeling that would be too merciful for someone who sought his life. He chose not to kill him now, intending to arrange a more suitable fate for him. Rest assured, boss. I will personally keep watch here for the next few days. Shui, who had adopted an attitude of absolute obedience to Shen Nian's orders, ready to act at a moment's notice. Sir, please don't go. We need to talk. I can offer you money. Will you let me go? We have no enmity between us. Give me a chance. My family is wealthy. I can give you anything. The unknown is the most terrifying. Li Fei was uncertain of Shen Nian's intentions, but was sure they were not benevolent. As a man, he knew it was unlikely to be for anything lecherous, so it must be for monetary gain. Thus, seeing Shen Nian about to leave, he hastily called out, attempting to use wealth to avert disaster. Even though his family's fortune was currently under Li Zhongji's control, he had to muster the courage to try. Money? I'm sorry, but I have no interest in it. I have plenty of that. After taking a few steps, Shen Nian heard Li Fei's words, turning around to cast a disdainful glance at him and uttering a classic phrase. However, it was not entirely false. He had not even counted his wealth, but it was certainly more than he could use. Boss, what should we do with this woman? Shuehu waved his hand, and a lackey stuffed the earlier sock back into Li Fei's mouth, forcibly dragging him away from the scene, regardless of his struggles. It was then he remembered the woman they had captured earlier. Previously, as the leader of the Julong Hall, Shuehu had the final say in all matters. But now that Shen Nian was the boss, he naturally sought his opinion on how to handle her. Handle it as you see fit. This minor matter. Shen Nian firmly believed that Shuehu would undoubtedly know how to handle it. After all, he had once been in a position of authority. The hour was growing late, and he needed to return home to rest. All right, boss, take care. After bidding farewell to Shen Nian, Shuehu summoned his men to fetch an oil drum, intending to confine the woman within it, subsequently filling it with cement to sink her into the river. Unless fate intervened, she would never be found again in this lifetime. Get away, big brother. Please, don't kill me. I saw nothing at all. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, the woman audaciously spat out the sock from her mouth. Although it was quite revolting, she had no time to dwell on that. She immediately began to plead for mercy. Big brother, I see there are no women here. I can serve you. I possess many skills, and I can fulfill your desires. Just spare my life. I truly do not wish to die. This place had once been a chemical factory, but after a thorough search, they indeed found 2 bags of cement. Perhaps this was fate. Noticing the indifference of the crowd, who had already begun mixing the cement, the woman decided to go all out to save her life. She would have to resort to selling her beauty. If this strategy failed, she was truly doomed. The thought of her imminent demise brought her to tears. What are you waiting for? Hurry up with the cement. The woman will only impede your progress. Complete the task, and the boss will naturally reward you at that time. What kind of woman could you not find? Seeing that his subordinates were wavering, Shuehu quickly admonished them. After years of navigating the underworld, he had encountered countless scenarios. Mere feminine allure had long ceased to affect him. Yes, brother Hu. The crowd responded in unison, and to prevent the woman from further influencing them, one of them struck her unconscious with a shovel. By the time she regained consciousness, it would likely be in another lifetime. 2 days later, at noon, Shen Nian returned to the chemical factory, this time accompanied by 2 burly foreign men with golden hair and blue eyes. Upon his previous visit, Shen Nian had secured an overseas mercenary group, and these 2 men had been summoned to escort Li Fei back to South Africa for mining operations. The mercenary group's headquarters was in South Africa, and with these 2 watching over him, Li Fei had no chance of escape. Wasn't this a more satisfying outcome than simply killing him? Furthermore, given Li Fei's delicate appearance, he would likely attract a fair amount of attention there. Who knew what unspeakable events might occur during the night? Boss, please take a seat. Shuehu exclaimed, bringing over the chair that Shen Nian had previously occupied, devoid of any pretensions of authority, resembling more of a sycophant. Bring Li Fei over. Shen Nian surveyed the area and noted the absence of the woman. Presumably dealt with by now, he made no comment. Some truths come with a price, and in matters of secrecy, the dead are the most reliable guardians. With a thud, Li Fei was soon brought in, collapsing to his knees before Shen Nian. However, he was no longer naked. Shuehu had provided him with clothing, fearing for his boss's sensibilities. In just 2 short days, Li Fei appeared as though he had aged several years, his face unkempt and haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured sleepless nights. The reason was simple. He had witnessed Shuehu and his men entombing his female companion in an oil drum filled with cement. If they could do that to her, how much worse would his fate be? Thus, he had not dared to sleep, terrified that slumber would mean the end of his life. I leave him in your hands. Remember, keep a close watch on him during the journey. He must not escape, or I will hold you both accountable. Shen Nian cast only a fleeting glance at Li Fei, instead turning his attention to the 2 foreigners beside him, now his subordinates who treated his words with utmost reverence. Rest assured, boss, we will accomplish the task. The two men saluted Shen Nian with a crisp American military salute, as the entire mercenary group consisted of retired soldiers, naturally adhering to their military protocols. Big brother, sir, ancestor, grant me a chance, a way to live. I beg you, I truly do not wish to die. I can be of service to you, do anything you desire, as long as you spare my life. As the two imposing figures approached him, Li Fei resumed his pleas for mercy, this time omitting any mention of money, instead attempting to demonstrate his worth. Very well, you have said it yourself. I had intended to send you to Africa for mining, so off you go with a cheerful heart. Shen Nian wore a mocking expression. He had no intention of killing Li Fei outright, but whether he would survive in Africa remained uncertain. There would be no escape. Those who dared to flee invariably met a grim fate. What? Africa? Perhaps unable to bear the weight of the revelation, Li Fei fainted, collapsing to the ground, which conveniently spared the two mercenaries further trouble as they simply hoisted him up and carried him away. Meanwhile, at Jiahua Century, Li Shun sat brooding on the sofa, his expression dark. He had returned the day after Li Fei was captured, but aside from the chaos left behind, there was no sign of Li Fei. Initially, he thought Li Fei had merely stepped out, but after 2 days of silence, with calls going unanswered and even the female companion he had hired going missing, he began to suspect he had been deceived. His belongings are still here. He couldn't have gone far. Could something have happened? Just as he began to entertain doubts about Li Fei's safety, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he found a text message from Li Fei. Cousin, we've gone to the island nation for a break. Don't worry about us. Of course, the message had been sent by Shen Nian, who wished to avoid unnecessary complications and decided to tie up loose ends. He had studied Li Fei's communication style, and such a message would certainly pass without suspicion. All right, stay safe. Sure enough, a minute later, Li Shun replied with a message of concern, but in reality, he was fuming in his villa. Damn it, I've truly been swindled. And I was hoping you could help me deal with Shen Nian. Instead, you've whisked away the person I paid for to the island nation. How utterly despicable. Aren't you afraid of your future son being born without an eye? However, at this point, all Li Shun could do was seethe at home, his plans to confront Shen Nian indefinitely postponed. He wouldn't engage in self-destructive behavior. To act recklessly is the hallmark of foolishness. In the Magic City, at Tianqing Group, ever since Li Qinghan took on the role of general manager, her reputation had soared in the business world, further amplified by her stunning beauty, which attracted a legion of admirers. Yet, this did not necessarily bode well. As the adage goes, fame brings trouble. Now, the entire Tianqing Group was under Shen Nian's dominion, and having entrusted the organization to Li Qinghan, the power she wielded had become a target for many. Li Qinghan and Shen Nian's relationship currently remains at the stage of childhood sweethearts, with no further development. In other words, she is still in a state of singleness. Consequently, many individuals have begun to approach her with ulterior motives. Wealthy, beautiful, and single, she embodies the quintessential attributes of a pure and affluent beauty. To become her boyfriend would be akin to bypassing decades of hardship. However, they have tragically underestimated Li Qinghan, who has always possessed a meticulous mind. It is quite easy for her to discern the sincerity of others. And those who approached her with ulterior motives were, without exception, ruthlessly rejected. Alas, as the saying goes, while one may guard against thieves, it is often the house thief that goes undetected. At this moment, Li Qinghan remains oblivious to the fact that her assistant has been bribed and is preparing to drug her at the upcoming gala in 2 days. Finally, she finished her tasks and mused about what Shen Nian has been up to lately, as he had not contacted her in such a long time. How heartless of him. Oh well, she decided to give him a call, conveniently inquiring whether he would attend the gala. Stretching her arms after setting down the documents, an image of Shen Nian suddenly flickered in her mind. Since his last visit home, they had not seen each other again. She reached for her phone and dialed his number. Hello, beautiful. The call was quickly answered, and Shen Nian's playful voice reached her ears. He had returned to the hotel and was preparing to surf the internet when his phone rang. Humph, who are you calling beautiful? You heartless scoundrel. It's been ages since you've contacted me after returning home. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered managing your company. Let you wear yourself out. If her admirers were to witness Li Qinghan's expression at that moment, they would likely be utterly astonished. Was this still the aloof goddess they knew? The contrast was striking. Cough, cough. Well, I've been quite busy lately. I've just acquired several companies, and I'm currently in Linsheng, not Jingguang. Surely, you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. I'll treat you to a grand feast when I return. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian realized that he had indeed not been in contact with Li Qinghan for quite some time. Previously, he lacked her contact information. But now that she was managing his company, it was certainly remiss of him not to reach out. Perfect. There's a gala in 2 days. You should come back and attend with me. That way, you won't have to spend money. Li Qinghan had been pondering how to entice him to the bustling metropolis. And now Shen Nian had unwittingly provided her with the perfect excuse. Chapter 64, The Black Car. A gala? What gala? Having grown accustomed to being a hands-off manager, Shen Nian had not paid attention to events in the metropolis. Hearing Li Qinghan mention it now left him utterly perplexed. It's an exchange meeting for various business circles from the metropolis and surrounding provinces. As the chairman of Tianqing Group, you simply must attend. It's terribly dull for me to go alone. Those in high positions naturally see the world from a different vantage point. During her time at Yuanpeng Advertising, Li Qinghan had never had the opportunity to engage in such matters. These invitations only came after her ascension. 2 days from now? All right, I'll come over tomorrow. Shen Nian had never been particularly interested in such exchange meetings. His agreement stemmed solely from Li Qinghan's invitation. How could he refuse a beautiful woman? Besides, he had nearly wrapped up his tasks. Great. See you tomorrow then. My dad has been missing you. He keeps mentioning you. And I'm starting to get calluses in my ears. Seeing him show such consideration, Li Qinghan revealed a satisfied smile. Before hanging up, she couldn't resist mentioning Li Chong. Once this man had time on his hands, he tended to become quite chatty. She was quite pleased with Shen Nian. If he could become her son-in-law, it would be nothing short of perfect. After all, she had watched him grow up, knowing his roots and character. Now that he had achieved success, treating her and her daughter well indicated that Shen Nian was a man who wouldn't forget his origins, a person worthy of lifelong trust. Is that so? Then I'll stay a few more days when I come over. I've recently acquired some fine wines, and I'll bring some for Uncle Li tomorrow. He still had a plethora of treasures in his system space, various rare items, and having learned from his previous experience at Fong Ting's house, Shen Nian had prepared dozens of outfits in different styles for any unexpected situations. That's unnecessary. Your last gift of wine is still untouched. It's merely sitting there, occasionally brought out for a look. What a pure waste of money. Li Qinghan abstained from alcohol, but she understood the value of such gifts. Spending hundreds of thousands on a bottle of wine only to let it gather dust was, to her, a quintessentially foolish act. Though Shen Nian was not lacking in funds, she wished he wouldn't squander his money on such frivolities. Given their relationship, a heartfelt gesture was sufficient. There was no need for overt formalities. No cost incurred. It was a gift to me, so I'm merely returning the favor, The rewards from signing in were, of course, complimentary. Otherwise, where could one find that rare Maotai now? Even with money, one might not be able to purchase it. For those in the liquor business regarded such items as unparalleled treasures, beyond mere monetary value. Very well, do as you wish. Take care on your journey. Let me know before you board the plane, and I'll arrange for a car to pick you up. With her persuasion falling flat, Li Qinghan relented and allowed him to proceed, giving him her final instructions before they ended the call. She then returned to her other tasks while Shen Nian happily surfed the internet in his hotel room. The night passed without incident. The next day, at noon, in the metropolis, at the airport, after handing over matters concerning bike entertainment to Fong Ting, Shen Nian boarded the next available flight to the metropolis. The gala was scheduled for the following day, but he preferred to avoid rushing. Li Qinghan had reminded him to inform her before boarding, and while he had planned to do so, he thought it might be a delightful surprise for her. Driver, to Tianqing Group. As he exited, just as Shen Nian was about to hail a taxi, one pulled up in front of him. Without a second thought, he entered, and after greeting the driver, he settled into the back seat, engrossed in his phone. The taxi driver said nothing but observed Shen Nian closely through the rearview mirror during the drive. The latter showed no signs of unusual behavior, simply driving quietly ahead. Under normal traffic conditions, the journey from the airport to Tianqing Group would take about half an hour. However, 40 minutes passed, and they were still on the road. At this point, Shen Nian sensed something was amiss. Unfamiliar with the metropolis, he opened his phone's map and, to his dismay, discovered that the driver had taken a detour and was heading towards the outskirts. Not only had they not reached Tianqing Group, but they were also moving further away. He tucked his phone away, adjusted his posture, and delivered a punch directly to the back of the driver's neck. Bang! The confined space of the car meant that the taxi driver had no time to react. Shen Nian's powerful blow rendered him unconscious, his head lolling to the side. With the driver incapacitated, the vehicle naturally lost control. For an ordinary person, the situation would likely end in disaster or require a leap from the car, but Shen Nian remained unfazed. Armor, activate. As he spoke, the concealed nano armor enveloped his body in an instant. He reached forward, effortlessly pulling the unconscious taxi driver from the driver's seat and tossing him into the back. Without hesitation, he immediately took a seat. Just as the vehicle lost control, it was on the verge of crashing into the nearby guardrail. Fortunately, with his exceptional driving skills, Shen Nian managed to regain control of the vehicle through a series of extreme maneuvers, narrowly avoiding the guardrail and continuing to drive forward. Creaking, he gradually brought the car to a halt by the roadside. swiftly dragging the still unconscious taxi driver from the back seat. The two then entered a nearby park together. In the gazebo, he bound the driver to a pillar using a piece of hemp rope prepared in his system's inventory. Then, with a swift motion, he slapped the taxi driver awake. The sound of the slap was resounding, causing the driver's face to swell visibly, yet it successfully roused him from his stupor. He gazed around in confusion, meeting Shen Nian's eyes. "Look at you. Quite audacious, aren't you? This doesn't seem to be your first time engaging in such activities, does it? Daring to set your sights on me. What is your story? Speak up." Shen Nian scrutinized him closely, noting the man's shifty eyes and sly demeanor. Recalling the taxi driver's earlier behavior when he first got into the cab, it was evident that he was a seasoned offender. Who would have thought that during his visit to the Magic City, he would encounter such a shady taxi driver? No, I'm just new here and unfamiliar with the roads. I must have taken a wrong turn. Yes, that's it, a wrong turn. The driver, caught off guard by being bested by a young man, began to spout nonsense, thinking that even if the police were to arrive, he might still find a way to wriggle out of trouble. Taken a wrong turn? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You can't possibly believe that yourself. If a taxi driver can make such a mistake, then why are you even driving a taxi? Shen Nian was at a loss for words. Had the driver offered any other excuse, he might have been more forgiving. The directions to Tianjin Group and the current location were clearly divergent. Even a fool could see this was deliberate, and there was no possibility of an innocent mistake. As he spoke, Shen Nian's hands were not idle either. He rummaged through the taxi driver's belongings and successfully found his wallet. Upon opening it, he discovered an array of identification cards, along with a crisp 100-yuan bill. "Fan Jiqiang? Your father certainly has a flair for naming." Upon seeing the name on the driver's ID card, Shen Nian couldn't help but think that his father must be quite the intellectual. At first glance, the name seemed innocuous, but when read backward, it resembled that of a robber. The irony of the name aligning perfectly with the driver's current actions was almost comical. Perhaps he had consulted some fortune teller before naming his son, destined for a life of crime. "Look, I haven't done anything wrong. You've already slapped me. Why not let me go? I can give you a free ride to wherever you want." Fan Jiqiang could no longer gauge Shen Nian's intentions. Initially, he perceived him as merely a wealthy and naive youth, engrossed in his phone the moment he entered the cab, but the reality had proven otherwise. He had underestimated his adversary. Seeing that Shen Nian did not seem angry, he attempted to plead for his release, believing it might work in his favor. It was certainly better than being tied to this pillar. The hemp rope binding him was such that he could never hope to free himself without outside help. Who knew if any wild carnivores roamed this area at night? If so, he would be nothing more than a buffet. "Let you go? Fine then. Face the phone and recount all the misdeeds you've committed. I'll call the police to come find you. If you refuse to speak, then you'll be spending the night here alone." Evil begets evil. Shen Nian had no intention of going easy on this unscrupulous driver. Although he had not suffered any loss this time, it did not mean that the previous victims of Fan Jiqiang's schemes had been so fortunate. Such occurrences could be overlooked, but now that he had stumbled upon one, he felt compelled to take action. At that moment, Fan Jiqiang felt as if he had been struck by a devastating blow, silenced by Shen Nian's words. Given the gravity of his actions, any revelations would undoubtedly lead to a prison sentence of 3 years to 10. Thus, he remained stubbornly silent until the very end. "Not going to speak, huh? Well then, you can stay here. You've squandered your opportunity." With only one chance at redemption, and seeing that the driver refused to cooperate, Shen Nian decided not to waste any more time and turned to walk toward the taxi parked by the roadside, executing the motion with fluidity and without a hint of hesitation. Hey, don't go. Wait, come back. I'll talk. Don't leave me here." Fan Jiqiang was taken aback by Shen Nian's decisiveness. The young man simply turned and left. Panic set in as he shouted desperately, trying to call Shen Nian back. With only the two of them present, his shouts were impossible to ignore, and Shen Nian heard him. However, he had already given Fan Jiqiang a chance, and it was the latter's failure to appreciate it that resulted in his predicament. Thus, Shen Nian drove away right before Fan Jiqiang's eyes, leaving the latter to unleash a torrent of curses and frustration as he vented his anger. Tianjin Group. In the office of the general manager. The incident with Fan Jiqiang was merely a minor distraction for Shen Nian, who paid it no mind. Life and death are fated. If one's time is not up, someone will surely notice. If otherwise, it would simply be the consequence of their actions, and he would not be held accountable. It was still not time to clock out. Li Qinghan was in her office reviewing documents when, without warning, the door swung open. She had previously instructed that unless there was an urgent matter, no one should disturb her work. Shen Nian's unannounced entrance was undoubtedly a trigger for her irritation. Setting her documents aside, she looked up, prepared to reprimand him. But upon recognizing him, all traces of annoyance vanished. "Shen Nian, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you had a flight tonight? You tricked me." Once she regained her composure, Li Qinghan realized she had been deceived by Shen Nian. Immediately, she shot him a disapproving glare, recalling how she had planned to pick him up at the airport herself. Haha, it was meant to be a surprise. Look, I even brought you flowers. Seeing the expression on her face, Shen Nian chuckled and extended his hand from behind his back, revealing the bouquet of white roses he had prepared in advance. What woman does not adore flowers? However, Shen Nian did not purchase an extravagant arrangement of 99 or 999 blooms. They were cumbersome and unattractive. This modest bouquet was just the right size for Li Qinghan to hold with one hand. If one were to accuse Shen Nian of being stingy, that would be utterly misguided. If he truly wished to buy flowers, he could easily reserve an entire florist in the Magic City. The significance lay not in the flowers themselves, but in the sentiment of the giver, given the nature of their relationship. Even if Shen Nian were to present her with a mere maple leaf, Li Qinghan would likely accept it with delight, perhaps even preserving it in a book. Considering the flowers, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you, though she verbalized her reluctance. The slight upturn of her lips and the glimmer in her eyes indicated her genuine pleasure. This was the first time Shen Nian had gifted her flowers, and also the first time she had accepted flowers from a boy. Then I must thank Flower Brother. Whenever Shen Nian was in her presence, he found it challenging to maintain a serious demeanor, instinctively teasing Li Qinghan, likely a habit formed in their youth. Why don't you sit for a while? I still have some documents to finish up. After placing the flowers down, Li Qinghan poured a glass of water for Shen Nian, as she did not partake in tea. Typically, meetings were held in the conference room, thus she had not prepared any tea here. Time was not on their side, and it would be prudent to revisit matters another day. It was time to return home. Perhaps it was simply not in his nature to be confined to an office. The moment Shen Nian stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if an invisible shackle bound him. Were it not for the necessity of finding Li Qinghan, he would have had little desire to be at the company. However, he was the boss, his word was law. Just by observing her lips move, Shen Nian anticipated what she was about to say, and before Li Qinghan could utter a word, he declared in a commanding tone, I am the boss. Listen to me. Unlike other bosses who sought ways to compel their employees into overtime, he was the only one who enforced an early departure. Chapter 66. Choose a building. All right, you win. Given Shen Nian's insistence, Li Qinghan had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he was indeed the chairman, while she was merely the general manager, and thus obliged to heed her superior's wishes. Let us go. After draining her glass of water, she stepped out of the office ahead of him, holding the bouquet he had just gifted her. As the chairman of the company, even in his absence, Shen Nian's likeness had already been disseminated throughout various departments to prevent any misguided individuals from crossing him, a strategy devised by Li Qinghan herself. As the two exited the office, with Li Qinghan still clutching the flowers, an air of gossip wafted through the office. Snap! What was that sound? The sound of hearts shattering. Previously, many of Li Qinghan's admirers had sent her flowers, but she had declined all of them. Now, witnessing her holding a bouquet gifted by another man, their hearts crumbled into pieces. In the underground parking lot, Li Qinghan drove the Pagani Shen Nian had gifted her before his departure. After all, as the head of a corporation, maintaining a respectable image was essential. I've noticed your popularity at the office. So many young men were stealing glances at you when we came down. As he started the car, Shen Nian couldn't resist teasing Li Qinghan. Initially, he had intended to sit in the passenger seat and enjoy the ride. But a single look from her sent him back to his role as the obedient subordinate. Enough of that. I'm busy handling company matters for you every day. I hardly have time to pay them any mind. They're just a bunch of kids. Although Li Qinghan was not particularly older than Shen Nian, the maturity of women often outpaces that of men, who remain youthful at heart. Most of the office's admirers were young men, some even appearing older than her. But their overt intentions rendered them unappealing to her. Ha ha ha, that's true. Let us just head home. They did not delve deeper into the topic. And Shen Nian drove Li Qinghan swiftly towards the Li residence. The following morning, at Shirley residence, Shen Nian had returned home after a simple dinner at Li Qinghan's house. Though Li Chong had urged him to stay, he found it too cumbersome and preferred the comfort of his own home. It was still early enough to attend to some matters. Gazing at his villa, he deemed it necessary to provide a better living environment for Li Chong and his daughter. With his elevated status, it was inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals might harbor ulterior motives. Huzi, I have a task for you. Find me a standalone villa near Tianqing Group by noon. It must be new and unoccupied. Shuehu had returned with Shen Nian the previous day. While Shirley residence was quite suitable, unfortunately, all the houses there had been sold. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the city, he relied on Shuehu to assist him. After all, Shuehu had proven reliable in his dealings. Understood, boss. I happen to know a few real estate agents. What price range are you looking for? Shuehu. Once a leader in the underground organization, had plenty of connections, especially in his own territory. If he couldn't team manage this minor task, how could he expect to thrive? No budget constraints. Handle it as you see fit. Go for luxury. We aren't short on cash. But ensure the community has good security. The city was notorious for its opulence, and purchasing a large villa there would certainly not come cheap. However, as this was for Li Qinghan and her father, Shen Nian prioritized safety over lavishness. After all, not everyone possessed his extraordinary capabilities. Their lives were singular and precious. Got it, boss. Give me half an hour, and I'll ensure your satisfaction. Finding a house was not a monumental task. With sufficient funds, it shouldn't take long at all. Following their conversation, he began sifting through his contacts. Since Shen Nian had specified the villa should be near Tianqing Group, he didn't waste time on distant options. He knew that if he failed to secure something within half an hour, he would lose face before Shen Nian. 15 minutes later, boss, I found some options for you. There are 5 properties that meet your criteria, and I've sent the details to your WeChat for your review. Shuehu's efficiency was commendable. The information had been readily available, sourced directly from the real estate executives. The 5 villas were distinct in style, each priced around 1.5 billion. Good job. Here's a bonus for you. Treat the brothers from the hall to something nice. After reviewing the details, Shen Nian didn't rush to make a decision. He intended for Li Qinghan to choose for herself. Grateful for Shuehu's assistance, he generously transferred 50 million to his account for him and the brothers to enjoy. Thank you, boss. I'll express my gratitude on behalf of the brothers. While others might rely on virtue to lead, Shen Nian's strategy was to entice with wealth. Most of them were in it for the money. As long as he compensated them adequately, he had little reason to worry about their loyalties. Who would dare oppose money? Having witnessed Shen Nian's generosity before, Shuehu was no longer astonished, though his face radiated joy. After all, 50 million was no small sum. Just how much food could one consume with that amount? Evening. Outside the Li residence. The soiree was set to commence that evening, making it the perfect time for him to pick up Li Qinghan. Before long, she appeared before him, adorned in an elegant black lace evening gown. Throughout this period, Shen Nian had encountered numerous beautiful women. One would assume he built an immunity to their allure. Yet, upon seeing the exquisite lady before him, he found himself momentarily entranced. What are you daydreaming about? Drive. Once Li Qinghan entered the car, she noticed Shen Nian's dazed expression and, while speaking, waved her hand in front of his eyes to draw him back to reality. Nothing, just thought you looked exceptionally beautiful today. I have 5 villas, and I'd like you to help me decide which one is the best. Please choose one from the 5. Coming back to his senses, he readily offered his compliment and retrieved the printed materials detailing the 5 villas from the armrest, consciously avoiding mentioning the selection process outright, knowing she would likely refuse otherwise. Smooth talker, are you buying another villa? Let me take a look. Chapter 67, Xiaozhe. Faced with Shen Nian's candid admiration, Li Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Fortunately, the dim lighting within the car obscured her embarrassment, and Shen Nian, preoccupied with driving, failed to notice the change in her complexion. Well, I do struggle with decision-making, she admitted. Could you assist me in making a choice? The venue for the soiree was the luxurious 5-star hotel at Xiangwan, situated a short distance from the Li residence. Shen Nian, with one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, engaged in conversation. Indeed, these villas are quite similar, but if I were to choose, I would select the 4th one, the Jingyuan. I find its aesthetic particularly appealing. However, my suggestion is merely for your consideration, as it is ultimately your home. Unbeknownst to her, this villa was a gift Shen Nian intended for the father-daughter duo. She merely glanced at the options before offering her opinion, emphasizing that it was just a suggestion. All right, I understand, Shen Nian replied with a slight nod, refraining from elaborating on the topic. Seizing the moment when Li Qinghan was distracted, he discreetly sent a message to Shuehu, indicating 4. Prior to their arrival, he had already transferred 1.6 billion to Shuehu's account, more than sufficient to purchase any of the 5 villas. With Li Qinghan's decision in hand, the rest was up to Shuehu to finalize. As anticipated, upon receiving the text from his superior, Shuehu promptly sprang into action. Even though it was after working hours, who would refuse a deal worth billions? Unless one were utterly foolish. At the 5-star hotel in Xiangwan, a multitude of luxury vehicles were already parked outside, predominantly understated sedans like Mercedes-Benz and Rolls-Royce. Shen Nian arrived in a Pagani, the roar of the supercar naturally drawing considerable attention. Among the attendees, who were all affluent individuals, the presence of a supercar could come across as somewhat frivolous, particularly for someone of stature and age. Not everyone possessed Shen Nian's youthful confidence. Whose young master is this? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Isn't that the general manager of Tianqing Group? The person accompanying her must also be from Tianqing, right? But isn't he a bit too young? Shen Nian held the title of chairman at Tianqing Group, but had yet to make his presence known to other executives. Given the presence of various business leaders from surrounding provinces and cities, it was hardly surprising that he went unrecognized. Conversely, many attendees recognized Li Qinghan, whose popularity in the Shanghai business community was undeniable. The title of general manager of Tianqing Group was not bestowed lightly. There are quite a few people here. Shen Nian overheard the conversations around him, but found no interest in announcing his identity, for such behavior would be decidedly unorthodox. After surveying the area, he remarked, "Indeed, I did not anticipate such a turnout. Shall we proceed inside?" This soiree marked their first foray into such an event. Yet both shared a singular purpose: to enjoy a complimentary meal. As for potential business collaborations, they were open to serendipity. Discussions could be entertained if the opportunity arose. "Mr. Li, long time no see. You're quite early today, haha." "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm from Hung Li Real Estate. You look even more radiant than before. May I ask who this is by your side?" As they approached the entrance, a group of individuals eagerly approached to engage in conversation, with the focus naturally gravitating towards Li Qinghan. However, some attendees took note of Shen Nian, curious to ascertain his identity. Amidst the crowd, a pair of eyes brazenly scrutinized Li Qinghan's figure, a smirk creeping across his lips. After a lingering gaze, he stealthily slipped away, blending into the throng. "This is our chairman of Tianqing Group, Shen Nian." Shen Nian had intended to remain low-key and enjoy a meal without attracting attention, but now that his identity was revealed, he decided to embrace it and no longer feign humility. "What? He is the new chairman of Tianqing Group. No wonder he accompanies Mr. Li. I had no idea Chairman Shen was so young. This is quite unexpected. Indeed, I thought he was around our age. The younger generation is certainly making waves." If he wasn't mistaken, Chairman Shen must be in his early 20s. By comparison, we seem to have aged considerably over the years. Undoubtedly, Shen Nian's status struck a resounding chord with everyone present. How many legitimate company chairmen are in their 20s, especially leading a conglomerate worth billions? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not linger at the entrance. The soiree is about to commence. Shall we proceed inside? Shen Nian smiled gently, unperturbed by the reactions of the crowd. He nodded in greeting and led Li Qinghan into the hotel. The so-called soiree was, in essence, a networking event for businesses from surrounding provinces and cities, aimed at fostering connections and mutual benefits. As key players in Shanghai's corporate landscape, Shen Nian and Li Qinghan were naturally the focal point for many attendees. Acquaintances and strangers alike approached to toast, eager to establish familiarity in hopes of future collaborations. After a brief period, the two found themselves inundated with a hefty stack of business cards. However, Li Qinghan had yet to enjoy a drink, as Shen Nian had shielded her from such encounters. His body had been enhanced by a system, rendering any alcohol inconsequential. "I need to use the restroom." After indulging in drink upon their arrival, Shen Nian suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself. He informed her before turning to leave, inadvertently granting others an opportunity. "Hello, Mr. Li. Allow me to introduce myself, Xiaozhe from the Xiao family of Longling. I would like to propose a toast." Just as Shen Nian exited, a man clad in a black tuxedo, with pronounced features and heavy-eyed bags, approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine. As he spoke, he extended one glass to Li Qinghan. One cannot refuse a courteous gesture. He comes bearing a toast and harbors no ill intent. It would be disheartening to rebuff him. Li Qinghan reasoned. With Shen Nian absent, she accepted the glass, clinking it with Xiaozhe's before taking a symbolic sip, unaware that the wine had been laced with a special substance. However, the true catalyst for the concoction lay with Li Qinghan's assistant, as only when the 2 substances combined would they elicit the desired effect. The only remedy for the ensuing intoxication would be the consummation of the act of love. As anticipated, after merely a sip, Li Qinghan felt a subtle warmth radiate through her body. She dismissed it as a normal reaction, shaking her head before retreating to a nearby sofa for respite. "Mr. Li, are you unwell?" Her assistant, who had joined her shortly after, inquired, concern etched across her face. Hired after Li Qinghan assumed the role of general manager, she had not been with the company long, but her competence was commendable. Yet when Xiaozhe approached her, she did not hesitate to betray Li Qinghan, lured by the promise of a substantial payoff, 300,000, for simply administering the drug. The initial 150,000 had already been given as a deposit. Upon successful completion of the task, the remaining sum would follow. For someone earning a salary, such an amount was undeniably tempting. And despite Li Qinghan's kindness, it paled in comparison to the allure of wealth. "Nothing's wrong, just a bit of discomfort after drinking. Perhaps I'm not accustomed to it. I'll be fine after a short rest." On the couch, Li Qinghan gently shook her head. She was not as fragile as one might assume. Besides, Shen Nian would return shortly. It must be said that this fellow truly could drink. So it was. "Li Zong, I have a hangover remedy here. One I purchased earlier but forgot to give you. Please take it now. It will surely help. The assistant, upon hearing this, promptly produced a strangely packaged pill from their pocket. After unwrapping it, a yellow gummy appeared, and they fetched a glass of water from the waiter, presenting it to Li Qinghan. Thank you. Although Li Qinghan had never consumed a hangover remedy before, she had heard of its existence. And given that the individual before her was her assistant, she thought little of it and swallowed the gummy with the water. Li Zong, there are rooms upstairs where you can rest. Allow me to escort you there. I will come to fetch you shortly, the assistant proposed. Aware that the medication would take some time to take effect, to avoid revealing her own involvement, the assistant suggested that Li Qinghan retire to a room. Once inside, should anything occur, she would have an alibi. Very well. Li Qinghan, initially inclined to refuse, was suddenly overtaken by a wave of fatigue. Feeling weak, she had no choice but to acquiesce to her assistant's suggestion and rest in the room, comforted by the thought that Shen Nian would undoubtedly seek her out upon his return. Damn it, this hotel's restroom is truly elusive. Shen Nian grumbled as he retraced his steps to their original location, only to find no trace of Li Qinghan. After scanning his surroundings to no avail, he took out his phone and dialed her number. Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry, the subscriber you. Switched off. No, something is amiss. Shen Nian immediately sensed that something was wrong. Her phone was off, and she was nowhere to be found. He swiftly began manipulating his phone and, within mere seconds, hacked into the hotel's surveillance system to locate Li Qinghan. Meanwhile, on the third floor, in room 301, Li Qinghan lay on the bed, her consciousness fading and her complexion flushed. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation that was both uncomfortable and maddeningly tantalizing. Standing before her was Xiaozhe, the man who had previously toasted to her health. After her assistant left, he had swiftly contacted him, informing him that it was time to settle the remaining payment so she could flee. Xiaozhe, without hesitation, paid the outstanding amount and entered the room alone. With most guests downstairs, the absence of two individuals would hardly attract attention. His intentions were simple: to sample the allure of this aloof goddess and perhaps record a video for future reference, potentially using it as leverage for further encounters. As the moment approached, Xiaozhe prepared to indulge himself in Li Qinghan's charms. Just as he was about to remove her clothing, the door to the room was forcibly kicked open, followed by a fist the size of a sandbag crashing into his face, sending him sprawling against the wall before collapsing to the ground. The intruder was none other than Shen Nian, who had reviewed the surveillance footage and understood that Xiaozhe had drugged Li Qinghan. Upon seeing the equipment in the room, he could only surmise the man's intentions. You beast! After delivering a single punch, Shen Nian felt unsatisfied. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. He lunged at Xiaozhe once more, who was still reeling, unleashing a furious flurry of punches upon him. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch landed with a resounding impact. But Shen Nian restrained his strength. He would not deliver a fatal blow to such scum. It was far too merciful. Instead, he intended to torment Xiaozhe slowly, allowing him to experience the despair of wanting to live yet being unable to. With a final, crushing blow, Xiaozhe crumpled to the floor, bloodied and unconscious. Perhaps the effects of the drug were kicking in, as Li Qinghan began to writhe on the bed, emitting soft, alluring sounds. Without a moment to spare, Shen Nian rushed to her side. Not long ago, he had attained mastery in medicine, and after a brief examination, he realized she had been administered an aphrodisiac. If not treated promptly, it could cause irreversible damage to her body. The door to the room had been damaged by Shen Nian, and there was a risk of someone accidentally entering, so he swiftly carried Li Qinghan to the adjacent room. After placing her on the bed, he sent a message to Shui Hu, instructing him to send someone to remove Xiaozhe from room 301. With a flick of his wrist, a set of silver needles appeared in his hand, gifts from the system upon reaching full mastery of medicine, which he had stored away until now, never expecting to put them to use. Exhaling a deep breath, he centered himself and began to acupuncture Li Qinghan, stimulating her pressure points to expel the aphrodisiac and achieve an antidotal effect. The idea was sound, but soon he encountered a new challenge. Some of the pressure points were obscured by her clothing. To access them, he would have to remove her skirt. To hell with it. If I must, I will endure a couple of slaps later. Desperate to save her, Shen Nian cast aside his reservations, and with steely resolve, he reached for the zipper. Just as he was about to proceed further, Li Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him tightly. Her long legs entwined around him, and just as he attempted to break free, he felt a warm, moist sensation upon his lips. Chapter 69, Reckoning. 2 hours later, gazing at the slumbering Li Qinghan nestled against his chest, Shen Nian's expression softened considerably. They had crossed a threshold, and remarkably, she had taken the initiative. From that moment forward, This woman would be the one he vowed to protect for a lifetime. As for Xiaozhe, he had already been apprehended by Xuehu. But Shen Nian chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he waited outside the hotel for further instructions. He had resolved the villa situation and was ready to move in at any moment. It must be said, money truly talks. A single investment of 1.5 billion could stop even the mightiest from intervening. During these 2 hours, several individuals had attempted to locate Shen Nian and Li Qinghan to become acquainted, but alas, no one knew their whereabouts. Had it not been for the car parked out front, they might have assumed the pair had left early. Now that the banquet had concluded, various dignitaries were departing in turn. Li Qinghan's assistant blended into the crowd as she exited the hotel, intending to flee under the cover of night. Having secured 300,000, she knew she had to leave immediately or risk missing her chance. Half an hour later, as Li Qinghan awoke, her eyes met Shen Nian's. Although they had shared an intimate experience, the natural shyness of a girl emerged, and she instinctively buried herself beneath the covers, avoiding his gaze. Ha! What are you hiding for? I won't devour you. Shen Nian chuckled at her reaction, bemused by her sudden bashfulness after their earlier encounter. Humph, you must take responsibility for me. Otherwise, I will find a chance to castrate you, and then we'll be sisters. Perhaps influenced by Shen Nian's laughter, she peeked out from the blankets, playfully scolding him with a statement that left him momentarily stunned. Rest assured, you know well that I am not the type of scoundrel who takes advantage without assuming responsibility. I shall undoubtedly be accountable to you. Have you rested well? If so, rise and prepare, for there are matters to attend to shortly. Due to previous time constraints, Shen Nian did not seek out Li Qinghan's assistant. Now that Xiaozhe is already in Xuehu's custody, she is the only one remaining. As for fleeing, that is out of the question. As long as she remains on this planet, she cannot escape Shen Nian's grasp. Excellent. She had awoken early, merely feigning slumber. In truth, Li Qinghan was quite vexed herself. After all, such incidents are unpleasant for anyone involved, are they not? Fortunately, Shen Nian arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At Jingyuan, Villa No. 10. After departing from the hotel, Shen Nian took Li Qinghan directly to this location, accompanied by Xuehu, who was there to guide them. Although this villa had not been sold, it was cleaned daily, thus remaining immaculate and ready for immediate occupancy. As for Xiaozhe, he was still unconscious in Xuehu's vehicle, his limbs bound. Even if he were to awaken, it would be of no consequence. Boss, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? When Xuehu arrived at the hotel, Xiaozhe was already in a state of unconsciousness, leaving Xuehu uncertain about the events that transpired. Hence he sought Shen Nian's guidance. That cur drugged your sister-in-law, but I discovered it in time. The man is now in your hands. Employ your most ruthless methods to make him suffer. I have but one request. Ensure that he experiences a fate worse than death. Begging for release, yet unable to attain it. Xuehu was no fool. Upon hearing sister-in-law, he immediately understood that Li Qinghan was the subject of concern. No wonder she had seemed unsteady on her feet earlier. Rest assured, boss. Once he is in my clutches, he will have nightmares for eternity. How dare he covet my sister-in-law? I guarantee he will regret ever being born, as they were both seasoned in their line of work. Torturing someone was second nature to Xuehu, especially when the target was someone as feeble as Xiaozhe. It would be even easier. I trust you with this task. Moreover, there is another matter. Send our brothers to retrieve someone. I will send you her location shortly. She is an accomplice, and we shall deal with her as well. After escorting Li Qinghan to her bedroom, Shen Nian casually picked up a notebook from the coffee table in the hall, speaking as he began to locate the fleeing assistant. In a villa worth billions, having a few computers is hardly unusual. Yes, I will hasten to inform the brothers. Shen Nian had previously provided them with 50 million for expenses, and they had yet to exhaust it. Thus, they were eager to assist him, clamoring to respond to his call. At the high-speed railway station, after gathering some valuables, Li Qinghan's assistant hailed a taxi and arrived here, having already purchased a ticket for the next train out of the city. Once she left, she glanced at her account balance. 300,000 was more than sufficient for her to start anew in a different city. Little did she know, the entrance of the railway station was swarming with members of the Jiulong Hall. After Xuehu shared her location, reinforcements began to arrive in droves, surrounding the area. Just as she stepped off the train, darkness enveloped her as she was ensnared in a sack. Boss, we have captured her. Shortly thereafter, Xuehu called Shen Nian to report the progress. For those like them who navigated the underworld, betrayers were the most loathed. Thus, every member displayed clear disdain upon encountering the assistant. Well done. I shall leave the rest to you. Handle it as you see fit. Having already provided instructions, Shen Nian did not elaborate further, as he was currently examining Xiaozhe's background. Since he was able to attend this event, he must possess some level of family wealth. As adults, when one errs, they must pay the price. If it is a reckoning, let it be thorough. Xiao Zhe dared to reach into the Tianqing group. So it is only fitting that he suffers the loss of his family's assets. The Lanling Xiao family, your days of prosperity have come to an end. Those engaged in commerce inevitably acquire rivals. After transferring the funds of all individuals within 3 generations of the Xiao family, Shen Nian then transferred their assets entirely to competitors. A calculated move of both vengeance and strategy. Indeed, there was an issue. During the transfer of funds, he discovered transactions between Xiao Zhe and Li Qinghan's assistant. However, their fates had been sealed. One could only hope they learned to be more discerning in their next lives, for not everyone is worth provoking. The following day, at the Lanling Xiao family residence. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Xiao Tuo, Xiao Zhe's father, was practicing calligraphy in his study. Nowadays, his son handled most of the company affairs, so he would often engage in this art to cultivate his spirit. Just as he had written 2 characters, someone burst in, shouting in a panic. What a commotion! Is there nothing that can be conveyed calmly? At your age, you should be more composed. Look at your brother. He is already managing the company. And you? The intruder was none other than Xiao Tuo's youngest son, Xiao Kuan. However, before he could speak, his father had already scolded him. Dad, please let me finish. Our family's money is gone. Not just ours, but uncles and third uncles as well. All the funds belonging to everyone within 3 generations of the Xiao family have vanished. We cannot reach eldest brother either. He merely went to Shanghai for a banquet. And he should have returned by now. Uncle and the others have already reported this to the police. They should be arriving shortly to investigate. Although Xiao Kuan was quite displeased at being rebuked, he had no time for his father's lectures and interrupted him, spilling forth everything he knew in a rush. What did you say? All the money is gone. How is that even possible? Such a colossal flow of funds. The bank must be aware. Why has no one contacted us to verify? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tuo became immediately anxious. His focus on calligraphy dissipated as he dropped the brush. After a lifetime of hard work, he had barely begun to enjoy his wealth, and now it had vanished. Yes, the bank is conducting an investigation. They are baffled. As if someone has managed to bypass the banking system entirely. Xiao Kuan had planned to pick up his new card today, but when he attempted to swipe his card, it repeatedly prompted payment failure, embarrassing him greatly. Upon returning home, he found that relatives had gathered in droves. After a brief exchange, Xiao Kuan rushed to his father's study, leading to the earlier scene. What about eldest brother? Did he go alone? Xiao Tuo's brow furrowed deeply. Encountering such a bizarre situation left even him perplexed. He could not fathom who might possess such capabilities, but he felt a connection to Xiao Zhe. He was fine before going to Shanghai. It was after he arrived there that these events unfolded, making it difficult for Xiao Tuo to separate the 2 occurrences. I don't know. He sent me a message yesterday afternoon saying he had arrived in Shanghai, but since then, I have been unable to reach him. Could something have happened to him? As the adage goes, strange occurrences are often accompanied by misfortune. The more Xiao Kuan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He and his brother had always been close. Under normal circumstances, he would not have overthought things, but the current situation was rife with oddities. And the inability to contact Xiao Zhe only added to his concern. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and call the police. Hearing this, Xiao Tuo kicked Xiao Kuan in the backside. It was astonishing that he had to prompt such action. At present, they only knew their family's money was missing. If they were to discover their assets had also vanished, one could only imagine their reactions. In Shanghai, in the depths of a remote outpost belonging to the Jiulong Hall, Xiao Zhe found himself bound tightly to a wooden cross, stripped of his garments, his body marred by a multitude of whip scars and brands, presenting a pitiful visage of blood and flesh. Beside him was Zhu Wan, assistant to Li Qinghan. However, her fate was scarcely more favorable than Xiao Zhe's. As a woman, her torment was of a physiological nature, the details of which are left to the imagination. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shuehu had received orders from Shen Nian to ensure that both of them would find themselves in a state of despair, unable to seek life or death. Thus he would not allow their demise to come swiftly. With a splash, as the 2 once again succumbed to unconsciousness, Shuehu signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly poured a basin of water over them. This was no ordinary water, but one infused with salt. The room, situated underground, was already colder than the outside world, and with their bodies unprotected by clothing, the icy water struck their senses with brutal force. The sting of salt upon their wounds brutally roused them from their stupor. The pain radiating from every inch of his body made Xiao Zhe tremble uncontrollably, his cries a desperate attempt to attract attention from the outside world, unaware that the room had been soundproofed, rendering any external pleas unheard. Oh, you still have the strength to scream? It seems I have been too lenient. Brothers, unleash the full brunt. These methods had previously been reserved for traitors or spies. Now, it was simply a matter of pure torment. As they had no need to extract information from Xiao Zhe, their primary aim being to indulge in their cruel amusement. Meanwhile, in Jinyuan, Shen Nian and his companion had risen for the day, their youthful spirits undiminished. The previous night had been spent in a fervent discussion that extended into the early hours. "Qinghan, let us have Uncle Li move in today. This villa was prepared for you. It boasts better security and is closer to the company, making your commute more convenient." Nestled on the sofa, he gently played with Li Qinghan's hair while sharing his plans, which were unrelated to the establishment of their relationship. This had been his intention from the outset. "What? Isn't this for you?" Li Qinghan had initially presumed that the villa was a purchase for Shen Nian himself, only to discover it was, in fact, intended for her. The property's value, which she had noted during their car ride, was in the billions. "I never claimed it was mine, and besides, I already own a villa in Shirley-Ju. There's no need for so many, and this one should be more comfortable for you. Shall we visit your home afterward?" What does it mean to be young and accomplished without feeling inferior? This was precisely it. While others might feel anxious at the mention of meeting the parents, Shen Nian felt no such trepidation. He possessed wealth and power, leaving nothing to fear. "All right, then I'll go along with your wishes. But let us keep our relationship from my father for now. Otherwise, he'll undoubtedly tease me about it." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qinghan decided to seek an appropriate opportunity to inform Li Chong in the future, for he would surely incessantly bring up marriage and grandchildren. A thought that gave her a headache. Good. Let us keep it to ourselves for the time being. Shen Nian was well acquainted with Li Chong's nature. Such trivial matters would not be met with refusal, and he readily agreed, understanding that a girl requires time to prepare psychologically. Enough laughing. Hurry up and change. Shooting him a playful glare, Li Qinghan dashed back to her room. Although she had no clothes here, Shen Nian's financial prowess rendered such concerns trivial. He promptly contacted the Armani store in Modu to send over dozens of outfits, showcasing his wealth. At the Xiao family estate, Mr. Xiao expressed gratitude for the cooperation, assuring that they would notify him at the first sign of news regarding his son, with a case involving a disappearance and a substantial theft. It was none other than Jiang Yu, the captain of the criminal police from Lanling City, who had arrived. He had previously dealt with Xiao Zhu a few times, though the latter had left a less than favorable impression. However, as a seasoned detective, he refrained from letting personal feelings influence the case. After gathering some preliminary information at the Xiao residence, he took his leave, acknowledging that this was his first encounter with such a perplexing case. After all, this was orchestrated by Shen Nian himself. How could mere mortals like Jiang Yu comprehend such matters? If it were so easily discovered, what would be the point of advanced hacking skills? Of course, Shen Nian did not continue to complicate the situation for the Xiao family. He merely confiscated their assets, placing the primary responsibility on Xiao Zhe, whom he regarded with indifference. In Modu, at Shirley-Ju, after settling Li Qinghan and her father, Shen Nian returned alone. Prior to this, he had arranged various vehicles for their convenience, considering Li Chong's age and the need for comfort over speed. System, initiate a tenfold sign-in. Finally finding some leisure time, Shen Nian indulged himself, a routine that had become as essential as admiring beautiful women. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received a Peiyuan Guban Dan. After consumption, it can quickly replenish internal energy and last for a year. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received 200 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has gained maximum level memory skill, photographic memory. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired Blue Whale Biotech Company, Limited. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received a titanium alloy keyboard. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received a purebred Alaskan dog, puppy. Woof, woof, woof. As the final notification from the system echoed, the backyard erupted in barks, leaving Shen Nian, who had never owned a pet, somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he ventured into the yard, only to be unexpectedly tackled to the ground by a black figure as the door swung open. Had he not trusted that the system would not harm him, he could have easily evaded the leap. The dog, having knocked him down, proceeded to enthusiastically lick his face, leaving him drenched in saliva. All right, enough licking. Good dog. Good dog. Observing the dog's lack of shyness, Shen Nian sighed in relief and indulged in petting its head, relishing the moment. The dog seemed to enjoy the attention, wagging its tail vigorously and even closing its eyes in bliss. The system was indeed stingy, providing no dog food, only a leash. Given that he seldom visited the Shirley-Ju villa and had never owned a pet, it was unsurprising that he lacked dog food. After a bit of grumbling, he attached the leash to the dog, preparing to take it out to buy food, prioritizing respect for its choices. Well, it seems you don't have a name yet. How about we call you Cash? It's a name that everyone will love. Since he had gifted the previous Pagani to Li Qinghan, he bought a Cullinan to keep at Shirley-Ju as a means of transportation. As he and the dog settled into the car, He realized the pup still lacked a name, thus bestowing upon it a name that exuded grandeur. Woof, woof, woof. It appears that the banknote comprehended Shen Nian's words, promptly barking twice in response. Truly, as a reward from the system, this loyal companion's fidelity was evidently unwavering. Pet Street. This entire avenue was lined with establishments and veterinary clinics dedicated to pets, featuring cats, dogs, and various other small creatures. Shen Nian leisurely strolled down the street, leading the banknote along. This one will do. After a brief exploration, Shen Nian opted for the largest pet supply store, intending merely to procure some food and toys for his furry friend. As for a dog bed, it was unnecessary. With so many rooms in the villa, he could easily spare one for the banknote. Woof, woof, woof. After taking a few steps, Shen Nian turned back to discover that the banknote had not moved an inch and was barking in the opposite direction, seemingly attempting to capture his attention. What is the matter, banknote? Is there something over there? Throughout their stroll, the banknote had exhibited exemplary obedience, and given that a dog's sense of smell is 200 times more acute than that of a human, Shen Nian surmised that the banknote must have detected something intriguing, hence its refusal to budge. Woof, barking twice more. It seemed to answer Shen Nian's previous inquiry. Thus, Shen Nian followed it, eager to discern what the banknote had uncovered. Is this a well? In no time, the banknote led Shen Nian to a rainwater well, which unfortunately lacked a cover. Whether it had been stolen or left uncovered for other reasons remained a mystery. Is something wrong with this well, banknote? Shen Nian queried, bewildered as he glanced at the dog beside him. They were hundreds of meters away from where they had been seated moments prior, and aside from the missing cover, he noticed no other anomalies. Woof, woof, woof. Could it be that someone fell in? Observing the banknote persistently barking at the well, Shen Nian pondered briefly before grasping its meaning. Without a cover, it was indeed possible for someone to accidentally tumble in. Woof. Did someone actually fall in? Upon confirming his suspicion, Shen Nian found himself both amused and exasperated. Such occurrences were only seen on television, and now he was faced with one in reality. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. Banknote, stay here and guard this spot. I will go down to rescue them. Peering into the well, he noted the presence of a ladder, which prompted him to descend and assess the situation. If one person was not sufficient, he could always call for backup later. Woof. The banknote responded affirmatively, then settled by the well's edge to prevent any passers-by from inadvertently falling in, thereby complicating the rescue and potentially endangering those below. Inside the well, Shen Nian descended the ladder, finding the well to be only about 2 meters deep. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered a woman who appeared to have lost consciousness. Hey, wake up. He approached, inspecting her before gently shaking her, but received no response. Fortunately, his initial examination revealed no visible injuries, no broken limbs, or anything of the sort. Never mind, let us get out of here. After confirming that there were no others below, Shen Nian activated his nano-armor and, adopting a princess carry, lifted the unconscious woman. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself upward from the well. Chapter 72, Yi Bingqi. Thankfully, at that moment, there were no onlookers, so no one noticed Shen Nian emerging from the well while cradling a woman. Although he possessed night vision, he hadn't had the time to inspect her closely earlier. Now that they were outside, he realized that the woman was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling Li Qinghan, albeit possessing a distinctly different charm. If Li Qinghan was the epitome of a regal woman, then this girl was undoubtedly the embodiment of a sweet, youthful appearance. However, considering the situation, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. First, I must call 120. After gently placing the girl aside, Shen Nian retrieved his phone to summon an ambulance. His responsibility was merely to rescue her. The subsequent matters were beyond his purview, as he still needed to accompany the banknote to purchase dog food. Before long, the ambulance arrived. After briefly explaining the situation, Shen Nian departed with his canine companion, opting not to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. Banknote, you did well. I'll let you pick out some tasty treats later. Having accomplished a commendable act, Shen Nian felt reassured by the banknote's reliability. No wonder it was known as humanity's most loyal friend. He resolved to reward it generously. Woof. The banknote, basking in its master's praise and anticipating a reward, wagged its tail with such fervor that it resembled a propeller, its expression a portrait of pride. Good dog, good dog. Ha ha. Shanghai First People's Hospital. In the patient room. Hiss, where am I? The woman rescued by Shen Nian slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion, perhaps still disoriented from her fall into the well. You're awake. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? A nurse, busy tidying up, immediately approached upon hearing the commotion, eager to inquire. As the results of prior examinations were still pending, directly asking the patient was clearly more expedient. I should be fine. I feel completely normal. But how did I end up here? Regaining her composure, She recollected that she had fallen into the well while distracted by her phone. Although it was only 2 meters deep, as a girl, finding herself plunged into a pitch-black rainwater well without warning and subsequently fainting was entirely understandable. You were rescued by a handsome guy, but he left after handing you over to us. Although the nurse had accompanied the ambulance, she had overheard conversations among other nurses and had even discreetly taken a photo of Shen Nian, affirming that calling him handsome was no exaggeration. I see. I just need to use the restroom. The urgency of nature knows no bounds, and even nurses did not suspect anything. Seeing her lively demeanor, they allowed her to go alone, unaware that in a mere moment, the girl had slipped away from the hospital. Tenli residence. Shen Nian returned with the banknote. Initially traveling in an empty vehicle, but now it was brimming with supplies. The car was densely packed with an array of dog-related items, food, toys, and more, almost as if he had emptied the store. Banknote. This room will be your doghouse from now on. I've placed these items inside. You can sleep on the bed. Though Alaskan Huskies bear a resemblance to Siberian Huskies, the former is not prone to destructive behavior like the latter, allowing Shen Nian to rest easy about letting the banknote sleep on the bed. Woof. Observing his master assist in moving items, the banknote eagerly followed Shen Nian, carrying a bag of dog food in its mouth. All these items had been chosen by the banknote. Shen Nian's role was merely to pay, emphasizing respect for its choices. Ding dong. Just as they finished organizing everything, the doorbell rang, prompting Shen Nian to feel a twinge of curiosity. Aside from Shui Hu, who was aware of the villa's precise location, no one else was privy to it. Li Qinghan only knew that Shen Nian had a villa at Tenli residence, but not which one. If it were Shui Hu, he would have called ahead to inform him. So, who could it be at the door? After ruminating briefly, Shen Nian opened the villa's grand door, revealing the very woman he had rescued from the well standing there. Hello, my name is Yi Bingqi. Thank you for saving me earlier. This is a small token of my gratitude. As Yi Bingqi spoke, she extended the gift in her hands towards Shen Nian with both hands. These were precious supplements, tea leaves, and fine wine she had purchased on her way here, demonstrating her lack of experience in selecting luxurious items. It's you. But how did you find this place? Shen Nian was more curious about how Yi Bingqi had tracked him down than the gifts she bore, especially since she had been unconscious when he rescued her. Guess? After pondering for a moment, Yi Bingqi refrained from directly revealing her method. In truth, she was quite adept with computers. Having won the championship in the last national hacking competition, it was relatively simple to locate Shen Nian's figure through the surveillance footage. And since most of his information was publicly accessible without any deliberate concealment, it was not surprising that she managed to find him. Would you like to come in for a moment? I just finished tidying up, though it might be a bit messy. Upon hearing that she had to guess, Shen Nian promptly lost interest and shifted the conversation, considering there was nothing in his home that he deemed shameful. Sure. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Bingqi entered without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, the dog, Cash, emerged from the room, and their eyes met in a moment of mutual recognition. Woof woof woof. Clearly, Cash recognized the girl before him. Seeing her safe and sound brought him immense joy, especially since it was his discovery of her that had earned him a substantial reward. Wow, what an adorable puppy. So fluffy. Can I pet him? Given that Cash was still in his juvenile stage, his small size made him exceedingly cute, and he captured Yi Bingqi's heart at first sight. Of course, Cash is very gentle and won't bite. While answering her inquiry, Shen Nian retrieved a new cup and poured water for Yi Bingqi. Not everyone relished tea, but water was universally appreciated. Thank you. Yi Bingqi accepted the glass of water with gratitude, then shifted her gaze back to Cash. Her eyes filled with adoration for the furry creature, which seemed irresistibly pettable. Logically, you should be at the hospital at this hour, right? What brings you here? Shen Nian refrained from engaging in her dog-petting antics, having already indulged in the pleasure of petting earlier. He remained somewhat guarded around the girl who had suddenly appeared at his doorstep, particularly after the tumultuous events he had recently endured. Well, I don't enjoy staying in hospitals. You see, I had no pressing matters, so I slipped out after waking up. As for your address, I found it online. Sensing Shen Nian's scrutiny, Yi Bingqi halted her petting and sincerely met his gaze, reiterating her earlier statement. Found it online. But how could you ascertain that I was here at this very moment? While it was true that his information could be found online, tracking his real-time location was another matter entirely. Shen Nian was not easily deceived and suspected that she was withholding some details. I wouldn't do anything to you. Why are you so tense? Yi Bingqi stammered, ultimately opting not to disclose the truth, realizing that admitting to having accessed surveillance footage would cast her in a peculiar light. All right, since you're unwilling to share, I shall refrain from asking. Though he voiced this, Shen Nian had already accessed all of Yi Bingqi's information on his laptop, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. According to his research, Yi Bingqi hailed from the prestigious Yi family in Donghai, being the daughter of the family head, Yi Zhan. The contrast between her sweet appearance and the title of little which she bore in Donghai was unexpected for Shen Nian. Having confirmed her identity, Shen Nian temporarily set aside his wariness, recognizing that she was indeed here to express her gratitude. By the way, are you hungry? Let me treat you to a meal. After a moment of silence, Yi Bingqi broke the quiet, primarily because she was quite famished. As a food lover, going a day without eating was unbearable. No need for a meal. You've already brought so many gifts, and rescuing you was merely a matter of convenience. Shen Nian assumed she was still expressing gratitude for his timely assistance and politely declined, unaware that Yi Bingqi was genuinely hungry. Having been a straightforward man for over 20 years, even his recent shift to singlehood did not alter his nature overnight. Such a blockhead. Perceiving Shen Nian's indifference, Yi Bingqi rolled her eyes in exasperation, internally lamenting that her attempt to act like a demure lady had been futile. I'm hungry. Right now, immediately, let's go eat. Without waiting for Shen Nian's agreement, she took his hand and led him towards the door, her demeanor now markedly different from before. I knew it. A sweet girl like you couldn't possibly be dubbed the Little Witch of Donghai without some mischief. Ever since acquiring the system, Yi Bingqi was the first to treat him in such a manner, with the exception of Li Qinghan, who had always been that way. With Shen Nian's strength, he could have easily freed himself from her grasp, yet he chose not to. Having spent several days in Magic City, he found it quite dull. And Yi Bingqi's sudden appearance was a welcome distraction. After all, those nicknamed Little Witch were rarely the meek type. She might just add a touch of excitement to his life. Shen Nian was currently focused on enjoying life, as his wealth afforded him a lifestyle where he no longer needed to struggle. Simply signing in each day yielded a substantial income. Not to mention the numerous companies and assets under his name. Huh, how do you know that? This time, it was Yi Bingqi who was taken aback. She was certain that this was their first encounter, yet Shen Nian seemed to know her title. This revelation astonished her, as she had encrypted her information, making it nearly impossible for even skilled hackers to uncover, except for the top-tier experts. However, she was acquainted with all the top experts in the country, and none bore the name Shen Nian. But then again, he was a master in his own right, placing him far beyond her level. Is it so difficult to discern? If you wish to know more, I can elaborate further. Your encryption skills are commendable, but they still pale in comparison to mine, haha. While researching her background, Shen Nian had deduced that she was also a computer expert. In terms of hacking difficulty, her skills were somewhat inferior to those of the elite dark web hackers he had previously encountered. In domestic terms, she would hold a prominent position. As he withdrew his hand, he ruffled her hair in a manner reminiscent of how he had petted Cash earlier, then proceeded towards the garage. It was evident that walking was not an option for their outing. How dare you? You touch my head. Just you wait. You're in for it now. Regaining her composure, Yi Bingqi seethed momentarily before hastily chasing after him. Cash, however, remained behind, happily devouring his meal. Being the sensible dog he was and not wanting to intrude as a third wheel. In the restaurant, a handsome gentleman approached Yi Bingqi. Excuse me, beautiful lady. May I have your contact information? As Shen Nian and Yi Bingqi were enjoying their meal and engrossed in lively conversation, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Striding directly to Yi Bingqi's table, with an ostentatious flick of his bangs, he began to speak. I'm eating here, can't you see? Why don't you just get lost? The abrupt interruption irked Yi Bingqi, and upon witnessing the man's greasy demeanor, her disgust became palpable, inevitably affecting her tone. The man, taken aback by Yi Bingqi's resolute dismissal, found himself at a loss for words, standing there awkwardly. What are you standing around for? Are you hoping to mooch a meal? There's no place for you here. If you want to eat, order your own. Noticing he had yet to leave, Yi Bingqi added with a hint of defiance. Now that her true identity had been exposed by Shen Nian, she decided to drop the pretense and be her authentic self. I simply wanted to make an acquaintance. To befriend you, nothing more. What does it mean to be a dead pig not afraid of boiling water? This was it, despite being rebuffed. The man persisted in his pursuit of Yi Bingqi. Meanwhile, Shen Nian was blatantly ignored. Since his arrival, the man had not spared him a glance, clearly considering him inconsequential. Such individuals were hardly worthy of her attention. Is this never-ending? You want my number, right? Fine. First, kneel down and bark like a dog. If I'm in a good mood, I might just consider it. Yi Bingqi's sharp words reflected her reputation as a little demoness in Donghai. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. When provoked, even her father could not rein her in. Upon hearing her words, not only did the obnoxious man falter, but even Shen Nian raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of villainy in her tone. Ha ha ha, little sister, you're quite the looker, but what else with that brain of yours? Do you even know who I am? You dare ask me to kneel? The man erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, he was accustomed to making others kneel. After all, He was the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Ming. The Qin family, a prominent local dynasty in magic capital, boasted a formidable foundation and immense power. Even the once mighty Dong family paled in comparison. Thus, due to various circumstances, the Qin family became the unchallenged rulers of the city. Even the mayor had to wear a smile in the presence of the family patriarch, lest he risk his own position. Although Qin Ming was not in line to inherit the family business, his title alone granted him the privilege to roam freely in magic capital. Furthermore, he had little interest in the burdens of a career. He preferred to spend his allowance indulging in life's pleasures. While this mindset might seem irresponsible, it aligned perfectly with his elder brother, Qin Feng's intentions. As long as Qin Ming had no ambitions to contest for power, his position remained unassailable. To keep his brother complacent, Qin Feng regularly transferred money to Qin Ming, attempting to lavish him with wealth to the point of incompetence. With the family business secured, their father allowed Qin Ming to pursue whatever whims he desired. Who you are is of no concern to me. This is your final warning. If you don't leave now, I won't hold back. Yi Bingqi narrowed her eyes, recalling how her father had invested heavily in martial arts training for her when she was younger. Despite her slender arms and legs, she was no stranger to combat. Oh, you think you can throw punches? With those twig-like limbs? Don't break a bone. Qin Ming scoffed, his face devoid of fear or tension, instead brimming with mockery. Even taking a jab at Shen Nian. Why is it so difficult to enjoy a peaceful meal? You, the fool trying to flirt, why drag me into this? I didn't engage you, yet you seem intent on annoying me. Yi Bingqi declared, her patience wearing thin. You've had your chance, since you're itching for trouble. Allow me to help you stretch those muscles. I'll consider it a post-meal workout. With a sudden movement, Shen Nian sighed, gracefully setting down his utensils. After dabbing his mouth with a napkin, he erupted into action. Before Qin Ming could react, he was sent flying with a powerful kick, landing heavily on an unoccupied table, which splintered under the impact, a testament to Shen Nian's restraint. Had he exerted his full strength, Qin Ming would have met a far graver fate. Wow, Shen Nian, you're amazing. How did you do that? Can you teach me? After recovering from her shock, Yi Bingqi gazed at Shen Nian with wide eyes, envisioning herself as the formidable queen of Donghai if she could master such a move. You're a girl. There's no need for such violence. Why would you want to learn that? I won't teach you. Despite her sweet appearance, Shen Nian resolved to steer her away from thoughts of violence, hoping to redirect her energy positively. Come on, give me a chance. In exchange, when you visit Donghai, I'll protect you. Yi Bingqi was not one to easily concede. After a moment of contemplation, she leaned in closer with a mischievous expression. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, struggling to rise from the ground, coughed lightly, intending to say something, only to spew a mouthful of blood moments later, his vision darkening as he fainted. The commotion caught the attention of the restaurant manager, who, recognizing the unfortunate man as Qin Ming, opted to discreetly exit through the back door. Given the Qin family's notorious temperament, should they learn of their son's humiliation, the manager would undoubtedly face dire consequences. His best course of action was to flee before the news reached them. With the manager gone, the remaining staff quickly followed suit, realizing they were not there to risk their lives. If someone dared to strike Qin Ming, they were likely of considerable standing themselves. When titans clash, mere mortals suffer. It was best to keep their distance. However, a few concerned patrons did call for an ambulance upon seeing Qin Ming collapse. TCH, I thought he was something special. But it took just one kick to knock him out. He's not even as tough as the rich kids from Donghai. Yi Bingqi observed disdainfully as the ambulance took Qin Ming away. Her reputation as a little demoness stemmed from her penchant for teaching spoiled rich kids a lesson, often pinning them down in the process. This prowess was not merely due to her martial arts training, but also because the Yi family held considerable sway in Donghai. Moreover, she had a father who was fiercely protective. If he ever discovered anyone had bullied his precious daughter, he would not hesitate to confront them with a blade. Years ago, a wealthy heir had accidentally killed her cherished cat, and she had mourned that loss for a long time. At that time, her father happened to be out of town. Upon learning of the incident upon his return, he stormed over to the affluent young man's residence with a knife in hand, without uttering a single word, and severed both of his hands and feet. Initially, this scandal caused quite a stir, but within a few days, it was swiftly suppressed. From that moment on, the wealthy heirs of Donghai treated Yi Bingqi with utmost deference. A single misstep could cost them their limbs. Surely, no one could bear such a price. Moreover, it is said that the Yi family operates in both the underworld and legitimate circles, making it no simple task to provoke them. One might even end up sacrificing themselves in the process. Consequently, many chose to maintain their distance. Chapter 75, The Banquet. At the First People's Hospital of Magic City, in the VIP ward, the moment Qin Ming was admitted, the hospital's upper management contacted his father, Qin Huanyue. Currently, the affairs of the company were managed by his eldest son, and upon receiving the call, he hurried to the hospital. Upon seeing his son unconscious, Qin Huanyue's face darkened. Holding in his hands the examination report that indicated 3 of Qin Ming's ribs were fractured. Fortunately, the broken ribs did not cause further injury. Additionally, Qin Ming's internal organs had suffered significant displacement, necessitating a period of hospitalization for treatment. As for when he would awaken, that depended entirely on Qin Ming himself. With a cold huff, Qin Huanyue stormed away. Although his son was gravely injured, thankfully, his life was not in danger. In this VIP ward, Qin Ming would receive the best care, so there was no need for excessive worry. In contrast, Qin Huanyue was more concerned about who had the audacity to assault his son. It seemed that his prolonged absence had led some to lose their respect for the Qin family. Qin Mansion. Study. Head of the family. We have located the assailant of the severely injured young master. Upon returning, Qin Huanyue immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the matter. Soon, a young man with a distinctive hairstyle entered the study briskly to report. Who is it? The newcomer was Along, one of Qin Huanyue's most trusted subordinates, whose efficiency he greatly relied upon. Since Along claimed to have found the culprit, there was no doubt in Qin Huanyue's mind. It is Shen Nian, the chairman of Tianqing Group. He was dining at a restaurant with a woman when the young master approached him to flirt, leading to a verbal altercation. Subsequently, Shen Nian kicked him away, causing severe injury and unconsciousness. As he spoke, Along produced his phone and handed it to Qin Huanyue, having copied the surveillance footage during his visit to the restaurant. Qin Huanyue was not unfamiliar with Shen Nian, having encountered him at a recent banquet, and he had heard rumors regarding the annihilation of the Dong family. Although he lacked conclusive evidence, he suspected Shen Nian was somewhat involved in this incident. Head of the family, how should we proceed? If it were anyone else, Along would have acted immediately, but since the assailant was Shen Nian, he felt uncertain and sought Qin Huanyue's opinion, reasoning that asking wouldn't cost him anything. Send him an invitation, stating that I wish to host him for dinner. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Huanyue chose not to resort to violence, but instead opted for a civil approach, seeking a meeting with Shen Nian. He recognized Shen Nian as a powerful figure in Magic City, yet he never engaged in actions without certainty. Shen Nian was a puzzle he could not fully decipher. Understood. I shall take care of it. Along breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, he had sought clarification. Otherwise, had they acted hastily, unforeseen consequences might have arisen, potentially leading to dire outcomes. Tenli residence. Shen Nian was in the living room, assembling some toy money, accompanied by Yi Bingqi, who claimed she had nowhere to stay and asked to crash at his place for a couple of days. Initially, he had refused, but she threw a tantrum on the street, and while he valued his dignity, he ultimately relented and agreed to her request, bringing her home. After all, there were plenty of rooms in the villa, so accommodating one person was no issue at all. It would be quite convenient to enlist her help for some chores. Ding dong. Just as they finished unpacking, the doorbell rang. However, Shen Nian showed no inclination to get up, instead signaling to Yi Bingqi with a glance to answer the door. Someone's here. Though slightly annoyed, Yi Bingqi rose to open the door and found Along standing at the entrance. Having seen the surveillance footage, he was already familiar with her face. Hello, may I inquire if Mr. Shen Nian is at home? Along had come to personally deliver the invitation from Qin Huanyue, ensuring it reached Shen Nian directly before reporting back. He was thorough in his approach. Shen, you're here. When did you arrive? You startled me. Yi Bingqi was about to call for Shen Nian when she realized he had silently appeared behind her, causing her to jump in surprise. What a stealthy fellow. What do you need? Shen Nian appraised Along, running through his memory, but found no recollection of him. However, he had begun to form some conjectures. Mr. Shen, our family head invites you to visit the Qin residence for dinner tomorrow night. Here is the invitation. With that, Along stepped forward, presenting the invitation with respectful demeanor, displaying no hint of disrespect. At least until Qin Huanyue lost his temper, Along would not easily offend Shen Nian. Qin family head, a visit? This is intriguing. Shen Nian accepted the invitation, replying, you may inform your family head that I shall attend the banquet punctually. Upon returning home, Shen Nian had promptly investigated all available information on Qin Ming and was well aware of his connections to the Qin family. The moment he saw Along, his mind instantly linked to them. Indeed, the invitation was from the Qin family. Logically, given the Qin family's domineering nature, one would expect direct retaliation for having assaulted their young master, which would be an affront to their pride. Invitation delivered. I shall take my leave to report back. Farewell. Mr. Shen. After ensuring Shen Nian received the invitation, Along did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before departing with a confident stride. After all, with his status in the Qin family, entering and exiting Tenli residence was hardly a challenge. Shen Nian, you aren't actually considering attending the banquet at the Qin residence, are you? That would be a classic ambush. Once back inside, Yi Bingqi immediately voiced her concerns. She was no fool, given that Shen Nian had just assaulted Qin Ming and now received an invitation from Qin Huanyue. There had to be some ulterior motive at play unless Qin Huanyue had lost his mind. Why not? Isn't it delightful to enjoy a free dinner? But I'll go alone, you needn't tag along. Although unsure of Qin Huanyue's intentions, Shen Nian felt no fear. With the treasures in his system space, even at an ambush, he could fight his way out single-handedly. If Qin Huanyue had any sense, this matter would simply pass. Should he prove obstinate, the Qin family might very well follow the fate of the Dong family, becoming a mere footnote in Magic City's history. That won't he do. If you go, I must accompany you. After all, it all began with me. Chapter 76. What will you do? Though this was not Dong Hai, Yi Bingqi was no coward, if necessary. She could always call on her father. Yi Zhan's ability to navigate both the underworld and the legitimate world meant he was no mere local figure. Are you planning to join me for a free meal? Farewell then. If a fight breaks out later, I would have to take care of you, and I wouldn't be able to spare a hand. The two, having formed a bond of friendship, made it clear that Shen Nian did not wish for her to accompany him into danger. After all, he was equipped for the challenge, while Yi Bingqi was not. Her delicate arms and legs would surely be at risk of breaking with a single strike. Furthermore, they were in enemy territory. Who knew how many people Qin Huanyue had secretly prepared? Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Shen Nian firmly declined Yi Bingqi's request. Stop underestimating me. I have indeed trained. This declaration was not mere bravado. She had truly practiced. However, whether due to her physique or some other reason, her weight had remained constant despite her efforts, rendering her appearance somewhat fragile. The invitation bears only my name. You needn't entertain such thoughts. This matter is non-negotiable. With her refusal falling on deaf ears, Shen Nian resorted to citing the invitation. After all, Qin Huanyue had extended the invitation solely to him, and as he had intended. Yi Bingqi visibly wilted upon hearing this. If you don't want to go, then don't. The following day, in the evening, Shen Nian drove alone to the grand estate indicated on the invitation. This was the residence of the Qin family, one of the oldest and most powerful clans in the Magic City, with a heritage unmatched by other families. Mr. Shen, please come in. Upon presenting his invitation at the entrance, the security guard promptly allowed him entry. After all, how could a mere guard offend someone invited to dine by the family head? Thanks to prior arrangements made by Qin Huanyue, Shen Nian was guided to the conference hall, where he left his vehicle in the care of the Qin family staff. Mr. Shen, you've arrived quite early. In the conference hall, as Shen Nian entered, two individuals were already present. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table was Qin Huanyue, and the young man to his left was his eldest son, Qin Feng. Haha, being invited by the head of the Qin family certainly warrants punctuality. I must apologize for the impromptu nature of my visit. I brought only a bottle of wine. I hope the Qin family head does not mind. The two had previously met at a wine gathering, and Shen Nian, not yet clear on the other's attitude, would not hastily sever ties. He believed in addressing issues rather than personal grievances, as long as Qin Huanyue had not offended him. It was only courteous to bring a small gift when visiting. The bottle of wine he presented was a reward from the system, a Han Emperor Maotai, similar to the one he had gifted to Li Chong, valued at approximately 10 million. Han Emperor Maotai. Is that truly Han Emperor Maotai? There are only 10 bottles in existence. At a glance, Qin Feng recognized the wine Shen Nian had brought. The distinctive packaging was unmistakable, easily identifiable to anyone who had seen it before. He had encountered it once at an auction in Hong Kong, hence his surprise. Oh, what is the significance of this wine? Qin Huanyue was not particularly fond of alcohol, generally preferring tea. At his level, who would dare insist he drink? He could be seen sipping congee at a banquet without anyone daring to comment, so it was understandable that he was unfamiliar with Han Emperor Maotai. Dad. Only 10 bottles were produced, and aside from one retained for preservation, the rest were auctioned off. It's not easy to acquire even with money. Although Qin Feng did not drink much, he had a penchant for collecting rare wines. His family's wine cellar boasted an impressive array of limited edition bottles, and now, seeing the Han Emperor Maotai presented by Shen Nian, he was utterly captivated. Haha, Mr. Shen, you are too kind. After hearing his son's introduction, Qin Huanyue gained a basic understanding of the wine. However, his demeanor remained unchanged. He merely smiled politely and offered a courteous remark. It's no trouble at all. The Qin family head must have summoned me for a specific purpose. With the pleasantries out of the way, Shen Nian cut to the chase. If they could reach an agreement, the meal could proceed. If not, the meal would lose its significance. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. My son was seriously injured yesterday and remains in a coma at the hospital. I wonder if Mr. Shen has anything to say regarding this. Since Shen Nian had broached the subject, Qin Huanyue followed suit, though his words implied that Shen Nian was the one who had inflicted the injury. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, present with his father, remained silent, waiting patiently in the background. Yes, I did strike him. So how do you intend to proceed? Everyone in the room understood the implications. Shen Nian boldly acknowledged his actions without pretense, even countering with a question. Even in this tense moment, he maintained an air of calm composure. Is Mr. Shen being a tad too arrogant? You must remember, this is the Qin family. Fenger, did I permit you to speak? Qin Feng had not intended to interject, but he could not bear to witness disrespect toward his father. Shen Nian's demeanor had undoubtedly crossed a line for him. Yet before he could finish his retort, Qin Wanyue interrupted. With his father speaking, Qin Feng had no choice but to swallow his irritation. No matter how dissatisfied he was, his father remained his father. Even in front of outsiders, he was the general manager of the Qin group, but at home, he was simply Qin Wanyue's son. I have investigated the incident. Indeed, Ming'er was at fault. He has learned his lesson, and I hope Mr. Shen will not hold a grudge against him moving forward. Let us downplay this matter. Initially, Qin Wanyue had intended to assert his authority over Shen Nian, but this morning he received a phone call from an unknown number that left him nearly breathless with fear. The call was from Yizhan. After Shen Nian had declined Yi Bingqi's request to accompany him to the Qin family, she contacted her father, recounting the events and requesting his intervention on Shen Nian's behalf. Upon learning that Shen Nian had saved his daughter, Yizhan readily agreed and called Qin Wanyue early that morning, launching into a tirade that left Wanyue speechless for half an hour. It wasn't that he couldn't respond, he simply dared not. If he had, Yizhan would have surely come knocking at his door. Qin Wanyue, already perplexed by Shen Nian, was further intimidated by the connection to Yizhan. How could he dare act recklessly? It was imperative to find a way to smooth over the situation. He had no desire to confront the madman Yizhan again. Chapter 77, The Formula. I have no objections. However, I wonder how the Qin family head son feels about this. Given his temperament, he is unlikely to agree, is he not? Although uncertain of Qin Wanyue's motives, Shen Nian preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Such disturbances were quite bothersome. Mr. Shen need not worry. My words carry weight, and Ming'er will listen. The time is nearly upon us. Shall we proceed to the dining hall? At this moment, Qin Wanyue simply wished to expedite Shen Nian's departure. As for Qin Ming's injury, it was not life-threatening. Consider it a lesson learned. They were not lacking in wealth. He would recover comfortably in the hospital. Following the Qin family head's lead, with mutual agreement reached, Shen Nian chose not to initiate further conflict. It appeared that dinner was indeed forthcoming. Although he remained puzzled as to why Qin Wanyue was treating him with such courtesy. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere was convivial, with Qin Wanyue unusually swapping his tea for wine, sharing several toasts with Shen Nian. To an outsider, one might assume they were longtime friends. In the study, after Shen Nian departed, Qin Wanyue and his son returned to their residence. Earlier, during the meeting in the council hall, Qin Feng had been eager to inquire about the day's unusual conduct, which was entirely uncharacteristic of his father. Father, who is Shen Nian? Why have you shown him such courtesy? Even if he is the chairman of Tianqing Group, this level of deference seems unwarranted. There must be something amiss. I cannot believe my father has suddenly changed his disposition. It is said that while one can alter their surroundings, their true nature remains unchanged. Thus, the enigma must lie with Shen Nian. You are not mistaken. Shen Nian does indeed lack any noteworthy background. It is not him that I find concerning, but rather the individual behind the woman accompanying him. Do you know whose daughter she is? Qin Wanyue, seated in his grandmaster chair, rubbed his temples in contemplation. Qin Feng was unaware that Yizhan had contacted his father earlier that morning. Had he known, it would have illuminated matters considerably. Who is she? Qin Feng queried, as he had been preoccupied with company affairs and only learned of Qin Ming's hospitalization through his assistant. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the situation, let alone any investigative pursuits. She is Yizhan's daughter. Your brother has a knack for courting trouble, and it seems he has provoked the wrong person. Do you understand why I was so courteous to Shen Nian? This morning, Yizhan called me, warning that if we dared to trouble Shen Nian, he would personally pay us a visit. Unlike others who were ignorant of Yizhan's true identity, Qin Wanyue was fully aware. The underworld and the upper echelons were merely facades for Yizhan. His real identity was that of the military god's right-hand man. Although he had stepped back from active duty, his bond with the military deity was forged through life and death experiences. If Yizhan wished to retaliate, no one could shield us from his wrath. Furthermore, it is paramount to note that the military deity also bears the surname Yi, possessing the ability to mobilize troops. How many lives would suffice to appease him? Thus, in this world, power and connections reign supreme. One cannot simply rise from nothing. What? This matter even caught Yizhan's attention? Now I understand. After absorbing his father's words, Qin Feng was left both astonished and speechless. Given that Yizhan had intervened, it seemed that Qin Ming's beating was in vain. and his brother had indeed drawn the short straw by provoking Yi Zhan's daughter. Unlike Qin Ming, who indulged in a life of debauchery, Qin Feng had spent years by Qin Wanyue's side, learning many hidden truths. At this moment, he finally grasped why his father had exhibited such extraordinary courtesy. There was little choice. Authority and power could be suffocating. Were there any viable alternatives? Qin Wanyue would not have resorted to this. Despite being publicly humiliated, he was forced to smile and acquiesce. Enough. I will issue instructions that no one within the Qin family is to offend either of them. Those who do will be cast out. If we cannot confront them, we shall evade them. After a long silence, Qin Wanyue rose slowly, uttering a single statement before retreating to his bedroom. He resolved to treat today's events as if they had never transpired. Having interacted with Shen Nian on 2 occasions, he understood that Shen Nian was not one to instigate trouble. As long as he did not provoke Shen Nian, peace would prevail. Indeed, at Shirley residence, upon leaving the Qin family, Shen Nian returned directly to his abode. However, upon his return, he discovered that Yi Bingxi was not at home, presumably off engaging in her own pursuits. At her age, he had little reason to worry, unless she fell into a well like last time. The odds of anything untoward happening were slim. System, initiate a 10-fold sign-in. Relishing the tranquility, he recalled that he had yet to fulfill his nutritional goals for the day. With this thought, he collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes as he awaited the system's response. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for a basic enhancement agent, which can permanently triple physical attributes. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery in swordsmanship. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a replication card, which allows for the replication of one skill from another, after which it is destroyed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Yuantian Biotechnology Company Limited. Goodness. Shen Nian sprang from the sofa in a sudden burst of energy, and with a thought, a USB drive appeared in his hand, containing the formula for the basic enhancement agent he had just received. When it came to physical enhancement, Shen Nian was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak. Having personally experienced it, his own attributes had been elevated to their maximum potential by the system. The formula in his possession, if developed, could triple physical attributes permanently. And if widely disseminated, it would elevate the physical capabilities of the entire Chinese populace. To be prudent, Shen Nian merely copied the formula onto his computer, storing the USB drive back in the system space, where it would remain safest. However, he was a novice in the field of biotechnology. Upon opening the file, he found himself utterly bewildered. Never mind. The system has conveniently rewarded me with a biotechnology company. I shall pay them a visit tomorrow. If they cannot handle it, I will recruit some personnel myself. Surely no one could resist the allure of being recorded in history. This statement held truth. If someone could successfully develop the agent, it would indeed be a boon for the citizens of China, and being chronicled in history was inevitable. As for profit, Shen Nian remained indifferent. In matters of significant moral weight, he could distinguish right from wrong. Such endeavors to benefit the nation were worthy of pursuit, regardless of financial gain. For he was a descendant of the dragon. Chapter 78, Tianqing Biotechnology. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Shen Nian drove directly to Yuantian Biotechnology Company, Limited. However, upon witnessing the company's modest scale, he abandoned the idea of having them conduct the research and instead turned towards Tianqing Group. Uncertain of what the system was thinking, Shen Nian noted that Yuantian Biotechnology, including its management, consisted of fewer than 20 individuals, most of whom were young, evidently fresh graduates or those with just 2.5 years of experience. Previously, he had doubted the randomness of the system's rewards. Now he was convinced that recruiting his own team would be far more reliable. As he drove, Shen Nian couldn't help but grumble about the system. Perhaps in the beginning, when he had nothing, the system provided him with only the finest rewards, but now that he had acquired much, it seemed the system had begun to act capriciously. At Tianqing Group, in the general manager's office, Shen Nian no longer visited his own office. Instead, he headed straight for Li Qinghan's office without so much as a greeting. After all, they were essentially family, and it mattered little where he went. In fact, with her, he could engage in more exhilarating activities. What brings you here? In the entire company, only Shen Nian dared to enter Li Qinghan's office unannounced, so she didn't even need to look up to know who it was. Yet, given Shen Nian's penchant for early visits, she sensed he had something on his mind. Of course, I came to see if you were diligently working. Good job, no slacking off. I'll make sure to reward you tonight. The two had not seen each other in several days, and as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Both were novices in their own right, and it was essential to practice and explore new avenues. Keep your voice down. Who said anything about a reward? How shameless can you be, saying such things in broad daylight, while it was acceptable at home? Discussing such matters in the office during the day was another story. Li Qinghan's face flushed crimson at the thought, although she relished every moment. She was still a girl and naturally shy. What are you talking about? I merely mentioned treating you to a sumptuous dinner tonight. Where did your mind wander off to? TSK, who knew you had such a dirty mind? Shen Nian deliberately spoke in such ambiguous and equivocal terms to provoke Li Qinghan. After all, life is all about a touch of intrigue. Isn't it quite delightful to see a beautiful woman blush? Humph, you better be. Upon realizing she had been teased, Li Qinghan rolled her eyes dramatically. This fellow never seems to take anything seriously. She resolved to find an opportunity to give him a good scolding that evening. Well, enough of the banter. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Having concluded the jest, Shen Nian pulled out a chair and sat across from Li Qinghan. Transitioning into the day's agenda. What is it? Although they were playful, when it came to serious business, Li Qinghan was all seriousness. Especially since she was the one managing the group, while Shen Nian merely held a nominal title, lacking even the clarity on company affairs that she possessed. I recently acquired a formula that, if successful, will benefit the entire nation. Therefore, we need to establish a biotechnology company, and let us name it Tianqing Biotech, shortly. I will deposit 50 billion into the Group S account as the startup capital. We must expedite the registration of the company, and then we can focus on recruiting personnel. As for personnel, we only need talent. Money is not an issue. We should prioritize those with genuine expertise, especially renowned experts, as I believe they will not turn us down. Shen Nian poured out his thoughts in a single breath. Although Yuantian Biotech was an existing company, he held it in disdain and preferred to start afresh, believing the sense of accomplishment would be far greater. What kind of miraculous formula is this? And where do you have such vast sums of money? The focus of women is indeed different. Although Li Qinghan was aware of Shen Nian's numerous ventures, she couldn't help but question the enormity of a 50 billion investment. In truth, Shen Nian had mentioned that figure because he feared she might be overwhelmed. He originally intended to allocate 100 billion as startup capital. When he first acquired the system, such an amount would have seemed astronomical, but as time passed, his financial resources had burgeoned to trillions, not to mention the income from his other ventures. To him now, 50 billion was merely a trivial number, inconsequential, as life would remain unchanged regardless of its presence or absence. This is a potion capable of enhancing physical attributes, if developed successfully. It could triple a person's physical capabilities without any side effects. The system only provided the formula, and whether it could be realized depended on the abilities of those in the biological field. Shen Nian wished he could undertake it himself, but alas, he lacked the requisite skills in biology. Triple. That is a staggering amount. Is it reliable, Shen Nian? You're not being duped, are you? Being an outsider often brings clarity, and Li Qinghan feared Shen Nian might have fallen victim to deception. Otherwise, why had she never heard of anyone developing such a potion? Rest assured, it's completely reliable. I have everything under control. Just follow my lead. If the System's offerings were not trustworthy, then who in this world could be deemed dependable? At least for now, Shen Nian unconditionally trusted the system. Without it, he would not be who he was today. All right. As long as you're confident, I shall get to work today. Tianqing Group owned numerous assets and venues, so Shen Nian need not worry. Li Qinghan was more than capable of arranging matters. Her earlier concerns were merely a reflection of her diligence, for money does not grow on trees. Thank you for your hard work. I shall reward you handsomely tonight. With the serious matters addressed, Shen Nian reverted to his frivolous demeanor, though this time he indeed referred to matters of intimacy, leaving the interpretation to Li Qinghan, the party involved. Humph, you old lecher. I'll get back to my tasks. You amuse yourself. With a playful retort, Li Qinghan rose and exited the office. Since Shen Nian intended to start a company, she needed to select an appropriate location, which required a meeting to discuss and arrange certain matters. As the saying goes, those who cannot lead a team are doomed to toil endlessly. As the Group's general manager, it was unreasonable for Li Qinghan to handle every detail personally. Some minor tasks could be delegated to subordinates, while she focused on oversight. How delightful it is to be a hands-off manager. With her parents' anniversary approaching, once she finished her current responsibilities, she planned to return home to pay her respects. Yes, she would bring Qinghan along as well. After all, one must introduce their future daughter-in-law to their parents. Chapter 79. I am your father. If Shen Nian had any regrets, the passing of his parents would undoubtedly top the list. He possessed everything now, yet he lacked family. That once warm, three-member household, though not affluent, was filled with love. It had been a while since he left Jingguang. Once his affairs here were settled, he intended to take Li Qinghan back with him to light incense for his parents, to let them know he was doing well. At the VIP ward of the First People's Hospital in the Magic City after several days of unconsciousness, Qin Ming finally began to slowly open his eyes. However, while awake, the pain from his injuries persisted. After all, Shen Nian had broken his ribs, and injuries to bones and muscles take time to heal. Ouch! Just as Qin Ming attempted to sit up, he inadvertently strained his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony, gasping for breath before recovering. You wretched fool! I will make you pay. The pain in his ribs banished any lingering sleepiness, and his first thought was revenge. Although he did not know Shen Nian's name, with the influence of his family, finding someone should not pose a challenge. Then you might be out of luck. Just as those words fell, Qin Feng pushed open the ward's door. He had been preoccupied for the past few days, but today he found time to visit, coincidentally overhearing his brother's earlier remarks. Brother? What brings you here? What do you mean, no hope? Have you already avenged me? I knew you cared for me. Ha ha ha. Upon recognizing his brother, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, then mistakenly interpreted Qin Feng's meaning, believing that his brother had dealt with the culprit out of concern for him. Not at all. This fellow is quite formidable. Even our father is reluctant to offend him lightly. Moreover, yesterday father reconciled with him, so your beating was in vain. As for revenge, you should abandon that notion. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Right now, you've merely broken a few ribs. If you provoke him further, you might endanger your life. Take my advice, it's best to let this go. Walking by the river, one is bound to get wet. Consider this a stroke of bad luck. Being an older brother, Qin Feng understood all too well what his younger brother was thinking. Yet recalling their father's words in the study yesterday, he felt compelled to counsel Qin Ming against pursuing a reckless path. What? Are you both mistaken? If this person is truly of such high standing, why have I never encountered him in the Magic City? You must be wrong. Qin Ming, who had always been unwilling to accept defeat, would not easily concede. He was familiar with the wealthy second-generation elites of the Magic City, yet had never encountered Shen Nian. To simply give up was not in his nature. His name is Shen Nian. He is the chairman of Tianqing Group, a first-generation wealthy individual. It is entirely normal that you do not know him. Moreover, he has connections that you cannot fathom. I am not here to negotiate with you concerning this matter. Father has already reached an agreement with Shen Nian to let it go and not pursue it further. If you persist in your obstinacy when trouble arises, even your father may not be able to protect you. Having said that, you ought to act wisely. Surely you cannot live your life in such a manner. Although Qin Feng was initially quite displeased, once he learned of the connection between Shen Nian and Yi Zhan, his irritation dissipated entirely. He would not engage in a venture with a foregone conclusion. Offending Yi Zhan would lead to dire consequences. After speaking, he departed, for with Qin Ming now awake, there was no cause for concern. He had said all he needed to say, and the rest was for Qin Ming to process on his own. How could this be resolved so easily? Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, Qin Ming found himself momentarily at a loss. He knew that Qin Feng would not deceive him, indicating that Shen Nian was indeed someone beyond his reach, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Sigh, perhaps it would be best to focus on healing first. That blow was truly severe. After a brief internal struggle, Qin Ming resigned himself to the situation, deciding to postpone his quest for vengeance. Once he had recuperated, he would reassess the possibilities. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. He would remember that kick for a lifetime. At the airport in Modu, a tall, dark-skinned man with a rugged visage, exuding an air of authority even in silence, donned in a black tang suit, emerged while dragging a suitcase. Glancing at his watch, he hailed a taxi to depart the airport, his destination being Shirley-Ju. Shortly after Shen Nian's departure, Yi Bingqi returned. Having established this place as her own stronghold, coming and going as she pleased, especially since Shen Nian had granted her the door code. Moreover, to silence Shen Nian, she transferred 50 million to the account opposite hers. Consider it rent, with the funds naturally sourced from Qin Ming's account, which would likely cause him to spit blood upon discovering it. Ding dong. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Yi Bingqi was about to answer when she suddenly reconsidered. Didn't Shen Nian know the code? Why ring the bell? Thus, she directed her gaze to the peephole, only to be met by an unsettling eye. What the hell? Who are you? Trying to scare someone in broad daylight? Yi Bingqi was evidently startled by the eyeball, stepping back and venting her frustration at the door, cursing loudly enough that even the bills nearby seemed to shake their heads in disapproval before retreating to the room. Open the door. I am your father. The man from the airport was indeed Yi Zhan. After much contemplation, he had decided to personally check on his daughter, for who in Donghai did not know he was a devoted father. Are you taking advantage of me? I am your grandfather. Perhaps in a fit of anger, combined with the distortion of sound through the door, Yi Bingqi did not immediately recognize her father's voice. Primarily, she had not anticipated her father's sudden arrival, thinking the presence at the door was that of a lunatic. Ding! Just as she was immersed in her tirade, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Yi Bingqi pulled it out to find a video from Yi Zhan, with the backdrop being Shen Nian's doorstep. Oh my goodness, it truly is my father. After viewing the video, Yi Bingqi was taken aback, realizing that the figure at the door was indeed her father. She promptly stepped forward to open the villa's grand entrance, revealing the proud visage of Yi Zhan. See, I told you I was your father. You think you can outsmart me? Huh. Chapter 80. I have an idea. How did you find this place? Yi Bingqi recalled that she had not disclosed her whereabouts. This villa was not hers, and bringing someone uninvited was exceedingly impolite. If Shen Nian were displeased, she could be summarily ejected. Isn't it because I was worried about you? You come to Modu without even informing me. Is Donghai not enough for you to stir trouble? Yi Zhan showed no signs of formality, casually placing his suitcase in the corner while reclining comfortably on the sofa, even crossing his legs. That was an accident. Who knew someone would steal the manhole cover here? I was distracted by my phone and didn't pay attention, which is why I fell in. Naturally, she wished to avoid bringing up such an embarrassing incident, grateful that not many had witnessed it. Otherwise, she might have fled the scene in shame. Where's that kid? Shun. What was it, Shen Nian? Is that his name? Yi Zhan had been in the house for a while, and apart from a dog, he had not seen anyone else, prompting his inquiry. I don't know. When I returned, I didn't see anyone else. He must have gone out for something. Dad, why are you looking for Shen Nian? She gazed at her father in confusion, recalling that the two were not acquainted. Had she not called for help, Yi Zhan would have remained unaware of his existence. He saved my daughter. It's one thing for me not to know, but now that I do, I must express my gratitude. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. People like Yi Zhan value such debts more than most. Additionally, if memory serves, this was the first time Yi Bingqi sought assistance from someone outside, undoubtedly piquing his interest to discover the nature of this Shen Nian. I actually ran into that dimwit from the Qin family while dining with Shen Nian. I suppose that counts as a thank you? Shen Nian had repeatedly insisted that no formalities were necessary, and Yi Bingqi, being her usual carefree self, had not broached the subject again. Reflecting on it now, she realized it might have been a touch impolite. No matter, when he returns, I'll have a word with him. There's not much going on at home lately, and it's a rare opportunity for me to be out. I plan to relax in Modu for a couple of days. Though I've settled in Donghai, I have many good friends here, and this is a perfect chance to catch up. Suit yourself. But if you plan to stay here, you must speak to Shen Nian, as I've paid for this place. Don't think you can freeload. With that, she left Yi Zhan alone in the living room and turned to her room to join the cache. Once more, Yi Bingqi had always preferred cats, but these past few days had revealed that dogs were quite agreeable too. Nightfall. After escorting Li Qinghan home, Shen Nian returned to Shirley Ju alone. He had initially intended to reward her, but forgot that Li Chong had moved in, rendering the situation rather awkward, and he ended up returning home in defeat after dinner. Click. After pressing his fingerprint against the scanner, the door opened with a click, and upon entering, Shen Nian spotted a suitcase nearby. As his gaze shifted, he saw Yi Zhan lounging on the sofa. Who are you? He had no habit of prying into others' backgrounds, so he had not gathered any information about Yi Zhan while perusing Yi Bingqi's details. Thus, upon encountering this unfamiliar figure in his home, Shen Nian wore a perplexed expression. You must be Shen Nian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Zhan, Yi Bingqi's father. As Shen Nian assessed Yi Zhan, the latter scrutinized him in return. A seasoned observer, Yi Zhan sensed from the very first glance that this young man was no ordinary individual. He emanated a potent aura of authority. Oh, you are Uncle Yi. Greetings. Please, have a seat. I will brew you some tea. Since he was Yi Bingqi's father, addressing him as Uncle Yi seemed entirely appropriate. It was basic courtesy to offer tea to a guest, even though Shen Nian was uncertain of the purpose of his visit. You know, when I have free time, I do enjoy a good cup of tea. In his youth, Yi Zhan abstained from tea, opting instead for alcohol. However, as he matured, the allure of wine gradually faded, leading him to embrace tea, which he could savor with great appreciation. By the way, has the Qin family caused you any trouble? Yi Zhan had dealt with Qin Wanyue on numerous occasions and was well aware of his character. He had previously placed a call to warn the latter that, provided he remained sensible, there should be no foolish antics. So it was Uncle Yi who intervened. That explains why Qin Wanyue suddenly became so courteous. There was no trouble at all. In fact, he even took the initiative to reconcile. For the past few days, Shen Nian had been pondering this issue, and only at this moment did he realize that it was indeed the other party who had stepped in. Otherwise, given Qin Wanyue's typical behavior, such politeness would be utterly inconceivable. He has shown some sense. Otherwise, I would have certainly visited the Qin family, since both parties have reconciled. Yi Zhan chose not to delve further into the matter. After all, Shen Nian was the one directly involved. Does Uncle Yi have any business in Modu? After handing over the brood to Hong Pao, Shen Nian discreetly picked up a nearby tablet, multitasking as he spoke. Well, there's nothing pressing. just a desire to relax and catch up with old friends. However, I may impose on you for a couple of days. I hope that is convenient." Recalling his daughter's words, Yizhan earnestly sought Shen Nian's opinion. Should Shen Nian disagree, he would need to hastily book a hotel room. "Oh, what are you saying? Uncle Yi? Here, I have more than enough rooms. You're welcome to stay. After all, Yizhan has lent me a hand, so I wouldn't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. Not to mention, I could easily accommodate him for a couple of months if need be." Besides, during their brief conversation, Shen Nian had already gleaned the information he sought. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Uncle Yi, I have an idea. I wonder if you might be interested?" Upon learning of Yizhan's true identity, Shen Nian suddenly recalled his basic enhancer. If this were to be supplied to the military, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities significantly, wouldn't it? "What idea? Please elaborate." Yizhan found Shen Nian quite to his liking. It was rare to encounter a young person unafraid of him, and he genuinely felt a spark of interest in Shen Nian's proposition. "I know Uncle Yi has a military background. I possess a formula that, if successfully developed, could enhance an individual's physical capabilities threefold, and this effect would be permanent. If it could be mass-produced for the military, one can only imagine the results." Chapter 81, Collaboration? As soon as these words left Shen Nian's lips, Yizhan leapt to his feet from the sofa, wide-eyed and staring intently at Shen Nian. His shock was not merely at the efficacy of the serum, but at Shen Nian's knowledge of his background. His file was classified at the highest level, accessible only to a select few. Even his biological daughter, Yi Bingqi, was unaware of this matter. Moreover, Yizhan was certain that this was their first encounter. And in an instant, his wariness towards Shen Nian escalated to the highest degree, leading him to suspect that the latter might be deliberately approaching him under false pretenses. "How did you come to know this?" Unable to comprehend, he opted for direct inquiry. Yet, as he posed the question, he remained poised to act at a moment's notice. The distance between them barely 2 meters, an easily surmountable gap. "Of course, I uncovered it through investigation. Uncle Yi, there's no need for concern. I am not a villain." Shen Nian turned the tablet towards Yizhan, revealing his personal dossier displayed on the screen. "Did you think I was merely boasting about being a top-tier hacker? Unless another hacker of equal skill intervenes in real time, there is no way to guard against my intrusions. If I desire it, there is nothing I cannot breach." "How is this possible? How could you access my file?" Yizhan's astonishment only intensified as he saw the information on the tablet. He had witnessed Shen Nian holding the device, meaning that the latter had managed to uncover his secrets in such a short time. What happened to the supposed encryption? Why did it provide no protection whatsoever? This is utterly ridiculous. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I won't speak indiscriminately. I merely indulged a fleeting curiosity, and there was no ulterior motive. Let us return to our previous topic. Shen Nian was no fool. If Yizhan were of no significance, how could he command such respect from the local power broker, Qin Wanyue? With that, he proceeded to erase all the data he had retrieved in front of Yizhan, demonstrating his sincerity. "Are you serious? How can you prove that this serum possesses the properties you claim?" For reasons unknown, seeing Shen Nian's composed demeanor instilled a modicum of belief in Yizhan, who recognized that the latter sought to establish a connection with the military through him. Nevertheless, this matter was of great import. Without absolute certainty and sufficient persuasive power, he would not take such a risk. After all, military strength is the foundation of a powerful nation, and there is no room for error. "Well, I currently lack that. But I do possess a complete formula. If Uncle Yi could assist in contacting some big names in biotechnology, we could develop it without much delay. Every serum undergoes extensive testing before its release. Yet Shen Nian's formula was provided by the system and is already quite comprehensive. The researchers merely need to follow the instructions to produce it. The Tianqing Biotech project is already underway. However, gathering a substantial number of experts and talents in a short time is a daunting task. With Yizhan's involvement, the efficiency would be dramatically increased. This was Shen Nian's objective. "Are you suggesting I help you contact these individuals? Why should I assist you? You have yet to convince me." Yizhan's brows furrowed slightly. He indeed knew numerous experts and professors in biotechnology, and if necessary, he could explain the situation to Yi Junshin. However, Shen Nian's words did not inspire him to entertain such thoughts. "Not at all. This is not merely assisting me, but aiding our nation. My original plan was to promote this broadly, but upon reflection, it would be better to first deploy it within the military. Uncle Yi should understand that I am a businessman. A businessman knows that no profit comes without effort. Yet, to earn money securely, one must have a formidable backing. Having served in the military, Uncle Yi should grasp the implications of a threefold enhancement in physical capabilities. As a member of Huaxia, do you not wish to see our nation grow stronger? I believe we can collaborate. I will provide the serum's formula, along with the necessary equipment and funding for its development. All I require from Uncle Yi is manpower. Once the serum is released, This achievement will undoubtedly be recorded in history. Are you truly not considering it? Shen Nian articulated a multitude of points. Yet the crux remained singular, to enlist Yi Zhan's cooperation. With his considerable influence, as the adage goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be struck by the wind, and Yi Zhan's formidable background would deter any overt opposition. As for Shen Nian, he was unconcerned. With the resources from the system space, he was nearly invulnerable. His primary fear lay in encountering those who might target those close to him. Collaboration? How many people do you need? Yi Zhan was momentarily taken aback by Shen Nian's words. It was indeed persuasive. Life is but a fleeting century. And who among us does not yearn to leave behind a legacy of remarkable achievements? If this miraculous potion is as extraordinary as Shen Nian asserts, then, as a collaborator, his name would undoubtedly grace the annals of history, a temptation not unlike a separate page in the family genealogy. Naturally, the more, the better, if possible. I suggest that Uncle Yi contact the higher-ups to establish a dedicated base, for we cannot ascertain whether there are ill-intentioned individuals among the masses. Should such technology fall into the hands of a rival nation, it could become a weapon against us. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can initially provide half of the formula for their verification. Suddenly, Shen Nian pondered a pressing concern. What if there were spies from other nations among these experts? That would spell disaster. However, with a dedicated base, this issue would be mitigated. Moreover, this formula is a reward from the system, even if he shares half of it. Others would not be able to deduce the remaining portion independently, as it is not a product of this era, and thus not so easily comprehended. Mishandling it could indeed lead to fatal consequences. A dedicated base. I cannot make that decision. Here's what we shall do. Since you've offered to share half of the formula, let us visit the capital together tomorrow. You made a valid point. There may be nefarious individuals among the crowd, so it's best to leave such matters to the military. I will introduce you to General Yi. If you can persuade him, we may succeed. Yi Zhan, having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, could discern the truth from falsehood with merely a glance. Though this was but a preliminary meeting, he chose to trust Shen Nian and resolved to accompany him on this venture. Chapter 82, Journey to the Capital. All right, it's settled then. There are plenty of rooms here. Uncle Yi can choose any he likes. It's getting late, so let us rest early. With their agreement reached, Shen Nian refrained from saying more. All would be revealed once they arrived in the capital the next day. In truth, he could have avoided such lengthy discussions. Let us not forget that Shen Nian's system still contained several loyalty cards. As long as he inscribed Yi Zhan's name, it would be easily manipulated. However, he refrained from doing so, partly because Yi Zhan had assisted him, and it was a matter of human decency, and partly because Shen Nian did not feel compelled to recruit him. If Yi Zhan were adamant, Shen Nian might well abandon the idea altogether. At worst, he could establish a base of his own and thoroughly investigate the connections of every individual entering, ensuring that none were spies. Yet, this would consume a great deal of time and hinder the development of the potion. Shen Nian's physical prowess was already at its zenith, but those around him remained in their initial states. His desire for rapid development stemmed from the wish to enhance the capabilities of those close to him. The higher their physical attributes, the stronger their recovery abilities, thus minimizing the risk of dire consequences in case of unforeseen incidents. As for Li Qinghan and Li Chong, he had secretly bestowed upon each a death substitution talisman, which would automatically activate to shield them from a fatal blow should their lives be endangered. All right, I'll take the first floor. I can't be bothered to climb. Strangely, it seemed that everyone harbored an inexplicable aversion to ascending stairs, unless absolutely necessary. No one appeared inclined to do so. Yi Zhan had initially planned to stay for only a few days, but since they were heading to the capital the next day, he thought it best not to be choosy. Any room would suffice, as long as it wasn't the sofa. A night of silence passed. The next morning, what? You're going to the capital? Can I come along? When Shen Nian returned the previous day, Yi Bingqi had already fallen into a deep slumber and thus missed their conversation. Now, upon learning of their impending journey to the capital, she sprang up from her dining chair. Her zest for life meant that any opportunity for enjoyment was welcome. It had been years since she last visited the capital, and this was the perfect chance to relive the experience. We're going on business, not for leisure. What purpose would you serve in coming along? Yi Bingqi was unaware of her father's true identity. Since Yi Zhan had chosen not to divulge it, he must have had his reasons, and Shen Nian would not meddle by revealing it. Thus, as a co-founder, without a second thought, he refused Yi Bingqi's request, causing Yi Zhan to breathe a sigh of relief. As a devoted father, he found it difficult to deny Yi Bingqi anything. Better that Shen Nian take on the role of the villain, especially since their relationship was not particularly close. You just met yesterday. What could you accomplish? My dad's enterprises are in Donghai. What relevance do they have to your trip to the capital? You simply don't want to take me along for the fun. How despicable. Initially, Yi Bingqi felt there was some merit to their reasoning, but upon closer analysis, she found a loophole, thus solidifying her determination. Well, if you must go, you can. However, you'll need to comply with our arrangements. We'll take you out to play once we finish our business. How about that? Having spent a few days together, Shen Nian understood that Yi Bingqi possessed a rebellious spirit. The more one tried to prevent her from going, the more she would desire to do so, and she would likely sneak off to buy a ticket to the capital regardless. Rather than let this occur, it was better to lay down some ground rules in advance. After all, their purpose was merely to meet General Yi. And even if they could only spare half a day, it was sufficient to accomplish what was needed. All right, that works for me. Lying is a small dog's trick. Observing the exchange between the two, Yi Zhan felt a sense of unease. Something was amiss. It seemed his little girl was showing signs of rebellion. In the past, whenever he discussed matters with his daughter, she never listened. Even if she did, it would go in one ear and out the other. How had she suddenly become so agreeable after just a few days in Shanghai? All right, prepare yourselves. I'll step out for a bit. Then we'll meet at the airport. There are still plenty of cars in the garage. Take whichever you like. Uncertain of how many days they would spend in the capital, Yi Zhan felt a twinge of loneliness at the prospect of the vast villa being empty save for the cash and a dog. Thus, he decided to send the dog to Li Qinghan's home for a few days. Coincidentally, Li Chang had plenty of free time and could help take care of the dog. While hiring a caretaker was an option, recent videos of animal abuse he had come across made him prefer leaving the dog in the care of someone he trusted. All right, you go ahead. In the capital, airport. At noon, the trio arrived punctually in the capital. If memory served, this was Shen Nian's first visit. He had initially planned to come after graduating from university with his parents, but alas, they were now worlds apart. Uncle Yi and I will handle some matters first. I've already booked a hotel. If you're unsure what to do, you can wait for us in the presidential suite at the Pangachishing Hotel. Since Shen Nian did not yet own property here, he had reserved a presidential suite for a month in advance, costing 30 million. With wealth at his disposal, he prioritized enjoying life. All right, you go ahead. I'll entertain myself for a bit. If I get tired, I'll head to the hotel on my own. Yi Bingqi was no stranger to the capital. She was quite familiar with the place. It felt peculiar to her that Shen Nian, only a few years her senior, addressed her as if she were a child. Be safe. Dad has some business to attend to and will be back soon. If you need anything, remember to call me. Before departing, Yi Zhan made sure to impart his concerns. She was his only precious daughter, and he could not afford any mishaps. After a moment, Qilong Water Villa. Under the leadership of Yi Zhan, the two finally arrived at the entrance of a serene and tranquil courtyard. Unlike other places, this one was teeming with patrolling personnel, each fully armed and bristling with weaponry. Deputy Officer Yi. Upon recognizing the visitors, the guard at the entrance executed a perfectly standard military salute, his eyes filled with admiration. Although Yi Zhan had stepped down, he was still deserving of their respect. Indeed, I am here to seek General Yi. I had informed you prior to my arrival. Yi Zhan stated. Only Yi Zhan, being an old subordinate of General Yi, would have the privilege to meet him. Had it been anyone else, their chances of entry would have been uncertain. The general was a figure of immense responsibility, hardly someone who had time to spare for just anyone. The commander has already given instructions. You may proceed indirectly. Deputy Officer Yi. Throughout this exchange, Shen Nian remained silent, instead surveying the building with keen interest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to sign in here, what rewards might he receive? Chapter 83, General Yi. System. Let us give it a try with a 10-time sign-in. Without hesitation, he set forth, after numerous sign-in experiments. Shen Nian had discerned a pattern. The rewards he received were closely linked to his location at the time of signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received 500 million in funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained an M4A1 assault rifle with unlimited ammunition. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired mind-reading abilities, once per day, each use lasting half an hour, refreshing automatically at midnight. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has achieved maximum parachuting skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has gained ownership of the Prince Gong Mansion. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a passive reflection ability, which can reflect any attack directed at the host by 100. Shen Nian? Shen Nian, keep up. Wei Yi arrived at the entrance. Why are you dawdling? Yi Zhan assumed Shen Nian was following closely, engaging in conversation, but upon glancing back, he discovered Shen Nian still standing at the entrance, lost in thought. Coming. My apologies. I haven't seen such an impressive building in ages and lingered a moment longer. Regaining his focus, Shen Nian hastened to join Yi Zhan, a grin on his face. Yet, his reverie was not prompted merely by the architecture. The rewards from the system were astonishingly generous. Not only had he received top-tier skills and equipment, but the acquisition of the Prince Gong Mansion, a true royal estate, was beyond his wildest dreams. This mansion was a celebrated landmark in the capital. It must be noted that while the Prince Gong Mansion is open for visits, it requires visitors to vacate at closing time. Being state property that cannot be purchased regardless of wealth. Thanks to the system, it appears we may soon be able to refer to ourselves as Lords of Beijing. With ownership of the Prince Gong Mansion, it's likely that no one else in the capital possesses a residence as grand as Shen Nian's. Not to mention its unparalleled prestige throughout all of Huaxia. This was the residence of General Yi, and it was indeed magnificent. The courtyard had once been a traditional residence, later selected by the general for renovation, preserving much of its original charm. Was this intentional or merely coincidental? What? Ahem, it's nothing. Nothing of importance in the back courtyard. At the farthest end, Yi Zhan guided Shen Nian through a series of turns until they finally arrived at their destination, where General Yi awaited them in the room before them. Deputy Officer Yi, a routine procedure. Please hold for a moment. Although General Yi had previously issued instructions, the guards were still required to conduct a search of the two, ensuring no dangerous items were brought inside. All right, Yi Zhan, being familiar with the customs of this place, complied without any dissatisfaction, cooperating fully with the guard's duties. Shen Nian raised an eyebrow, although nothing was found on him. He wondered if the guards would feign in shock if they knew he could instantly produce a handgun and an assault rifle with unlimited ammunition. All right, you may proceed. The guard then stepped aside, allowing Yi Zhan and Shen Nian to enter without further hindrance. Creak, Yi Zhan nodded slightly and stepped forward, pushing open the wooden door of the room, followed closely by Shen Nian. The room, though modest in size, exuded an air of ancient elegance. The decor was distinctly Chinese in style, with only a few essential furnishings and some potted greenery adorning the space. After entering, Shen Nian began to survey his surroundings, ultimately drawn to a figure seated at the tea table. The individual wore a flowing black robe, had long hair, cascading over his shoulders, and concealed half of his face with a mask that obscured the lower half, leaving only his eyes visible. You have arrived, old John. It has been quite a few years since we last met. How have you been? The man chuckled. And this must be the Shen Nian you mentioned, young Master Shen. Am I correct? Indeed, this individual was none other than General Yi, the figure they had sought. While General was merely a title, his true name had long been forgotten. All that remained was his surname, Yi. Yi Zhan had known the general for some time. Despite the years that had passed, the general still radiated an impressive aura. After leaving the capital, Yi Zhan had not seen General Yi again, and this reunion stirred a myriad of emotions. Reminiscent of the days when they had charged into battle together, Shen Nian had never encountered a figure of such stature before. Had it not been for Yi Zhan's introduction, he would not have even imagined having the opportunity to meet such a personage. To be referred to as general signifies immense contributions to the nation. While there may be numerous generals, there is only ever one General Yi at a time, wielding supreme military authority capable of mobilizing the entire national army. Some might question the wisdom of granting such power, fearing insurrection or self-proclamation of kingship. Such perspectives, however, are narrow-minded. Throughout history, those bestowed with such titles have invariably been individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for their country. Indeed, since taking on the mantle of general, Yi had never disappointed. Every enemy offensive or covert attack had been swiftly crushed. Respect lies only at the edge of the sword. Truth resides solely within the range of cannon fire. This was a principle that General Yi held dear. Recognizing that the law of nature is one of survival of the fittest, no one can escape this truth. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality. There are no others present. Let us discuss the matter of the enhancement agent you mentioned. After the pleasantries were exchanged, General Yi wasted no time and delved straight into the topic at hand. Previously, Yi Zhan had only provided a vague outline, leaving the general somewhat in the dark. Actually, I am not entirely certain either. I believe it is best if Shen Nian elaborates, as this concept originated with him. Shen Nian, please introduce it to the general. Without having seen the physical product, Yi Zhan felt uncertain, so he passed the responsibility to Shen Nian. Given his rapport with the general, he assumed that even if the matter did not come to fruition, they would not face undue hardship, considering Shen Nian was still a junior. General, please take a look. This is the formula I have compiled. You may consult an expert to examine it. Should we successfully develop this agent for deployment in the army, our military strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Shen Nian presented the half-completed formula he had transcribed to General Yi. He was a principled individual. If he had promised to share half, then half it would be, unwavering even in the face of the highest authorities. Why is there only half? Even if Yi Junshin is not an expert, he can discern that this formula should have a subsequent part, a fact that Yi Zhan previously neglected to mention, leading to his momentary surprise. Half is sufficient. This signifies my sincerity. I have stated before that I can cover the costs of the research and provide the formula. All the military god needs to do is supply the personnel. If he doubts my intentions, then let him disregard my words. Chapter 84, Conditions. Since this is a collaboration, it would be unreasonable for one party to reap all the benefits, would it not? Offering half of the formula is already Shen Nian's utmost sincerity. If that is still insufficient, then I shall undertake the endeavor myself, even if it proves somewhat troublesome. System. Activate the mind-reading technique. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He had only ever witnessed such skills in novels and films, although the cooldown period is rather lengthy. A duration of half an hour is commendable. Buzz. Upon issuing the command, Shen Nian distinctly felt a transformation in his eyes, as if an unseen force had enveloped them, akin to the application of a buff. He reached for the teacup on the table, using the act of drinking water to direct his gaze towards Yi Zhan, intending to test the efficacy of this mind-reading ability. How dull. Should I concoct an excuse to step out for a moment? If memory serves, there are a few ancient figures in the imperial capital. Perhaps I should take the opportunity to meet them? What shall I eat later? The military god hasn't seen me in quite some time. He might very well invite me to dine. His chef is of national banquet caliber, absolutely delectable. I wonder if Shen Nian's endeavor will succeed. With age, my body is not what it once was. If I could enhance my abilities threefold, I would once again soar to great heights. In mere moments, a series of electronic prompts appeared over Yi Zhan's head. Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, Shen Nian gleaned every thought that crossed his mind, fortunate that none were of a lewd nature. It seems this mind-reading technique is rather formidable. Thus, let us observe how the military god intends to proceed. Shen Nian then shifted his focus to Yi Junshin, as they were already seated opposite one another, making this action quite appropriate. This Shen Nian, though young, possesses a commanding presence. Even in my presence, he remains composed. By this measure alone, he surpasses many other youths I have encountered. I have never heard of such a potion. How did this lad acquire it? However, if it truly can enhance one's attributes threefold, it would be a boon for our military. Perhaps I ought to agree to his proposal to secure his confidence. Then conduct a thorough investigation into Shen Nian's background. Should he prove to be of reputable lineage, we can act accordingly. As Shen Nian observed the incessant flow of digital displays above Yi Junshin's head, he felt a wave of frustration. Despite articulating his points, the military god remained skeptical, fearing he might be a spy. What kind of spy would be so brazen? Rather than lurking in the shadows, they would boldly flaunt themselves. Such behavior is utterly nonsensical. Coughs military god, may I inquire how you are deliberating? If you suspect I am a spy from an opposing nation, you are welcome to dispatch someone to investigate me. However, I doubt any spy would be audacious enough to confront you directly. Having discerned the other party's apprehensions, Shen Nian no longer hesitated. He initiated a direct approach, discussing topics that resonated with Yi Junshin's thoughts. How does he know what I am thinking? Am I that transparent? Surely not. Yet, what this lad asserts does hold some merit. Unless one is utterly foolish, no spy would dare to appear before me. Setting aside other considerations, his calm demeanor is undeniably genuine. What are your terms? Yi Junshin, somewhat astonished that a younger individual could perceive his thoughts, cast a glance at Shen Nian, relieved that his mask concealed his expression. In the spirit of collaboration, it is paramount to ensure mutual benefit. Shen Nian and his companion traveled all the way from the Magic City. He could hardly believe they would provide the formula unconditionally. If that were the case, would he dare to utilize it? Our cooperation shall be confined to the development phase, with ownership of the potion remaining with me. I have established a company in the Magic City, and once developed, my company will manufacture the potion en masse, prioritizing free supplies for the military. However, during the development process, I require the military god to provide a dedicated base, and all personnel involved must sign a confidentiality agreement. From the moment they enter the base, they must not leave until the project reaches fruition. This matter is of great significance, and the military god should comprehend its gravity. Shen Nian harbored his own plans regarding the potion. Collaborating with the military god was merely a strategic maneuver. With this connection, he would ensure that, regardless of his future endeavors, others would treat him with caution, for not everyone could meet the military god, let alone collaborate with him. Very well, however, I must add 2 additional conditions. First, once the potion is developed, your company must supply me with a specified quantity quarterly. We can negotiate the exact amount based on your production capacity. Second, your potion must not be sold externally. The rest is negotiable, but this point is non-negotiable. One cannot pass up an opportunity. Since Shen Nian has offered to provide for free, it saves a significant expense. This deal appears to be in my favor. And Yi Junshin recognized that such a substance must not fall into enemy hands. No, I must ensure that someone keeps an eye on this lad. He is a businessman. After all, one who is driven by profit might sell it off. Perhaps I should suggest relocating his company here? Directly under military supervision, it would be impeccably secure. Shen Nian observed the continuously updated displays above Yi Junshin's head, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Was he truly so untrustworthy in appearance? Surely not. With such a handsome visage, he could hardly be mistaken for a traitor. All right, I can agree to these two conditions. The formula is in my possession, and as we will be in the imperial capital for the next few days, the military god may contact us whenever he has gathered his personnel. There is no fixed number, but as the saying goes, many hands make light work. With your capabilities, you should be able to assemble a considerable number of talented individuals, potentially accelerating the potion's arrival. Although Shen Nian despised flattery, he had to concede that the other party's connections surpassed his own. Those who caught the military gods I could not be mere nobodies. At the very least, they would be superior to the individuals he had recruited online. Ha ha ha, indeed. Very well, it is settled then. You may await my call. I shall inform you promptly once I am prepared. Nearby, Yizhan was nearly asleep. Being a man of action, more of a warrior than a scholar, such scientific matters were far from his realm of expertise. Had he not been waiting for Shen Nian, he might have slipped away long ago. However, at that moment, his phone rang with an urgent tone. Chapter 85, The Kidnapper. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. My apologies. I must take this call. Yizhan glanced at his phone and saw it was from his daughter. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, he stood up with a broad smile and stepped aside to answer the call. But the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Your daughter is in my custody. If you wish to see her again, prepare 50,000 in ransom within the hour. I warn you, do not even think about contacting the authorities. Or be prepared to receive a body bag. On the other end of the line came a voice that had been deliberately altered, but it was faintly discernible that it belonged to a male. The opening demand was for a ransom of 500,000, clearly indicating that this was a kidnapping call. You dare? If you lay a finger on my daughter, even the mightiest deity would be powerless to save you. You better release her now, or I shall ensure you are ground to dust. His daughter was Yizhan's Achilles heel and his reverse scale. Upon hearing the news of Yi Bingqi's abduction, his fury ignited instantly, causing him to forget that Yi Junshin was still present. Oh, quite audacious, aren't you? Do you truly believe I am easily intimidated? You boasted of your bravado, did you not? Very well. The ransom has now escalated to 1 million. You have merely 1 hour to procure it, otherwise you may witness her demise. In the face of Yizhan's threats, the kidnapper exhibited no fear, even doubling the ransom. The more agitated Yizhan became, the more it indicated the significance of the hostage to him, rendering him increasingly vulnerable, which was precisely what the kidnapper desired. After delivering his ultimatum, he hung up, denying Yizhan the opportunity to respond, and upon his attempt to redial, he was met with the disheartening message of a powered-off phone. The commotion from Yizhan naturally drew the attention of Shen Nian and his companions, who swiftly directed their gazes toward him. Uncle Yi, what has happened? Old John, what has caused your ire? My daughter has been kidnapped. That was the kidnapper on the line, demanding a ransom of 1 million. Yizhan's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his phone tightly, gritting his teeth as he summarized the situation. What? Yi Bingqi has been kidnapped. Shen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Is the capital truly this chaotic? How dare they abduct someone in broad daylight? Do they not fear the vigilant citizens? This is outrageous. How dare anyone commit such acts under my very nose? Old John, rest assured, I will dispatch the special operations team immediately to rescue her. In contrast to Shen Nian's astonishment, Yi Junshin was consumed by rage. A reunion with an old friend should have been a joyous occasion, as he had intended to take the time to meet his long-unseen niece, Yi Bingqi. However, before he could even lay eyes on her, she had been taken by kidnappers right in his own territory, the capital. This was nothing short of a slap in his face. Wait, I can locate their exact position. Grant me 2 minutes. Since the kidnapper was seeking ransom and had provided an hour's time, it was unlikely that Yi Bingqi would be harmed in such a short span. Moreover, her phone was in the kidnapper's possession, affording Shen Nian the opportunity to act. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and deftly manipulated the screen, successfully pinpointing the phone's location in under a minute. Even though the kidnapper had powered off the phone, it did not hinder Shen Nian's tracking abilities. I found it. The location is, room 408 at the Yokohama Hotel. Upon receiving the precise coordinates, Shen Nian found himself puzzled. What kind of bewildering behavior was this? Hiding in plain sight. What sort of kidnapper takes refuge in a hotel? Nevertheless, he relayed the coordinates to Yi Junshin and the others. After all, lives were at stake. Impressive, Shen. You've located it so swiftly. Though Yizhan was not well versed in tracking technology, he had certainly encountered enough situations in his past as a military commander to recognize efficiency when he saw it. However, He had never witnessed anyone accomplish such a feat with such speed. In this line of work, time was indeed of the essence. The sooner they discovered the whereabouts, the better their chances of success. Excellent. I will take charge of the next steps. I am eager to see who dares to be so brazen. Regardless of the camaraderie between Yi Junshin and Yi Zhan, even without that connection, he would not remain passive upon learning that someone had the audacity to act so brazenly in his domain. At the Yokohama Hotel, room 408, in the bathroom, a wiry man with cunning eyes was luxuriating in the bathtub. The room was devoid of anyone else. He was the very individual who had called Yi Zhan earlier. I shall call him again shortly. 500,000 is my baseline. Anything above that is a bonus. He glanced at the time. Less than 10 minutes remained until the hour he had set. He climbed out of the tub and began drying himself, preparing for the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, the windows and the door were simultaneously blasted open, and a squad of fully armed special operations team members surged into the room, surrounding the man. Do not move. Get down. Hands on your head. Caught off guard by the onslaught of weapons, the man was momentarily stunned. What was happening? However, upon regaining his senses, he noticed the insignia on the arms of the special operations team, prominently displaying a fierce snow leopard. The snow leopard assault team? Repeat. Get down. Hands on your head. Otherwise, I will be forced to fire. At these words, the man immediately complied, crouching with his hands on his head. Though he was still baffled as to how he had attracted the attention of the snow leopard assault team. This was the most elite special forces unit in the capital. Even if he had been caught extorting money, it should have been the police who came to apprehend him, not this elite squad. Report, team leader. No other accomplices found in the room, nor any sign of the hostage. While the man remained perplexed, a special operations member hurried to the squad leader to relay the situation. They had received orders from Yi Junshin to rescue Yi Bingqi. In fact, the assault team had arrived early, but to ensure the safety of the hostage, they had first conducted a thorough sweep of the room with advanced equipment, confirming that only the man was present before breaching the door. Where's the hostage hidden? The squad leader furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was still somewhat disappointing, as this was his first mission from the military god, and he could not return empty-handed. Hostage? What hostage? Sir, there is no hostage here. It's just me. Upon hearing the word hostage, the man recalled the call he had made an hour ago, and panic set in. It seemed he had stirred a hornet's nest. Chapter 86. The truth. What do you mean? You killed her, perhaps due to his anxiety. The man failed to articulate clearly, but to the squad leader's ears, it sounded as if the man had already disposed of the hostage. Anger surged within him. Take him away. Their mission was to rescue the hostage. Since they had found no trace of her, they had no choice but to return and report back, awaiting further instructions. Had it not been for the regulations prohibiting indiscriminate gunfire, he would have relished the opportunity to shoot this fool dead. He had finally received a task from the military god, only to see it slip through his fingers so carelessly. With so many members in the snow leopard assault team, who knew when it would be his turn again? At Qilong Water Pavilion, Yi Zhan and his companions awaited news from the snow leopard assault team. Suddenly, Shen Nian's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was the hotel check-in information. Yi Bingqi has checked into the hotel? Then who was the one abducted? This doesn't add up. Something is definitely amiss. The moment he spoke, he captured the attention of the others nearby, and Yi Zhan snatched the phone from Shen Nian, where it clearly displayed that his daughter had completed the check-in process. Let us call the hotel and inquire. If she truly is at the hotel, then it must mean that her phone was stolen. No wonder the kidnapper only allotted an hour. I always felt something was amiss. Yi Junshin had sensed from the very beginning that this kidnapper was unlike any he had encountered before. Firstly, the ransom he demanded was relatively modest, and secondly, the preparation time he provided was alarmingly brief. Unable to communicate effectively over the phone, I decided to check the surveillance footage directly. After retrieving his phone from Yi Zhan, Shen Nian hacked into the surveillance system of the Pangu Qixing Hotel right before their eyes, subsequently pulling up the footage from the front desk and the entrance of the presidential suite, which conveniently coincided with the time Yi Bingqi checked in. Indeed, it is my daughter. She is truly at the hotel. The footage revealed that after checking in alone, Yi Bingqi went straight to her room and did not emerge again. And her check-in occurred after the kidnapper had made his call. This implies that she was not abducted. The so-called kidnapper was a fraud, merely having stolen her phone in an attempt to extort money. Damn it! How dare they steal my daughter's phone and then call to extort me? They better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, they will soon learn why the flowers bloom so red. Enduring for a moment only to feel more aggrieved. Retreating only to become increasingly furious, Yi Zhan, having navigated the underworld for so long, had never been toyed with in such a manner. Had it not been for Yi Junshin and Shen Nian's intervention, he would have followed the snow leopard assault team to the scene. Ha ha. As long as she is safe, that is what matters. Calculating the time, the snow leopard team should be returning shortly. At that point, this man would be entirely at my disposal. Having confirmed Yi Bingqi's safety, Yi Junshin felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as she was unharmed, everything else could be dealt with. If anything had happened on his turf, how could he face Yi Zhan? After all, he was his blood brother. Yes, Uncle Yi. Remain calm. Once we return, we can ask Yi Bingqi what happened. She has been trained, after all. Under normal circumstances, 3 to 5 people would not be able to approach her. It is likely that she simply fell victim to a thief, having experienced falling into a well before. Shen Nian believed that Yi Bingqi exuded an air of unreliability. However, when compared to the prospect of being kidnapped, he still leaned towards believing that her phone had merely been stolen. Report, Junshin. The 7th squad of the Snow Leopard assault team has returned and is waiting at the entrance for instructions. Just as they were conversing, a guard approached and saluted, delivering the report loudly. Let them in. Without hesitation, Yi Junshin commanded the 7th squad to enter, as they had questions to address. The members of the 7th squad of the Snow Leopard assault team saluted Yi Junshin. Shortly thereafter, the entire 7th squad, having completed their mission, stood before Yi Junshin. Although they had shed all other equipment and donned only camouflage training attire, as no personnel other than guards were permitted to carry firearms in this location. However, before them knelt a man, bound in a bathrobe, with a look of sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. Speak, what is the situation at the scene? Ignoring the bound man, Yi Junshin turned his gaze towards the squad leader. Since they had brought someone back, it was clear that they had confirmed his identity. Of that there was no doubt. Report, Junshin. Upon arriving at the hotel, the room contained only him. We found no sign of the hostage or any accomplices. According to his claims, there was no hostage at the hotel, so we brought him back for questioning. The 7th squad was unaware that Yi Bingqi had not been kidnapped, and thus initially believed their mission had failed, which perhaps accounted for the man's bruised face upon their return. Good work, well done. You are dismissed. There is no further need for your presence here. Had he learned the truth beforehand, Yi Junshin would have reprimanded them, but at this moment, his spirits were high, and he had no desire to vent his frustrations on them. Instead, he even commended the 7th squad, dismissing them amidst their astonished expressions. At the entrance, Captain, do we consider this a completed mission or not? What does Junshin mean by this? Yes, Captain, I don't quite understand either. Agreed. Seconded. Once outside the Qilong Shui Xie, every member of the 7th squad surrounded their captain, seeking clarification. If the task had merely been to capture a petty thief, then surely they need not have involved the snow leopard. Scram. How dare you discuss, Junshin? You've grown bold. Haven to you, regardless of the mission. Since Junshin has allowed us to return, it surely means there is no issue. If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? The squad leader himself was in a state of confusion and could offer no explanations. However, one thing he was certain of was that even without a reward, there would be no punishment either. Hadn't they just received praise from Junshin? Back inside the room, apart from Shen Nian and the 2 others, the only remaining presence was the frail man brought in by the 7th squad, who now appeared as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, trembling incessantly. The reason? He had just heard the name of Junshin. As a citizen of Huaxia, no one could be unaware of Yi Junshin. Although he was a thief, he kept abreast of current events. To have provoked such a figure over just one phone call was beyond his expectations. Upon entering, he had observed that the guards here were better equipped than the Snow Leopard squad that had apprehended him. So you are the one who demanded $1 million from me. Huh, you truly are a talent. Chapter 87, Self-Taught. Gazing at the man before him, resembling a frail monkey, even Yi Zhan could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Truly, concern breeds chaos. With that physique, it was questionable whether he could even overpower Yi Bingqi, let alone kidnap her. Why yes, no, not at all. The frail man first nodded, then shook his head vigorously. Had he been caught by the police, he would have accepted his fate, but in the current situation, whoever acknowledged their guilt would be doomed. Did he not see all those guns at the door? Any one of them could turn him into a sieve. Now, tell me your name. What exactly happened here? Being on his home turf, Yi Junshin seized the opportunity to speak. Even though the 3 of them had already surmised much of the situation, they still needed to follow proper procedure. Report, Junshin, my name is Lu Chao. I am not a kidnapper. I am merely a phone thief. The phone I stole was not locked, so I devised this scheme, hoping to extort some money. However, I have never engaged in kidnapping. Lu Chao spoke the truth. Yet he did not reveal the whole story. In reality, he was a habitual offender, having traversed the regions of Guangdong and Guangxi, and every time he stole a phone, he would call to extort money, always providing a short time frame for payment. Typically, the sums he demanded were in the hundreds of thousands. But today's million was a first for him. The reason he had come to the capital was that he had recently extorted 300,000 in Suzhou. and now tales of him had spread across southern cities, making it difficult for him to remain unnoticed. Thus, Lu Chao chose to come to the capital to lay low. In a profession reliant on luck, it was often the case that he would go months without a successful venture, only to strike it rich with one big score. Alone and unencumbered, he could go wherever he pleased. After years of navigating this line of work, Lu Chao had become adept at discerning whether someone was genuinely wealthy or merely a pretender based on their demeanor. After all, true charisma cannot be fabricated overnight. Indeed, after encountering Yi Bingqi today, he found himself utterly captivated. There was no way around it. The air of affluence surrounding Yi Bingqi was simply too overwhelming, particularly for a young lady. Consequently, he harbored nefarious intentions, stealthily pilfering her mobile phone, intending to seize the opportunity before she could react, hoping to profit from the time lag. As for why he didn't simply resort to kidnapping her, as previously mentioned, a scrawny figure like him stood little chance against anyone. Moreover, the nature of kidnapping differs fundamentally from that of theft and extortion. Lu Chao was still capable of discerning such distinctions, even amidst his gluttonous indulgences. Are you suggesting that all of this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, not a premeditated act? Then pray, enlighten me about the circumstances. Lu Chao's words barely settled when Shen Nian seamlessly interjected, having already unearthed all of Lu Chao's information, including his banking records. Within a matter of moments, as the onlookers' gazes fixated upon the computer screen, they discovered that Lu Chao, a mere ne'er-do-well, periodically received substantial sums from various sources, evidently ill-gotten gains. This is from my part-time job, he stammered. Yes. Do you know what a side hustle is? What a stubborn denial. Lu Chao was adamant in his refusal to admit guilt, knowing that Shen Nian and the others lacked concrete evidence. Moreover, since he had failed to accomplish his objective this time, as long as he maintained his innocence, he would only face the charge of mobile theft. A side job? What sort of side job yields such profits? Tens of thousands at a time. Care to share? I'd like to give it a try. It seems far more lucrative than a regular job, Shen Nian remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Did this fool truly believe he could exit this predicament? Given Yi Zhan's protective nature, Lu Chao dared to set his sights on his daughter. He would undoubtedly be torn apart. Cough, cough, my dear fellow, you jest. Your delicate constitution is ill-suited for the sort of rough work I engage in. Perhaps it is best to abstain, Lu Chao replied, though uncertain of Shen Nian's identity. The mere fact that he could share a room with the god of war indicated he was no ordinary individual. It was wise to avoid antagonizing him. The immediate concern was to preserve his own life. Everything else was mere trifles. All right, old John, I leave this person to you. How you choose to deal with him is up to you. Such a menace serves as a resource, Yi Junshin said, having lost interest in Lu Chao after a few inquiries. Just a simpleton, yet he would not simply release Lu Chao, even setting aside this instance of attempted extortion. The misdeeds he had committed in the past were sufficient to ensure he would be toiling away for a lifetime. Rest assured, I will handle it. With that, Yi Zhan gripped Lu Chao and led him towards the door, not to depart, but to take him to his cell, preparing to personally adjudicate this scoundrel's fate. Shen Nian, your computer skills are quite impressive. Did you teach yourself, or did you have a mentor? With only Shen Nian remaining in the room, Yi Junshin had intended to inquire about this ever since witnessing the former hack into the hotel surveillance system, but was interrupted when members of Team 7 returned. Having witnessed Shen Nian perform his feats twice, Yi Junshin could attest to their authenticity. However, his inquiry stemmed not from trepidation, but from a desire to assimilate such skills. If the military could harness this technology, it would undoubtedly enhance their capabilities. I taught myself by watching videos online and purchasing some books, then tinkering with them in my spare time until I gradually honed my skills. But rest assured, military god, I won't engage in reckless antics. Today, as circumstances were exceptional, Shen Nian explained. Initially, he contemplated fabricating a fictional mentor, but then realized that would only serve to dig himself a deeper hole. Instead, he chose to claim self-taught prowess, as many prominent hackers had risen to prominence through self-education. Impressive. A self-taught prodigy. Truly, you are an exemplary son of Huaxia. Shen Nian, how well-versed are you in the realm of cyber offense and defense? It was evident that Yi Junshin had developed an appreciation for Shen Nian's talents, as he grappled with the critical issue of cybersecurity. After all, much vital data was stored digitally, and if compromised, the repercussions would be dire. Well, this is a bit difficult to articulate. How about this? I'll demonstrate my skills for you. Excellent. Words alone are insufficient. Shen Nian's proposal was precisely what Yi Junshin desired. There is no substitute for witnessing firsthand, and without further ado, Shen Nian returned to his laptop, pondering briefly before commencing his intricate maneuvers. With rapid keystrokes, the room was filled with the sound of fingers dancing across the keyboard. Yi Junshin stood silently beside him, observing Shen Nian's deft movements. Although he could not discern the specifics of what he was executing, the mere sight of his swift actions radiated an undeniable prowess.